I thought I'd failed my awakening and became trash, tricked and murdered by my gold-digging girlfriend for insurance money. Yet in dire straits, I activated the divine beast system and directly contracted an apocalyptic level Taotie. My gluttonous hatchling can devour all demon beasts of the same level. Consumption means evolution, with a 100% skill plunder rate. With inside eyes and killing intent perception, no demon beast in the death zone can hide from me. After counter-killing my enemies, I boldly tore down the heavenly rank list that no one dared to touch, vowing to slaughter every demon beast in the death zone, claim millions in rewards, and humiliate the divine temple. And those who seek to put me to death do not yet know. My gluttony has only just begun to grow. Chapter 1, The Contracted Divine Beast Taotie. In the year 2135, Longwa, Suzhong, D-Class Containment Zone, codenamed Hope. The rainwater pooled in potholes on the stone-paved road, with muddy puddles reflecting the gloomy, overcast sky. The air was thick with dampness and a rotting, fishy stench. A sudden sawing-like hum reached Lin Yi's ears, followed by the sharp sting of a needle piercing flesh. Ah! With a scream, Lin Yi was horrified to discover a giant mosquito crawling on his left arm. Its mouth parts were a full foot long. The giant mosquito was sucking Lin Yi's blood, and in an instant, its previously withered, transparent belly began to turn a faint shade of crimson. Get the hell out of here! Lin Yi unlocked the 4-digit password of the self-defense gun at his waist. The gun muzzle pressed against the giant mosquito's head. Pull the trigger. Bang! The gunshot erupted, instantly blowing the giant mosquito apart, splattering flesh and blood everywhere. Lin Yi clutched his pale-as-snow arm, where a large, swollen pustule had formed. Already physically and mentally exhausted, the giant mosquito's bite made Lin Yi's legs buckle beneath him. Leaning against the nearby rolling shutter, gasping for breath. Mosquito venom is deadly, and thinking no one would save him, Lin Yi's heart grew increasingly desolate. In his previous life, Lin Yi lost his legs and his job, wandered homeless, and was starved to death. Just before dying, it seemed as if fate had favored him, transmitting him to this parallel world a full 18 years. Yet he hadn't even glimpsed what a system looked like. 3 days ago, Lin Yi and his girlfriend Su Yao went to the Beastmaster Temple to participate in the 18-year-old talent awakening ceremony. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi failed to awaken and couldn't contract any spirit beast of any grade, being ridiculed by everyone as trash. Meanwhile, his girlfriend Su Yao showed exceptional talent, awakening a B-grade ability. She successfully joined the Beastmaster Temple. Yet after stepping into the Beast God Temple, she didn't even look back. Not a single word of farewell was spoken to Lin Yi. Isn't this Lin Yi? Haven't seen you in a few days, you've really fallen off. A sudden voice alerted Lin Yi. The voice was familiar. Lin Yi turned toward the sound. A gaunt, stick-thin figure came strolling along. As I approached the flickering streetlight, I finally recognized that the approaching figure was none other than Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai was Su Yao's half-ex-boyfriend, having pursued her for a full 3 years without ever formalizing their relationship. But Lin Yi only took 3 days to get together with Su Yao. During those times, one could vaguely sense Zhao Kai's jealousy. Now that he's come knocking, his intentions are surely malicious. So this is how strong you are? In the end, you're still a worthless failure who couldn't awaken. How dare someone like you compete with me, Zhao Kai, for a woman? Zhao Kai's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, the sinister grin curling at his lips making Lin Yi feel his life was in grave danger. Lin Yi propped up the rolling shutter door and forced himself to stand. He roared, "Come on, kill me, and you still won't get Su Yao." Ha 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 ha. Zhao Kai burst into maniacal laughter, then his entire body erupted with a poisonous purple mist. A D character condensed in his palm, emitting an eerie purple glow. In the next instant, Zhao Kai summoned an entirely purple frog enveloped in a haze of toxic purple mist. Rib bit. Beastmasters who awaken their talents manifest a beast-grade seal in their palms. Zhao Kai's purple poison frog was roughly the size of a small dog, with a growth stage classified as juvenile. To be frank, the one coming to kill you this time is none other than Su Yao. As long as I kill you, Su Yao has promised to be with me, so you must die today. Zhao Kai's face twisted with ferocity and a hint of excitement. Seeing this, Lin Yi knew there was no escape. Since there's no escaping, I won't run anymore. Let's fight. Ever since he was a child, Lin Yi's mother had told him not to be a coward. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. After speaking, Lin Yi took out his self-defense gun and pulled the trigger directly at Zhao Kai. Bang! A loud noise. The bullet became entangled in the toxic mist. Moments later, the bullet, now devoid of momentum, clattered to the ground. Lin Yi, do you see the gap between us now? That toy gun of yours is useless against an awakener. Die! Zhao Kai roared as the violet toxin frog furiously spat poisonous grenades toward Lin Yi. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi was enveloped by the poisonous mist. When Lin Yi could no longer hold his breath, he took just a slight inhale, and a dizzying sensation followed. His internal organs churned violently, a pain that was unbearable. Zhao Kai, you will die a horrible death. Still talking tough even at death's door. Let's see how tough that mouth of yours really is. Zhao Kai couldn't vent his anger, so he kept kicking Lin Yi in the stomach. At this moment, a mechanical-like sound echoed in his mind. Detecting host's life in critical danger. Activating the spirit beast system. Activation path misaligned, activating the Divine Beast system. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the world-destroying level Divine Beast Taotie. Contract in progress. Congratulations, host, for acquiring that Eye of Insight, capable of discerning Taotie's food details. Initial 10 points for gluttony, 8 points automatically deducted to restore host's injuries, remaining 2 points. The mechanical noise faded from Lin Ye's mind, and the pain in his internal organs gradually subsided. The palm of his right hand now bore the mark of a spirit beast grade seal, a successful contract, with the character Devour clearly imprinted. I'm not dead? It's brother system. I've been waiting for you for so long. Lin Yi danced with excitement. At this moment, a system panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Lin Yi. Divine Beast, Taotie. Grade, Apocalypse. Growth progress, infant stage 0%. Passive skill, gluttony, can devour all spirit beasts below infant stage. What the hell? Lin Yi gaped at the panel in astonishment. The passive skill is downright heaven-defying. This means Xiaokai's purple poison toad beast is in its juvenile stage. Even if its growth progress is at 99%, it would still be swallowed whole by the gluttonous beast. Xiaokai's laughter abruptly ceased. Lin Yi, you've been poisoned by the toad, how could you be fine? You're just a useless trash who can't contract a spirit beast. Lin Yi sneered, you're right, I don't have a spirit beast, but I do have a divine beast. What do you mean? Lin Yi spread the fingers of his right hand, revealing a large character for Devour, emanating a dim gray light. You must have drawn that on yourself. In a Class D containment zone, the highest ranked awakened talent is only B class. I've never seen a beast master at the Devour level before. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. The Taotie emerged accompanied by a dim gray light. A ferocious beast 3 meters long, with eyes crimson as blood. Its fangs were ghastly white, its mouth split to the ears, its body armored in scales, dragon-like yet not a dragon, its claws like sickle hooks, its feet treading on black flames. Utterly fearsome. Roar! The Taotie roared at the purple poison frog. The purple poison frog beast flipped onto its back and fainted on the spot. Lin Yi turned his gaze to Zhao Kai. He had long collapsed to the ground, desperately trying to shake the poison frog to keep fighting. The meat of this poison frog is plump and delicious, eat it. Growl! The Taotie actually wriggled excitedly before the meal, showing quite a sense of ceremony. The next second, Taotie opened its bloodthirsty maw wide. With a single gulp, it devoured the poisonous frog whole. Ah, no, you can't kill me. The D-shaped seal in Zhao Kai's palm shattered instantly. He vomited blood and collapsed weakly to the ground. When you set out to kill me, you should have been prepared to be killed in return. A beast master could initially only form a life contract with one spirit beast. When a spirit beast dies, its tamer will also perish. This is an irreversible choice. Congratulations, host. Your divine beast has successfully devoured the spirit beast, purple poison frog. Obtained poison type spirit beast catalog, purple poison toad beast, juvenile stage 20%. Reward for gluttony, 2 points. Option to select 3 skills from the purple poison frog, which can be additionally applied to both the host and the divine beast. Active skill, violet poison bomb, poisons targets upon hit. Passive skill, quick tongue flick eats mosquitoes and insects that come near. Survival instinct, murderous intent detection, senses the movements of all living creatures in the vicinity. Note, all skills can be upgraded using the gluttony point. My stomach's growling. Let's find a ramen shop first and figure this out later. Lin Yi felt his pocket inside, broke again. This guy must have some cash on him. With that, Lin Yi began searching Zhao Kai's corpse. Sure enough, Lin Yi did indeed find a mobile phone. Who doesn't lock their phone these days? Damn, this guy only has $8? Did he spend it all on Su Yao? Checked the transfer records. Transferred 1,314 yen, 520 yen, 8,888 yen to Su Yao. Lin Yi had a sudden brainstorm and came up with a way to make money. Since you're already dead, I don't think it's too much to take out some online loans in your name. Before the words even finished, Lin Yi activated facial recognition and began tilting Zhao Kai's head from side to side. A moment later, the phone notification read, Zafubo payment received, 80,000 yuan. I'm really pissed off right now, gonna go blow off some steam first. Chapter 2, Killing Intent Perception plus Insightful Eyes. Lin Yi arrived at the resettlement community and entered a frequently visited Happy Ramen shop. He didn't let the Taotie in, fearing it might scare the boss. Boss, 1 bowl of ramen with 3 caddies of beef. What? 3 gene of beef? Are you eating beef like it's rice? As much money as needed. Bring it on. After all, it was Zhao Kai's money being spent, so Lin Yi didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. After parting from the beast taming temple, I hadn't eaten for 3 whole days and absolutely had to feast. Burp. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi comfortably sprawled on the chair with a satisfied belch, rubbing his round, full belly. It's time to consider the next move. Just as Lin Yi paid the bill, Zhao Kai received a text message on his phone. It reads received. The sender's note on the text message reads Su Yao. The previous message was from Zhao Kai saying Lin Yi is dead. Lin Yi snapped back to reality and sneered, this Zhao Kai jumped to conclusions before I was even dead. He's paid the price for it. But one question still troubled Lin Yi. Su Yao had been with him for 3 months, and their feelings could be considered mutual, even if they weren't together anymore. Even so, we should part on good terms. Why go to such extremes? Just as Lin Yi was puzzled and confused, his phone pinged with a text message notification. Opening it, he read, "Dear Mr. Lin, your insurance policy has taken effect with a coverage of 5 million yuan, and the beneficiary is Ms. Su Yao." Rage surged straight to the crown of his head. His breath grew ragged, his hands and feet trembled, and he could hardly resist the urge to strangle Su Yao on the spot. But on second thought, his current strength wasn't solid enough yet. With Su Yao's B-grade talent under the temple's heavy protection, numerous gold-rank beastmasters surrounded her at all times. Moreover, Taotie was still in its infancy and stood no chance against spirit beasts that had matured to the gold tier. Even if I don't go looking for her, both the insurance company and Su Yao will send people to hunt me down. Only when I'm dead can she take the money with a clear conscience. Lin Yi muttered to himself as the little gluttonous beast kept nodding, as if it could understand what he was saying. "Xiao Hei, can you understand what I'm saying?" The Taotie was pitch black all over, so Lin Yi named it Xiao Hei, Little Black. Xiao Hei nodded, then let out a fierce roar toward the alley entrance due south. "You mean you want me to take you there?" Xiao Hei continued nodding, his stomach growling loudly with hunger. "Going straight south leads to the dead zone. It's extremely dangerous." Lin Yi understood all too well that these so-called resettlement communities were essentially slums, located less than 5 miles from the dead zone. Most residents in the community are ordinary people without talents, with only a few low-rank beastmasters mixed in. If a riot broke out in the dead zone and demonic beasts launched a large-scale attack on the blockade area, the outer resettlement communities will serve as buffer zones, making it easier for the wealthy and high-level beastmasters to prepare. However, many beastmasters gather at the outskirts of the dead zone. They venture in to obtain demon beast cores, each worth 200,000, enough to ensure a year of financial security for an ordinary family. Perhaps for me now, the dead zone is safer than the quarantine zone. Then let's go. After all, danger must be faced eventually. Thinking this, Lin Yi strode straight toward the mouth of the alley. Evening, Lin Yi arrived at the edge of the restricted zone, where many beastmasters had already departed one after another. Sigh, another day of empty hands. I almost killed that demon beast. I had it worse. I took on the yellow notice to slay a demon beast, but my iron ox was too clumsy, couldn't even take down the saber-toothed wolf. Now I'm stuck, with a 10,000 penalty fine. Lin Yi passed by them, not quite understanding what they were saying. Then, Lin Yi walked straight toward the green tent. Inside the tent was the residence of the border guards, who were responsible for opening the passage to the dead zone and maintaining safety within their jurisdiction. Opposite the tent stands a notice board. The horizontal plaque reads D-Class Death Zone Bounty Board. Below was a line of small text that read, "The Beastmaster Temple issues leaderboards divided into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow ranks. Those who exit the dead zone without completing their mission will face corresponding penalty fees for breach of contract." Lin Yi seemed to understand the words of those two beastmasters from earlier. This was the leaderboard. "Young man, are you going to take up the challenge?" A middle-aged man's voice came from behind. Turning around, I was startled to see a garrison soldier standing there. "Yes, I'm going in to kill the demon beast." The guard shook his head inside, persuading. "Young man, it's already dark, you should hurry back. The death zone at night is dangerous, and for several days in a row now, no one has completed the yellow notice." "I still want to go in." The guard added, "Most D-Class Death Zone beasts are in their juvenile stage and rarely develop beast cores. But looking at your pitch-black spirit beast, as big as an ox, it must have reached the bronze stage, right?" "Early childhood," the guard gasped in astonishment. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before calmly removing the celestial ranking. The moment it was removed, the notice board rapidly burned to ashes. "Tisk, how dare you, brat, take down the celestial ranking. If you fail, you'll be hunted down by the Divine Beast Temple." Lin Yi paid no attention, but calmly observed the contents of the leaderboard before silently reciting, "Slay all demonic beasts in the D-Class Dead Zone. Entry condition, Beastmasters below the silver stage. Completion reward, 10 million yuan in becoming a holy son of the Divine Temple. Failure punishment, death." As the voice fell, a blue light pillar appeared before Lin Yi. "This is a Class D Death Zone teleportation channel. Before proceeding, you must tell me your name and the grade of talent you awakened. Of course, I must also warn you, if your spirit beast is not below silver tier, it will be repelled, and you will likewise be hunted by the temple." Lin Yi opened his palm and said coldly, "Lin Yi, devour grade talent." "Swallow, it really swallowed?" The guard stared at the seal in Lin Yi's palm, his entire body petrified on the spot. "Alright, young man, you're the first person I've seen in 20 years who dares to challenge the heavens. Good luck to you." Stepping into the passageway, Lin Yi found himself enveloped in an intense blue light. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in an unfamiliar environment. By the moonlight, one could see the utterly dilapidated streets. Cracked asphalt roads, lampposts piercing through shop shutters, shards of glass mixed with dried bloodstains. Cars were strewn haphazardly everywhere. The howls of demonic beasts echoed from both alleyways. Lin Yi opened the system panel and selected the skills of the purple poison frog. I don't need attack or agility, so I'll choose survival instinct. Acquired instinct, killing intent perception level 1, 2 gluttony points required for next upgrade. Upgrade. Congratulations, host. Killing intent perception has been upgraded to level 2, for gluttony points required for next upgrade. Gluttony, juvenile stage 2%. Eating just one poison toad only gives you 2%. Xiaohei, you really are a little glutton. Suddenly, Lin Yi sensed danger. The projection of demon beasts within a 300-meter radius appears in my mind. At the same time, Lin Yi's inside eye passively scanned the beast projection. Saber-toothed wolf, juvenile stage at 40%, can bite through steel plates in berserk state. Saber-toothed wolf elite, juvenile stage 99%, commands 10 saber-toothed wolves. Fortunately, these demonic beasts were still some distance away, giving him time to prepare. The combination of killing intent perception and inside eye is truly remarkable. Within 300 meters, even a mosquito's gender can be distinguished. Excellent. With this ability, navigating the dead zone will be even easier. In the next second, Lin Yi heard a wolf's howl. This is the howl of an elite saber-toothed wolf. After sensing it, Lin Yi exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, it's heading this way. It's too fast, there's no time to escape." Chapter 3, The Beast Lord. Xiaohei, run back. He turned and took only a few steps before 5 saber-toothed wolves burst out from both alley entrances. Simultaneously, the larger elite saber-toothed wolf behind them led the pack in closing the circle. "Xiaohei, are you scared?" Xiaohei shook his head, showing not a trace of fear. "Alright, since you're not scared, let's eat." Xiaohei, devour them. Lin Yi had researched this elite saber-toothed wolf earlier. Masters of swarming and dragging their prey, possessing blinding speed and devastating lethality. They were the nightmare of many less agile spirit beasts. The Beastmaster Temple had classified them as dangerous demon beasts, with a survival rate under 10% against them. The elite saber-toothed wolf let out a roar. And 10 saber-toothed wolves charged forward. "Don't be afraid, Xiaohei. I'm here to help you." Lin Yi unlocked the self-defense pistol's code and drew the weapon. The weak point of demon beasts like saber-toothed wolves is their abdomen. "Xiaohei, wait for me." The next second. Just as Lin Yi drew his pistol, the wails of 10 saber-toothed wolves pierced his ears. He looked up. Xiaohei had swallowed all 10 saber-toothed wolves in the blink of an eye, leaving only the elite saber-toothed wolf standing disoriented in the wind. Xiaohei's belly swayed wildly from the feast, seemingly still unsatisfied, as he charged after the elite saber-toothed wolf. The elite saber-toothed wolf was so terrified it wet itself on the spot, and fled the scene with its tail tucked between its legs. "Xiaohei, aren't you going to chase it?" Xiaohei shook his head, walked into a nearby shop, and lay down motionless. After eating so much, Xiaohei needs time to digest. Well, this place seems safe for now. Let's wait until Xiaohei finishes digesting before moving on. Stepping into the dimly lit milk tea shop, he found it already in a state of utter decay. Just then, Xiaohei spat out a yellow crystal, emitting a faint glow. Is that a beast core? The beast core couldn't be digested directly, so Xiaohei simply spat it out. Then Xiaohei began to snore loudly. Lin Yi tucked the beast core into his pocket. A single one was worth 200,000 yuan. At that moment, Zhao Kai's phone buzzed again with a text message alert. Lin Yi opened Zhao Kai's phone and checked the message. It was from Su Yao. "Whoever you are, Zhao Kai is my boyfriend. Hand over this phone to me immediately. Meet me outside the Beast Tamer Temple in 1 day. Failure to comply will have consequences." Lin Yi surmised that Su Yao must have already learned of Zhao Kai's murder to send such a message. So Su Yao is being hounded by the insurance company, and Zhao Kai's phone holds evidence of her insurance fraud. Thinking she can eliminate the evidence? Fat chance. Lin Yi knew he couldn't afford to provoke the forces backing Su Yao just yet. But he absolutely couldn't let her get her hands on this evidence that would ruin her reputation. Grow stronger. Only by growing stronger could he avoid being pushed around. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi immediately called Su Yao back. Ring, ring, ring. The call connected, but Su Yao remained silent, unaware of the situation on the other end. "Su Yao, do you remember me? It's Lin Yi. You're alive. Thank goodness, baby. I thought you were dead." Su Yao's shameless behavior made Lin Yi feel sick to his stomach. "What the hell are you playing at? You're the beneficiary on the policy. Zhao Kai is your boyfriend. What else is there to explain? You shameless. Heh. Since you know everything now, bring your phone over tomorrow and forget about this whole thing. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Take the money and never come back to this city. You're dreaming. Next time we meet, I'll make you kneel at my feet. With you and this good-for-nothing who can't even awaken? We'll see about that." With that, Lin Yi hung up. He exhaled a long breath. Lin Yi gently rubbed the sleeping Xiaohei, quietly noticing how much thinner its belly had become. And its body had grown enormous compared to before. Now nearly 5 meters long, a full 50% larger. Taotie, juvenile stage 42%. Gained 40 gluttony points, remaining 42 points. Congratulations, host, on devouring the demon beast saber-toothed wolf. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the demon beast compendium, saber-tooth wolf, juvenile stage 40%. Active skill, ferocious bite tears into the target's weakest point. Passive skill, feral claw scratch assists in tearing the target. Survival instinct, keen hearing detects unusual sounds within 1 kilometer. Bite and keen hearing are just icing on the cake. Go with wolf claws. Passive skill successfully selected, frenzied claw scratch. After successfully applying the skill, Lin Yi noticed Xiao Hei's claws had grown sharper. Saber-toothed wolves can detect unusual sounds within 500 meters with wind ear. Must prioritize upgrading killing intent perception. Otherwise, will be at a disadvantage. Killing intent perception successfully upgraded to level 5. Cost 18 gluttony points. Perception range 600 meters. 24 gluttony points remaining. Killing intent perception. Lin Yi closed his eyes, carefully sensing every movement within a 600-meter radius. 460 meters due north, approximately 50 saber-toothed wolves. 371 meters due west, 10 fish-headed apes, Grade C. Average maturity, 52% juvenile. East direction, that's an elite saber-toothed wolf fleeing? Its destination is the wolf pack. As Lin Yi detected the wolf pack, his heartbeat inexplicably quickened and his killing intent grew ever more intense. Until Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the center of the pack. That colossal wolf 2 meters tall, 7 meters long with tail barbs as sharp as swords. A single fawn alone measured a full meter. All the saber-toothed wolves cowered before it. That is, the demon beast lord. The saber-toothed wolf king. Saber-toothed wolf king, bronze tier 20%. Grade B. Information, commands all saber-toothed wolves to attack the target, effortlessly tearing through walls. Chapter 4, Iron Stomach, Copper Gut. The southwest is mostly fish-headed apes, while the east and west are the territory of the saber-toothed wolves. You know what? These two demon beasts don't cross each other's boundaries, they actually coexist pretty harmoniously. To ensure absolute safety, Lin Yi held his breath and concentrated, scanning the situation directly south. Moments later, a flat map materialized in his mind, densely packed with fish-headed apes, at least 100 of them. Their average size was about 1.3 meters tall fish heads on ape bodies, and they favored weapons like wooden clubs, steel bars, and steel pipes. This is peculiar. Why haven't I detected the fish-headed ape lord? Could my perception be incomplete? Lin Yi had no idea how vast the entire dead zone of District D truly was. But by relying on the principle that houses face south, he could roughly determine his current orientation. His earlier reconnaissance had covered the deepest reaches of the dead zone. And he surmised that most beast masters would only venture along the edges, avoiding the vicinity of the lord. Night has fallen, but I cannot rest yet. If I wait until dawn tomorrow and other beast masters arrive to hunt the beasts, then I won't have soloed the dead zone of Sector D. I must clear it all out tonight. The first half of the night hadn't passed yet, and there was still time before dawn, but he had to hurry. Lin Yi glanced at Xiao Hei. His digestion was surprisingly swift, he no longer looked as round and plump as before. Xiao Hei's only flaw now was overeating easily, requiring time for gradual digestion. There was no helping it, young beasts couldn't consume too much at once, or it would upset their stomachs. Xiao Hei, wake up! Lin Yi shook the sleeping little black cat, not caring whether it was annoyed or not. After shouting for ages with no effect. So Lin Yi picked up a nearby wooden stick and delivered a loving call to Xiao Hei. Thud! The stick collided with Xiao Hei's head. And what broke was the stick. You're one stubborn little thing. Xiao Hei, dinner's ready. Woof. At the word dinner, Xiao Hei instantly perked up. Seeing this, Lin Yi covered his eyes and shook his head with a wry smile. He really is a glutton. Stepping out of the shop, Lin Yi mounted Xiao Hei directly, pointing westward. Xiao Hei let out a roar, understanding perfectly, and charged down the street toward the west. He leapt over cars strewn haphazardly along the road, and even a 3-meter-tall abandoned bus was cleared with a single powerful leap. Xiao Hei, slow down. But Lin Yi, who had never even ridden a horse in his life, was now riding a mythical beast for the first time at 120 kilometers/h. He felt like his body was flying while his soul was chasing. A dozen seconds later, Xiao Hei came to a halt atop an abandoned school building, gazing down at 10 fish-headed apes pacing the track below. Even demon beasts needed rest late at night. The 10 fish-headed apes had their eyes closed, yet they circled a sedan, gnawing relentlessly. Their fish heads, filled with saw-like teeth, devoured the metal bodywork as easily as being curd. These things eat in their sleep. And they're eating metal. Do they have stomachs made of iron? Killing intent perception. His perception swept across the entire playground, revealing the 10 fish-headed apes' details through his inside eye. Alone and isolated in the dead zone, Lin Yi had to proceed with extreme caution. Every step required careful planning. Acting without certainty was tantamount to courting death. What? Juvenile stage 86%, juvenile stage 93%, the remaining 8 are all around juvenile stage 52%. 2 elite demon beasts, this won't be easy. Xiao Hei's passive skill could indeed instantly kill all the demon beasts present, but only if he could latch onto a target. And it didn't mean they couldn't instantly kill Xiao Hei either. After all, Xiao Hei is only at 42% juvenile stage. Lin Yi strategized his offensive plan should he lure the tiger away from the mountain, feign an attack in the east to strike in the west, or perhaps drive the tiger to devour the wolf. In a daze, he heard the sound of droplets hitting the ground. He looked down, no water droplets at all. It was Xiao Hei drooling. The next instant, Xiao Hei couldn't hold back any longer and instinctively leaped down. Xiao Hei, couldn't you wait a moment after finishing your meal? No more reckless leaps next time. Xiao Hei looked at Lin Yi with a pout, his stomach growling loudly. Fortunately, he hadn't woken the fish-headed apes, otherwise, things would have gotten tricky. Lin Yi murmured, Xiao Hei has such an appetite even as a juvenile. I can't imagine how huge his stomach will be once he reaches the bronze stage. Woof. Xiao Hei's deafening roar echoed across the empty playground. The 10 fish-headed apes jolted awake instantly, halting their chewing. All turned their heads toward Xiao Hei. At a single glance, all but the elite demon beast grew restless. They hid behind the elite beast, furtively watching Xiao Hei's movements. Xiao Hei's stride was steady and powerful. Lin Yi could faintly sense that Xiao Hei was looking down on them. No wonder the oppressive aura of a divine beast was far more direct than bloodline suppression. Xiao Hei, it seems I underestimated you. If you're confident, devour them all, treat it as a midnight snack. Xiao Hei nodded. It understood Lin Yi's words perfectly. And the look in its eyes seemed to yearn for endless conversation with Lin Yi. In the next instant, Xiao Hei suddenly accelerated, lunging toward the 2 elite fish-headed apes. Lin Yi seized the opportunity to leap off Xiao Hei's back. The battle between the demon beasts was something Lin Yi couldn't intervene in, yet it would only slow Xiao Hei down. The 3 beasts collided. And in a single instant, the 2 elite fish-headed apes were sent flying 5 or 6 meters. Before they could recover, Xiao Hei lunged at them again. But this time, the 2 elite fish-headed apes seemed to have learned their lesson. They picked up iron rods to fight back against Xiao Hei. As the saying goes, an inch longer means an inch stronger. Before Xiao Hei could close in, he took 2 heavy blows to the head, instantly swelling into 2 red bumps. This left Lin Yi beside him heartbroken with worry. He couldn't bear to see Xiao Hei hurt, and those fish-headed apes were truly despicable. In his rage, Lin Yi came up with a plan. Xiao Hei, scratch with your claws. The newly learned Furious Claw Scratch made Xiao Hei's claws even sharper, triggering automatically upon contact with hard surfaces. Hearing Lin Yi's command, swiped at the iron rod with his claws. His speed was astonishing, 6 swipes in a single second. Could this wolf claw frenzy also boost Xiao Hei's attack speed? Either way, it's working. The 2 fish-headed apes, masters of the iron rod, saw their weapons instantly shredded to pieces by the claws. Without their weapons, the 10 fish-headed apes realized they were outmatched and scattered in all directions. Trying to escape? Too late. Xiao Hei, let's eat. Woof. Xiao Hei wiggled his hips, performing his pre-meal ritual. In the next instant, Xiao Hei charged like a wolf into a flock of sheep. Snapping fish heads one by one crunch. Shrieks filled the air. Before long, Xiao Hei rolled onto his back, dozing on the grass. Meanwhile, system notifications echoed one after another. Taotie, juvenile stage 100%, evolving. Gained 57 gluttony points, 81 points remaining. Congratulations, host, on devouring the C-grade demon beast fish-headed gorilla. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the demon beast compendium, fish-headed ape, juvenile stage 93%. Active skill, club swing strikes target with wooden clubs or similar weapons. Passive skill, voracious feast, ceaselessly devouring all food in sight. Survival instinct, iron stomach, doubles digestion speed, can digest and absorb metal, plastic, rocks, bones, rotten flesh, etc. Select iron stomach. Chapter 5, Beast Master Skills. Perception range is sufficient for now. Let's evolve the remaining gluttony points into iron stomach. This way, the moment those beasts enter Xiao Hei's stomach, they'll be digested and absorbed in an instant. Woof. Lin Yi looked up and hurried over to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei was rolling around on the ground, his body glowing and shedding fur. Its size fluctuating wildly. My high school beastmaster teacher once mentioned that during spirit beast evolution, there's a chance of failure. The cost is a reset of all growth progress. Both the spirit beast and the beastmaster would suffer severe injuries. This meant that if Xiao Hei failed, he too would be gravely injured. Left to fend for himself in this deadly wasteland. Xiao Hei, you absolutely must hold on. Lin Yi gripped Xiao Hei's beast paw, praying to the heavens for his safe evolution. Xiao Hei let out a soft whimper, staring intently at Lin Yi. Roar. Xiao Hei roared toward the heavens, as if challenging the heavens themselves. The next second, Xiao Hei stood up, flinging Lin Yi aside as his entire body underwent a fundamental transformation. Its body steadily grew larger, and its fur gradually transformed from pure black into a dazzling array of dark hues. The black flames beneath its feet burned fiercer than ever, and its fangs had grown half their previous length. Those sharp claws dug into the ground, instantly carving out a pit deep enough to bury Su Yao. In the end, Xiao Hei's physique more than doubled in size. Roughly 10 meters in length alone, standing as tall as a two-story building. Xiao Hei sprawled on the ground, rolling around playfully before Lin Yi, turning the entire playground into a chaotic mess. A single breath from its nostrils blew Lin Yi right off his feet. Xiao Hei, you still haven't grasped just how big you are, have you? Congratulations, host. Divine Beast Evolution successful. Taotie, Bronze Tier 0%. Passive skill, Devouring Realm ignores physical and magical defenses of targets below Silver Tier, devouring and learning one of their skills. Unlocked, Beast Tamer's Space. Can store divine beasts and other items within. Current capacity, 1 cubic kilometer. Acquired Beastmaster skill, Teleportation teleports to the location of the active contact, ignoring distance and obstacles. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Congratulations! The Taotie has acquired the skill Iron Stomach and Copper Intestines. Requires 2 gluttony points to upgrade to level 2. Lin Yi glanced at the system panel and, without hesitation, allocated all his gluttony points to Iron Stomach and Copper Intestines. Xiao Hei often eats all sorts of junk. Having an Iron Stomach and Copper Intestines is better than any stomach medicine. Health is the real capital. Congratulations! Iron Stomach has been upgraded to level 9. 72 gluttony points consumed. 9 points remaining. Notice, current gluttony is digesting a juvenile demon beast. Only 10 seconds required. Notice, current gluttony is digesting a bronze tier demon beast. Requires 100 seconds. What? 10 seconds to digest a demon beast? Lin Yi stared in disbelief. This far exceeded his expectations. Now that Xiao Hei had devoured the juvenile demon beast, he wouldn't need to lie down and doze off to digest it. Just a few steps would directly increase his growth points. What a dead zone. It's nothing special. Xiao Hei, this place is now your all-you-can-eat buffet. Woof. Xiao Hei wagged his tail and wiggled his hips in delight. Suddenly, a surge of killing intent flooded Lin Yi's mind. Little Black also grew alert, gazing toward the southeast corner. Killing intent detection. The surroundings were pitch black, but within the range of his killing intent perception, everything was clearer than daylight. Westward lies a towering mountain range, a dead end. This must be the edge of this deadly domain. Southeast corner. That's. The locked-on location was directly south of the milk tea shop, the lair of the fish-headed apes. But why were over 100 fish-headed apes surrounding something? Lin Yi focused his attention, straining to see the situation within the encirclement. A girl crouched at the center of the circle, a large bird circling overhead. The fish-headed apes were less than 100 meters away. That black metal hanging from her chest. She's a Beastmaster from the Beastmaster Temple. It's almost midnight. Why is she still here? Every Beastmaster who awakens their talent at the Beastmaster Temple receives a medal. A black iron medal signifies a juvenile stage Beastmaster. But young Beastmasters usually travel in groups when venturing into this dead zone. Her solitary presence, refusing to leave, was truly peculiar. Could it be her companions abandoned her? Lin Yi's parents had always reminded him since childhood, saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. It's too far now, it's too late to go back. As the demon beast horde closed in, Lin Yi suddenly remembered he had unlocked the Beastmaster skill teleportation. Since I'm already locating her, I'll just mark that spot with inside eye. Lin Yi locked the inside eye onto the girl. Lu Qian, Juvenile Beastmaster. Spirit Beast, Skylark. Talent, D grade. Spirit Beast trait, Whirling Wind and Rising Sand flaps its wings to stir up dust from the ground, disorienting targets. Lin Yi tugged at Xiao Hei and snorted coldly, teleport. In the next instant, Lin Yi felt himself and Xiao Hei enveloped by a blue orb of light. Soaring into the air before hovering mid-flight, then hurtling toward their target, Lu Qian. Southernmost edge of Zone D's dead zone. Lu Qian leaned against the basketball hoop, gasping for breath. Her floral dress was already caked in mud. Curled up, too afraid to look up at the fish-headed apes. Yao Yao, Li Yuan. Where are you? We were supposed to meet here. Why am I all alone? I'm so scared. Lu Qian sobbed. While nearby, the lark swayed unsteadily, yet still flapped its wings with all its might. It let out a furious cry toward the encircling fish-headed apes. Then it flapped its wings rapidly, as if using its last ounce of strength to help its master escape. But the dust it kicked up was barely noticeable. And its master had already lost the courage to flee. Little sparrow, go. Leave me behind. Lu Qian pushed at the lark. The lark seemed to understand her words, landing on her shoulder, reluctant to leave. Lu Qian forced a faint smile and said, "Even if the whole world abandons me, at least you're still here with me, little sparrow." Gradually, the fish-headed ape closed in rapidly. And in the blink of an eye, it was less than 10 meters from Lu Qian. Terrified, Lu Qian instinctively buried her face in her arms and closed her eyes in despair. Ah! Yet the agonizing blow she'd imagined from the elite fish-headed ape never came. Ah woo! Lu Qian heard a different kind of beastly roar. Not from the fish-headed ape. This roar carried a deep, domineering wildness. Curiosity piqued, Lu Qian slowly lifted her head and opened her eyes. And nearly dropped her jaw in shock. A colossal, 10-meter-long black shadow darted through the demon beast horde. Wherever it went, the fish-headed apes became its prey. Even the elite fish-headed apes were no match for the great black beast. In a single encounter, an elite fish-headed ape had its head torn off, its body crashing to the ground. Digestion complete, growth progress, bronze tier 15%. Are you kidding me? After devouring over 100 fish-headed apes, it only added a fraction of a percent? Forget it, forget it. At least I anticipated bronze stage growth would be slower. The growth rate slowed by a factor of 10. It seemed devouring juvenile demon beasts no longer benefited Xiaohei as much. Perhaps only consuming bronze tier beasts will accelerate growth. It grew again? Lu Qian stood frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, the massive black beast before her surged another meter in size. Lin Yi summoned Xiaohei into his beast taming space and slowly approached Lu Qian, noticing the wounds covering her body. And happened to have some bruise ointment on him. Your knee's injured. Let me apply the ointment for you. Chapter 6, Su Yao's New Flame. Lu Qian froze, her face flushing as her heartbeat quickened. She stole glances and darted her eyes away. Her expression visibly flustered. She thought to herself, he's so handsome, he probably isn't a bad guy, right? Oh no. He must have noticed me staring at him. What should I do? He's coming over. Lu Qian instinctively took a step back. But with the basketball hoop behind her, there was nowhere left to retreat. Thank you for saving me. This minor injury doesn't warrant your trouble. Lin Yi saw her knee was badly injured. If it wasn't disinfected promptly, it might get infected. He gently lifted her pale calf, cleaned the wound, and carefully applied antiseptic. How to put it? Lu Qian refused verbally, but her body was honest. Her movements cooperated fully with Lin Yi. Do you have a girlfriend? Lu Qian's voice was so soft that Lin Yi could barely make out her words. No wonder single-handedly defeating 100 fish-headed apes without injury meant he was unmatched even in his youth. If word got out, wouldn't the entire temple tremble? Such a formidable individual had saved her and tended to her wounds. Lu Qian's heart had already surrendered to him, yet when the words reached her lips, they lacked conviction, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. After all, her spirit beast, the Cloud Lark, was only a D-grade juvenile. Her inferiority complex made her feel unworthy of the Lin Yi before her. You misunderstand. I came here solely to grow stronger. After bandaging Lu Qian's wounds, Lin Yi rose and continued. Your wounds are bandaged. This place is dangerous. I advise you to return to the quarantine zone soon. What happens to you from here on out is none of my concern. All right. Seeing the resolute look in Lin Yi's eyes, Lu Qian felt a mix of emotions. But she didn't know that Lin Yi had just endured a failed relationship and now focused solely on enhancing his strength. Believing only this path could ensure his survival in this cold, unforgiving world. Just as Lin Yi prepared to rise and leave. Beep beep beep. It was the ringtone of a phone call coming in for Lu Qian. So late. It must be her parents. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's parents had been taken over by the Vine Beast, becoming mindless puppets. Where the Vine Beast had dragged them off to in the dead zone, Lin Yi had no way of knowing. But Lin Yi knew that once he became a beast master, he would have the chance to enter the Deadlands and search for his parents' whereabouts. Even if he only found their remains, he would fulfill his filial duty, give them a proper burial, and lay them to rest. Lu Qian answered the video call. Hey! Yao Yao, where are you? Xiao Qian, why are you still stuck in the dead zone? You're hopeless. Ha! Didn't you and Li Yuan tell me to wait for you at the basketball court? I waited forever and didn't see you, then I got surrounded by beasts. The voice on the other end snapped, No. Xiao Qian, you're an adult now. Why did you keep waiting like a fool? I'm speechless. Lu Qian was at a loss for words. I don't see any monsters around you anyway. Just come back on your own. And pick up some late-night snacks for me and Li Yuan while you're at it. The voice on the other end belonged to Su Yao. Lin Yi recognized it instantly, there was no mistaking it. Lin Yi walked over to Lu Qian and snatched the phone back. On the screen was Su Yao, heavily made up with silver blue hair, looking quite alluring. Su Yao, how dare you say such things? If Lu Qian doesn't wait for you, will you blame her for breaking her promise? Or even turn it around and accuse her? Lin Yi had seen through Su Yao's character. She'd been putting on a facade during their relationship. This was her true self, arrogant, rude, and utterly depraved. Lin Yi, what are you doing near my Xiao Qian? Get away from her immediately. I warn you not to harbor any improper intentions toward Xiao Qian. Lu Qian hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. Yao Yao isn't what you think. He saved me. He's incredibly talented, and handsome too. I know now he's your ex-boyfriend, but you're with Li Yuan now. Like I don't know him? Lin Yi is a talentless loser who can't even awaken his abilities. What good is being handsome? I don't want him, he's trash, unworthy of you. Lin Yi was speechless and couldn't be bothered to argue. He pulled out Zhao Kai's phone and chuckled softly. Ha! Su Yao, you've already found a new guy right after we broke up? So what? He's better than you. I'm willing to spend 5 million to cultivate him. Lin Yi pulled up Zhao Kai's chat history on the phone, along with the insurance policy activation text from his own phone. The WeChat messages revealed Zhao Kai and Su Yao's conspiracy to kill Lin Yi, documented in full detail. What do you think if I post all these chat logs and the insurance activation text online? I wonder what that guy, Li Yuan, would think about it. On the other end of the screen, Su Yao's face visibly flushed crimson with rage. You're a man, yet you can't understand a woman's predicament at all? You're so petty. Soon, all your dirty secrets will be exposed across the entire internet. Beep beep. With that, Lin Yi ended the video call. If Lin Yi were to post all the recordings online now, it would inevitably draw the attention of the investigation team. Zhao Kai was indeed killed by Lin Yi, but it was self-defense. A clear conscience fears no shadow. But Su Yao would be in deep trouble: murder, insurance fraud, and betraying Lu Qian. If word reached the Beastmaster Temple, it was obvious the Temple Master would distance himself from Su Yao to protect the temple's reputation. At that point, Su Yao's nightmare would only just begin. I'm sorry. Lu Qian suddenly apologized. This is between Su Yao and me. There's nothing to apologize for. Now I'm going to post all this incriminating evidence online and help you vent your anger while I'm at it. Lin Yi pulled out his phone and uploaded the chat logs, the policy activation text messages, and all the call recordings to the short video platform DY. Lin Yi, I wasn't talking about this. Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned and asked, not this matter? Then why are you apologizing? Lin Yi turned around and looked down to see Yin Yu lying on the ground, her belly round and plump, resembling a mother hen. I'm sorry. Skylarks have an innate craving for beast cores. Earlier, when you cleared out 100 demon beasts, there were over 30 beast cores. Skylarks ate them all. Whoa. Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath. He'd been so focused on feeding Xiao Hei the beasts that he'd almost forgotten they dropped cores. But Xiao Hei eats everything except beast cores. Keeping them wasn't a bad idea. A single beast core from a juvenile monster was worth 200,000 credits. Wait. 20 multiplied by 300,000. 6 million yuan just eaten by your stupid bird. Lin Yi came from an ordinary family. 200,000 yuan was already an astronomical sum. 6 million was beyond his wildest dreams. He headed straight to the awakening ceremony upon reaching adulthood. Lin Yi wasn't doing it for anything else. He was terrified of poverty. Becoming a beastmaster came with harsh requirements, but if he succeeded in awakening even as a D rank with abysmal talent, could leapfrog social barriers. Money, status, privileges, preferential treatment, beautiful women, all within easy reach. I'm so sorry, Lin Yi. I'll find a way to pay you back. Lu Qian's eyes glistened as she fidgeted with her pant leg, utterly at a loss. After a long moment, Lin Yi composed himself and said, this is the only way. You can't help me by staying here. You should return to the quarantine zone. It's so late. Why don't we go back together? Lin Yi shook his head, pulling out the torn heavenly list. I'm going to slaughter every demon beast in this dead domain. What? You tore down the heavenly list. Lu Qian covered her mouth and stumbled back, her eyes wide as saucers. Chapter 7, I'm here to slaughter your entire clan. The rules of the heavenly list were well known to every beastmaster. The moment one tears it down, slaying every demon beast in the dead domain alone becomes a feat as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yet the reward could elevate one to the heavens in a single bound. Lin Yi nodded, his face showing not a trace of worry. As if unveiling the heavenly list held no sense of impending danger for him. At least since entering the dead domain, he hadn't encountered any troublesome beasts. And within his killing intense range, the demon beast lords were merely bronze tier. To Xiao Hei, bronze tier was nothing more than food. Do you realize how dangerous this is? You could die. Lu Qian looked visibly anxious, clearly worried that Lin Yi would face danger. Danger? I don't see any. You're being reckless. Even a D-rank death domain still has at least one silver stage demon king guarding it. No matter how powerful your spirit beast is, it's no match for a silver stage demon king. In Lin Yi's understanding, Su Zhang's death zones and lockdown zones were graded alphabetically. D represented the lowest tier of death zones and lockdown zones, with the highest ranked powerhouse being at the silver stage. If a single person or beast reached the gold stage, the entire zone's classification would leap to C rank. But how incredibly difficult it is to break into the gold tier. Countless talents get stuck in bronze, never even reaching silver, let alone gold. I don't need you to remind me of that. If you think it's dangerous, leave as soon as possible. As for that 6 million, I expect you to return it to me when we meet next. Beyond strengthening himself, Lin Yi needed money even more. Though this was the age of beast masters, money could still solve most problems. Had he possessed sufficient funds as a child, his parents could have taken him to Suzhou's finest hospital for demon beast removal surgery. Perhaps then, his childhood might have resembled that of other children, with a joyful, complete family. Without money or status, going there would have been futile. Lin Yi still vividly remembered that rainy night 10 years ago. His parents' illnesses were still manageable, yet his grandparents, desperate to fund their treatment, had emptied their life savings and still couldn't cover the medical bills. His grandfather, a man in his 60s, knelt before the doctor, only to be pushed away coldly. Meanwhile, the family of a beastmaster suffering from the same illness was granted special privileges by the hospital treatment first, payment later. From that moment on, Lin Yi resolved to rise above it all to become a beastmaster. To be revered by all. One failed awakening? That's nothing. Lin Yi has achieved it, now becoming a true beastmaster. But that was far from enough. He must become even stronger. Why are you so stubborn? Lin Yi ignored him and turned to leave. Xiaohei, let's go. Killing intent perception. Lin Yi expanded his perception range. The instant he released it, he sensed a massive disturbance throughout the entire dead zone. Northeast direction. All the saber-toothed wolves are gathering together. What are they up to? Under normal circumstances, elite demon beasts would lead their packs to patrol the surrounding territory. Now they're all gathered around the Lord. It must signify some major action. Having just used his teleportation ability, Lin Yi could only proceed on foot for the remainder of the journey. After walking for a while, Lin Yi noticed Lu Qian had been trailing behind him the entire time, showing no intention of leaving. So Lin Yi stopped and demanded, "Why are you following me?" Lu Qian tapped her fingers and murmured, "You saved me earlier. I should help you as much as I can. After all, if you fail to complete the heavenly rankings, you'll die. What does that have to do with you?" Holding the sleeping Skylark, Lu Qian followed Lin Yi step for step. One should never harbor malicious intent, but one must also remain vigilant. Though Lu Qian now seemed to have lowered her guard around Lin Yi, he sensed she remained Su Yao's confidant at heart. And it was hard to fathom how she could still choose to associate with Su Yao after what she'd said earlier. As they walked on, Lin Yi arrived back at their starting point, the milk tea shop now beside them. "I don't know where the exit is, but this bubble tea shop's rolling door is the most intact. Until I complete my mission, you stay inside and don't try any tricks. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot." If Lu Qian killed a demon beast before dawn, Lin Yi's heavenly list mission would fail. To ensure absolute certainty, Lin Yi had no choice but to lock Lu Qian inside the shop. To Lin Yi's surprise, after being locked inside, Lu Qian didn't cry or fuss. Instead, she calmly said, "Lin Yi, make sure you come back safely. Let's go." Lin Yi mounted Xiaohei and set off toward the northeast. Having consumed over 100 fish-headed apes, Xiaohei, this beast, stood nearly 12 meters tall, larger than 2 elephants combined. Riding him felt like boarding a bus. With such immense bulk, the ground trembled beneath his strides. The already cracked asphalt crumbled further beneath Xiaohei's trampling hooves. "Xiaohei, we're undeniably powerful now, but we must keep a low profile. We can't be too conspicuous. Too much commotion would inevitably attract unwanted trouble." Hearing the command, Xiaohei gradually slowed his pace, trying to minimize the noise. Killing intent detection. Ha! How could this be? Within his perception range, Lin Yi detected a fish-headed ape as tall as a 2-story building emerging from the direction of the basketball court, clutching a street lamp as it charged straight toward him. It wasn't hard to guess this was the fish-headed ape's leader. And it had come seeking vengeance after Lin Yi had slaughtered its entire clan. Similarly, the saber-toothed wolves seemed to have caught Xiaohei's scent, charging toward them with over 100 wolves in tow. "Xiaohei, take out the saber-toothed wolf pack first." "Oh, whoa!" Xiaohei roared and charged toward the pack. A pack of juvenile cubs, plus a bronze-tier saber-toothed wolf king, were no match for Xiaohei, this divine beast. But that fish-headed ape lord was truly bizarre. And when Lin Yi scanned its information earlier, he was completely baffled. Fish-headed ape lord, bronze-tier complete form. Grade B. Traits: skilled with clubs, immense brute strength. What did perfect form even mean? Lin Yi had never encountered such a thing before. So between the two threats, he'd tackle the familiar one first. "Xiaohei, be quick when you kill it. There's another silver-ranked demon beast in this D-ranked dead zone. Make it fast." Soon, Xiaohei halted his steps. The entire wolf pack had gathered in the dilapidated stadium. Xiaohei circled around to the side of the pack, looking down at them. Ensuring absolute safety, Lin Yi scanned the area and found nothing amiss. Since that's the case, "Xiaohei, dinner's served." Roar. Xiaohei opened his gaping maw and roared downward, its voice booming with piercing intensity. Some of the young wolf cubs below were instantly shaken to death, blood gushing from their 7 orifices. "I intended to let you live a little longer, but it seems you've come to me of your own accord, boy. To dare kill my subjects by law, you deserve death." Lin Yi stared in shock. The saber-toothed wolf king before him could actually speak human language. Truly, as a lord-level demon beast, it possessed innate intelligence. After the meteor disaster, a few mutated animals became demon beasts, their intelligence far surpassing that of humans. The Wolf King clan, having interacted with beast tamers for so long, naturally picked up a few human phrases. This was hardly an unusual occurrence. Well, what a coincidence. Today, I've come to slaughter your entire clan. Chapter 8, Two Lords Unite. How arrogant. You think binding some ugly beast makes you invincible? Minions, tear it apart. The saber-toothed wolf king muttered under his breath, bronze tier. Judging by its size, it should be roughly my equal. Let the young wolves wear it down first. I'll finish it off later. Woo. The wolf king let out a howl, and the remaining 100 saber-toothed wolves surged forward. Xiaohei, it called you ugly. Can you take that? Xiaohei leapt from the stadium barrier onto the spectator stands, his paws scraping the ground as hot breath puffed from his nostrils. It was clear Xiaohei deeply resented being called ugly. The wolf king's words had pushed him to the brink of fury. In the next instant, Xiaohei plunged from the stands, lunging fiercely at the wolf pack. In a single flash, Xiaohei devoured over a dozen saber-toothed wolves in one gulp. What kind of monster are you? You're not a spirit beast. The wolf king bared his teeth, glaring at Xiaohei as he retreated. What are you all standing around for? All elites, attack together. Lin Yi stood in the stands, sneering coldly. The young wolf cubs were mere snacks for Xiaohei, only the wolf king was worth his while. In the legends of the Dragon Kingdom, the dragon gave birth to 9 offspring, and the Taotie was one of them, dragon-like yet not quite a dragon, a voracious glutton. The more it devoured, the stronger it grew. Legend claimed it could swallow the heavens and earth, treating mountains, rivers, and seas as mere appetizers. Its appetite for food was boundless. As the master of the gluttonous beast, Lin Yi couldn't let it go hungry alongside him. Eat. Devour voraciously. 10 elite saber-toothed wolves lunged toward Xiaohei. Their bodies weren't even as tall as Xiaohei's knees, measuring only 3 meters in length, only to be crushed under Xiaohei's paw in an instant. What of these beasts? Xiaohei is an apocalyptic divine beast. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Xiaohei's belly grew noticeably rounder, devouring all 100 saber-toothed wolves whole. He wouldn't even spare the bloodstains on the ground, licking them clean. What followed was predictable. Xiaohei's iron stomach and copper intestines instantly digested the 100 wolf cubs. And then, its body rapidly expanded. Digestion complete. Growth progress, bronze stage 30%. Bronze stage growth is indeed much more laborious. Over 100 wolves only added 15%. The path to silver stage still stretches far ahead. At this moment, the saber-toothed wolf king showed signs of hesitation, his body retreating step by step. You digested them. How did you do that? That's impossible. Xiaohei paid no heed, pressing forward relentlessly. The next second, the saber-toothed wolf king lay down, exposing its belly to Xiaohei. Lin Yi knew the belly was a weakness for many demon beasts, the most primal form of communication among wild creatures. Even after transforming into a demon beast, the survival instinct ingrained in its bones remained unchanged. Lin Yi frowned. Wolves were cunning creatures, especially the alpha, ferocious and treacherous, intolerant of intruders on their territory. It had the strength to fight, yet suddenly showed weakness. Something was off. Sure enough, Xiaohei, observing the wolf king's fawning display of weakness, lost all desire to fight. Xiaohei! Finish this quickly. Lin Yi realized this was the alpha wolf's delaying tactic. It was waiting for reinforcements. Xiaohei received the command and launched an attack on the wolf king. Its gaping maw was large enough to swallow a car hole. Swish! The saber-toothed wolf king moved with agile reflexes, rolling backward swiftly to evade Xiaohei's ferocious lunge. Ugly brute, whatever you are, your most formidable weapon is that maw. As long as I don't get bitten, the outcome remains uncertain. The wolf king's agility was formidable. His saber-toothed fangs could easily tear through concrete walls. His strength was not to be underestimated. In contrast, failed to land a single bite during the next few rounds of lunging and tearing. Little Black wasn't known for agility after all. Agility was a survival trait for the weak. As a divine beast, Xiaohei didn't need to dodge at all. He simply charged in to devour his prey. With his offensive efforts proving futile, Xiaohei stood his ground, waiting for the wolf king to pounce. Seeing this, the wolf king circled Xiaohei twice, hesitating to strike. Damn it! He's practically walking around with open wounds, yet I feel like the moment I strike, it'll be me who ends up dead. Growing bored with the weight, Xiaohei lay down on the ground and dozed off. What? Daring to sleep in front of me? This is an insult to wolves. This cannot be tolerated. Die! The wolf king roared and lunged, biting straight for Xiaohei's spine. His nearly meter-long fangs touched Xiaohei's skin. Snap! The saber-toothed wolf king's fangs snapped clean in two, falling to the ground. The excruciating pain shot through his heart, causing the wolf king to scramble wildly with his tail tucked between his legs. I used to think wolves were intelligent creatures, but now it seems this wolf king is rather foolish, trying to bite through the skin of a divine beast. Xiaohei, being the son of a dragon, possessed not only steel-like bones but also a body covered in dragon scales. Not even armor-piercing rounds could breach it, let alone teeth. Deprived of its fangs, the wolf king could only rely on its blunt claws to engage Xiaohei. After several rounds, Xiaohei's evolved claws proved vastly superior, sharp as steel blades. They left the wolf king covered in wounds. The saber-toothed wolf king was cornered, with nowhere to flee. Xiaohei, devour it! Xiaohei darted excitedly around the stadium. It seemed the saber-toothed wolf king had lost its ability to fight. For Xiao, such a large wolf meant he could feast to his heart's content. After the ritualistic moment passed, Xiao opened his gaping maw, ready to swallow the wolf king whole. Just then, a shrill, piercing laugh echoed from above the stadium. Eek hee 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 hee. It made Lin Yi feel uneasy. Who's there? Show yourself. Old buddy, how come you can't even handle two little brats? Before the words had even finished, Lin Yi saw a streetlight flying toward Xiao mid-air. Xiao, get out of the way. Whoosh. Xiao twisted his waist, dodging the incoming lamppost with a swift turn. In the next instant, the lamp was embedded halfway into the ground. Lin Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If that had hit Xiao, he'd be covered in bruises. Thud. The earth trembled slightly. The fish-headed ape king descended from the sky. Standing 7 meters tall with an obese frame, it effortlessly pulled the streetlight out of the ground with one hand. But the stench emanating from it was truly overpowering, the pungent odor nearly knocking Lin Yi unconscious. Even Xiao took a couple of steps back. Brother fish, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, this beast would have devoured me whole. Wolf buddy, cut the melodrama. You smelled me coming a mile away. Haha, nothing escapes brother fish. This man and beast have slaughtered so many of my subjects. Today, I'll make them regret ever being born. Lin Yi now saw clearly the cunning of the saber-toothed wolf king. His earlier feigned death had been a ruse, all to conserve his strength. Human, it's been over a decade. You're the first to venture here alone. To fall by the hands of our two great lords, you have every reason to be proud. Chapter 9, Crimson Flame Demon Elephant. Lin Yi chuckled lightly and said, you're next on the menu. Kid, what's your big talk before you bite off more than you can chew? The fish-headed ape king sneered with utter contempt, not giving Little Black a second thought. Brother you, this black beast is peculiar. My 2 missing teeth are thanks to it. Hearing this, the fish-headed ape king let out another shrill laugh. Ha ha ha. That's because you're useless. I'm a fully formed bronze tier beast unmatched among my peers. Unrivaled in my tier. Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. So that's what they meant by fully matured, no wonder it's so confident. Looks like this won't be easy to handle. Lin Yi recalled his teacher mentioning that when a demon beast reached its complete form, it could no longer grow further. Lin Yi turned to look at Xiao, still looking utterly lazy, showing not a hint of pressure. Was this the innate confidence of a divine beast? Xiao, go. Kill them. But Xiao merely scratched his nose, shook his head at Lin Yi, and looked utterly aggrieved. Kid, your spirit beast doesn't seem to listen to you. The fish-headed ape king sneered mockingly at Lin Yi. Could it be that he finds you too smelly? Why don't you take a bath first, then sprinkle some perfume on yourself? That way, Xiao won't taste so foul when he eats you. What did you say? How dare you? The fish-headed ape king seemed furious, feeling deeply offended. The next instant, the fish-headed ape king swung a street lamp, smashing it toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi instinctively shielded his eyes with his arm. In a daze, Lin Yi heard Xiao's low growl. Roar. The roar tore from his throat, sounding like a dragon's chant yet echoing a tiger's howl, shaking both demon beast lords to their cores. Fish brother. You pissed on me. You did too. You left a yellow puddle. I stepped right in it. The 2 demon beast lords were so terrified by the roar that they instinctively trembled, as if suppressed by some overwhelming force. The ape king with the fish head murmured, what is the origin of this black beast? Why can't even I meet its gaze? It doesn't seem to be a native beast. Should we find a way to escape first and let that noble one decide? That master hasn't appeared in ages. Rather than flee, let's fight to the death. As they debated, completely unaware that Xiao had already crept closer. To kill Lin Yi was to touch Xiao's sore spot. What awaited them was a raging, ferocious beast. By the time the fish-headed ape king noticed, Xiao was already within striking distance. Brother Wolf, you go first. Wolf brother? The fish-headed ape turned to find the saber-toothed wolf king had already slipped away. Leaving him alone to face Xiao one-on-one. The fish-headed ape king tried to reassure himself, but it did little good. I'm not afraid. I'm a fully formed bronze stage fish-headed ape, the lord of this domain. I won't run away like that cowardly wolf king. As Xiao drew nearer, the fish-headed ape king's resolve crumbled. His body stiffened, even the strength to shift his feet sealed away. Yet his survival instinct kicked in, driving him to swing a punch at Xiao. The heavy blow struck down. Xiao opened his massive jaws one bite, and severed the fish-headed ape king's arm, swallowing it whole. Then, Xiao lashed out with a claw. With tremendous force and momentum, leaving a half-meter deep gash across the fish-headed gorilla king's chest as blood gushed out instantly. Xiao, this fish-head meat is a bit rotten, eat less of it. The fish-headed ape king, regaining his senses, shoved Xiao away with all his might. Then it scrambled toward the spectator stands above. Chase. Xiao seized the moment and gave chase, with Lin Yi hot on his heels. With several agile leaps, They leapt directly to the outer perimeter of the stadium. Lin Yi could only hear the sounds of combat, but he couldn't see Xiao He anywhere. Yet the next instant, Xiao He was flung back by a powerful force. What's going on? Who could possibly send Xiao He flying with a single move? Killing intent detection. Directly ahead. What is that? The Demon King. Scarlet Flame Demon Elephant, Silver rank 9%. Grade B. Ability, Crimson Flame Source channels cosmic energy into fiery kinetic power. Traits, thick hide, brutal to the extreme, immense strength. A silver-tiered demon beast has actually awakened an ability. How powerful. In the next instant, a 20-meter-tall Crimson Flame Demon Elephant thrust its head through the stadium barrier before smashing through the entire wall. In its left hand, it held the severed head of the saber-toothed Wolf King. In its right hand was a fish head. Its body had been instantly devoured, leaving only white bones. Lin Yi gazed up at the Crimson Flame Demon Elephant. Beneath its tusks, rows of razor-sharp fangs gleamed like 2 rows of serrated blades. Its entire body blazed with crimson flames. Even from 100 meters away, Lin Yi felt the heat scorching his face. 100 years. You must be the human from the heaven-shattering list. The Crimson Flame Demon Elephant murmured, yet its voice boomed clearly in Lin Yi's ears. Lin Yi offered no reply, merely presenting the heavenly list for its inspection. A bronze stage beast capable of holding its own against 2 opponents? This black beast of yours must not be a spirit beast, but a forbidden beast. Forbidden beast? This was the first time Lin Yi had heard this term. When awakening Xiao He, no letters appeared in his palm, only the character swallow. Indeed, he was different from other beast tamers. But Xiao He was a divine beast. What on earth was a forbidden beast? You needn't know what it is. Just know that you will be eliminated today. This world demands balance. Lin Yi couldn't comprehend what the Crimson Flame Demon Elephant was saying. But this battle promised little hope for survival. Xiao He, get up! That earlier toss had knocked Xiao He into a daze. Xiao He shook his head and roared at the Crimson Flame Demon Elephant. Woof! You little brat talks big, but can you handle this ball of flame? The Crimson Flame Demon Elephant spewed 2 balls of flame from its nostrils, hurling them toward Xiao He. Comparing their sizes, Xiao He was barely as big as one of the Crimson Flame Demon Elephant's legs. They weren't even in the same league. Leveraging his small size and agility, dashing swiftly to the base of the Crimson Flame Demon Elephant, it opened its massive jaws and clamped down on the elephant's leg. Lin Yi froze in shock. It didn't bite through. Damn, that's hard. Xiao He's bite could easily devour any bronze stage demon beast, but against a silver stage demon beast, proved utterly insignificant, failing even to breach its defenses. The next second, the Crimson Flame Demon Elephant extended its trunk, sweeping Xiao He up in one swift motion. Then it exerted tremendous force. Awoo! Xiao He let out a heart-wrenching howl. Similarly, Lin Yi felt a pain as if his spine were snapping. Xiao He! If this continues, both Xiao He and I will die. Beast Tamer's Realm, activate. When a Beast Master and their spirit beast reach the bronze rank, they unlock the Beast Master's space, achieving a perfect mind-to-mind connection. The first activation demands immense mental energy, and failure to concentrate could not only prevent its activation but also cause cardiac arrest. Life hung in the balance. Lin Yi had no time to think twice. Without Xiao He, Lin Yi would have perished on that chilling street long ago. Seconds later, Lin Yi suddenly snapped his eyes open and roared, open. His palms hovered in midair, projecting a blue light cube, the very essence of the beast taming space. Xiao He, come back! Xiao He, coiled around the elephant's trunk, dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and slipped into the beast taming space. Within the cube projection, Xiao He shrank into a tiny black dot barely discernible without close inspection. Lock on, teleport. In the sea of consciousness, the only target he could lock onto and connect with was Lu Qian at the milk tea shop. Chapter 10, Now it's my turn to protect you. Milk tea shop. Lin Yi stumbled into the shop and fell to the floor. Thud. In order to quickly open the beast taming space, Lin Yi had forcibly drained his vital energy, leaving him deathly pale. Now unable to even stand steadily. Lin Yi, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Lu Qian fumbled frantically, tearing off a piece of cloth to bandage his wounds, only to discover there were no wounds on his body at all. Only blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Lin Yi forced himself to speak, his voice strained, you must leave now. The Demon King devoured 2 lords. It will find us here soon. If you wait, it will be too late. Lu Qian didn't move. Her voice was soft as she replied. Don't talk nonsense. You saved me once, how could I stand by and do nothing now? Don't waste your strength. With those words, Lin Yi plunged into unconsciousness. Yet his consciousness remained lucid. His killing intent perception clearly scanned the surroundings. This is Yunyu evolving? The beast cores within the Skylark had begun gradually absorbing and converting into the energy required for its evolution. In the next instant, the Skylark hovered motionless in midair, its entire body radiating a golden glow. What's happening? Lu Qian retreated to a corner, trembling uncontrollably. This was the first time Lin Yi had witnessed such a phenomenon, but he could confirm that the lark was undergoing evolution. Some spirit beasts awaken their true selves during growth, thereby advancing their ranks, a process requiring vast amounts of energy as a foundation. Thus, these beast cores became the nourishment for the skylark's evolution. The skylark's cry was piercingly shrill. And Lin Yi sensed that the crimson flame demon elephant had detected their presence and was rapidly approaching. Suddenly, Lin Yi was overcome by a terrible foreboding. Yet he couldn't move, his body was utterly drained. And worse still, Lin Yi could also sense Xiao Hei's agony. Inside the beast taming space, Xiao Hei lay barely clinging to life, his spine dislocated by the crimson flame demon elephant's grip. "Xiao Hei, it's my fault." Just as Lin Yi felt a wave of despair wash over him, a dazzling flash erupted from the skylark, its scorching energy baking Lin Yi's physical form. Boom! Lin Yi felt his eardrums shatter from the deafening blast, half his body scorched raw. What the hell is this stupid bird trying to do? With a deafening roar, the rolling door was blown open. Lin Yi was hurled onto the roof before crashing back down. Meanwhile, Lu Qian was shielded by the skylark's protective barrier the instant the explosion occurred, instantly nullifying the impact. Lin Yi cursed under his breath, "You idiot bird. I gave you all those beast cores to eat, and now you're repaying kindness with betrayal, huh?" This idiot must have overheard Lin Yi telling Lu Qian to return the 6 million, now he's trying to silence her? The thought sent a chill down Lin Yi's spine. If that were the case, Lin Yi was as good as dead. At that moment, Lin Yi lay mortally wounded from the explosion, his consciousness fading. All he could see was the skylark, now utterly transformed. Entirely crimson like a peacock, its body shimmering with illusory flames, resembling an auspicious bird. Vermilion bird, bronze tier 1%. Divine beast grade, fire god class. Characteristics: fire of blessing, capable of deploying protective formations and healing allied targets within the area. A healing bird? This outcome caught Lin Yi completely off guard. The dumb bird, Cloudlark, had started out as a mere D rank, yet after devouring over 30 beast cores, it had directly evolved into a divine beast. "I'll never call you dumb bird again. Can you heal me first?" Lin Yi desperately needed healing, but he couldn't utter a single sound. Just then, the floor began to shatter. And the crimson flame demon elephant's roar echoed outside the door, shattering the windows and doors in an instant. "They're already catching up this fast." Lin Yi couldn't see, but he could clearly sense the demon elephant's massive trunk bearing down on the milk tea shop. If it were to trample him, Lin Yi would surely die. At the critical moment, Lu Qian dashed outside and shouted at the crimson flame demon elephant. "Get lost!" The crimson flame demon elephant halted abruptly, sneering contemptuously. "Little woman, crushing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. But I smell the scent of a forbidden beast. Hand it over, or die." "Not a chance!" Lu Qian roared, turning to look at the barely conscious Lin Yi. She whispered, "Lin Yi, this time, I'll be the one to protect you. Human, you have thoroughly enraged this king." The crimson flame demon elephant's massive foot descended like a mountain, crushing down. Lu Qian instinctively shielded her head. "It's over. You fool. You don't have the strength for this. Why did you insist on saving me?" Lin Yi had repeatedly urged her to leave the dead zone earlier, but Lu Qian clung to him like a spell, seizing every chance to help him. Sure enough, women's minds were beyond his comprehension. But one thing Lin Yi understood clearly: now, he truly was going to die alongside Lu Qian. Just as the crimson flame demon elephant's massive foot was about to crush them, the vermilion bird flapped its golden wings. A circular formation spanning 100 square meters gradually rose from the ground. The erased patterns resembled ancient bone script, igniting flames half a meter high along the inscriptions. Somehow, Lin Yi felt an odd sense of ease within the flames. His wounds were healing rapidly, and he felt no pain whatsoever. Simultaneously, Xiao Hei within the beast taming space was also rapidly recovering from his injuries, occasionally letting out low growls as it thoroughly enjoyed the flames tempering its body. The crimson flame demon elephant's massive foot hovered midair, seemingly blocked by the erase power, unable to advance even an inch. What's going on? What kind of formation is this? Refusing to believe in misfortune, the crimson flame demon elephant immediately positioned its entire body above the formation. Strangely, the formation actually withstood its weight. How is this possible? It's just a stupid bird. I am a silver stage great demon. The crimson flame demon elephant leapt wildly above the formation, its fleshy rolls jiggling like jelly. After much futile struggle, its entire body hovered mid-air, roaring with fury. At that very moment, Lin Yi felt the beast slumbering within him awaken. Xiao Hei burst out of the beast taming space with a roar. Xiao Hei, whose spine had been shattered, was now fully restored. "You're actually unharmed? Little Black, you've successfully piqued this king's interest." The crimson flame demon elephant roared, "Demon elephant stomp." In the next instant, the once impregnable formation began to shatter into pieces. The vermilion bird burned out. Unable to withstand the pressure, it let out a mournful cry before crashing to the ground, only to be swiftly recalled by Lu Qian into her beast taming space. Lin Yi, a silver stage demon king, isn't something a bronze stage can resist. There's an unbridgeable chasm between them. So, we should flee first. Lin Yi chuckled softly in response. I'd still flee if we met again. But rather than running forever, why not face it? What if I win? Chapter 11, The Balancer. Escape? Where could he possibly flee? The moment he exposed the heavenly rankings, retreat became impossible. Sooner or later, he would have to confront every demon beast in this death domain. Roar! Xiao He roared, his voice carrying the weight of fury. The crimson flame demon elephant sensed Xiao He's provocation and instantly swung its massive trunk, charging toward him. But this time, Xiao He deftly dodged the trunk strike. And with his agile, compact body, swiftly darted beneath the crimson flame demon elephant. He began tearing into the crimson flame demon elephant's belly with frenzied bites. Little Black truly lives up to its reputation as a divine beast. Its combat instincts are extraordinary. For quadrupedal beasts, the belly is their weak spot. Moments later, Xiao He clawed and bit relentlessly, tearing open a gaping wound in the crimson flame demon elephant's belly. Blood and chunks of flesh instantly scattered across the ground. I'll kill you. The crimson flame demon elephant plunged into a frenzied rage, indiscriminately wreaking havoc on its surroundings. A multi-story residential building was snapped clean in half by its trunk, crashing down to block out the sky. Seeing this, Xiao He did not rush to attack further. Instead, he circled around the crimson flame demon elephant, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack and slowly wear down its stamina. Come on. Let's have a proper battle. If this were a bronze-tier demon beast, Xiao He would have charged in without hesitation. But this was a silver-tier demon king. No carelessness could be afforded. Yet slaying it would mean breaking through the heavenly rankings. When the demon elephant charged, Xiao He swiftly retreated. Conversely, when the demon elephant retreated, Xiao He counterattacked. This back-and-forth tug-of-war gradually drained the crimson flame demon elephant's stamina and vitality, its body swaying unsteadily. You despicable little beast, this king will never let you off. Summoning its last ounce of strength, the crimson flame demon elephant coalesced an enormous fireball. Then hurled it swiftly toward Xiao He. Little Black, dodge it. Lin Yi knew that if they could dodge this fireball, the crimson flame demon elephant would be spent, easy prey. In the next instant, Xiao He dodged swiftly. The massive fireball whizzed past him. But the trade tower behind him was not so fortunate, instantly reduced to a pile of rubble. Xiao He, now! Devour it! The crimson flame demon elephant knelt on all fours, utterly drained of strength to support its massive frame. Lin Yi had no idea what changes would occur when Xiao He, a bronze stage demon, devoured a silver stage demon king. Woof! True to form, Xiao He couldn't resist his usual antics. Before devouring any delicacy, he always had to dance around wildly, adding a touch of ceremony to the occasion. Before long, Xiao He opened its gaping maw and lunged swiftly at the crimson flame demon elephant. At that moment, the crimson flame demon elephant thrashed its body wildly, yet lacked the strength to rise. It could only watch helplessly as Xiao He closed in. Yet the next instant, a brutal force instantly repelled Xiao He. Simultaneously, the sound of a blade being drawn echoed through the air, and the crimson flame demon elephant's body was cleaved clean in two. A silver beast core, shimmering with a faint silver-white glow, slowly drifting upward. Lin Yi followed the core upward with his gaze, where an eerie shadow materialized. A human yet with a pair of insect wings. Its left arm resembled a mantis's scythe, while a long sword was strapped to its right hip. The figure sheathed the blade. In sight. Lin Yi closed his eyes, carefully probing for information about the figure high above. Yet as his consciousness neared the figure, he was stunned to find the being staring right back at him. Its pupils glowed a golden hue, unlike any human eye. In the next instant, Lin Yi was violently repelled. What kind of monster is this? I can't even perceive it. Lu Qian's expression grew grave as she exclaimed, he's not a demon beast, he seems to be an equilibrium enforcer. You, run. Why flee? Is a balancer that formidable? Lin Yi was baffled. Why, when he was just one step away from claiming the heavenly rankings, did this inhuman entity suddenly appear and attempt to kill the crimson flame demon elephant? I've only heard rumors. The balancer's duty is to maintain equilibrium between beast masters and demonic beasts. And it seems you, Lin Yi, have disrupted that balance. Lin Yi was astonished, replying coldly. What does his duty have to do with me killing beasts? If I could, I'd slaughter every beast in the world. Too late, he's flying over here. Lin Yi turned to look. The figure plummeted from 100 meters above, crashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater beneath his feet. His insect wings retracted as he strolled toward Lin Yi. His feet were grotesque, clad in a black robe, his head full of golden hair. And every movement carried the ruthless ferocity of a predator. Insect legs? His feet had mutated into insect-like appendages, springy and resilient enough to survive a 100-meter fall unscathed. At that moment, Xiao He sensed danger approaching Lin Yi. and in a few swift strides, he reached Lin Ye's side. Woof! Xiaohei roared furiously. The man showed no sign of retreat, which instantly enraged Xiaohei, who lunged at the cloaked figure. Freeze! The cloaked figure barked coldly. Xiaohei's movements instantly slowed. Then, with a backhand slap, the cloaked figure sent the 10-meter-long Xiaohei flying instantly, crashing heavily into the nearby wall. Lin Yi demanded, "Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am a gold beast master, and also a balancer. My job is to eliminate people like you and your forbidden beast." Lin Yi cursed inwardly, a gold beast master. This is it. There's no chance of survival against him. Of course, you have a second option. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope surged within Lin Yi. Please speak, elder. Join the Order of Equilibrium. Take control of this dead zone for me. Eliminate beast masters like yourself who wield forbidden beasts and disrupt the balance. Lin Yi countered, what price must I pay? And what benefits would I gain? You're quite sharp. Joining the Equilibrium cult naturally requires offering your soul blood to the cult leader, becoming his loyal servant. The benefits, however, are beyond your imagination. With your talent, you'll surpass me in no time. Lin Yi replied decisively, the Equilibrium cult leader can't even trust his own people. What a pathetic creature. Give up on that idea. I and the demonic beasts are sworn enemies. Beasts had taken over the bodies of Lin Yi's parents, leaving this world ravaged and scarred. Yet these beasts actually dream of peaceful coexistence with the demonic beasts. Lin Yi would never align himself with them. In that case, I'll have no choice but to send you on your way. Bring it on. Better to die standing than live on one's knees. Lin Yi would never bow to this man and beg for mercy. That black beast of yours managed to kill the crimson flame demon elephant. I must admit, I'm impressed. Too bad it chose the wrong master. With that, the black-robed figure swung the massive scythe in his left hand downwards. Lin Yi no! Lu Qian screamed from the sidelines. Lin Yi smiled softly. That someone in this world still cared for him, it was worth it. At that critical moment, a voice echoed from the void. Halt! The black-robed figure's scythe froze mid-air above Lin Yi's head, unable to descend any further. Who dares interfere with the Equilibrium sect's affairs? So what if I do? You're a golden beast master, yet you're trying to kill a junior? Have you no shame? Chapter 12, The Passage Bracelet. Lin Yi scanned his surroundings. He heard the voice but saw no one. To freeze a golden beast master in place from across the room. Such overwhelming power, completely beyond Lin Yi's comprehension. But Lin Yi sensed that this person could at least help him now, and that was enough. The Equilibrium sect's mission must not be interfered with. Get out of here now, or I'll report this to the sect leader, and you'll... Before the cloaked figure could finish his threat, an invisible force slammed him to his knees. When did scum like you become qualified to tell this old man what to do? The old man's overbearing force made the black-robed man's bones creak and groan. And in an instant, the black-robed figure lost all trace of his earlier arrogance. I was wrong. Please spare me. I swear I'll never harm a single hair on this youngster's head. The hooded figure pleaded desperately. And only then did the old man in the void release his grip. The hooded figure rose to his feet, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to Lin Yi. I apologize. My earlier actions were rash. Please forgive me. Lin Yi responded coldly, unforgivable. The black-robed man frowned, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he whispered, What do you mean? I exposed the heavenly list, but you killed the crimson flame demon elephant. That means I must face the heavenly list's punishment. Naturally, I cannot forgive you. Hearing this, the cloaked man visibly relaxed. I figured it was nothing more than a beast. Rest assured. Leave this matter to me. He then addressed the Elder of the Void, esteemed elder, this young brother exposed the heavenly list. The crimson flame demon elephant was also defeated by him, yet I claimed the kill. I humbly request. Understood. I shall relay this matter to the temple master here. Now get lost. Yes, I'm leaving immediately. The moment the black-robed man finished speaking, his eyes turned cold and sinister. If I can't touch you, then I'll take her back to settle the score. In the next instant, the black-robed man extended his fingers, conjuring a black beast taming space that instantly sucked Lu Qian and the vermilion bird inside. Lin Yi, save me. Don't you dare. Ignoring the old man's warning. As black mist swirled beneath his feet, vanishing entirely within it. Let her go. Lin Yi lunged toward the direction of the black mist. But by the time he reached it, the area was empty. Damn it. Lin Yi pounded the ground, a wave of helplessness washing over him. The one girl in this world who truly cared about him, he couldn't even protect her. Hate. Lin Yi hated himself for not being strong enough just now. Why? Why didn't you stop him? Lin Yi demanded of the old man in the void. Alas. He burned his lifespan to unleash forbidden magic, all to take that girl away. Even I couldn't stop him. Is there truly no way? Where is the Equilibrium sect's stronghold? Take me there to destroy it. He had once believed Lu Qian to be no better than Su Yao, a fellow conspirator and no good person. But when he saw her risk her life, stepping forward to shield him with her frail frame, Lin Yi found a place for her in his heart. She had not betrayed Lin Yi, so Lin Yi would not betray her. What of the equilibrium sect? With sufficient strength, they could be annihilated. Young man, some things are better left unknown. Go outside. I'll wait for you there. As the words fell, a beam of blue light erupted from beneath Lin Yi's feet, instantly enveloping his entire body. In the next instant, Lin Yi felt his body losing all sense of gravity, the blinding light making it impossible to open his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the border guard outpost, the familiar notice board still standing beside him. Sunrise. The guard yawned as he stepped out of the tent. Seeing Lin Yi return in his drowsy state, his eyes instantly cleared. The next second, the guard pulled out his phone and began muttering, "Folks, I'm a seasoned border guard. Regulars who check the rankings know the heavenly list is impossible to complete. Even the most gifted geniuses only dare to take on the earth rank. Killing a single lord is enough bragging rights for a lifetime. But then I realized only real men take on the heavenly rankings. And right now, standing before me is one such real man." As he finished, the camera zoomed in on Lin Yi. Unnoticed, it had moved right beside him. "Young man, could we take a photo together? I guarantee you'll be famous throughout Sujian within a day. Did I give you permission to take a picture?" Lin Yi glared at the guard. Becoming an internet celebrity on DY was a dream many pursued. But for Lin Yi, fame held no appeal. Once you became well known, unnecessary troubles would follow, hindering his path to becoming stronger. "Sorry, Lin Yi, the video's already online." "Damn it. I know you're furious, but please calm down. As an apology, accept this access bracelet as compensation." The guard pulled a white wristband from his pocket, its rim glowing with a faint blue light. "What is this thing?" Don't tell anyone else. This thing has the ability to directly traverse any dead zone in Sujian." Lin Yi froze in his tracks. Something didn't feel right. The item was indeed valuable, but why would he give something so precious away? "If you give this to me, what about you?" He had to admit, Lin Yi was quite tempted by the bracelet. With it, he could save time on travel and freely shuttle between the dead zones and the restricted areas. With this, the entire dead zone of Sujian would become Xiaohei's personal cafeteria. The mere thought of it made Lin Yi want to snatch it right now. But reason reigned in his impulse. He needed to figure out what the guard's true intentions were first. "I'm fine. This thing is just for emergencies. Normally, they don't check it. We border guards only need to manually open the gate to enter the dead zone. Why would we need this? So, it's just an apology gift?" Heh, of course not. Just look, within a minute of posting the video, it already has 10,000 likes and saves. You're about to become a major internet sensation in Sujian. Please give your buddy a cut of the action. Let me help you stream and sell stuff later, even just as your mouthpiece. Please? Lin Yi exhaled deeply. No wonder he wouldn't get up early without a profit. It seemed he couldn't escape the fate of becoming an internet celebrity if he wanted that bracelet. Immediately, Lin Yi placed the access bracelet into his beast taming space. "Fine, I'll do it. Add me on WeChat, I'll reach out for a partnership later. Don't worry, bro. I've got plenty of business connections. You just sit back and collect the cash." "Alright, see you next time." After bidding farewell to the guard, Lin Yi used Zhao Kai's phone to scan a roadside shared flying motorcycle. Just as he was about to leave, he was called back by a familiar voice. Turning around, an elderly man approached. His face bore a kind expression, his hair slicked back in a classic pompadour, and he wore a black suit. And most notably, a purple medal pinned to his chest, the exclusive emblem of the Beastmaster Temple. This man was a Diamond Beastmaster. "Young man, why did you leave on your own?" The elder spoke again. Lin Yi realized he was the same elder he just conversed with through the void. "Thank you for your timely assistance, elder. However, I must now pursue the whereabouts of the Equilibrium cult." "Excuse me. There's no need to go. The urgent matter is for you to become the temple's holy son as soon as possible." Chapter 13, Lu Qian's unusual background. "Oomph." The old man snorted angrily, yanking Lin Yi down. "So young and already so unambitious. Your mind is filled with nothing but romantic entanglements. How can you ever amount to anything? No matter what you say. I'm determined to save Lu Qian." The old man released Lin Yi and sighed helplessly. "With your current strength, going there is suicide. Then what do you suggest? Just sit here and wait for death?" "I've already sent word to the master of Equilibrium, urging him to spare that girl. I trust he'll show some respect for my old face." Lin Yi pondered for a moment, and concluded the old man had a point. Acting on emotion without certainty would only lead to a dead end. "No, I demand you guarantee Lu Qian's safety." The old man roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha. To be perfectly honest, I've already investigated thoroughly. That Lu Qian's background is no ordinary affair. You needn't worry about her safety, the master of Equilibrium won't lay a finger on her." What nonsense! After all that, you still won't guarantee it. Enough! I guarantee it. Now come with me to the Beast Temple. 10 a.m. In the D-class containment zone of Shiwu, codenamed Hope, the Beastmaster Temple stood at the city's center. Lin Yi and the old man arrived at the entrance of the beast-taming temple. The temple shimmered silver, resembling half an eggshell laid upon the ground, spanning an area roughly the size of 4 football fields. On DY, one often saw Beastmaster temples in various quarantine zones. Typically silver-white, signifying a D-level quarantine zone. While golden temples signified C-level zones, housing at least one gold Beastmaster. Halt! The coronation ceremony for the Divine Son and Divine Daughter is underway within the temple. Unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from entering. 2 juvenile Beastmasters, their chests adorned with black insignia, blocked Lin Yi and his companion's path. Open your dog eyes and look closely. This old man is the supervising elder. Have your temple master come out to greet me? The elder waved the purple insignia on his chest. Yet the gatekeeper Beastmaster recognized neither. Not surprising, Lin Yi himself wouldn't recognize the purple insignia either, nor had he ever heard of a supervising elder. Old man, you're here looking for trouble, aren't you? Wearing a fake medal and daring to barge into the Beastmaster temple. With that, the 2 gatekeeper Beastmasters summoned their spirit beasts, both identical, 2 dogs. Attack! Bite this old man to death. How dare you! The old man roared with fury, snapping both dogs in half with a single flick of his wrist. As everyone knew, when a spirit beast died, the Beastmaster bound to its contract would perish as well. Old man, you'll regret this. The 2 beast tamers uttered these words before collapsing outside the door, falling into an eternal, deep slumber. Yet their deaths instantly triggered the alarm. A thunderous roar erupted from within the hall. Who dares harm a member of my Beastmaster temple? Have you grown tired of living? The Beastmaster temple doors swung open instantly, and a middle-aged man approached Lin Yi and his companion. Dressed in luxurious attire. His weathered face, framed by a distinctive goatee, gave him a striking appearance. A silver-white medal. Lin Yi's pupils contracted. The silver-white medal signified a silver-tier Beastmaster. A figure who held absolute sway within this Beastmaster temple. Yet when the man recognized the elderly companion walking with Lin Yi, the purple medal on the elder's chest shone with an extraordinary brilliance. So it's the supervising elder. My apologies for not greeting you properly. The old man didn't even give him a friendly look, snorting coldly. So these are the 2 fine dogs you've raised? They don't even recognize their own kind and attack indiscriminately. The elder has already killed them. What more do you want? The tension between them was palpable. And Lin Yi could sense they might come to blows at any moment. What puzzled Lin Yi, however, was this: he was merely a branch hallmaster, a silver-tier beastmaster. How dare he challenge a diamond-tier beastmaster? Just then, 2 more silver-tier beastmasters appeared behind the hallmaster. They appeared to be elders of the Beastmaster Temple. One of them was the eyebrowless elder whom Lin Yi had met before. The very elder who had presided over the Beastmaster awakening ceremony just days prior. Hallmaster, Elder Chui. Let's call it off. We're all going through tough times. Don't let a minor issue disrupt the coronation ceremony for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. The other elder chimed in immediately. Indeed, the coronation ceremony is paramount. We're all on the same side, let's not spoil the harmony. The temple master's tone softened slightly as he said softly, Elder Chui, please come inside. To this, Elder Chui remained unmoved. He had brought Lin Yi here precisely to secure his position as the Beastmaster Temple's holy son, destined to single-handedly defend this region. Yet now, they were proposing to crown someone else as the holy son. And naturally, he would not comply with their wishes. Could it be that your quarantine zone harbors a second individual who has slashed through the heavenly rankings? Hearing this, the temple master's brows instantly furrowed. And in a voice tinged with uncertainty, he whispered to the eyebrowless elder beside him, is there a genius within the temple who has broken through the heavenly rankings? The eyebrowless elder whispered into his ear, reporting to the chamber master, none within the temple, but outside, yes. Just this morning, DY was flooded with posts about it. Such a thing? Could it be a wild-born prodigy? This, I cannot say. The footage only shows the genius is back. Such a prodigy must be recruited immediately. Whether we can breach the C-class barrier zone hinges entirely on that genius. Elder Chui snapped, enough already. I'm asking you a question. The stern rebuke made the hallmaster jump. Elder Chui, no one from the heaven-shattering list has been found within the temple. Oomph. With the temple in your hands, it'll be ruined sooner or later. With that, Elder Chui yanked Lin Yi toward him and declared, none were found within the temple, but this young brother was discovered by me in the dead domain. He tore down your temple's heavenly list and slaughtered his way through single-handedly. Per the heavenly list's rules, your Beastmaster Temple should reward this young man with 10 million credits and crown him as the temple's divine son. The temple master and others' eyes lit up as they scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe, as if they'd found a living treasure. At that moment, thousands of Beastmasters gathered around. all eager to witness the genius beastmaster who had slaughtered his way through the heavenly list. But upon recognizing Lin Yi's face, many beastmasters instantly lost their composure, with several immediately starting to point out his flaws. Isn't that Lin Yi? At last week's awakening ceremony, this guy completely screwed up. He's a complete failure who couldn't even achieve a D-grade talent. Heard he was dating the quasi-saintess Su Yao back then. After his awakening failed, he hounded her relentlessly, even falsely accusing her of insurance fraud and murder. What a clown. Su Yao already denied it. After failing to win her over, that clown Lin Yi actually kidnapped her best friend, Lu Qian. She's still missing to this day. Lin Yi doesn't deserve to be a beastmaster. If a loser like him can kill his way to the top of the heavenly rankings, then I'm a diamond beastmaster. In an instant, the surrounding voices erupted in condemnation of Lin Yi. They preferred to believe what aligned with their perceptions. The notion of Lin Yi slaughtering his way through the heavenly rankings was sheer nonsense. Elder Cui, it seems you've been deceived too. The Beastmaster Temple's assessments are extremely rigorous. They would never overlook any true genius. After hearing the Temple Master's words, Elder Cui smiled calmly and said, "So you're willing to guarantee it?" Before the Hall Master could respond, the eyebrowless elder interjected, "I guarantee it. I recall this young man named Lin Yi. I just checked the backend app 4 days ago. Lin Yi failed his talent awakening. There's surveillance footage, it's undeniable. Combined with my 20 years of experience, such a basic mistake is impossible. So please, Elder Cui, do not question my judgment." Chapter 14, Doubt? And if such a mistake were made, how would you account for it? The eyebrowless elder patted his chest confidently and declared, "I would naturally submit to Elder Cui's punishment. But if my guess proves correct, I ask that Elder Cui refrain from interfering in the affairs of the Shiwu Beast Temple henceforth. It's a deal." Then, Elder Cui gave Lin Yi a meaningful glance. 1,000 words are no substitute for seeing it once. Lin Yi opened his Beastmaster realm. And the gathered beast tamers fell utterly silent, the scene plunging into stillness. As beast tamers themselves, they all understood that a newly contracted juvenile spirit beast could never possess a beastmaster's realm. The beastmaster's space is an ability exclusive to bronze-tier beastmasters. But now, the very same Lin Yi they had denounced as a worthless failure had unleashed a beast-taming realm. Many refused to believe it, frantically rubbing their eyes. Some even slapped themselves, trying to snap out of it. Yet this was reality, and they had no choice but to accept it. Did I see that right? That good-for-nothing Lin Yi actually has a beast-taming space. Weird, why does Lin Yi's silhouette look so much like that genius who slaughtered his way through the heavenly rankings on the viral video charts? How did you get so drunk without drinking? Comparing that good-for-nothing Lin Yi to a genius? That's probably not a beast-taming space at all. He must have contracted some weird spirit beast. With that ability, he's all show and no substance. Not only were the Beastmaster Temple members buzzing with chatter, even the eyebrowless elder and the Temple Master were discussing Lin Yi. Interesting. It is indeed a beast-taming space, but merely possessing that doesn't qualify him for the heaven-shattering rankings. The Hall Master is correct. Even a bronze-tier Beastmaster could only aspire to the Earth-revealing list at best. The Crimson Flame Demon Elephant is on par with the Temple Master in strength. How could it be slain by a talentless who couldn't even awaken his innate abilities? Absurd. Yet Elder Eyebrowless, standing nearby, froze in place. He had lost completely, yet he couldn't fathom how a failure whose contract had failed could unlock a Beastmaster's space. If Elder Cui let him off, he might barely retain his position as Temple Master. But if Elder Cui pressed the matter, being stripped of his elder position would be the least of his worries. Public execution was a far greater threat. Now, his only hope lay in a miracle that Lin Yi was faking it all, that he hadn't contracted any spirit beast at all. And that beast-taming space was merely a projection. Yet the next instant, his legs went weak. Defying all skepticism, Lin Yi publicly summoned the Taotie. Nearly 13 meters long, towering 2 stories high, it opened its gaping maw and roared at the crowd. The earth trembled slightly. And the spirit beast proved its existence. The murmurs of doubt instantly fell silent. And on Lin Yi's palm, the character swallow appeared in stark relief. What? Lin Yi actually contracted a spirit beast. How is that possible? The elder without eyebrows' heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally gave out. Unable to believe it was real. He repeatedly reviewed the surveillance footage of Lin Yi at that moment. 4 days ago, Lin Yi had clearly failed his awakening. How could he suddenly contract a spirit beast now and instantly become a bronze beastmaster? The sight of Lin Yi summoning a bronze-tier spirit beast left even the Beastmaster Hall Master stunned on the spot, his mouth agape as he gazed upward at the towering form of the Taotie. The character swallow? Could it be a forbidden beast? This black beast is so ferocious it must be a forbidden beast. Only that could explain it. What they didn't know was that Little Black wasn't some forbidden beast at all, but a world-ending divine beast, the Taotie. An existence beyond their comprehension. Elder Cui murmured softly, "Young man, please recall your spirit beast." Immediately, Lin Yi withdrew Xiao He back into the beast-taming space to rest. Lin Yi didn't argue with anyone. He knew those questioning him were nothing but mindless followers, incapable of independent thought. Rather than waste time arguing with them, he'd rather be crowned the Holy Sun sooner. So he could enjoy the temple's privileges and resources, grow stronger quickly, and rescue Lu Qian and his parents, whose fate remained unknown. Elder Cui approached the eyebrowless elder and declared, "You have lost. Now, in my capacity as the supervising elder, I hereby strip you of your position and sentence you to public execution. You have no objections, correct?" "I object." Elder Wumei pulled out his phone, displaying, "Challenger Lin Yi failed to complete the challenge. The Crimson Flame Demon Elephant remains unkilled." Elder Cui, according to the temple's heavenly rankings rules, Lin Yi failed to complete the challenge. The punishment is death. That means Lin Yi was already a dead man, so this wager is void. Elder Wumei seized upon this lifeline, shifting all blame onto Lin Yi. This way, he wouldn't have to bear the consequences of the wager. While Lin Yi would face the heavenly list's punishment, public execution. But Lin Yi casually looked around, utterly unconcerned with this so-called punishment. "You may be disappointed, but this heavenly list is guaranteed by this old man. If you have any objections, challenge me anytime, but you'll bear the consequences." Elder Chui's tone was calm, yet naturally commanding. Even the Hallmaster wouldn't foolishly question the supervising elder, let alone when he was a diamond beastmaster capable of crushing anyone present with a flick of his wrist. But Elder Wumei remained unconvinced and persisted in his challenge. "Elder Cui, I object. Even as a bronze beastmaster, Lin Yi could never have defeated the Crimson Flame Demon Elephant." Elder Cui smirked, as if anticipating this response. "I knew you wouldn't believe it until you saw it with your own eyes. Today, I'll put your doubts to rest." With that, Elder Cui produced a pearl, which then emitted a laser beam, projecting an image onto the temple wall. "As the supervising elder, I've installed countless heavenly eyes throughout every dead domain in Sujiang. This records the battle between Lin Yi and the Crimson Flame Demon Elephant." The projection played out the battle between Xiao He and the Demon Elephant in vivid detail. Many astute beast tamers began pulling out their phones to start live streaming. After all, the genius who had shattered the heavenly rankings was right here in person. And if they could interact with Lin Yi even briefly, their live stream viewership would double. At that moment, a man and a woman thrust their cameras right up to their faces and rushed straight toward Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, why did you suddenly become so powerful?" "Lin Yi, many online say you slandered Su Yao. Are you doing this to get back together with her?" Chapter 15, Su Yao. "She doesn't deserve to be the holy maiden. Do I need a reason to get stronger? Su Yao isn't worthy of being my woman. Once you become famous, endless trouble follows." The slightest flaw in your words invites relentless attacks from mindless netizens. After all, they just tap away at their keyboards without bearing any responsibility. "Back off." Elder Chui's stern command sent the man and woman flying back several meters. The oppressive aura of a diamond beastmaster solidified before their eyes, and no one dared to approach Lin Yi again. Moments later, the entire footage of Lin Yi defeating the Crimson Flame Demon Elephant finished playing. "This is impossible. It must be AI-generated footage. I have 20 years of experience, I cannot be wrong. The mistake lies with you." The eyebrowless elder had completely lost control. Leaping to his feet and pointing at Lin Yi and Elder Cui as he cursed. "For what happened today, even if I, Old Cui, end up in the public tribunal, I will still execute you." Elder Cui continued, "In my capacity as the supervising elder of the Sujiang Beastmaster Grand Temple, I sentence the second elder of the Shiwu Beastmaster Temple to execution." The charges, burying talented members and questioning the supervising elder. His icy voice pierced Elder Wumei's heart like countless steel needles. "You think you can kill me? Not so easily. Demon Vine. Manifest." In the next instant, Elder Wumei summoned a spirit beast from his beast taming space, a vine covered in thorns. It then fused with the elder, transforming his arms and legs into vine limbs that could extend and retract at will. Just like the black-robed figure. Lin Yi couldn't discern any information about this demon vine. Instantly, a conjecture took root in Lin Yi's mind. Beast masters above the silver rank possess the ability to merge with their spirit beasts. But this remained merely a conjecture of Lin Yi's. To know for certain, he would have to ask Elder Cui or reach the silver rank himself. "Shatter." Old Cui uttered a single word. And the eyebrowless elder instantly shattered into countless pieces of flesh. This left everyone present staring at each other in stunned silence. Silver-tier beast masters were the cream of the crop, 1 in 10,000 across the entire D-class containment zone, figures others looked up to. Yet now, he had been annihilated by a single word from a diamond-tier beastmaster. This scene delivered a brutal blow to the beast tamer's worldview, a sight they would likely remember for the rest of their lives. Seeing this, the Chamberlain lost all trace of his earlier arrogance, losing even the courage to look Shui Lao in the eye. Is this what a true powerhouse looks like? A single word commands the entire quarantine zone to submit, and defiance is met with instant annihilation. When will I, Lin Yi, ever become as powerful as Elder Cui? Lin Yi knew Elder Cui was formidable, but he hadn't imagined it would be this absurd. In the D-class containment zone's Beastmaster Temple, no rule held sway over Elder Chui, not even a whisper of dissent. Master Chui commanded the temple master. Immediately expel those two from within. Only young brother Lin Yi is worthy of the position of Holy Son. The temple master hesitated, stammering, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter have already meditated for over half the required time. Once their meditation concludes, if they truly are chosen by the beast god, it won't be too late to discuss it then. Inside the hall, the silhouettes of those two were all too familiar to Lin Yi. One was Su Yao, her serpentine waist, how could Lin Yi forget? The other was Li Yuan, skinny as a stick. After breaking up with Lin Yi, Su Yao seamlessly moved on to this new boyfriend, whom she called a genius. She was spending the 5 million yuan insurance payout to support Li Yuan. Seated before the beast god statue. Legend held that those with exceptional talent, after meditating before the beast god statue for 3 hours, might be granted the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Their contracted spirit beasts would also receive a sliver of divine power. Precisely because of this, countless beast tamers craved the title of Holy Son, though this path was strewn with corpses and fraught with peril. Holy Sons are a once-in-a-century occurrence, extremely rare in the D-class restricted zone. Yet once granted, they enjoy the highest priority privileges within the temple, free to act as they please within the restricted zone. Even publicly slaying a prodigious beastmaster would not incur punishment for the Holy Son, not even the temple lord could condemn them. However, the Holy Son also bears risks. And to enjoy the tilted resources and privileges, they must rapidly enhance their strength. If they fail to meet the standards, they risk being stripped of their title, and the consequences are all too clear. Old man, don't you understand what I'm saying? Tell them to come out. Cold sweat beaded on the hall master's forehead. Su Yao and Li Yuan were on the verge of completing their meditation. At this critical juncture, being ordered to emerge filled him with utter reluctance. But as merely a D-class chamber master in a restricted zone, he dared not defy Elder Chui's command. With no other choice, the chamber master could only pull back Li Yuan, whose talent was weaker. Li Yuan snapped back to reality, finding himself unchanged. Only to find himself surrounded by staring faces. The chamber master regarded him with an unusual expression. Hall master, what's going on? Have I become the Holy Son? The hall master shook his head, avoiding a direct answer, fearing Li Yuan couldn't handle the truth. Old Chui pressed on, there's still one person who hasn't emerged. Stop playing games. His hesitation exposed. And dared not delay further. He immediately reached out to pull Su Yao over. At that very moment, the beast god statue began to stir. Suddenly, the beast god's eyes flashed with a white light, which then shot into Su Yao's mind. It's done. The Holy Maiden has appeared. The temple master was overjoyed, embracing another elder in tears. Su Yao is a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. She has not disappointed the temple, and only she is worthy of the title of Holy Maiden. The temple master and the grand elder of the temple felt a tremendous weight lifted from their shoulders. Even if Lin Yi and Li Yuan failed to become the Holy Sons, having a Holy Daughter was sufficient for the temple to strive for C-class status. Old Master Chui smiled at Lin Yi and said, young man, I've reclaimed the position of Holy Son for you. Go meditate now. May you gain the beast god's recognition. The temple master and the grand elder echoed in unison. Lin Yi, there may have been misunderstandings between you and the temple before, but from today onward, you are one of us. Enter the meditation chamber now. May Su Yao's blessings guide you to be chosen by the beast god. Oomph. Lin Yi sneered coldly, muttering under his breath, blessed by Su Yao? Ridiculous. That Su Yao tried to murder me, swindled me out of money and love, even betrayed my best friend Lu Qian. Does someone like that deserve blessings? Does she deserve to be the Holy Maiden? The temple master demanded, Lin Yi, what do you mean by that? Could it be you don't wish to be the Holy Son? Lin Yi roared in anger. Within this temple, only one person can be the Holy Maiden, and that person absolutely cannot be Su Yao. But Su Yao is already the Holy Maiden. It's either her or me, both cannot coexist. In Lin Yi's heart, only Lu Qian was worthy of being the Holy Maiden. Su Yao was utterly unfit. Hearing Lin Yi's extreme words, the temple master's face darkened with worry. He pressed Lin Yi further. Su Yao is pure and innocent, how could she have provoked you? Why are you and her like oil and water? Pure and innocent, indeed. Shall I expose every stench of her wickedness? Chapter 16, you can't protect her. Li Yuan snorted angrily. Lin Yi. Don't slander her. Su Yao is a good girl. It's you who spread filth online, defaming Su Yao. I don't bother arguing with freeloaders. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to respond to Li Yuan, guessing every piece of clothing on him had cost that 5 million. But he couldn't fathom what Su Yao possibly saw in him. Li Yuan had a big nose, small eyes, and spoke without even opening them, utterly rude. Garlic bird, he's just a freeloader. His defense of Su Yao isn't genuine. Lin Yi, stop right there. Don't you dare approach Su Yao. Li Yuan wouldn't let it go, spreading his arms to block Lin Yi's path. Don't push your luck. Lin Yi rarely lost his temper, but persistent provocation demanded a response. The Hall Master rebuked Li Yuan. Li Yuan, cease this nonsense. You have not gained the beast god's recognition and are no longer a prospective holy son. You have no authority to interfere with Lin Ye's meditation before the beast god. Li Yuan stumbled back, unable to accept this reality, and protested repeatedly, no. This can't be. The position of holy son belongs only to me, Li Yuan, not some unawakened waste. Hearing this, Lin Yi scanned Li Yuan's information. Li Yuan, juvenile beast tamer. Spirit beast, white-eyed wolf. Talent, B. Spirit beast trait, movement speed and attack speed doubled against targets with low health. A B-tier talent was considered top tier within the Hope blockade zone. Yet against Lin Ye's world-ending power, it remains utterly inadequate. You still haven't grasped the gap between us, have you? Lin Yi spoke as he unleashed the beast taming space with one hand, the character swallow prominently displayed on his palm. Beast control space, swallow. Ranked. You contracted a forbidden beast? And it's already reached bronze tier? How is this possible? Li Yuan's worldview shattered once more. Just days ago, no matter how he looked at it from every angle, Lin Yi was nothing but a failure. Lin Ye's only value was that 5 million yuan insurance payout. It was Lin Ye's honor. Yet now, this clown he'd looked down upon had stepped on his head. And all he could do was look up at Lin Yi. Nothing is impossible. Today, seeing your meditation fail, I'll show you mercy and let you off. Get lost. Li Yuan seethed. How could Lin Yi, a worthless piece of trash, speak with such cold arrogance? Just as Lin Yi turned to enter the hall, Li Yuan summoned the white-eyed wolf 3 meters long, baring its fangs with savage ferocity. He roared, Lin Yi, prepare to die. A sneak attack from behind. Before the white-eyed wolf could pounce, Xiao He sensed Lin Yi was in danger and instinctively moved to protect his master. In the next instant, Xiao He leapt out of the beast taming space. He opened his gaping maw at the white-eyed wolf and let out a fierce roar that made everyone nearby's ears ring. The white-eyed wolf tucked its tail between its legs and hid behind Li Yuan. Xiao He, stretching over 10 meters in length, could swallow the wolf whole in a single gulp. Trying to act like a beast in front of Xiao He? You're out of your league. Li Yuan was utterly defeated and turned to leave the crowd. At that moment, the hall master instructed the senior elder, keep a close eye on Li Yuan. This blow has been too severe for him. We can't let him do anything rash. After all, he is a prodigy, though he can't be compared to that prodigious talent Lin Yi. Rest assured, Chamberlain. My family and Li Yuan's have been sworn allies for generations. Leave this matter to me. Go. The Grand Elder vanished, heading toward the direction Li Yuan had departed. Within the Beastmaster Temple, with Li Yuan no longer in his way, Lin Yi strode directly toward Su Yao. The Temple Master called out to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, regardless of any past grievances between you and Su Yao, you must wait until she has fully absorbed the white light and become the Holy Maiden. Only then will this Temple Master personally see justice served for you. I've said it before, only one woman deserves the title of Holy Maiden Lu Qian. Su Yao is unworthy. Everyone feared Lin Yi might act impulsively and kill Su Yao. And if they could have acted against him, they would have stopped him long ago. But with the Diamond Beast Master protecting him, leaving them at the mercy of this Buddha's whims. In the Hope Containment Zone of Shiwu City, no holy son or holy daughter had appeared for an incredibly long time. The Hall Master and the assembled Beast Masters gazed at him with eyes brimming with longing, tinged with a hint of pleading. If Lin Yi truly killed Su Yao, there would be no peace in this Hope Lockdown Zone. Old Shui, what do you think? Lin Yi addressed the Diamond Beastmaster directly as Old Shui, which startled the Hall Master standing nearby. After all, even he, as the Hall Master, had to address Elder Shui as senior. Do as you please. I can still secure your position as the quasi-holy son. The old fox was indeed a cunning one. Lin Yi tried to pass the buck, but Old Shui wasn't having it. Well then, Lin Yi had no choice but to act on instinct. He kept his debts and grievances clear, favors owed, grudges held. Su Yao had wronged him, she should brace for his retribution. Lu Qian had saved him, she ought to repay the debt with the position of Holy Maiden. Xiao He, devour Su Yao for me. In the next instant, Xiao He roared furiously and lunged toward Su Yao. Lin Yi, don't think having old Master Chui's protection gives you free rein to act recklessly. The Holy Maiden's meditation ceremony will not tolerate such insolence. Roar! The Hall Master roared in fury, summoning his life-bound spirit beast. A colossal creature 20 meters tall materialized directly in the center of the hall. In sight. Lava Tyrant Beast, Silver rank 68%. Grade, C. Traits, skin as hard as rock, extremely high defense. The Lava Tyrant took only 2 steps before the entire temple began to tremble. Then charged toward Xiao He. Within 2 or 3 strides, it stood before Lin Yi, clearly intending to crush Lin Yi beneath its feet. At this critical moment, Old Master Chui snorted coldly and murmured, what if the person I vow to protect acts recklessly? What if she runs amok in your D-rank temple? What if she kills this worthless holy maiden? What then? Old Shui's voice carried a piercing force. causing the lava tyrant beast to halt all movement instantly. Even the temple master couldn't control it. Is this the power of a diamond beast master? Without summoning a spirit beast, one's own strength alone can intimidate a silver stage powerhouse. Lin Yi was profoundly shaken by this scene. What are rules? Merely shackles for the weak. The strong are never bound by rules, their words become the rules themselves. Elder Chui, are you certain you wish to break the rules of the Beastmaster Temple for Lin Yi? Don't try to pressure this old man with your rules and regulations. Even if you report me to headquarters today, I will protect Lin Yi even if it means destroying your entire temple. Before he could finish speaking, Chui Lao clenched his fist, and the lava tyrant beast instantly lost an arm. Then, the temple master's left arm snapped off as well. Ah! The power of the contract could not be defied. When the spirit beast was injured, the beastmaster suffered the same wounds. Come back, Xiao Ba! The chamberlain recalled the lava tyrant beast into the beastmaster's space, his heart filled with reluctance, yet he dared not voice another word of doubt. Losing an arm was already a great mercy. He couldn't protect Su Yao now. With the clamor silenced, Lin Yi approached Su Yao from behind and said coldly, Su Yao, what you owe me, it's time to pay it back. Chapter 17, The Rainbow-Tailed Predator Horse. Lin Yi drew his self-defense pistol, chambering the last remaining bullet, aimed at the back of Su Yao's neck, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In Lin Yi's mind, women like Su Yao were a scourge upon existence. If evil wasn't eradicated, it would corrupt the good. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the temple, causing the gold and silver pendants, poetry scrolls, and paintings hanging on the walls to tremble. Lin Yi cranked the self-defense gun's power to maximum, its force rivaling a shotgun. Yet, though the bullets were fired, only to be halted by a blinding white light. After their momentum dissipated, the bullets fell to the floor with a clatter. Instantly, the entire temple erupted in uproar among the beast tamers. Believing this to be divine intervention, they felt ashamed of Lin Yi's actions. It's done. Our temple finally has a holy maiden. Indeed. Lin Yi's actions have enraged holy maiden Su Yao. He'll be nailed to the pillar of shame. Lin Yi was always a failure who couldn't awaken properly. He probably used some dirty trick to force an awakening, then planted the blame on Su Yao by posting that video. No wonder he's so desperate to kill the holy maiden, utterly shameless. A beast tamer streaming with a selfie stick chimed in, bro, the comments say the same thing. Lin Yi must have used some shady tech. His contracted spirit beast is way too vicious and evil. Wait, someone in the comments says Lin Yi's spirit beast is a Taotie, a divine beast. Seeing such comments, he instantly lost his composure and dared not speak recklessly. A wrong word at this moment could easily get him trending for all the wrong reasons. Moments later, he breathed a sigh of relief as the comments overwhelmingly slammed those who claimed it was a Taotie. You guys sure know how to joke around. For a second there, I almost believed that Black Beast was really a Taotie. What they didn't know was that Lin Yi had indeed contracted the divine beast Taotie. And even if Su Yao became a saintess, she wouldn't dare to pull a scam on a divine beast. Moments later, all the light on Su Yao's body vanished, though she now radiated a far more sacred aura. Compared to before, her skin had grown even more jade-like and fair, not a single acne scar visible on her face. Her silver blue hair, now acknowledged by the beast god's power, had transformed into jet-black, glossy strands. In the next instant, Su Yao summoned her spirit beast. A white unicorn with a tail of iridescent colors appeared, looking remarkably gentle. In sight, rainbow-tailed predatory horse, juvenile stage 90%. Grade B. Characteristics: skilled at attacking with its horn and tusks, disguises itself to charm targets, kills and consumes prey upon close approach. Lin Yi cursed under his breath, quite the contrast, it suits her perfectly. Within this Beastmaster Temple, D-grade talents were the majority. Only a select few exceptional Beastmasters could reach C-grade talent, while those capable of reaching B-grade talent could be counted on one hand. Even the elders of the Beastmaster Temple might not possess B-grade talent. It could be said that anyone reaching B-tier talent would be highly valued by the D-tier Beastmaster Temple, receiving preferential resources and the opportunity to meditate before the Beast God statue. Talent not only determines a spirit beast's inherent strength but also dictates how far it can evolve. D-tier talent usually keeps spirit beasts stuck below the silver stage. Similarly, B-tier talent can potentially nurture a spirit beast to the gold stage. This is precisely why Su Yao was held in such high regard. To elevate the temple to C rank, even Elder Wu Mei sacrificed his life. Su Yao slowly opened her eyes, looked at Lin Yi, and said softly, "Lin Yi, I forgive you." Lin Yi frowned. It was absurd. Lin Yi hadn't even confronted her yet, and here she was, publicly declaring forgiveness in front of everyone. If Lin Yi accepted her forgiveness, wouldn't all the blame fall squarely on him? Lin Yi, don't be ungrateful. Su Yao has forgiven your previous unreasonable behavior. Take the hint and let this matter be closed. The one offering this advice was none other than the Hall Master. As the Hall Master, he hadn't investigated the truth yet and was blindly protecting the Holy Maiden. Lin Yi found it disgusting. What infuriated him even more was that the Hall Master's stance emboldened the beast tamers live streaming on their phones to become even more brazen. Folks, Su Yao truly lives up to being our Shiwu district's kindest, prettiest, and smartest girl. If a streamer were wronged like this by Lin Yi, she'd never forgive him. Exactly. She truly lives up to being the holy maiden. Her perspective is on another level. Being falsely accused of fraud and murder, yet still forgiving it? Love her, love her. Lin Yi suppressed the turmoil within him, knowing Su Yao spoke thus only to provoke him into a defensive position. In a daze, Lin Yi caught a faint curve lifting at the corner of Su Yao's lips. And if she cared less about her image, she might have burst out laughing right then. You really are Pai Yang's firstborn. Lin Yi cursed under her breath. Su Yao might care about appearances, but Lin Yi certainly didn't. He had to vent. The words left Su Yao flushed crimson with embarrassment. Clearly itched to curse back, but she couldn't. She was the holy maiden, a figure bound to maintain an immaculate, pure persona. Lin Yi. I know you're furious, but you were the one who falsely accused me of insurance fraud and murder first. Bystanders saw everything clearly. Facts speak louder than words. Lin Yi pulled out Zhao Kai's phone and opened the chat history, which clearly documented Su Yao instructing Zhao Kai to kill Lin Yi, alongside the confirmation text from Lin Yi's phone showing the insurance policy had taken effect. The moment these two pieces of evidence surfaced, Su Yao instantly lost her nerve. The evidence is right in front of you. Are you still going to deny it? Despite the irrefutable proof, Su Yao still tried to wriggle out of it. The officers collected evidence at the scene and detected your DNA. You're the killer. Say whatever you want. Then how do you explain the 5 million? 4 days earlier, shortly after Zhao Kai's death, Lin Yi received notification that the insurance payout had been deposited. This clearly indicated the insurance company had mistaken Zhao Kai for Lin Yi. But this was highly unusual. Neither law enforcement nor the insurance company would make such a basic mistake. There must be something fishy going on. What 5 million? Don't make things up out of thin air. Those are all photoshopped images you created. Su Yao refused to admit it. And with so many beast masters speaking up for her, leaving Lin Yi momentarily at a loss for words, Old Master Chui interjected, "Young man, let's put this matter aside for now. Meditate first. Once I've uncovered the truth for you, we can discuss it later." Lin Yi watched as old Chui frantically winked at him, signaling for help. By the looks of it, even Elder Chui was momentarily at a loss. And as the supervising elder, he couldn't rashly take Lin Yi's side in such a matter. This matter could easily drag Elder Chui down too. Without sufficient leverage, he wouldn't defend Lin Yi. The only person who spoke for Lin Yi urged him to give up. But Lin Yi thought of Lu Qian, such a wonderful girl who had nearly been devoured alive by the demon beast horde. Had he not arrived in time, tragedy would surely have unfolded. And all of this was thanks to Su Yao. Lin Yi, the prejudices in people's hearts are like mountains standing between us. Let go of your jealousy toward me, and spare yourself. Su Yao smiled, offering a noble-sounding plea for Lin Yi to let go. And anyone unaware of the full story might actually believe she was right. You think you're worthy of my jealousy? Chapter 18, The Trial of the Beast God's Remnant Soul. Fearing damage to her image, Su Yao took a few steps closer and whispered to Lin Yi. I'm the revered holy maiden. It's only natural for someone like me to be jealous of a failed awakening waste like you. You should be grateful I've even spoken this much to you. As Su Yao spoke, her expression shifted. Is this beast god power harmful? How come it seems to be causing Su Yao to hallucinate? What gave her the right to assume Lin Yi should envy her? A mere B rank? She wasn't even worthy of tying his shoelaces. Someone who would betray even her closest friend. What right do you have to speak to me? Su Yao sneered coldly. Lin Yi, you have no right to mention Lu Qian in my presence. Our bond is as unbreakable as iron. I advise you not to harbor any improper thoughts toward her, or else I'll make you regret it. Hearing this, Lin Yi burst into applause. Su Yao, you really have the nerve to spout such lies without blushing or batting an eye. I'm impressed. Stop your sarcastic remarks. Get out before I lose my temper. The position of Holy Son belongs solely to Li Yuan. Don't even think about coveting it. Li Yuan, huh? If not for the palace master intervening, he'd be dead by now. You. In any case, as long as Li Yuan lives, the position of Holy Son is not yours, Lin Yi. Hearing her words, though he'd previously held no interest in the title, Lin Yi suddenly found himself intrigued. Since you're so determined to keep me from becoming the Holy Son, then today, I, Lin Yi, shall take that seat. You dare. As Lin Yi was about to sit upon the meditation cushion, this directly crossed Su Yao's line. She absolutely refused to let trash like Lin Yi meditate. Su Yao yanked Lin Yi's sleeve, her manicured nails nearly digging into his flesh. Witnessing this, Elder Chui shot the Hall Master a cold stare. The Hall Master instantly sensed a fierce killing intent. And his survival instinct forced him to shout, Su Yao, you damn well get out of the way. Hall Master, me? Get out of the way? Su Yao scratched her head, staring blankly at the hallmaster, her expression dazed and incredulous, as if seeking confirmation. I'm talking to you. Don't disturb Lin Yeming's meditation. But? No buts. Get out of the way. Yes. Su Yao stomped her foot in frustration, but she had no choice but to endure it. Though she was the sacred maiden, her privilege was merely priority in cultivation. The hallmaster remained the supreme authority of the beast god hall. His majesty was not to be defied. Watching Lin Yi, that good-for-nothing, meditating on his cushion. Su Yao gritted her teeth in fury. Moments passed. Lin Yi kept his eyes tightly shut, focusing his mind. His breathing remained steady as he cultivated his innate state of mind to a stillness like water. I wonder if Xiaohe, being a divine beast, can still be granted abilities by the beast god. Gradually, Lin Yi entered his sea of consciousness. Surrounded by a lake stretching endlessly before him, its surface utterly still. Looking down, it resembled a mirror's reflection. Woof. Lin Yi turned to look. Xiaohe was lying behind him, acting all cute and cuddly. At that moment, a voice echoed from the void, I am the beast god. Those destined to inherit my legacy must first pass a trial. These big shots always love to play mysterious voice only, no sight of them. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Let's see what trial the beast god has in store. Beast god, speak. The chosen one must not be too hasty. Though I am but a fragment of a soul, I still have principles. You must abide by my rules to obtain my legacy. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Having rules wasn't surprising. If anyone could just take the inheritance, the temple wouldn't have gone so many years without a holy son. Still, Lin Yi mused. The beast god's trials would surely be extraordinary. It was best to act within his capabilities. Complete one trial to gain one inheritance. This pattern continues. Abandoning a trial preserves your accumulated inheritance count. Failure resets your inheritance to 0, and you shall never meet me again. Whoa! Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath. How ruthless! But it was undeniably thrilling. The cautious would stop after one successful trial, while the gamblers would keep going only to lose everything overnight if they failed. Chosen one, are you ready? You can still back out now. I'm ready. Just a heads up, that kid who came in earlier? He fumbled around forever and still failed the test. His talent's just too weak. Lin Yi muttered under his breath, you wouldn't be talking about Li Yuan, would you? He really is a bit dim. Truth be told, Lin Yi's heart was pounding in his throat, filled with trepidation. The beast god's trial complete just one, and you become a holy son. And the trials were bound to be deadly difficult. Lin Yi swallowed hard, waiting silently for the beast god to speak. A moment passed. The beast god spoke, tell me, which animal is prone to falling down? Foxes. Lin Yi blurted out the answer without thinking, purely an instinctive reaction. Foxes, cunning slippery feet. But as Lin Yi finally processed his answer, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. His gut feeling was right, but would the beast god really ask such a simple question? Or perhaps this was a trap all along, designed to lure him into answering fox. A bluff? Beast god, did I answer incorrectly? Ahem. Correct answer. You may now abandon the challenge and receive one inheritance. Of course, you may also choose to continue the challenge, but failure will reset your inheritance count to 0. Lin Yi paused for only a second before replying. Continue. Taking only one inheritance, what difference would that make compared to Su Yao and Li Yuan? If you're going to play big. Losing is one thing, but fearing defeat means you've already lost half the battle. Alright, kid. Once you confirm, there's no turning back. The next question has never been answered correctly. Beast god, ask away. Question, what does a hairtail fish transform into during summer? 30 seconds. Lin Yi rubbed his chin. This wasn't a pun. So what exactly does a hairtail become in summer? Lin Yi thought to himself, summer hairtail? No. 5, 4, 3, 2. At this critical moment, Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he answered, when hairtail enters summer, it turns into tropical fish. Answer, correct. After all that, it was just a pun. Lin Yi had figured out the beast god's pattern. So he might as well go all out. Continue? Continue. Please hurry up with the questions, beast god. These are too easy. Well done, lad. These are timeless riddles. You're bold, but I find it most pleasing. Then, the beast god continued, how many steps does it take to put an elephant in a refrigerator? 3 steps, open the refrigerator, put the elephant in, close the door. 6, what animal stays up all night? A panda. I refuse to believe it. This question will stump you. If a white balloon hits a black balloon, what should the black balloon do? Lin Yi pondered for a moment and replied, confession balloons. Whoa. Lin Yi heard the beast god suck in his breath. Very well, very well. You truly are a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. Now, for the final question, even I don't know the answer. Should you solve it? I shall bestow upon you the beast god's sword. The beast god's sword? What's it for? Chapter 19, a sword alone is not enough. Well, that depends on your destiny. Some wield it to cleave mountains and seas, sever bonds of love, summon thunder and rain. It can do anything. It all hinges on what divine elements you possess, but explaining that would be rather complicated. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to listen to his rambling and cut him off. A sword alone is not enough. What? One divine sword isn't enough? No, no. You must follow my rules. The beast god protested vehemently. Don't you want to know the answer to the final question? Of course I do. For 1,000 years, I've been unable to figure out the answer. In that case, I can tell you the answer, but only if you agree to my terms. The beast god hesitated. He never imagined a mere human youth would dare to impose conditions upon him. And crucially, he sensed this youth before him could solve the final riddle. After all, Lin Yi had answered every question flawlessly before a genius among geniuses. The answer to this question had tormented him for a millennium. He yearned to know it. Very well. State your terms. As long as they're not unreasonable, I'll agree. Lin Yi replied, simple. I want Su Yao's inheritance transferred to me. You mean that girl from earlier? Precisely. Fine. But you must answer the final question correctly. Bring it on. Lin Yi was determined to see who truly didn't deserve the title of Holy Son. Young one, you still have a chance to quit now. The inheritance you've claimed so far remains yours. After all, even I cannot answer this final question. But if you lose, it'll all be for nothing. The word give up doesn't exist in my dictionary. Excellent. Here's the question. What happens when a fat man falls from a tall building? Lin Yi froze. This final question was indeed different from the previous ones. Logically speaking, a fat man falling from a high building would turn into a pile of bloody flesh. But the answer couldn't be that simple. If he answered incorrectly, everything he'd done so far would be for nothing. What could the answer be? It was so hard to guess. Lin Yi cursed inwardly. Other systems would step in to help their hosts at this moment. Why is yours silent? After shouting for a while, still no response from the system. Guess I really can't rely on the system after all. Lin Yi closed his eyes, and the scene of the fat man falling from the high-rise building flashed through his mind. 1 minute later. The scene had played out countless times in his mind. The fat man had died countless times in Lin Yi's mind. Fatso. High-rise. Fall to his death. So the answer must be Fatso. Don't rush. Time flows 100 times slower in the beast god realm than outside. You have plenty of time to ponder this. It's perfectly normal if you can't figure it out right away. After all, this question has troubled me for 1,000 years. He'll turn into a dead fatso. Intuition told Lin Yi this was the correct answer. Rather than endlessly doubting and wasting energy on self-doubt, why not trust his gut and take a bold gamble? What if he won? Well, this answer truly caught me off guard. Result pending. I need to scratch off the mystery. The sound of the beast god scraping echoed through the void. Lin Yi's heartbeat quickened with each scrape. Life or death hinged on this very moment. The next instant, the scraping sound abruptly ceased. The beast god murmured, "Oh dear. How could I have missed that?" He actually got it right. The answer really is Fatso. Beast god, was my answer correct? Yes. You really did get lucky, kid. Lin Yi detected a hint of envy in the beast god's voice. Can I take the beast god's sword now? As the beast god, my word is law. The beast god's sword is yours, and all its inheritance belongs to you. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A colossal sword plunged straight into the ground, standing before Lin Yi. Gazing at the blade towering like a skyscraper, Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. Beast god, is this the sword of the beast god you spoke of? Yes. You may take it now. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, take you to hell. Beast god. Is it possible it's too big for me to even carry? Oh, my apologies. I'll shrink it down for you right now. As the words fell, the beast god's sword gradually shrank, transforming into a size small enough for Lin Yi to grasp with one hand. There. Now it's just the right size for you. Pull it out. Lin Yi stepped before the divine blade, grasping the hilt with one hand. But one hand couldn't budge it. He tried using both hands, then added a foot. Even mustering every ounce of strength couldn't budge it an inch. Only leaving him drenched in sweat. What's going on? It's so heavy. Lin Yi gasped for breath, utterly drained of strength. Beast god, if you don't want to give it, just say so. No need to toy with me like this. No, it's just that the blade has shrunk, but the mass remains the same. What did you learn in physics class? Lin Yi complained, why didn't you tell me sooner? You didn't ask earlier either. Fine, I admit defeat. I can't take this sword. Give me a different reward instead. Hearing this, the beast god flatly refused. No way. I didn't just hand over the divine sword to you. It's already imprinted in your consciousness. See. You can pull it out anytime. If you can't manage it, that's your problem. So, if I can never draw this sword in my lifetime, what good is it to me? If you can't pull it out in this lifetime, then try in the next. If not, then try the one after that. What's given away is never taken back. Lin Yi clasped his hands together and said, I'm convinced. Let's leave the divine sword here for now.
Please, beast god, pass on the inheritance to me.
No problem. Close your eyes and sit down. I'll pass it on to you now. Lin Yi complied. Moments later,
Lin Yi felt 5 distinct forces gathering within his body. Hard, scorching, supple, everlasting, and substantial. Detected host acquiring 5 elemental forces: gold, wood, water, fire, earth.
Shall they be fused? What can be fused? Current fusion success rate, 30%. Success grants 1 primordial force. Note, elemental powers are released based on personal stamina, while primordial power draws from nature. So, I can harness natural power? If that's the case, a 30% chance? I'm in. A 30% chance is low for most people. They wouldn't even consider taking the gamble. But for Lin Yi, who had gambled on 5% weapon enhancement odds in dungeons during his previous gaming life, 30% seemed increasingly promising. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the wind elemental essence. Prerequisite for release: wind must be present in the surrounding environment. As your power grows, the wind power you harness will also increase. This is great. I don't know its destructive power yet, but combined with sandstorms to stir up dust, it can blind enemies. At the very least, it'll keep me alive. The beast god exclaimed in awe. A prodigy indeed to fuse the 5 elemental powers into the very essence of wind. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes and said, Beast god, farewell. Hey! Don't rush off just yet. I'm a rare talent in this life, so I've got a gift for you. Want it? Of course I want it. It's a gift, after all. Chapter 20, Never underestimate a poor girl. This gift is a sword soul. A sword spirit? What's that? I saw you couldn't draw the sword earlier, so I'm giving you a sword spirit. It will guide you in wielding the blade. Don't underestimate it. This spirit is the very soul of the sword god. This beast god's sword belongs to him. As the beast god finished speaking, a disheveled figure appeared beside the divine blade, sitting cross-legged with head bowed, clad in a tattered gray robe. A palpable sword intent forcing Lin Yi to keep retreating, until Lin Yi could no longer see the sword spirit's form. Suddenly, Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath, snapped his eyes open to find himself back inside the temple in the real world. Beside him stood Su Yao, genuinely covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. Lin Yi, you were sweating buckets just now. You didn't fail to obtain the beast god's power, did you? Shui Lao, meanwhile, had lowered his head to hide his disappointment, unwilling to spare Lin Yi another glance. The temple master, however, grinned from ear to ear. Lin Yi, you're nothing but a worthless failure. How dare you even dream of competing for the position of Holy Sun? You're nothing but a clown. Li Yuan, who had been driven away earlier, rushed back, pointing his finger at Lin Yi's nose as he unleashed a torrent of abuse. Lin Yi was bewildered. This can't be right. I've already received the beast god's inheritance. Could they not see it? Then, Lin Yi looked at the beast god statue. And compared to before, the statue had lost its former luster, now appearing dull and faded. It seemed the beast god had bestowed all its legacy upon Lin Yi, thus losing its divine power and becoming nothing more than a statue. Su Yao, whether I possess the beast god's power or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you don't either. Hearing this, Su Yao snorted coldly and retorted. Ridiculous. I am the sacred maiden who passed the beast god's trial, while you are nothing but a worthless failure. Fire. Su Yao roared, palm facing Lin Yi. Yet only a wisp of smoke emerged, no flames at all. How is this possible? Where is my fire elemental power? Seeing Su Yao stripped of her elemental power, all of Lin Yi's doubts vanished. Su Yao's beast god inheritance had been stripped away by Lin Yi. At this realization, Lin Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. So this is the so-called holy maiden? What a load of crap. Lin Yi, don't get too excited just yet. Since I'm not the holy maiden, then you worthless piece of trash certainly aren't the holy sun either. Since Su Yao was so eager to make a fool of herself, Lin Yi would oblige her. Let me tell you the truth, the beast god has bestowed all its inheritance upon me, including the portion meant for you. Impossible. The beast god's trials are incredibly perilous. Countless have failed them. I, Su Yao, am a genius among 10,000, completing the trials in just 3 hours. Put. Lin Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. 3 hours? You really are as dumb as a pig. The first question took Lin Yi only 3 seconds. Seems like people in this world aren't exactly quick on their feet. Lin Yi, I don't believe you can complete the beast god's trial. Ignorant. Since she wanted to know the truth, Lin Yi would grant her wish. Wind power. Instantly, Lin Yi stirred the faint breeze within the temple. Using his palm as a fan, he pivoted on one foot and spun clockwise. Moments later, a powerful gust of wind swirled around Lin Yi. The next second, Lin Yi unleashed the wind. Fortunately, Su Yao reacted quickly, clutching her skirt to prevent it from being blown away. Wherever the scale swept, juvenile beast masters were instantly swept off their feet.
Bronze Beast Masters managed to steady their feet, but the fierce wind speed made it impossible for them to keep their eyes open. Among those present, only Elder Chui's hairstyle remained perfectly intact, followed by the Hall Master, who remained upright though his hair and robes flapped wildly. You youngster! You've grasped the very essence of wind. I truly didn't misjudge you, Elder Chui exclaimed. Beside him, Li Yuan's eyes burned red as he gritted his teeth, muttering viciously. Lin Yi! All this glory should have been mine, the Holy Sun's. You've stolen it all. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. I will make you my dog. The position of Holy Sun is mine. Everything that belongs to this Holy Sun, I will take back. Lin Yi halted the wind, and the surroundings grew significantly calmer. But Su Yao now looked rather disheveled, her hair blown wildly about her face like a madwoman. No, this can't be. You worthless piece of trash can't possibly be the Holy Sun. Nothing is impossible, Su Yao. Remember what I told you before? Su Yao frowned, uncertain of Lin Yi's meaning and unable to recall any previous conversation. Only preoccupied with whether the 5 million had been transferred. What was it? I told you the next time we meet, I'll make you kneel at my feet. Lin Yi, don't push it too far. With Su Yao's proud spirit, she naturally refused to kneel before Lin Yi. But Lin Yi always kept his word. And if he demanded she kneel today, she would have to kneel. Listen up, it's not just you who'll kneel. Li Yuan will kneel too. You dare? I am the Holy Son, and you are not the Holy Daughter. You must obey my commands. Su Yao snarled, don't even think about it. Lin Yi had anticipated Su Yao's resistance. But he didn't need to persuade her, only the Temple Master. Lin Yi turned to the Temple Master and said, Temple Master, I wish for them both to kneel before me and confess their mistakes. Only then can I continue serving as this temple's Holy Son. What do you think? Seeing this, the Temple Master did not respond immediately. After all, he was the ruler of the temple. Being summoned and dismissed at Lin Yi's whim would undermine his authority. Noticing the Chamberlain's silence, Elder Chui interjected. Truthfully, this old man believes Lin Yi would be better suited for advancement at headquarters. What do you think, Lord Chamberlain? These words struck the Temple Master like a needle piercing his heart. Possessing a Holy Son for District D's temple had been his lifelong obsession. Though crowning Lin Yi as Holy Son would bind him to Elder Chui, making it easier for the Elder to control the entire Hope Containment Zone. But for the temple's future, Lin Yi was the sole hope for District D to break through to District C. He had no choice but to compromise. Su Yao, Li Yuan. Come kneel before Lin Yi. The Temple Master commanded the two. Yet Su Yao and Li Yuan resisted fiercely. Su Yao snorted coldly, I refuse to kneel before a good-for-nothing like Lin Yi. Refusal will result in being blacklisted by the Beastmaster Temple. Consider your options carefully. Hearing this, Li Yuan instantly lost his nerve. He scurried over to Lin Yi. Thud. Landing on his knees. Lin Yi, I was rude earlier. I was wrong. We're good brothers, please forgive me. Lin Yi spoke softly, rise. As long as you kneel and beg for forgiveness, I will pardon you. Then Lin Yi turned to Su Yao and said in a deep voice, now it's your turn, Su Yao. Li Yuan, you really are a spineless coward. And to think I spent so much money training you. Su Yao, you filthy hypocrite, stop pretending. I know every dirty trick you've pulled. I won't believe you won't kneel today. Immediately, Li Yuan pledged his loyalty to Lin Yi, saying, Lin Yi, rest assured. If Su Yao dares not kneel before you, I'll expose every one of her sordid secrets. Lin Yi nodded. No wonder Li Yuan could swindle Su Yao out of her money, this kid was sharp. Su Yao had to kneel today. Being blacklisted by the temple was like a death sentence for a Beastmaster's career. No resources would be allocated to them, and they'd be barred from entering any death domain above grade D. Su Yao spoke up, Lin Yi, I'm not kneeling to you. I'm kneeling to stay in the Beastmaster Temple. So what? You're still kneeling. Fortunes change over time, never underestimate a girl in need. Chapter 21, The Rainbow-Tailed Predator Horse. You're kneeling, yet your mouth remains so stubborn? If you wish to beg my forgiveness, show some sincerity. Otherwise, I won't let you rise, you'll stay kneeling here. Lin Yi now held the status of Holy Son, granting him the temple's highest privileges. If Lin Yi wished, he could kill Su Yao right now and no one would dare question it. The next moment, Lin Yi heard Su Yao's sobs as two clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Choking back sobs, she kept wiping her tears with the back of her hand. A female beast tamer among the onlookers accused, Lin Yi, you've gone too far. How dare you bully a girl? Even if you're the Holy Son, humiliating Su Yao like this is utterly disgraceful. Exactly. How can a man be so petty with a girl? Oh dear, Su Yao is so pitiful. A real man doesn't pick fights with women. Su Yao has forgiven you already, so let's not make a big deal out of this. More and more people spoke up for Su Yao. And they seemed to believe whoever cried had the moral high ground. Sure enough, Lin Yi caught Su Yao's lips curling upward in a sly smile. Lin Yi, I've forgiven you.
Can we just drop the matter of you accusing me of insurance fraud and murder? Lin Yi smiled.
And at this moment, Su Yao was actually thinking of using this opportunity to cover up her past sins.
Just then,
a clear voice rang out from beyond the temple gates. Su Yao, who said I framed you?
Lin Yi murmured.
That voice sounds familiar.
Who could it be? This voice.
Lin Yi felt he had heard it recently, yet he couldn't quite place who it belonged to. However, judging from this statement, the visitor had come for Su Yao.
Moments later, the crowd parted to form a 2-meter-wide path for the newcomer. Lin Yi focused his gaze and saw,
and realized there was more than one person approaching.
Standing in the center was none other than the guard. Lin Yi was startled. This doesn't make sense. How could a lowly guard occupy the center position? Could he be playing dumb to catch the wise?
Typically, the center position was reserved for the leader of an organization. Behind him stood a squad of no fewer than 100 men, all uniformly clad in military attire and equipped with energy cannons.
These energy cannons possessed immense destructive power, capable of obliterating a tank outright. Even a juvenile demon beast couldn't withstand a single blast.
The defensive forces' ability to hold their ground owed much to these energy cannons. Upon seeing them arrive, the palace chief approached the guard, extending his hand for a handshake.
Commander Fong, what brings you here? Smack!
Commander Fong slapped the hall master's hand away.
Lin Yi is my boss, Fong Yu. As the head of enforcement, I have the authority to expose Su Yao's insurance fraud and clear my boss's name.
Hearing this, the temple master retorted, Fong Yu,
don't push your luck. This is the Beastmaster Temple. Matters between Beastmasters are none of your concern.
Fong Yu stood his ground, chest thrust forward, forcing the hallmaster to retreat step by step.
I won't challenge you for defrauding insurance and killing within the Beastmaster Temple. But defrauding ordinary citizens, how do you explain that?
Well, when Lin Yi was defrauded, he wasn't yet a member of the temple, so naturally, it falls under the jurisdiction of the enforcers. Fong Yu pointed his finger right at the temple master's nose and snapped, humph.
Beastmasters think they're so great, huh? But even Beastmasters can't act lawless against the people. The temple master covered his face, unable to meet the gaze. Someone, bring out the head of Onping Insurance. Make the truth public. Moments later, a woman in uniform entered, holding a folder in her hand, and began reading aloud. I now represent Onping Insurance in accusing Su Yao of malicious insurance fraud.
Furthermore, the temple master has threatened our company, coercively demanding 5 million yuan. Immediately after, a middle-aged couple entered,
shouting at Su Yao, we are Zhao Kai's parents.
We are suing Su Yao for deceiving our son out of his money and inciting him to commit murder.
She deserves to die.
Hearing these words, Lin Yi found them most pleasing to the ear, his heart filled with profound satisfaction.
Justice prevails in the hearts of the people. Su Yao has committed countless evils. Someone will surely bring her to justice. I didn't do it. I'm innocent. You're framing an innocent person.
Su Yao continued to protest, her voice shrill and piercing,
jumping and flailing about.
Clearly her defenses had crumbled.
At that moment, Li Yuan executed a swift takedown, pinning Su Yao to the ground. Su Yao, I witnessed every single thing you did. I, Li Yuan, can testify 24/7. Li Yuan, you heartless bastard.
I spent 5 million raising you, and you dare stab me in the back.
I'll kill you. Su Yao went berserk, summoning her rainbow-tailed predator horse.
Its sharp fangs now bared, an utterly terrifying sight.
Li Yuan scrambled away from Su Yao, shouting as he fled, Commander! Palace Master! Elder Chui! Save me! Seeing this, Fong Yu drew the pistol from his waistband. Bang! A shot rang out. A massive net shot out, instantly trapping Su Yao within. Strangely, Su Yao's spirit beast vanished instantly, and she herself became weak and limp. Detain Su Yao and carry out the death sentence. Yes. At Fong Yu's command, everyone charged forward in unison.
Within moments, Su Yao was shoved into the law enforcement vehicle.
Before leaving, Fong Yu approached Lin Yi and said, Young man, for minor matters like this in the future, just send me a WeChat message.
If I hadn't been watching the live stream today, I might have arrived too late.
Lin Yi frowned, still reeling from the shock. How had Fong Yu gone from a lowly guard to the head of law enforcement? What exactly is going on here?
Young Lin Yi, I didn't mean to deceive you. I hope we can still work together.
It made sense.
The access bracelet Fong Yu had given him was likely no ordinary item. With such godlike capabilities, it wouldn't be distributed to every guard.
What exactly was Fong Yu's purpose in approaching him? Given his status, it couldn't be merely about money.
Of course. Thank you, Brother Fong, for getting me out of that today. No need to thank me for such a small matter.
I'll be heading out now. Come find me at our usual spot sometime for a chat. Definitely.
With that, Fong Yu waved goodbye and turned to lead his men toward the exit. As he passed by, he took the opportunity to warn the temple master.
Head of the temple, Lin Yi is my boss. If this sort of thing happens again, I, Fong Yu, will report you to the Alliance.
With that, he forcibly clasped the temple master's hand in a gesture of goodwill. The temple master had already lost all face before Feng Yu, but the final, superficial handshake at least provided him with a way out.
No need to see us off. After seeing off this formidable figure, the temple master finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now fully aware that
Lin Yu was backed by two powerful figures, Elder Cui and Feng Yu. To retain his position as Hall Master, he must cultivate relations with Lin Yi not to win his favor, but to avoid provoking him. All beast masters of the temple pay homage to the holy son, Lin Yi. The chamberlain bellowed, and all beast masters bowed deeply before Lin Yi.
The holy son's coronation ceremony shall now commence.
Before the words had fully faded, the Grand Elder approached, bearing a golden crown, and slowly made his way toward Lin Yi. Moments later, the temple master approached Lin Yi with solemn expression, personally placing the holy son's crown upon his head. And then announced, to the Hope Ceiling Zone, the Beastmaster Temple, founded a century ago, presents its first heavenly rank breaker, Lin Yi, with the heavenly rank medal and a reward of 10 million credits.
Chapter 22, 3 Life-Saving Ice Pearls. The Grand Elder approached pulling a suitcase.
No need to guess, inside was precisely the 10 million in cash. The Elder then took out the heavenly list medal and personally placed it upon Lin Yi's chest. The character heaven was engraved upon the medal.
Open the suitcase. I need to verify the money. The Elder's face darkened as he stammered, surely that's unnecessary? This is your reward. The temple wouldn't deceive you.
This puts me in a difficult position.
Difficult? Well, then don't bother at all. 10 million wasn't a small sum.
If Lin Yi didn't open it to check now, and later discovered it wasn't money, the Elder would likely refuse to accept responsibility.
Lin Yi yanked the suitcase toward him and violently dumped its entire contents onto the floor. To his surprise, there wasn't a single bill inside. Only a pile of worn-out clothes.
Elder, how do you explain this? From the very beginning, Lin Yi had noticed the Elder's shady behavior. He was clearly up to no good.
The entire Beastmaster Temple seemed to reject him. Was it because of his humble background and a single failed awakening attempt that they dismissed everything about him?
The Grand Elder replied, Lin Yi, this is merely a formality.
I'll make it up to you later. No way. If the Elder had honestly admitted the temple lacked funds, Lin Yi might have understood. But calling it a mere formality? That was blatantly treating him like a child to be fooled. Seeing Lin Yi's firm stance, he immediately whispered, Holy Son, please don't be angry. Here is my deputy card. It contains 15 million.
Consider it compensation. The temple master shoved the card into Lin Yi's pocket and whispered, after the coronation ceremony, please come to my office.
I have urgent matters to discuss.
Lin Yi nodded in agreement.
1 hour later,
the coronation ceremony concluded, and all beast masters had departed the temple.
The D-rank death domain had been utterly slaughtered by Lin Yi,
and most of the young beast masters began moving in the same direction.
Lin Yi approached Elder Cui and asked, Old Cui, do you know where they're going? I've heard there's a place called the Ghost Market in the Hope Containment Zone.
A marketplace exclusively for beast masters.
Then, Old Cui, do you know what exactly is there? How should I know? I'm not from around here.
You should go see for yourself sometime. Hearing this, Lin Yi could only wait for another opportunity to go. But for now, the palace master had urgent matters to discuss with him. He'd see what the old man was up to.
Young man, I must depart. The path ahead is yours to walk alone. Ha? Elder Cui, you're leaving already? As the supervising elder, I still have much work to do. To be honest, I hold great promise for you.
When you rise to prominence in the future, should I ever need your assistance, do not forget this old man.
Hearing this, Lin Yi understood that Elder Cui was seeking a favor.
After all, he had gone to such lengths to help him precisely so he could call upon him in the future. For Elder Cui's kindness, I, Lin Yi, shall repay you with a spring of gratitude.
Young man, you truly have a noble spirit. Don't speak of repaying favors. I'm giving you 3 ice pearls.
Throw them out, and they'll instantly freeze any demon beast below the diamond stage.
Take them for your own protection. This is unacceptable. I absolutely cannot accept your gifts.
Old Cui grabbed Lin Yi's hand and placed the 3 ice orbs into his palm. The moment they touched his skin, an excruciating sting shot through his palm. Truly, treasures from a diamond beastmaster are in a league of their own. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Yi stowed the ice orbs into his beastmaster's space and warned Xiao He not to touch them carelessly.
Thank you, Old Cui. Enough. These are not the peaceful times of 100 years ago. Think twice before acting. I'm leaving. With that, Old Cui stepped directly onto the void staircase, growing ever more distant. His retreating figure radiated the loneliness of the powerful. A lofty position brings its own chill. Walking on air, is this what a diamond stage powerhouse looks like? When will I ever be as strong as old Master Cui? Growing stronger. I still have a long road ahead. Mom, Dad. Lu Qian. Wait for me. Then, Lin Yi headed toward the Hall Master's office. Happy People Resettlement Community. The Li family. Li Yuan returned home and plopped down on the sofa, his face etched with resentment.
In the kitchen, Li Yuan's mother bustled about preparing dinner.
Achoo!
The pungent smell of spices made Li Yuan sneeze.
Li Yuan complained, "Mom, why don't you ever turn on the range hood when you cook?"
Xiao Yuan, the range hood is broken.
We don't have the money to fix it. Just bear with it for now.
Li Yuan watched his mother's busy silhouette.
Su Yao had given him a lot of money before,
but he'd spent it all on beast cores and was now penniless.
Li Yuan muttered under his breath, "It's all Lin Ye's fault."
If he hadn't meddled, that silly woman Su Yao would still be spending money on this young master.
Lin Yi, today you've humiliated me 100-fold.
Someday, I'll repay you 1,000-fold.
So what if you're the Holy Sun? One day, I, Li Yuan, will stab you in the back. A moment later,
Li Yuan's mother carried in a tray of steaming hot food sliced green peppers with pork strips and 2 bowls of white rice.
Xiao Yuan, dinner's ready.
Li Yuan's mother smiled at him, filled with hope that he might take a bite of the stir-fried pork she'd spent 3 hours preparing.
I'm not eating. Clang!
Li Yuan flung the stir-fried green peppers and pork, along with the rice, onto the floor.
Instantly, Li Yuan's mother was furious.
But seeing Li Yuan even angrier than herself, her heart softened once more.
Who upset our little Yuan? You've been complaining non-stop since you walked in.
Tell Mom, and I'll help you vent.
Never mind. It wouldn't do any good telling you anyway. How can you be like this, my child? You won't even tell your mother anything? This breaks my heart. Li Yuan sneered coldly, hurt?
For 18 years, I've been called a bastard without a father.
Who is my real father? How much longer do you plan to keep this from me? Li Yuan grew increasingly agitated, standing up to confront his mother.
Seeing this, Li Yuan's mother's eyes filled with tears. Though she was in her 30s, her face bore many wrinkles, yet her figure remained slightly plump in places, retaining traces of her former charm. She must have been quite a beauty in her youth. 18 years have flown by.
My little Yuan has grown into a man. It's time I told you the truth. You should have told me long ago. Can't you stop hiding this from me? Xiao Yuan, sit down. Let Mom tell you slowly.
20 years ago, I worked at a foot massage parlor in Jinling. The pay was decent back then. I made 10,000 a month. But fate dealt us a cruel hand. Your grandfather was a gambler, your grandmother was bedridden, and your uncle needed money for college.
All these burdens fell on your mother alone. Then I met your father.
He often came for foot massages, always topping up his card in increments of 100,000 yuan. Each time he visited, he'd bring me gold and silver jewelry. So I not only became the top salesperson but also had to win your father's heart.
Li Yuan interrupted, so who exactly is my dad? Is he some faithless bastard who abandoned us? Xiao Yuan, don't speak of your father that way. He's different.
He's Li Tianzong, heir to the Jinling Li family, exceptionally capable, with a domineering personality.
He became president of the Li Group at a young age. And most crucially, the Li Group is under the protection of Su Zhong's foremost family, the Lu family. Chapter 23, Parents' Whereabouts. Li Yuan gasped, the Lu family? The one that dominates all of Su Zhong, the one even the Grand Master of the beast-taming temple fears? Exactly. With the Lu family's protection, your father's career soared. Because of this, he was consumed by work and rarely had time to come home to massage my feet. Later, I became pregnant with you, but your father vanished. It wasn't his fault, he simply had no time. Because of the pregnancy, I couldn't work. Your grandfather gambled away all our money. With no funds left, after being kicked out of our home, I had no choice but to wander to Shiwu. I came to this resettlement community and, with the help of neighbors, gave birth to you. Thud. A thunderous crash. Li Yuan slammed his fist on the table. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? I'm going to beat up that deadbeat dad. If he thinks he can just disappear, I'll make sure he vanishes.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Yuan stormed toward the door.
Xiao Yuan, come back. Stop right there.
Li Yuan's mother grabbed his clothes. But the strength difference was too great. He dragged her outside.
When Li Yuan opened the door, 2 strangers stood outside. Li Yuan demanded, who are you? Why are you outside my house?
The 2 men were dressed in sharp suits, looking every bit the part.
Each carried a briefcase, its contents unknown. But they appeared friendly, smiling broadly, showing no ill intent. Good day, sir.
Both men bowed deeply in unison, leaving Li Yuan utterly bewildered.
Why were they addressing him as young master? What young master? You must have the wrong person.
Reporting to the young master, we are business managers from the Jinling Li Group.
We're here to assist you. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's mother instantly appeared before him. You're Tianzhong's men, aren't you?
I knew he still cared about us.
You must be Wu Dan, Mrs. Wu.
The chairman hasn't remarried in over 20 years.
He's always spoken of you by name, even mentioning that he has a son. He's never stopped thinking of you, Mrs. Wu.
Hearing this, Wu Dan covered her mouth and giggled, unable to hide her delight.
Please come inside and sit down. Thank you, Mrs. Wu.
After the four had taken their seats, the two business managers cut straight to the point. Young master, we're here to convey the chairman's message. If we say anything inappropriate, please forgive us. Li Yuan crossed his legs, still inexperienced in his new role as a young master. He could only pretend to be worldly. No problem, go ahead. Thank you for your understanding, young master. The chairman has agreed to let you and your wife relocate to Jinling. He is also willing to grant you a subsidiary to manage, valued at 300 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately stood up and exclaimed, really? That's fantastic. Young master, please hear me out. Before that, the chairman has one small request. Li Yuan straightened his back and patted his chest. What requirement? Lay it on thick. The chairman wants you to achieve some accomplishments first. That way, you'll command greater respect and prove that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Li Yuan instantly deflated upon hearing this, sighing bitterly, damn it. If it weren't for that idiot Lin Yi, I'd already be the holy son. I should be happily on my way to Jiling right now, but that brat ruined everything. The business manager chuckled lightly and said, we're aware of what happened to you at the Beastmaster Temple. So what if you know? Lin Yi is a freak, a demon. Who grows to bronze rank in a single day? He's not human. Immediately, the two business managers opened the two black briefcases. These are the Anomaly Core and Crimson Gold Earth Armor. Li Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, seeing these items for the first time. Exactly. This Anomaly Core was found in a nearby D-rank death domain, left behind in the body of a Crimson Flame Demon Elephant. We brought it along as a gift for you, young master. Alright, that'll do. You two are sharp. When I return to Jinling, I'll be sure to put in a good word for you both with my father. Thank you, young master. Li Yuan handed over the two items without hesitation. This Anomaly Core will allow my white-eyed wolf to evolve once more, combined with the Crimson Gold Earth Armor's formidable defense. Now, I'll see what that brat Lin Yi has to fight me with. If the young master has no further business, we shall take our leave. Contact us via WeChat if needed. Li Yuan's eyes turned cold as he barked in a low voice, halt. Who said you could just leave like that? The two sales managers halted in their tracks and whispered, what else do you need, young master? This young master is running low on funds. Hand over $1 million. The chairman instructed that aside from these two items, everything else must be earned through your own efforts, young master. Li Yuan pressed relentlessly, I am the heir to the Li Group. I am your future breadwinner. Giving $1 million to support your parents isn't unreasonable, is it? Don't force my hand. Our accounts are monitored by the group. If we give you money, we'll be fired by the chairman. Please understand. I understand your ass. Li Yuan roared, instantly summoning his white-eyed wolf beast, which lunged toward the two account managers. Woof. The white-eyed wolf let out a howl, tearing a gaping hole in both managers' suits. Forgive us, young master. One of them raised his hand and fired a shot at Li Yuan and his mother. But instead of a bullet, a blinding beam of light erupted from the barrel. Li Yuan was forced to shield his eyes. When he opened them again, he and his mother were trapped inside a beam of light. No matter how hard they pounded against it, they couldn't break free. Let me out. Are you rebelling? My apologies, young master. This light barrier will deactivate automatically in 5 hours. However, if you require funds, I'll have the Ziwayan family contact you shortly. The Yun family? The foremost clan within the unbreakable lockdown zone. Precisely. The Yun family is merely an affiliate of the Li Group. You may command them at your discretion, young master. Got it. Now get lost. Young master. Shiwu City, Hope Lockdown Zone, Beastmaster Temple. Lin Yi arrived at the Temple Master's office. Knock knock knock. The Temple Master opened the door personally. Upon entering, Lin Yi plopped down into the Temple Master's chair, propping his legs up on the desk. The uniformed secretary beside him gaped in astonishment. Curvy figure, voluptuous curves, slender fair legs, and a face as delicate as jade carvings. The Hall Master urged impatiently, what are you staring at? Don't you have any sense? The Holy Sun is weary. Quickly, give the Holy Sun a shoulder massage. Yes. The secretary swiftly moved behind Lin Yi, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders as she began a gentle kneading massage. Now, what important matter brought you here? The Temple Master pulled over a small stool and whispered. Lin Yi, you are now the Holy Son of our temple. I hope you will consider the temple's interests from now on. Lin Yi understood the Temple Master still sought to win him over, but winning him over required genuine sincerity. Dismiss the pretense, Chamberlain. Speak plainly. Then I'll be blunt. Forgive my boldness, but I've just discovered your parents are trapped in the C-class death domain. Now there's a chance to rescue them. Dare you try? Chapter 24, Accepting the Challenge. Hearing this, Lin Yi instantly lost his composure. Really? His parents were the only family he had in this world. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. After losing his leg, he starved to death without ever meeting his birth parents, leaving him with an immense void inside. He had always envied the childhoods of other children. But this life was different. Lin Yi had fully experienced his parents' love and care. Though poor, their affection was genuine, and his childhood had been beautiful and joyful. Yet, misfortune always finds the unfortunate. Lin Yi's parents had been transformed into human puppets by the vine beasts and were now missing. Now, with a chance to rescue them, Lin Yi would brave any peril, even mountains of blades and seas of fire. It's absolutely true. In 3 days, the 4 great temples of Shiwu City will unite to eradicate the C-class death domain. But what? But before that, they'll first jointly purge the D-rank death domain. The sealed zones will be allocated based on each temple's kill count. Lin Yi frowned. But I already cleared the D-rank death domain. That's different. That was a shared dead zone with the Equilibrium cult. Even after clearing it, new beasts would be sent to aid Beastmaster's growth. But forbidden beasts are off limits, like your spirit beast, Holy Sun. Lin Yi nodded. Both the black-robed figures of the Equilibrium cult and the temple lords referred to Xiao He as a forbidden beast. But Lin Yi despised this sect. How could demon beasts coexist with beast tamers? It would only bring endless calamity. One day, he would root this cult out entirely. I understand that. So is there also a D-rank death domain there? The hall master chuckled without reply. Then pulled a map from the drawer, detailing the distribution of factions across the entire Shiwu district. Holy Sun, please look. Lin Yi glanced at it and felt a chill run down his spine. Shiwu City is this vast? Having lived in the quarantine zone since childhood, Lin Yi found its scale comparable to a second-tier city vastly expanded from his previous life. Yet the restricted zone marked Hope on the map truly lived up to its name. Its size was merely a tiny fraction of the entire Shiwu City. The dead zone Lin Yi had cleared was merely a fraction of that fraction, utterly negligible. The area marked C on the map was the true dead zone, covering a staggering 80% of the territory. The remaining 20% comprised 4 D-class quarantine zones and dead zones, excluding the neutral dead zone, leaving less than 10% of the area habitable for humans. The cordon zones are codenamed Unyielding, Hope, Glimmer, and Rebirth. Without exception, all were D-rank Beastmaster temples, unable to produce a single gold-rank Beastmaster. The Chamberlain muttered, 100 years ago, in 2035, a meteorite disaster struck, causing global mutations in flora and fauna. At first, domestic cats ballooned to the size of leopards. Vines devoured buildings as they grew wildly, carnivorous plants and toxic spores spread across the wilderness. Extreme weather became commonplace: acid rain, perpetual night, magnetic storms in some regions became dead zones. Later, beast god statues emerged worldwide. A small fraction of humanity gained the ability to contract with demonic beasts. We called these tamed creatures spirit beasts, using them to combat the demonic beasts in the dead zones. Gradually, the Beastmaster Temple was formed. Lin Yi knew all this already. Back in school, they drilled this into us daily. I'd heard it so often my ears grew calluses. Archon, this feels like suicide. Hopeless. Lin Yi felt despair just looking at it. Even a neutral D-ranked death domain harbors crimson flame demon elephants, silver-ranked beasts. One could only imagine, wouldn't silver-ranked beasts be everywhere in a C-ranked death domain? And to top it off, a golden demon king was stationed there. Young man, don't lose heart in the face of adversity. Now that all 4 great temples have their holy sons, we will fully allocate the resources of the D-ranked death domain to you. With the beast god's legacy within you, you are certain to create a miracle. The temple master was indeed rather sharp-tongued, though sometimes he judged people harshly. Yet his heart remained devoted to the temple's interests. Lin Yi pondered, holding back his response. The temple master continued, if you rank first in demon beast slaying points, you will become the divine son. You will be revered by all of Shiwu City, with every resource at your disposal, anything you desire. Lin Yi still remained silent. Lin Yi, if you achieve the highest score in the C-rank death domain, you'll become the divine master of Shiwu City's beast taming temple, the leader of the entire city. Just don't let your ambition run too wild. Lin Yi thought to himself, divine lord, divine son. I have no interest in empty titles. But if abundant resources flow my way, then Xiao He won't have to go hungry. Divine Lord sounds good, I'll take that. Then Lin Yi spoke. I'll go, but you must guarantee you can save my parents. The temple master pounded his chest emphatically, leave that to me. Even if your parents become human puppets, as long as they're still alive, I can heal them. With your word, I'm at ease. With that, Lin Yi rose to leave. Lin Yi, wait a moment. Lin Yi halted, watching as the hall master retrieved an object from a drawer. It was an AI ring. Typically used for data recording, it wasn't anything particularly rare. The chamber master personally slipped it onto Lin Yi's finger and said, you needn't attend our temple's assembly. Proceed directly to Longxi Square for assembly in 3 days. Lin Yi asked in a low voice, what is this ring for? It tracks your kill count. It'll stay with you until we clear the C-class dead zone. The scoring rules are posted in the temple group announcements. Remember, don't miss it or I'll lose face, ha ha ha. Lin Yi replied, in 3 days. I'll purge the demon beasts from the dead zone. Then I'm relieved. Night's falling, head back early. Got it. Leaving the Beastmaster Temple, Lin Yi realized a crucial problem: he was homeless. The resettlement community held no family left for him. At best, just a pile of steel and concrete. I've got 15 million now, time to buy a place. A 500 square meter luxury penthouse. Without delay, Lin Yi headed straight for the nearby sales office. Upon arriving at the sales office, apart from the sales consultant, there was hardly anyone viewing properties. It was exceptionally quiet. No one even acknowledged Lin Yi. I want to buy a house. The sales consultants were all engrossed in their mobile games. They merely glanced at Lin Yi before dismissively returning to their screens. He's clearly a broke loser just looking for attention. He's been a deadbeat all year, not a single sale. Xiaoyu, it's your first day as an intern. Go practice on him. The shy intern beside her stammered, I don't dare. I'm scared. Scared of the market? Look at his shabby look, he's not even as rich as your family. He's just here to cause trouble. Just trash talk him relentlessly. If you really can't handle it, then call me. Alright then, I'll go take a look. Hurry up already. Don't interrupt my gaming. A moment later, a girl approached Lin Yi. She looked very shy and spoke in a soft voice. Sir, are you here to buy a house? I want a 500 square meter apartment. Charge it to my card. Xiaoyu's hands trembled as she took the card, tentatively suggesting, Sir, perhaps I could help you find something? No need. Just swipe the card. I'm in a hurry. Sir, I've checked, and for 500 square meter units, only the top floor, the 92nd floor, is still available. No problem. The top floor is perfect. The POS machine emitted a crisp, loud beep. Transaction successful, 10 million yuan received. Xiaoyu shouted, yes. I closed the deal. Overcome with excitement, Xiaoyu didn't even consider Lin Yi's feelings and planted a kiss on his cheek. Chapter 25, directly to the C-class death zone. After signing the purchase contract, the house was now fully Lin Yi's. After a long while, following Xiaoyu to the rooftop. Just as Lin Yi had imagined, the view was expansive, overlooking the entire city of Shiwu. The dead zone, the quarantine area, and the Beastmaster's temple, their approximate locations, were all clearly visible. And if one looked closely, even the Silver Demon Kings towering dozens of meters high could be seen. But from the vantage point of the 92nd floor, they looked like ants. Lin Yi murmured to himself, with such sweeping views, paired with the access bracelet, won't we be able to go anywhere we want from now on? The apartment was fully furnished with all basic appliances and furniture. Though it appeared long unoccupied, dust coating the sofa, coffee table, and other furnishings. Xiaoyu asked softly, Sir, would you like me to give you a tour of the apartment? Lin Yi looked at Xiaoyu but said nothing. Typically, once the money was paid and the contract signed, the salesperson wouldn't continue following the client. But this girl before him was a conscientious one, insisting on serving the client until they were satisfied. Did she feel she owed Lin Yi something? No need. If you're interested, you can be my personal housekeeper, 100,000 yuan a month. The place was pretty filthy, and he could use someone to clean and cook. This honest, hard-working girl was exactly what Lin Yi needed. 100,000? That's so much. I'll take it. Here's a key for you too. You can start working right now. Got it. 3 days later. Lin Yi looked at Xiaohei lying in the beast taming space, his stomach already hollowed out from hunger, and felt deeply sorry for him. Juvenile demon beasts no longer satisfy Xiaohei's appetite, but D-rank Death Domain bronze stage beasts are extremely rare. To feed Xiaohei properly, I'll have to risk venturing into a C-rank Death Domain. Xiaohei rolled around wildly in the beast taming space, clearly starved to the point of exhaustion. After all, he was a glutton. And after 3 days without food, Lin Yi felt deeply sorry for him. Today is the gathering day for the 4 great temples. As a divine son, I must attend, but Xiaohei is starving. After much deliberation, attending that ridiculous gathering, who knows how long those temple masters will drone on? By then, Xiaohei might develop a stomach ailment from starvation. No way, I'm bailing. Immediately, Lin Yi unlocked his phone and dialed Fawn Yu's number. Hey, Lin Yi, what's up? Planning to go live? Lin Yi replied, I want to go to the C-class dead zone. Can your access bracelet teleport us there? It can, but I advise against going alone. It's extremely dangerous there. Even as a saint's son, you still need clearance from our border defense forces. You can't just walk in. From Fong Yu's tone, it seemed nearly impossible for Lin Yi to enter the C-class dead zone alone. Brother Fong, help me out this once. On the other end of the line, Lin Yi could sense Fong Yu's hesitation. It wasn't about rules. As commander-in-chief overseeing both the border defense forces and the enforcers, he could alter any regulation at will. In truth, Fong Yu feared losing Lin Yi as a friend. Ever since meeting you, I've started believing in miracles. Fine. I'll make an exception for you this once. Thanks, Brother Fong. I'm currently at the outer perimeter of the C-class dead zone. You can teleport over now. I'll personally escort you inside. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Yi activated his access bracelet. The next second,
The entire map of Shiwu City projected before him. Lin Yi zoomed in,
located the outer perimeter of the Class C restricted zone, and tapped it directly with his finger.
Instantly,
a blue halo formed beneath his feet, transforming into a beam of light that enveloped him.
Before long,
Lin Yi felt his feet lift off the ground, the sensation of weightlessness intensifying.
After about half a minute, the ground beneath his feet solidified,
and the beam vanished. The scene before him had changed completely. Before him stood a green tent once more. Emerging from within was Fong Yu, disguised once more as a guard.
Brother Lin, you're here.
I heard today is the gathering day for the 4 great temples.
How come you, the Holy Sun, didn't show up?
Lin Yi chuckled lightly.
We're all clearing demon beasts. If I clear the C-rank death domain first, isn't that the same? Whoa, what a logical genius. But this C-rank dead zone is exceptionally treacherous. Juvenile demon beasts can't survive here. The weakest creatures are bronze tier. You must be extremely cautious once you enter.
Lin Yi showed no sign of backing down. Not only to grow stronger, but also to find his parents.
Every day he stayed out meant another day of suffering for them in the death domain. Brother Fong, is there a heavenly ranking in this C-grade dead zone? Fong Yu's expression froze.
Having just advised Lin Yi to keep a low profile, now the kid was openly inquiring about the heavenly rankings.
Did I hear that right? This isn't your neutral D-rank death domain.
This is a regular death domain 1,000 times larger than your last one.
It's teeming with golden-ranked great demons and fraught with danger. Going in now is already a suicide mission.
There's no need to risk the heavenly rankings.
Lin Yi disagreed. He retorted immediately.
Since it's already a suicide mission, I absolutely must challenge the heavenly list.
If I die, so be it. But if I survive, all those who doubted me will fall silent. Good lad, you've got guts. That's exactly why I'm counting on you. Only you would dare challenge the heavenly list. Lin Yi scanned his surroundings.
Except for a 100-meter-high wall to his left, the rest was nothing but endless weeds stretching as far as the eye could see.
No signboard in sight. Brother Fawn, how do I challenge the heavenly list? Simple.
Just shout, I challenge the heavenly list. Lin Yi shouted toward the sky, I challenge the list. The moment the words left his lips, the earth began to tremble violently. The clouds in the sky grew dark and ominous, swirling with thunder and lightning. The dark clouds swirled in spirals, revealing a patch of golden light at their center.
Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the golden light.
As 4 massive stone steels slowly descended to the ground.
Moments later,
the steels touched down, kicking up billowing clouds of thick smoke and dust. As the haze cleared, 4 uneven stone tablets stood before Lin Yi. Fong Yu explained from the side, Brother Lin Yi, look closely. The smallest white steel is the yellow list, the blue one is the mystic list, the black one is the earth list, and the golden one is the heaven list. The names engraved on these steels are those who have broken through the rankings across generations. However, to date, only the earth list has been broken through and by a single individual.
Lin Yi inwardly marveled. Only one person on the earth list? Just how terrifying is this C-grade death domain? Brother Fong, why did these steels fall from the sky? And what about the rewards?
Fong Yu stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from Lin Yi, and spoke slowly. Except for that neutral D-rank death domain, which has a man-made ranking, all other death domains have their rankings set by the beast god himself. As for the rewards, I only know about those below the earth rank. No one knows about the heaven rank.
Lin Yi pressed further. Oh? Then tell me what rewards come with the yellow, mystic, and earth lists?
The yellow list is the lowest tier. Enter and slay a demon beast to claim the bounty. Success earns 10 pieces of exotic crystal ore. Failure costs you 10 years of life.
Chapter 26, Encountering the Mud Swamp Ghost Snake.
The mystic list requires slaying 10 demon beasts or destroying a marked stronghold. Success rewards 1 piece of crystal armor.
Failure's penalty? Severed arm.
Hearing this, Lin Yi froze in shock.
The punishment for the mystic list was severed arms? Was this exotic crystal armor worth sacrificing one's life for? Lin Yi glanced at the names on the Xian list. Fewer than 10 people had signed up. A number already extremely low.
Considering that the entire Shiwu region had recorded a total of 10,000 beast masters.
Those capable of claiming the Xian list were likely at least temple elder level. Earth list, targeted kill of a lord level demon beast. Reward, 1 portion of the beast god's inheritance.
Failure penalty, removal of contract talent.
Lin Yi gasped, whoa, the beast god personally severing the contract between a beast master and their spirit beast, turning the beast master into an ordinary person? That's a blow almost no one could bear, right? Fong Yu sighed, you're right. These rewards are personally granted by the beast god, and so are the punishments. But the beast god's inheritance is so tempting that many attempted the earth list, yet only he survived. Lin Yi stared at the sole name engraved on the earth list, Yun Badian. This elder must be the head of the first family of Shiwu, and also the temple master of the unyielding barrier zone temple. Fong Yu added, his strength has reached the threshold of the golden realm. Among the 4D rank beastmaster temples, his faction holds the greatest chance of advancing to C rank.
People only remember the heroes on the list, never the warriors who fell while striving to reach it. Only the victors earn the right to speak. Lin Yi clenched his fists. This world never lacks the weak. To grow stronger, one must fear neither life nor death. Young Lin Yi, you're still too young. Start by challenging the mystic list for experience. Once your strength grows, consider the earth list but don't even think about the heaven list. The punishment would be too much for you to handle. Yet the next moment, Lin Yi walked straight up to the heavenly list. Seeing this, Fan Yu lunged to tackle Lin Yi, desperate to stop him from doing something foolish. But it was too late. Lin Yi had already claimed the heavenly list. Boom! The heavens shook and the earth trembled as a golden beam of light pierced the sky. Within the golden radiance, the figure of the beast god materialized. Resembling a Qilin, yet appearing far more benevolent than any Qilin. Ah! The beast god yawned. Who dared to tear down the heavenly list? Lin Yi shouted, "It's you again, you brat! You dare tear down the heavenly list? Do you even know what the punishment is?" "I don't know, beast god." The beast god then declared, "The punishment is the random annihilation of all beast masters within a single beast temple, including yourself." Lin Yi fell silent. This punishment had indeed caught him off guard. "Young man, considering your ignorance, I can grant you one chance to return the heavenly list. However, your spirit beast will perish as a consequence." Having heard this, Lin Yi's hesitation vanished instantly, his gaze hardening with resolve. Without Xiao He, Lin Yi had long been killed by Zhao Kai on the streets. To make Lin Yi abandon Xiao He in exchange for kneeling to survive? Forget it. Once a man kneels, it's hard to rise again. This heavenly list. I tear it down. Steady-minded, loyal and righteous excellent. You have earned the right to challenge the heavenly list. The beast god continued, the condition for completing the heavenly list isn't to slaughter every demon beast. Then what is it? Obtaining the abyssal gem hidden within this dead domain. That is completion. What is an abyss gem? Lin Yi had never heard of such a thing, but if it was a task for the heavenly list, it must be extremely difficult to obtain. What the abyssal gem is, you'll have to discover that for yourself once you're inside. Damn it, the beast god was playing coy again. Beast god, you wouldn't be telling me this abyssal gem is the final reward, would you? The reward is a set of dragon scale armor. That's it? Fan Yu chimed in from the side, Brother Lin Yi, this armor is no ordinary piece. When you have time, log into the Beastmaster forum. It's packed with professional knowledge. Plus the Dragon Nation ranking leaderboard. Everything you want to know is right there. Thanks, Brother Fong. In that case, I won't waste any more time. Lin Yi then turned to the beast god and said, please escort me into the dead domain. Alright. Hold on tight, don't fall. Swish. A golden light slowly rose from beneath his feet. Take care, Brother Fong. Brother Lin Yi, if you encounter any difficulties, just give me a call. Lin Yi nodded as the golden light gradually faded from view, enveloping him within its glow. The same sensation of weightlessness, followed by the same smooth landing. As the golden light dissipated, Lin Yi's feet touched the muddy ground. Surrounded by black mist, visibility was less than 5 meters. The air was thick with dampness, and a pungent stench of decay filled his nostrils. And everywhere lay dead wood, twisted like demonic claws. The faint growls of beasts could be heard in the distance. Killing intent perception, in sight's eye. Directly ahead. What kind of demon beast is that? Mud swamp ghost snake, bronze tier 50%. Grade, C. Traits, moves twice as fast in mud, sprays venom upon approaching targets, poisoning them and slowing their movement. And there's a larger one. Swamp ghost snake elite, silver stage 1%. Grade, B. Abilities, ghost eyes. Can petrify targets in front of it. This is trouble. They seem to be closing in on us. The little snakes are manageable, but that elite demon beast probably just reached silver rank has the ability to petrify targets. That's a real headache. Xiao He, come out. Lin Yi released Xiao He. Woof. Feeling the breath of freedom, Xiao He couldn't help but let out a howl. But this also drew the attention of the ghost snakes, which now approached even faster. At that moment, Xiao He came before Lin Yi, crawling on the ground and rubbing against him. Alright, let's switch things up today, spicy strips it is. Lin Yi mounted Xiao He and charged toward the swarm of snakes. Earlier reconnaissance revealed that those black snakes were exceptionally skilled at lurking and camouflaging themselves here, with vicious temperaments. With even the smaller ones measuring 8 or 9 meters long and as thick as iron barrels. The elite giant ghost snakes were twice the size of the smaller ones, with fangs as long as a person. Swallowing a cow whole would be no problem for them. Xiao He, if we can fight them, we fight. If not, we run. Whatever you do, don't look into that giant snake's eyes, it'll petrify you. There was no other choice. Xiao He was too hungry. Otherwise, Lin Yi would never have risked battling a silver-ranked demon beast. To feed Xiao He, he had to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Lin Yi and Xiao He encountered the snake horde. 13 snakes, plus that big one, 14 in total. Hiss hiss hiss.
C-rank death domains rarely see beast masters venture in, so they don't speak human language. They could only hiss in anger. Yet seeing Shohei's fierce demeanor, they dared not approach rashly.
Not even the elite beasts dared to make the first move.
Xiaohei, mind your manners, you're drooling. Roar. Xiaohei's deafening roar sent the mud on the ground scattering.
The swamp ghost snake spewed venom at Xiaohei. But the venom flaked off instantly upon contact with Xiaohei's scales. Meanwhile, Xiaohei opened his massive jaws and bit straight into the snake's head, swallowing the 8-meter-long ghost snake whole in just a few bites.
At that very moment,
a projection flashed from the ring on Lin Yi's finger,
displaying a ranking chart. Number 1 Lin Yi, 10 points. Chapter 27, Wind Vortex, Gather.
The ring was used to record the points earned during this cleanup operation. Having just slain a bronze-tier demon beast, Lin Yi earned 10 points, securing the top spot on the leaderboard. All other beast masters remained at 0 points. Even Yin Badian, the foremost figure of Shi Wu, ranked below Lin Yi.
The Hall Master had stated that whoever held the highest score upon completion of the C-rank Death Domain Purge would be nominated as the Divine Sovereign. Server connection lost. Currently recording personal scores offline. Data will be uploaded upon restoration. Damn it! No internet in the dead zone.
But Lin Yi had no time to worry about that now.
He needed to deal with the immediate threat. Xiaohei's earlier actions had enraged the elite ghost snake. Now it was furiously flickering its tongue, while the other 12 snakes closed in on Xiaohei together. This was a coordinated attack. Hiss. The snakes encircled Xiaohei, simultaneously spewing black venom. Wind wall. Lin Yi stood atop Xiaohei's back, channeling the surrounding wind to form an invisible barrier. Instantly, the black venom was repelled. Xiaohei wasn't affected by the venom, but Lin Yi was, and that black venom carried an indescribable stench. If I can create a wind wall, does that mean I can use wind power to gather the snakes together? Let's try it. If he could gather bronze-tier demon beasts together, this wind elemental power would make for a decent crowd control skill. No more hunting them one by one. Gather. The wind elemental power felt wondrous. Lin Yi seemed to merge with the surrounding winds, able to let the wind lift his body and even freely manipulate its shape and flow. But all this drained Lin Yi's stamina. Lin Yi soared into the air atop a gust, compressing a raging whirlwind in his hand that whistled menacingly. The swamp serpents formed dwarfed Lin Yi's. First, try to control one. As the whirlwind intensified, threatening to tear Lin Yi's palm apart, it reached the critical point of control. Thud. Lin Yi violently flung the whirlwind onto one of the swamp ghost snakes. The swamp ghost snake twisted frantically, trying to break free from the whirlwind's grip. Yet the wind's velocity did not wane. The serpent's writhing slowed until it was finally pinned down by the vortex, emitting a feeble hiss. Come here. Lin Yi dragged the muddy ghost snake before Xiaohei. Xiaohei, it can't move anymore. Eat it. The swamp serpent stared despairingly at Xiaohei's gaping maw. Its body could only be seen as flesh writhing beneath the skin. Utterly unable to move. Crunch. Xiaohei swallowed the snake's head whole, the cracking of bones sounding like a drumbeat. In an instant, Xiaohei devoured the entire swamp ghost snake. Witnessing this, the remaining swamp ghost snakes hesitated to advance, terrified of becoming the next to have their heads bitten off. They turned and attempted to flee. But behind them stood the elite swamp ghost snake. The first snake to flee was instantly petrified. Before being swallowed whole by the elite swamp demon snake. Lin Yi gasped in astonishment, it can actually devour petrified beasts? The law of the jungle survival of the fittest was laid bare before Lin Yi's eyes. Unlike humans, the world of beasts was far more brutal and straightforward, where the weak and cowardly were treated as mere sustenance. Elite swamp ghost snake, silver tier 2%. It seems the gap between silver and gold is as vast as an ocean. It's unimaginable what old Chui must have endured to reach diamond tier. His hands must be drenched in sin. Roar. Xiaohei roared at Lin Yi above. Lin Yi snapped back to reality. Now that he'd found a way to deal with the mud snake ghosts. In the next instant, Lin Yi simultaneously conjured 10 whirlwinds. Instantly, blood rushed to his neck, sweat drenched his forehead, and veins bulged prominently on his arms. He was pushing himself to the absolute limit. His arms trembled, and the whirlwinds trembled with them. It's not enough, this still isn't enough. The whirlwinds lacked sufficient force, yet Lin Yi's stamina was nearly depleted. This was dangerous. If Lin Yi couldn't control the whirlwind before hurling it, the whirlwinds would strike him, ripping him to shreds in an instant. Awu. Xiaohei growled softly. Even a ferocious beast like Xiaohei was worried about Lin Yi. Gambling dog, a complete and utter gambling dog. But if you don't take a chance, how can you turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? Xiaohei, catch me. Lin Yi exhausted even the wind that had been supporting his body. As Lin Yi's body plummeted downward, Lin Yi roared, shock. 10 whirlwinds erupted outward. And without exception, they pinned down the remaining 10 swamp ghost snakes. Xiaohei, I can't gather them here anymore. You'll have to eat them yourself.
Before the words had even finished echoing, Xiao Hei lunged forward and began devouring them voraciously. 1 minute later. Glutton, bronze tier 48% single head plus 1.5%. Gained gluttony points, 120, remaining points, 129. Congratulations, host, on devouring the demon beast mud swamp ghost snake. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the demon beast compendium, bronze tier 50%. Active skill, paralysis venom inflicts paralysis upon hitting target. Passive skill, quicksand agility movement speed doubles when encountering muddy terrain. Survival instinct, spring spine after coiling, can spring forward to bite the target. These skills are a bit too limited. Never mind, I'll set them aside for now and study them later. A bronze tier demon beast only adds 1.5%. Wonder how much the silver tier 1 will add. Xiao Hei, confident you can take it down? Without Lin Yi needing to remind him. Xiao Hei had already locked eyes with the elite mud swamp ghost snake. And Xiao Hei's ferocious display earlier had the silver tier demon beast, newly evolved into its current stage, too intimidated to make a move. Xiao Hei, whatever you do, don't lock eyes with it. This elite swamp ghost snake before them differed from the previous group. Thin scales had begun to form on its body, a precursor to its transformation into a dragon. The scales gleamed brightly, appearing exceptionally hard. Roar! Xiao Hei lunged straight at it. But in the next instant, the elite swamp ghost snake vanished. What the hell? How did it vanish? Lin Yi was too weak to rise and survey the situation. And even his killing intent perception was too taxing to activate. The situation instantly turned against him. The enemy lurked in the shadows, while Lin Yi was exposed. The more critical the moment, the more crucial it was to stay calm. After all, the opponent was a silver-ranked great demon, possessing the ability to subdue Xiao Hei with a single strike. Lin Yi suppressed his inner panic, carefully observing every rustle and movement around him. The area is covered in mud. Even if it moves silently, the mud will give away its position. Sure enough, the mud shifted as if by magic, and the hissing sound of the elite mud snake grew closer. If it suddenly materialized and locked eyes with Xiao Hei would instantly turn to stone. Oh no! This snake feasts on petrified prey. Xiao Hei, get out of the way! The next second, the ghost snake materialized. But it was too late. Its eyes locked with Xiao Hei's. Seeing this, Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. There was no room to dodge. He was hit head-on. With no other choice, Lin Yi closed his eyes to endure the petrification, leaving the rest of fate. Killing intent perception. With his eyes shut, Lin Yi could only sense his surroundings. The ghost snake opened its massive jaws, its eyes glowing crimson. But Xiao Hei didn't dodge or retreat. He stared straight at it, completely ignoring Lin Yi's words. Chapter 28. This sword is called Great Darkness. It's over. Completely over. A blinding crimson light radiated from the ghost snake's pupils, instantly enveloping Xiao Hei's entire body. It's fine. Lin Yi could feel the warmth emanating from Xiao Hei's body. Xiao Hei hadn't been petrified. What's going on? Could Xiao Hei be immune to petrification? Never mind, Xiao Hei, go. The elite ghost snake had just unleashed its petrification attack, leaving it momentarily stiff. This was the perfect opening to strike. Xiao Hei lunged directly at the ghost snake, its massive jaws aiming straight for the creature's vital spot. The vital spot lay roughly at the 1/7 mark along the serpent's body, corresponding to its heart. With no protective measures in place, a single bite through this spot by Xiao Hei. This nearly 20-meter long ghost snake would die instantly. Clang! Lin Yi heard a crisp metallic clang. Xiao Hei's sharp teeth couldn't pierce the elite ghost snake's scales. Yet the sheer force of Xiao Hei's bite caused the ghost snake pain, prompting it to snap back at Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei, get out of the way. Though not particularly agile, Xiao Hei easily outmaneuvered the large ghost snake. He braced his front legs and sprang upright, completely nullifying the ghost snake's attack. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. Neither Xiao Hei nor the ghost snake dared to attack recklessly, both focusing intently on guarding against the other. One side's petrification was ineffective, the other's defense impenetrable. The two colossal beasts circled each other, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Damn it! Lin Yi had exhausted all his strength gathering those little ghost snakes earlier, leaving him utterly unable to summon the wind to aid Xiao Hei. Roar! Xiao Hei's explosive temper finally boiled over, and he charged straight into a brawl with the ghost snakes. The battle between the two colossal beasts grew exceptionally fierce, slinging Lin Yi off its back. Lin Yi lay in the mud, his body already unconscious. Yet his consciousness drifted into his sea of consciousness. Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. The sword and its spirit remained there. Strange. Here, I feel like I have endless strength. Since that's the case, I'll try using the primal wind power to see if I can finally draw that beast god sword. Lin Yi walked toward the divine sword. Gradually, Lin Yi drew nearer and nearer to the beast god sword. You're here. Who's speaking? Another powerful being who enjoyed conversing through the void. Lin Yi scanned his surroundings. Beyond the sword spirit, the lake stretched empty and desolate. It's me, the sword's former master. Lin Yi frowned. So you're the sword spirit? You could say that, though I dislike the term. Call me Jitian instead. Lin Yi persisted in his questioning without impatience. Elder, the beast god mentioned you could teach me swordsmanship. He even said this sword could cleave mountains and sever seas. Is it really that powerful? Jitian remained silent for a long while. Then replied, splitting mountains and seas? What's that? If your sword heart is steadfast, you could even slay stars. That sounds like you're exaggerating. What exactly is your background, senior? Jitian murmured softly, the master of the beast god. But now I'm sealed within the sword's body, nothing more than a fragment of a soul. Lin Yi gaped in disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Wait, you're the beast god's master? Then why did you become a fragment of a soul? Young one, some things are better left unknown. Alright. Please teach me swordsmanship, Senior Jitian. I must slay that great serpent. Upon hearing this, Jitian suddenly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. His pupils glowed with an eerie light, and as his body moved, faint illusions flickered around him, making him seem less than solid. In the next instant, Jitian effortlessly drew the divine sword from its sheath, seemingly without exerting any effort. The blade felt as light as a wooden stick in his grasp, moving with extraordinary grace. It's merely a small snake. I'll teach you a move, watch carefully and learn well. Lin Yi watched intently for Jitian's next move. Yet Jitian didn't strike. He merely held the sword in a drawn position, which looked cool but was utterly useless. Senior, what kind of move is this? Standing still pretending to be a master? You feel the sword's momentum with your heart. The sword's momentum. Lin Yi imagined himself as Jitian's opponent, fixating on his every movement. Gradually, Lin Yi sensed an intense sword intent, as if the slightest movement would expose him to countless slashes. What's happening? My body won't move. Is this what sword force feels like? Jitian praised, impressive. To grasp sword momentum so quickly, you're a promising swordsman. Now observe my movements carefully. Young man, since you possess the essence of wind, I shall impart to you the wind-riding sword technique. As Jitian finished speaking, a whirlwind surged from beneath his feet, making his robes flutter and rustle. Sword flash of severing steel. The speed was too swift. Lin Yi only caught a blurred afterimage, even doubting it was real. Yet the sword energy shattering the water's surface was undeniably real. Another sword strike followed immediately. The wind swirling around Jitian grew even more violent. Was that first strike merely to gather wind? Jitian roared. Whirlwind slash. A whirlwind erupted from the ground, sweeping rapidly toward the direction before him. Wherever it passed, the lake's waters were whipped up by the vortex, stretching for thousands of meters before slowly dissipating. Kid, have you learned it? Lin Yi shook his head. He remembered every step, but actually unleashing a tornado was incredibly difficult. No worries. Just keep practicing here. When I trained this gale slash, it took me 200 years. Are you kidding me? 200 years? I'd be dead of old age by then. Time flows much slower here. You can practice your sword techniques without worry. Before he could finish, Jitian tossed the beast god's sword to Lin Yi. But he forgot this was the beast god's sword. Thud. Lin Yi was instantly pinned down by the sheer weight of the beast god's sword, unable to move or even breathe properly. But Jitian walked away with his back turned, completely unaware of Lin Yi pinned beneath it. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi gasped, "Senior, save me." Jitian spun around abruptly, and upon seeing Lin Yi nearly crushed to death, he scratched his head in frustration. Whoops, forgot you're still only at the bronze stage. Sorry about that. I'll swap you for a lighter sword. Jitian flung the divine sword aside, and as luck would have it, it plunged into the ground once more. After Lin Yi got up, Jitian handed him a heavy sword over a meter long. The blade was jet black and thick, crudely crafted, with the hilt and guard wrapped in cloth strips. Senior, this is the lighter sword? Yes, that's the one. It's indeed very light. Try it if you don't believe me. Just by eye, this heavy sword weighed at least 200 pounds. Even a strong adult man would struggle to lift it, let alone wield it. Jitian swung his sword directly at Lin Yi. As expected, Lin Yi was pinned to the ground once more. This damn thing weighs at least 500 pounds, I can't breathe. This time, Jitian didn't remove the sword. He just stared at Lin Yi. Stop playing dead, kid. You can lift this sword. Ha! You figured me out. Lin Yi stopped pretending. 500 pounds was indeed impossible to lift with brute strength alone. But Lin Yi could command the wind. Wind, come! In the next instant, a raging gale enveloped Lin Yi's arm. With one hand, he seized the heavy sword and raised it above his head. Young man, this heavy sword is no ordinary weapon. It is the Black Star's guardian sword known as the Great Darkness. Lin Yi ran his fingers along the blade's surface. It felt grainy, and the will of Black Jade Star pulsing within it struck straight to his core. Great Darkness. What a formidable name. Chapter 29, Impersonating Lin Yi? Elder, if I wield this sword, will the people of Black Jade Star hunt me down? Tian replied coldly, I've already slaughtered every last one of that planet's inhabitants. Use it without worry. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. It seemed he was right, some things were better left unknown. Too brutal. I forgot to mention, when wielding this sword, you must hold on to light within your heart. Otherwise, the will of Black Jade will consume you, and you'll end up as its sword slave. Understood. Alright, start training. With that, Tian returned to the meditation cushion and sat cross-legged once more. Lin Yi recalled Tian's earlier movements. Attempting to unleash the steel flash for the first time. Shungang flash. No. Though the technique itself was simple, mastering it required refining the sword's momentum to its absolute peak. And the speed of the strike must be so swift it eludes the naked eye. Neither can be neglected. For the days that followed, Lin Yi trained relentlessly in sword momentum, knowing no fatigue. Longxi Square. The 4 great beast master temples gathered here. The plaza was packed with people, divided into 4 distinct groups, all beast tamers. Yun Badian stood atop the elevated platform. Addressing the tens of thousands of beast tamers below, the dead zone purge is about to commence. Are all temple members in each sector present? Below, Zhu Jiangwo, the temple master of the Hope Containment Zone, wore a look of deep concern. The reason was simple: the Holy Son, Lin Yi, had not arrived. Elder, still unable to reach Lin Yi? No. We've made 99 calls, and it keeps saying the number you dialed is out of service. Zhu Jiangwo stamped his foot in frustration, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed. Has that kid gone abroad? I specifically told him to come. Oh, where am I supposed to hide my face now? The Grand Elder agreed, Lin Yi is utterly irresponsible. As the Holy Son, he vanishes without so much as a word. Li Yuan is 100 times better than him. Enough. If Lin Yi doesn't show up this time, we'll confront Elder Cui. He was the one who strongly recommended Lin Yi as the Holy Son. Exactly. He owes us an explanation. At that moment, Yun Badian continued his call. Final roll call. Are all temples present? Reporting to the Grand Temple Master, our temple's Holy Son, Lin Yi, has yet to arrive. Yun Badian looked down at Zhu Jiangwo and sneered coldly, where the hell has he been? This was announced 3 days ago. Seeing this, Zhu Jiangwo could only apologize. The Grand Temple Master is correct, but the Holy Son suddenly vanished. There was nothing we could do. Yun Badian twirled the small braid of his chin beard, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. The Holy Son may be absent, but the purge continues. Your temple's resources are to be diverted to the unyielding temple. This maximizes the gains. Yun Badian, you're despicable. Zhu Jiangwo nearly spat blood on the spot. Surrendering the privilege to allocate the Holy Son's resources was tantamount to handing over their temple's lifeline to another. After the purge concluded, they hoped the sealed zone would be free of Holy Sons. And it was highly likely the Unbowed would integrate the quarantine zone. As the head of his temple, his position would become meaningless. Zhu Jiangwo cursed under his breath, Lin Yi, I'll FCKU. Since Temple Master Zhu has no objections, it is settled. Hold on. Who said we want no Holy Sons in the Hope District temples? The voice echoed, but the speaker remained unseen. Zhu Jiangwo snapped his head up, scanning the room as a smirk curled his lips. Ha 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 ha. It's Lin Yi. It must be Lin Yi. Every beastmaster in Hope District was searching for Lin Yi's figure. To them, Lin Yi embodied the hope of advancing to the C-class temple. Advancing to the C-class sanctuary wasn't just about a title, but for tangible resources and benefits. D-rank temple beastmasters receive monthly benefits of 100,000 yuan, 1 beast core, and 1 piece of basic equipment. But C-rank temples multiply these tenfold, offering monthly benefits of 1 million yuan, 10 beast cores, and 1 intermediate grade equipment piece. This single perk alone is already the obsession of every beastmaster in the entire temple. Yet, when the speaker from earlier appeared, their vision went black. The newcomer was not Lin Yi, but Li Yuan. Temple Master, I'm here. What good are you? You're not Lin Yi. Zhu Jiangwo felt the world spinning, his heart finally sinking. Yun Badian inquired, Hall Master Zhu, is he the Holy Son of your temple? Hearing this, Zhu Jiangwo stammered, unsure how to respond. I, Li Yuan, represent the Holy Son of the Hope District Temple. Ha 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 ha. Li Yuan's words sent the crowd into fits of laughter. Even his own people couldn't help but chuckle. Did I hear that right? He's that Li Yuan who failed his meditation? That's probably him. Just like in the livestream. Guess he's obsessed with becoming a Holy Son. Sino fate to be a Holy Son, yet afflicted with the Holy Son's delusion. How ridiculous, impersonating Lin Yi here. Yet the next words from Li Yuan silenced the crowd. The atmosphere froze over. Li Yuan addressed Yun Tianba, upon seeing this young master, why do you not kneel? How dare you? Yun Tianba was furious. No one in Shiwu had ever spoken to him like this before. Now this upstart Li Yuan dared show him disrespect. If he failed to assert his authority now, his authority as Grand Hall Master would be utterly shattered. 9-headed dragon. Appear. A 9-headed dragon nearly 30 meters tall materialized in Longxi Square, roaring at Li Yuan. Yet Li Yuan stood calmly in place, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Young upstart, release the contract now and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall become this 9-headed dragon's snack today. Yun Tianba, I advise you to recall your spirit beast and allow this young master to assume the position of Holy Son. That may save your life. So young, yet so bold, who's backing you to speak like this? Li Yuan smirked, chuckling lightly. Truth be told, I'm the young master of the Li family from Jinling. Your Yun family is nothing but a dog to mine. Bull. Just because you say so makes it true. Li Yuan chuckled without reply, already anticipating that Yun Tianba wouldn't believe it until he saw the coffin. Then, Li Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed the 2 business managers. Beep beep beep. What are your orders, young master? That old fool Yun Beixiang is being disobedient. He's trying to bite the hand that feeds him. Go deal with him. Please hold, sir. I'll handle it immediately. After hanging up. Immediately, Yun Tianba's phone rang. When Yun Tianba saw who was calling, his hand trembled violently. Staring at Li Yuan in shock, he stammered, who are you? How could you have the phone numbers of both masters? Answer the call quickly. Yun Tianba answered the call. And the voice on the other end launched into a tirade without preamble. Old dog Yun. I've already frozen 50% of your assets. If you don't take good care of young Master Li today, the top position at Shiwu will be up for grabs. Beep beep. The call was abruptly cut off. Yun Tianba looked as if he'd swallowed a bitter melon, his expression grim. But upon seeing Li Yuan, he forced a smile. I hereby declare Li Yuan the provisional Holy Son of Hope District Temple, entitled to preferential resource allocation. Chapter 30, Mastering the Gale / in just 1 year? Yun Tianba withdrew the 9-headed dragon, his face plastered with a fawning smile as he jogged over to Li Yuan. He then whispered, this is the first I've heard of another young master in the Li family. I truly didn't know. Please, young master, do not freeze my Yun family's assets. It depends on your performance. By the time the D-class death domain is cleared, this young master intends to become a divine son. Yun Badian readily agreed, understood. In all of Shiwu City, only you, young master, are worthy of being the divine son. If the C-rank dead zone goes smoothly, I'd even support you becoming the divine sovereign. Hearing this, Li Yuan couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his lips. The highest D-rank score could earn one the title of divine son. The highest cumulative score after the C-rank phase concluded could grant the title of divine sovereign directly to the pinnacle, allowing one to walk tall across Shiwu City. Alright, you're quite sharp. I'm actually looking forward to crushing Lin Yi underfoot now. Of course. That insignificant Lin Yi is nothing to speak of. In Shiwu City, young Master Li is the one who holds absolute power. Alright, go handle your business. Got it. After Yun Badian left, Li Yuan turned to Zhu Jiangwo, his eyes brimming with contempt. Brother Jiangwo, bring forth our temple's sacred sword. This holy son requires it. Addressing the temple master by name, demanding the sacred sword as a quasi-holy son. This scene left the entire Beastmaster community of Hope District in stunned silence. Isn't Li Yuan just a stray dog? How come he's talking so tough now? Probably went mad after failing that nether meditation last time, couldn't handle the blow. Now that Li Yuan is a quasi-holy son, even the Grand Temple Master has yielded to him. This matter is far from simple. In an instant, many beast masters began criticizing Li Yuan. But Zhu Jiangwo understood there must be a reason behind it all. To provoke Yun Tianba into agreeing to make him a quasi-holy son with just one phone call, Li Yuan must have a powerful backer. Zhu Jiangwo spoke up, to be perfectly honest, I've already promised the temple sword to Lin Yi. Li Yuan, you'd better pick another treasure. Fine. Transfer me 8 million yuan first. I gave all my money cards to Lin Yi. I'm completely broke now. Li Yuan snorted angrily, Lin Yi. Always Lin Yi. I'm the holy son now, and Lin Yi is nothing but a coward, he's abandoned us. I don't care, I must have that 8 million today. Zhu Jiangwo sighed, then bellowed, all members of the temple, let's crowdfund 8 million for Li Yuan. This whole scene had many beast masters grumbling. Put. That broke dog. Even becoming a holy son hasn't changed his rotten nature. What a ing disgrace. Stop complaining. Just think of it as charity for a beggar. Give whatever you can, 2 or 3,000. Before long, over 8 million yuan was raised and transferred entirely to Li Yuan. Li Yuan immediately transferred 100,000 to his mother, attaching a voice message, Mom, your son has money now. Take this and spend it on yourself. Not long after. On the north side of Longxi Square, the 50-meter-high wall slowly split open, revealing a 20-meter-long crack. Yun Tianba bellowed, the first D-class death domain is now open. Enter swiftly and in an orderly fashion. This cleanup will be ranked by points. All beast masters, activate your AI scoring rings. Purge begins. In the next instant, countless beast masters surged toward the opening. C-class death domain. Within Lin Ye's sea of consciousness. Whirlwind slash. Each time Lin Yi swung his great darkness sword, whirlwinds raged everywhere. He delivered 3 strikes per second, each accompanied by a twisting vortex.
Jitian opened his eyes, observing Lin Yi's sword dance.
He praised, "It must have been 1,000 years.
You've trained well, lad. You've captured a bit of my essence."
Jitian approached Lin Yi, a satisfied smile on his face.
"This is all thanks to your guidance, senior.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have mastered this technique in just a year."
Jitian's expression abruptly changed, his smile vanishing instantly. "What? Only a year has passed?"
"Yes, I counted every sunrise and sunset 365 times in total."
"Exactly 1 year."
Jitian froze in place. He had spent a full century mastering this technique, even boasting about it in front of Lin Yi.
Now, he felt utterly like a clown. "Senior, you look terrible. Are you feeling unwell?" Nothing."
"Since you've mastered this technique, hurry out and save that Taotie. Then this junior takes his leave."
Go, go." Watching Lin Ye's retreating figure, Jitian cursed inwardly, "Good heavens, what a prodigy. This youth's future is limitless. Perhaps, he truly could avert the impending catastrophe." Jitian's face softened into a faint, relieved smile.
As his consciousness returned to his body, Lin Yi abruptly awoke. He sucked in a sharp breath. He saw Xiaohei locked in a fierce struggle with that elite ghost snake.
The gap in cultivation levels couldn't be easily bridged by sheer quality alone.
Xiaohei barely managed to parry each strike. The situation as precarious as walking a tightrope. Xiaohei gasped for breath, his stamina nearing depletion.
Seeing this,
Lin Yi drew the great darkness from his beast taming space. Then assumed a drawing stance.
"Xiaohei, back off."
Xiaohei spun around abruptly, seeing Lin Yi, who had regained consciousness. Knocked the ghost snake down with a palm strike, then came to Lin Yi's side. When the ghost snake rose once more. Spotting the motionless Lin Yi, it felt provoked and let out a snarl. And immediately unleashed his petrification skill upon Lin Yi. But Lin Yi hadn't even opened his eyes.
The petrification proved ineffective. Lin Yi suddenly snapped his eyes open and roared, "Momentum!"
The next instant, ghost snake froze in place, unable to move, fear flashing in its eyes.
Flash slash.
The sword's speed created afterimages. Before the demon snake could react, a fresh wound had already appeared on its body. As blood seeped from the wound, he felt excruciating pain and his body convulsed violently.
At that moment,
Lin Yi was enveloped in a fierce whirlwind.
And the mud beneath his feet began spreading rapidly outward. That sword strike just now gathered enough wind. Then, whirlwind slash. Whoosh.
The wind gathered around Lin Yi vanished completely, and a 20-meter-tall tornado appeared before him.
Go!
The tornado rapidly swept toward the ghost snake. Instantly, the elite ghost snake's face twisted with terror as it scrambled backward in flight.
But the tornado's speed was too great. And in the blink of an eye, it was swept up.
Simultaneously, the wound on its body was slowly widened by the raging wind, flesh and blood instantly bursting forth. The tornado grew fiercer and fiercer, hurling the ghost snake 20 meters into the air.
Thrashing wildly like a captured loach. Boom! A deafening explosion. The ghost snake's heart exploded, tearing open a gaping wound at its vital point. As the tornado dissipated, the ghost snake's body slowly plummeted, finally crashing heavily into the mud. "Time to eat. Little Black, this snake should finally fill your belly, right?" Lin Yi glanced at Xiaohei beside him. But Xiaohei had vanished from his spot. When Lin Yi turned his head again, Xiaohei had materialized beside the ghost snake, opening its massive jaws and devouring it voraciously. The AI wristband projected Lin Yi 220 points. An hour later, Xiaohei's belly was now thicker than his waist as he sprawled on the ground and fell asleep. Glutton, bronze tier 58%. Gained gluttony points, 100, remaining points, 229.
Congratulations, host, on devouring the demon beast marsh ghost snake elite. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the demon beast compendium, swamp ghost snake, silver stage 1%. Active skill, petrified ghost gaze petrify targets that look directly at you. Passive skill, quicksand lightning movement speed doubles when encountering muddy terrain.
Survival instinct, steel hardened scales after shedding, grows steel hardened scales across entire body. Chapter 31, City of Oblivion, Fisherborn, Plant Symbionts. I wonder if this petrification ghost gaze suits me. Snake scales, spring-loaded spine, mud swamp lightning, paralyzing venom. Only the paralyzing venom seems somewhat useful. Host is learning petrification ghost eye. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the active skill, petrification ghost eye level 1. Continue learning. Learning paralysis venom. 404, host's body is incompatible with this skill. Please transfer to a divine beast. Transfer. Learning in progress. Congratulations to the divine beast Taotie for acquiring the active skill, paralysis venom level 1. Notice, all current skill levels are too low to affect targets above silver tier. Upgrade all skills to max level? Insightful Eye has failed to detect others so many times it's time for an upgrade. Upgrade all.
1-click upgrade in progress. First time 1-click upgrade, gluttony points at half price. Upgrade successful. Insight's Eye, Killing Intent Perception, Wolf Claw Scratch, World Devourer, Teleportation, Iron Stomach, Petrification, Ghost Gaze, Paralysis Venom all upgraded to level 10.
Remaining gluttony points, 100. Daily interest, 100 points. Unpaid by next month, system will automatically unbind. System, did you get my permission? No matter how loudly Lin Yi shouted, the system remained silent. Garlic Bird, it's just 100 gluttony points. I'll just slay another silver rank demon beast. But finding another, one that just evolved to silver rank is tough. Silver beasts are usually lord level. Killing Intent Perception. Lin Yi was astonished to discover that after reaching level 10, his killing intent perception now covered a 10-kilometer radius, effortlessly piercing through the surrounding mist. Just how vast is this C-rank death domain? Wait, what's that place? Lin Yi sensed a city built atop ruins. The sole source of intense light within his perception range. Resembling sunlight as it bathed the entire urban area. The city walls, over 10 meters high, were entirely filled with car wreckage, broken bricks, and discarded plastic bottles. Strangely, vine-like plants crawled over the walls. And Lin Yi felt an uneasy sensation. Could there still be humans in this dead zone? There was no reason for it. Ever since the meteor disaster struck, all normal life outside the quarantine zone either mutated or perished. Only within the quarantine zone did humans remain. But how could beasts build walls? Something's definitely fishy here. Let's go check it out. The city lay roughly 8 kilometers from Lin Yi. And now Lin Yi could teleport using just a single blade of grass. Teleport. In the next instant, Lin Yi was enveloped in blue light. And in no time, the blue light dissipated as he touched down on solid ground. Less than 100 paces ahead lay the city. A boundary marker nearby bore the 3 characters, City of Oblivion. Who's there? The killing intent clearly sensed someone lurking in the shadows, creeping closer with the intent to ambush. Trespassers in the City of Oblivion shall die. Lin Yi gathered wind beneath his feet and leapt into the air. In an instant, 3 humanoid creatures lunged at empty air. Then unleashed dozens of sharp spikes at Lin Yi in midair. Wind wall. The projectile spears, upon striking the wind wall, instantly lost their momentum and fell to the ground. In sight. Zhang San, level 11 Riftborn, Blackthorn Rose Symbiont. Li Si, level 10 Riftborn, Purple Poison Watermelon Symbiont. Wang Irma, level 18 Riftborn, Frost Pea Symbiont. What the heck is a Riftborn? They look so weird. The 3 Riftborn appear human in form, yet they resemble being symbiotically fused with plants. Zhang San's body was covered in rose thorns, his eyes transformed into black roses, and he could even fire these black thorns. Li Si's hands had transformed into purple watermelons, and he could spit sharp watermelon seeds from his mouth. The last one, Wang Irma, didn't even bother pretending. His blue skin and protruding mouth could spit ice crystal like peas, his entire body shrouded in cold air. Xiao Hei, you eat this stuff? In the beast taming space, Xiao Hei shook his head repeatedly. Seems Xiao Hei won't eat this half-baked, half-cooked nonsense either. Well then, let me send you both to the west. Lin Yi spread his arms wide and roared, Wind Vortex, gather. The surrounding winds converged toward Lin Yi's hands. And in an instant, 2 whirlwinds materialized. Go! The whirlwinds crashed downward. Zhang San and Li Si tried to flee, but the whirlwinds struck their backs in the blink of an eye. Explode! The whirlwinds instantly exploded across their midsections, instantly blasting a hole the size of a washbasin. This can't be. You're just a bronze beast master, how dare you? Thud. Both men collapsed to the ground. Only Wang Irma remained, frozen in place. Wind Vortex, gather. Big brother, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. Wang Irma begged for mercy from Lin Yi in midair. In his eyes, Lin Yi was like a plague god, someone you just couldn't mess with. Want to live? When you tried to kill me, did you ask my permission? Give me a reason to spare you. Big brother, it's not my fault. I was just following orders. Lin Yi landed slowly before Wang Irma and said, I don't care why. If you want to live, you'd better be useful to me. Yes, yes, yes. Judging by your outfit, you must be a beastmaster. You know exactly what I mean. Heh, entering the City of Oblivion is possible. Big brother just needs to come in with me. Let's go. Lin Yi murmured softly. Remember this, I can take your life anytime. Best not try any tricks. Don't worry, big brother. Even if you gave me 3 sets of guts, I wouldn't dare. Poof. I hope so. Lin Yi followed Wang Irma into the city. Along the way, Lin Yi kept a watchful eye. A city standing tall in a C-grade death zone had survived this long, it must possess its own means of self-preservation. From what he could tell, these crackborn were treacherous and cunning, not the kind to be trusted. Better to err on the side of caution. Within the forgotten city, a pungent scent of wild grass and flowers assaulted Lin Yi's nostrils.
As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in lawns, and crooked buildings were enveloped in lush greenery and vibrant flowers, a truly enchanting sight. But the more enchanting it seemed, the more dangerous it felt. Lin Yi could already sense the mounting hostility around him. They were deeply hostile to outsiders. Not far away lay the central plaza. At its center stood a lantern-like plant, entirely golden in hue and as tall as a 6-story building. It emitted ultraviolet light similar to the sun's, though its light and warmth felt pleasantly comfortable, maintaining a temperature around 26 degrees Celsius. Beyond that, thousands of fisherborn roamed the square. Bizarre in form yet communicating through their roots, existing in greater harmony than Lin Yi had imagined. The next moment, Lin Yi's perception was completely overturned. A group approached from behind Lin Yi, carrying the corpse of a swamp ghost snake into the square. Lin Yi murmured, "Do these fisherborn consume demon beasts?" Just as Lin Yi split his attention, Xiao He burst straight out of the beast taming space. Its massive body and ferocious appearance instantly scattering the crackborn. Xiao He swiftly devoured the muddy ghost snake's corpse. "Xiao He, stop! That's someone else's meal." Lin Yi sensed trouble as thousands of crackborns closed in on him. Chapter 32, The Nether Forest. Taotie, Bronze Tier 60%. Remaining Gluttony points, 90. Current points, 230. Bro. I can't help you this time. You brought this on yourself. With that, Wang Irma turned and started to leave. "Hey, buddy, we're in this together, sharing the good times and the bad. Just walking away like that? That's not cool. Come here." Lin Yi summoned a whirlwind that sucked Wang Irma toward him, then grabbed him by the collar. "Make them back off, or I'll kill you. Big brother, you're overestimating me. If I had that kind of power, I wouldn't be stuck guarding a gate. Useless. Since you're worthless, then die." These crackborn were formidable foes, poisonous or spite. The slightest mistake meant certain death. "No, no, no. I have a plan. I have a plan. Don't kill me." "Then what are you standing there for? If you have a solution, use it now. Big brother, put me down first." Wang Irma was nearly choked to death by Lin Yi. After being released, he gasped for breath, coughing violently for a long while before finally catching his breath. "In a situation like this, you won't be able to escape. I'll have to call the city lord." These crackborn creatures weren't to Xiao He's liking, otherwise, he would have started a fight long ago. Forcing a way out wouldn't just be pointless, it could leave us wounded, which would make survival in this death zone extremely perilous. Wang Irma pulled a blade of grass from the ground, but its roots were long and seemed impossible to sever. Next, Wang Irma chanted an incomprehensible incantation over the blade of grass. A miraculous scene unfolded. As Wang Irma chanted, all the split-born creatures halted in their tracks. They all lifted their heads to gaze upward. "What's that smell?" Lin Yi followed the scent and looked up, and saw a humanoid creature suspended mid-air. Bathed in a halo of light, its features were indistinct, vaguely discerning the coarse spines covering its body. In sight, Lu Lian, level 31 crackborn, symbiotic with a tyrant durian. Symbiotic with durian, level 31. Must be the city lord. Quite the character. Lin Yi hated durian smell more than anything. Even Xiao He couldn't stand the stench, frantically sniffing the air. After the city lord landed, thousands of fisherborn bowed in unison. "Greetings, Lord City Master." Now Lin Yi got a clear look at the city lord's face, and nearly burst out laughing. At first glance, the city lord appeared to be clad in a spiked turtle shell, hunched over with a comically awkward posture. "Rise, all of you." "Wang Irma, what do you want?" The city lord rolled toward Wang Irma. Yes, literally rolling toward him in a ball. "Lord City Master, while patrolling outside the city, this servant encountered that beast master with Zhang San and Li Si. Zhang San and Li Si were slain, and this servant was forced inside under duress. Little did we expect his spirit beast to devour our prey. That's why we called for your help." The city lord remained expressionless as he asked, "Dead? How did they die?" I don't know what trick he used, but Zhang San and Li Si both had holes blown through them. Lin Yi was thoroughly puzzled. Logically, upon hearing this, he shouldn't be so calm. He should have started acting already. Why was this durian city lord so calm? "Ha ha ha, no problem." Before he finished speaking, the city lord yanked 2 massive vines from the ground. And in the next instant, the 2 vines shot toward the city gates. In no time, the vines began to contract, snatching back the corpses of Zhang San and Li Si in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi was astonished. Why had he gone to such lengths to find these 2 corpses? The city lord placed his hands on Zhang San and Li Si's abdomens, and simply traced a few circles. The 2 men, whose abdomens had been blown open, began healing at a visible pace. Whoosh! Miraculously, both men sat up. Lin Yi cursed under his breath. What the hell? How sneaky is that? It's him, the thief. Die. Zhang San and Li Si, spotting Lin Yi, launched into action without a word, one lunging with a thrust, the other smashing with a punch. Seeing this, Lin Yi roared, "Wind wall! Petrify ghost eyes! Enough! Lord Lu Lian roared in fury. Waved his hand, and Zhang San, Li Si, Lin Yi, and the spiked projectiles all froze in place. Lin Yi stared in shock. Is this what a level 31 life splitter is like? The pressure he exudes rivals that of a golden period beastmaster. Kill him. Kill him. Beastmasters deserve to die. Kill him. Lin Yi sensed grave danger as cries for his death echoed all around him. These splitter beings seemed to harbor a grudge against beastmasters. Now, whether he lived or died depended entirely on Lu Lian's word. But by the looks of things, the odds were stacked against him. Very well. I sense no malice in you. You are different from those beast tamers. With that, Lu Lian unexpectedly set Lin Yi down. Lin Yi whispered, do you have a grudge against beast masters? You're a beast master and you don't know? I am unaware, senior. Please enlighten me. Lu Lian chuckled softly. You're quite polite. Very well, I'll tell you. I'm all ears. After the meteorite disaster erupted, chaos engulfed the world. To drive away the mutated flora and fauna, some were parasitized by mutated plants, becoming human puppets. Others survived through sheer willpower, forming symbiosis with the alien flora. These are the fisherborn, like us. But we were human once too. We have emotions and thoughts, yet they banished us to the dead zone. Left to fend for ourselves. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt deeply moved. These split-born were flesh and blood humans too, driven to such misery in the name of peace. Truth be told, my parents are trapped in this dead zone, turned into emotionless puppets. I came here to find them. Lu Lian replied, if that's the case, they're most likely in the Nether Magic Forest. Hearing this, Lin Yi pressed urgently, then, senior, do you know where the Nether Magic Forest lies? Keep heading southwest, and you'll reach it. That place is vast and treacherous. Once you enter, you'll lose your way. I nearly lost my life there in my youth. Lin Yi cared little for such warnings. As long as he could find his parents, he would explore it no matter the danger. Thank you. This junior takes his leave. Lin Yi turned to leave. Hold on. Your spirit beast devoured that ghost snake. Do you really think it'll walk away unscathed? Lin Yi halted in his tracks, almost forgetting that Xiao He had snatched someone else's meal. In this matter, Lin Yi was at fault first. And he always faced his mistakes. Taking what belonged to others, Lin Yi would compensate them. That was his principle. I ate one of your ghost snakes, I'll give you two in return. Give me half a day. Lu Lian pressed, what if you never come back, young man? If you trust me, let me go. If not, kill me now. Chapter 33, Luring Monsters to the City of Oblivion. You're quite bold, young man. On behalf of the City of Oblivion, I trust you'll return. Thank you for your trust. With that, Lin Yi leapt onto Xiao Hei's back and galloped toward the city gates. After leaving the City of Oblivion, Lin Yi wasted no time. He didn't believe Lu Lian would let him off easily. A man capable of resurrecting the dead wouldn't fear his escape. Fortunately, they were only two bronze stage ghost snakes. And once located, they could be instantly eliminated. Killing intent detection. Hiss. Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath, his brows furrowing. The good news, we've located the swamp ghost snakes. Bad news, two demon beast lords roaming with hundreds of demon beasts. In sight. Lin Yi locked his insight ability onto the two lords. Dark Knight Unicorn Hedgehog Lord, silver rank 40%. Grade, B. Traits, covered in venomous quills, horn capable of piercing thick steel plates. Marsh Ghost Snake Lord, silver stage 35%. Grade, B. Traits, ghost eyes. Can petrify targets within sight. About 10 kilometers southeast. We need to hurry. Shohei, when we get close to the herd, tread lightly. We'll take down two stealthily and then get out of here. Xiao Hei nodded. Then sprinted swiftly toward the southeast corner. Behind the herd, a small hill provided cover. Xiao Hei crawled forward stealthily. Lin Yi whispered, Xiao Hei, see those two smaller ones? When you get close, spray them with paralyzing venom. I'll suck them right over, then snap them in half. Got it? Xiao Hei nodded and slowly crept toward the rear of those two little ghost snakes. SSSSHHH. Xiao Hei spat a pool of venom from his mouth. It landed squarely on the two little snakes. The snakes twitched violently before stiffening in place. Wind power, gather. Suck. Enveloped by a whirlwind, the two snakes were swiftly drawn toward Lin Yi. In the blink of an eye, the two snakes appeared before Lin Yi. Their eyes were filled with terror, yet they could neither move nor make a sound. Xiao Hei opened its wide jaws, ready to devour the snakes on the spot. Xiao Hei, don't eat them. These are meant to be returned to their owner. Lin Yi barked an angry command, and Xiao Hei stopped tearing at the fabric, looking at him with a pouty expression. Now there was a problem. Apart from Xiao Hei, no other living creature could freely enter or exit the beast taming space. In other words, Lin Yi and Xiao Hei would have to carry these two ghost snakes on their backs for 10 kilometers before returning to the Forgotten City. Immediately, Lin Yi placed the two snakes on Xiao Hei's back and quietly departed from the area. Judging by the direction these demonic beasts were heading, they were heading away from the Forgotten City. This made it even less likely they'd be spotted by the beast herd. Shohei, let's go. With the two snakes strapped to his back and no ropes to secure them, progress was painfully slow. Wah! Shohei suddenly let out a mournful howl and flung the ghost snake off his back. At that moment, a dark night unicorn hedgehog emerged from a muddy puddle beneath Shohei's feet. It seemed this creature had pierced Shohei's paw pad. And its horn still bore traces of Shohei's blood. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The night-horned porcupine emitted a sound like steel scraping against steel, sending shivers down Linya's spine. Instantly, the herd of dark night unicorn hedgehogs heard its call and began converging on this location. At the same time, the mud swamp ghost snake lord spotted the stolen young snake and grew enraged, leading its kin to attack Lin Yi. The beast's reinforcements arrived swiftly, matching the speed of a speeding car. Shohei, get up. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Shohei whimpered in pain, its paw already pierced through. Damn it. No choice, survival comes first. Get in here, Shohei. Lin Yi pulled Shohei into his beast taming space, and had no choice but to abandon the two small snakes. Even so, the two groups of beasts wouldn't relent, relentlessly pursuing Lin Yi without pause. The nighthawk porcupine, roused from its slumber by the commotion, was enraged beyond measure. And being the closest to Lin Yi just a dozen meters away, it could catch him in 2 strides. Oh no! Lin Yi spun around to see. And the massive horn was already within inches. Neither the wind barrier nor the sword momentum could react in time to such an attack. In that case, don't blame me. Petrify Ghost Eye. With a sharp whistling sound, Lin Yi's eyes blazed with dazzling crimson light. The Dark Knight Unicorn Hedgehog couldn't evade Lin Yi's attack in time, colliding head-on with the petrifying red light. The petrification swiftly spread from its horn across its entire body, transforming it into a colossal demon beast statue. Wind, arise! Lin Yi rode the wind toward his destination, the City of Oblivion. Choosing the City of Oblivion as his destination was a necessity. If he kept running like this, within 50 kilometers, Lin Yi would collapse from exhaustion, left for the demon beasts to tear apart. Thus, the only hope for salvation lay in the City of Oblivion. All along the way, Lin Yi maintained a distance of about a mile from the demon beast horde, but he couldn't pull away. At this pace, the beasts each over 10 meters tall could cover the distance in under a minute. Just then, the scratching sounds echoed behind him once more. Simultaneously, a massive shadow engulfed his field of vision. Turning to look, the Dark Knight Unicorn Hedgehog Lord had closed in behind him, its paw mere inches from his face. Twist! In the nick of time, Lin Yi spun his body a full 360 degrees, narrowly evading the blow. It's so fast. At this rate, it'll catch me sooner or later. I just used ghost eyes. It'll take a while before I can use it again. What should I do? Swish! Lin Yi dodged another palm strike. After the arduous evasion, stabilizing his stance demanded immense physical exertion. At this rate, he'd meet his end within a minute. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Yi. Ice Orb! Lin Yi hurled the ice orb given to him by Old Master Cui at the Dark Knight Unicorn Hedgehog Lord. Boom! The moment the ice orb struck the Dark Knight Unicorn Hedgehog Lord, it exploded into a vast cloud of white ice crystals. In an instant, it froze the Dark Knight Unicorn Lord solid into an ice sculpture. Nice! 10 minutes later, the Forgotten City lay just over 100 meters ahead. Lin Yi flew straight through the main gate. After landing, Lin Yi didn't even pause to catch his breath before sprinting toward City Lord Lu Liancheng. Lord Mayor, I'm here. Lu Lian smiled upon seeing Lin Yi return. Young man, you truly keep your word returning so swiftly. But I see you haven't brought back Ghost Snake? Lin Yi's heart ached as he struggled to find an answer. This mission had been a complete disaster. He'd nearly lost his life in the tiger's mouth. I did bring it back. It's outside the gates. The city lord might want to hurry and gather a large group to carry it. It's a bit heavy. Lin Yi thought to himself, heavy? Of course it's heavy. I lured the entire beast herd over. Hearing this, Lu Lian grinned from ear to ear. Young man, you truly are a blessing for our forgotten city. With food running low here, it's all thanks to your selfless sacrifice. Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. It's nothing, just a small favor. Lord Mayor, you should hurry and get people to carry the beasts inside. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, hurry up, if you don't get out of here soon, I'm the one who'll be embarrassed. Chapter 34, Fighting Side by Side. Looking back at the root of this incident, it was indeed Shohei who had been greedy first. But when chased by the beast pack, Lin Yi had no choice but to act to survive. Besides, Shohei's leg was injured now, unable to fight. If he fought to the death, who would save his parents? Sorry, I can't be that selfless. I just want our family to live happily together, that's all. People must be selfish sometimes. My apologies. Young man, what gibberish are you spouting? Nothing. Lord Mayor, please gather the men quickly. Hurry and carry them out. But after waiting for ages, the city lord still showed no sign of movement, let alone any intention to gather people. Kid, you really think I don't know anything? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat.
Could it be he already knew the beast horde was charging toward Forgotten City?
Along the way, Lin Yi hadn't encountered any crackborn, so he had no reason to know.
Lord Mayor, I don't understand what you're talking about. Lin Yi swallowed hard. If word had already spread about him drawing the beast tide, then the entire Forgotten City would now regard him as an enemy, and he'd likely be executed before the beasts even reached the city walls. Lu Lian remains silent.
With just a flick of his finger, a cactus-like plant sprouted directly from the soil, trailing a long root stem behind it.
Snap!
The cactus's outer shell instantly peeled away, transforming into a display screen. It displayed the entire sequence of events from Lin Yi stealing the snake to luring the beast tide into the Forgotten City.
Every move meticulously recorded. You've been watching me from the very beginning?
The old city lord stared sternly at Lin Yi. Young man, nearly 300 demon beasts now threaten our gates all because of you.
Is this the promise kept you spoke of? Lin Yi took a deep breath. I'll take responsibility for my actions. I've brought this upon you. Go ahead.
Lin Yi closed his eyes, prepared to die. A level 31 life shatterer could take Lin Yi's life with a single wave of his hand. Since escape was impossible, he might as well face it calmly.
Strike? What strike?
After a long wait, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes.
Lu Lian hadn't made a move. City Lord? Don't you blame me for luring the demon beast here? I was just teasing you earlier. I should be thanking you. Thank me?
Lin Yi was puzzled, but he could sense that Lu Lian was utterly unfazed, showing no fear toward these demon beasts.
Don't be surprised.
In a month, a cold wave will strike, plunging temperatures by 60 degrees.
Within a day, the entire dead domain will be blanketed in ice and snow.
These beasts, responding to the Demon King's call, will migrate south en masse to their winter hibernation grounds.
After the meteor disaster, atmospheric pollution made extreme weather commonplace. Unrelated to the seasons.
40-degree heat in December, snowfall in June, acid rain, magnetic storms, black snow, viruses all occurred frequently. So you plan to use this opportunity to stockpile food for the winter. Lu Lian stood with his hands behind his back and said, "You're correct. We, the Crackborn, have a pact with the Demon King of the Black Marsh, a truce before winter arrives. If there's a truce, why did you bring back a swamp ghost snake? They're busy migrating. Killing one won't cause much trouble as long as it goes undetected." As he spoke, Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He realized every move he'd made had been calculated by Lu Lian. So you've been using me to lure the beasts from the start? Lu Lian nodded. Precisely. I know it's unfair to you, but only by sending you as a beastmaster could we proceed with slaughtering them without worry. At that moment, all remorse vanished from Lin Yi's heart. Only the bitter realization that he'd been treated as a mere tool. After all, this operation had nearly cost him his life, and Shohei had been injured. And they hadn't given a damn about his life or death. Just as Lin Yi was about to demand an explanation, the city lord cut him off. You have 3 choices now: leave, die, or fight alongside us. Lin Yi fell silent. The strong never compromise with the weak. Though it seemed like 3 choices. But in truth, there was only one. Unless something unexpected happened, they were already surrounded by beasts. To leave, they'd have to fight their way out. And rather than that, he might as well fight alongside them. What a coincidence. I also need to slay beasts to earn points. Let's fight together. Lu Lian chuckled lightly. A wise choice. Should we prevail in this battle, you shall be the greatest hero of Forgotten City. Your rewards will be substantial. Thank you, City Lord. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, already dangling carrots. Whether we even survive is still up in the air. Soon after, the City Lord mustered 90% of the city's shattered ones to march out. Lin Yi followed closely behind. Xiaohei couldn't come out yet and needed to recuperate properly in the beast taming space. Until then, Lin Yi could only blend into the crowd of fissured ones. Drifting with the current. Bro, you're not dead after all. Lin Yi felt someone patting him on the shoulder. He turned to see Wang Irma, the guy with the pea-shaped mouth, speaking to him. Of course not. You're the one who died. Watch your mouth. Wang Irma chuckled. Don't get mad, big brother. I reckon you should just put down roots in this city of oblivion. Why stay here? It's your first time in the Black Marsh. You don't know this bitter cold lasts 8 months. Everyone else is scrambling for food and shelter, but you're still foolishly trying to venture out. The bitter cold was indeed terrifying, but Lin Yi never backed down from fear. Once this conflict ends, I'll still leave this place. You're hopeless. There are 300 demon beasts out there enough to feed us for 2 years. Why leave when we have everything we need here? There's someone very important waiting for me to rescue. Fine, fine. You really are a madman. Amidst their banter, Lin Yi had already followed the group of Crackborn to the city's outskirts. As expected, Forgotten City was completely surrounded. A sky-darkening horde of beasts stretched before them, the smallest heads towering 10 meters high. The Crackborn appeared particularly diminutive before the beasts. Yet neither side's combat strength could be underestimated. The Riftborn held the home field advantage, possessing strength rivaling bronze-tier demon beasts,
while Lulian possessed strength that could even rival golden demon beasts.
In terms of numbers, the Splitter tribe numbered nearly 1,000, 3 times that of the beasts, giving them the upper hand. Lord Lulian was lifted by a green vine beneath his feet, carried before the Dark Knight Unicorn Hedgehog Lord.
There was a truce between us. Now that you beasts have besieged my forgotten city, you are the ones who broke the agreement first. Don't blame us for striking without mercy. The Dark Knight Unicorn Hedgehog Lord understood his meaning.
But unable to speak human language, it could only express its fury through wild rage.
It seemed as though he desperately wanted to reveal the truth. Lulian raised a hand toward the Dark Knight Unicorn Hedgehog Lord's face, gradually growing a long, poisonous durian-like spike. Lin Yi gasped in shock. What? He's going to kill a demon beast lord outright? The poisonous spike grew longer and longer, already threatening the night-horned porcupine's eyeball. Yet the lord seemed frozen in place, utterly transfixed by Lulian's presence. Just as the durian spike was about to pierce its skull, a furious roar echoed from the void. You insolent durian! Dare to harm my subjects? You seek death. Chapter 35, Golden Demon King Batwing Red Ape. This aura, it's a demon king.
Lin Yi recognized this aura instantly, similar to the Crimson Flame demon elephants, yet far more potent.
He had thought Lulian would at least give the demon king some face
and release the Dark Knight Unicorn Hedgehog Lord.
But the next instant, Lulian roared, Dare to call me stinky durian? Then I'll definitely kill it. Bang! The durian's poisonous spines pierced the night-horned porcupine lord's skull, then exploded violently, instantly reducing it to a headless corpse. Thud! The Dark Knight Unicorn Hedgehog Lord's body slowly crashed to the ground. Since that's the case, let your kin join you in death. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Yi was swiftly pulled away by Wang Irma. Run! Lin Yi felt the intense killing intent looming overhead. Looking up, a giant hand as vast as a mountain crashed down. In an instant, at least 500 people below were crushed to death on the spot. Lin Yi and Wang Irma were sent flying 50 or 60 meters by the sheer force of the blow. They tumbled repeatedly, their mouths filled with dirt before finally coming to a halt. Bro, I saved your life this time. Let's call it even for what happened before. Wang Irma had initially tricked Lin Yi into entering the city, and he'd never had the chance to settle that score.
But this time, he had genuinely saved Lin Yi's life. Had he not pulled him away in time, Lin Yi would have been crushed into mincemeat.
It was even now. How did you know the Demon King would use that move? Well, last time I nearly got crushed to death by that move. Of course I remembered it. Follow me, big brother, and I'll keep you safe. Thanks. Boom.
The Demon King appeared, his massive form landing with a splash that sent mud spraying over 10 meters high. Compared to the nearby leader, the Demon King towered over him, resembling a giant red ape except for the enormous bat wings unfurling from his back.
In sight.
Previously, Lin Yi had struggled to detect demon beasts above the silver rank. But now he could perceive even those in the gold stage.
Batwing Red Ape Demon King, Gold Tier 20%. Grade, B. Traits, possesses mountain-splitting strength, excels at aerial assaults, combat power doubles during full moon. Full moon state.
Lin Yi glanced at the sky. The moon was shrouded in clouds, revealing only a sliver.
Wang Irma, what date is it today? Wang Irma replied, July 16th. Why? The 15th moon, full on the 16th. Quick, inform the city lord we must strike swiftly. Forget it. I'm not getting myself killed. If you wanna go, you go. Cowardice was Wang Irma's nature, there was no helping it.
Lin Yi soared through the air toward the city lord.
If the Demon King's combat power doubled, this war would be lost without a doubt.
And as the instigator of this entire affair, Lin Yi would surely meet his end.
Lulian roared in fury, You damned monkey!
You dared kill so many of my men, do you want us both to go down together?
You stinking durian started this. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Bull! Your demon beasts ambushed our forgotten city first. Killing one of your kind is perfectly justified.
The Demon King snorted coldly. Since I have a pact with you, I would never provoke conflict.
We demon beasts are far more disciplined than you split-blooded humans. There must be something fishy going on here. With that, the Demon King placed his hand on the mud swamp ghost snake lord's head, eyes tightly shut, as if reading the ghost snake lord's memories. Moments later,
the Demon King slowly opened his eyes, letting out a series of eerie laughs. You rotten durian, your little schemes have been uncovered. It was your men who went to steal and kill demon beasts first.
How dare you deny it? You'd better look carefully, is that person a split life? Don't slander the innocent.
At this, the Demon King faltered. In his memory, that man showed no traits of a split life being, and he was accompanied by a black beast, a creature unlike any native to these lands.
The next instant, the Demon King's eyes snapped open in shock. A beast master. Yes, a beast master. You've made a mistake. This city lord isn't one to nitpick.
Offer up 30 ghost snakes and 30 unicorn hedgehogs, and I'll let this matter drop.
How does that sound? Beasts needed to migrate, and the split life people needed sustenance.
Rather than fighting over right and wrong, it was wiser to turn a major issue into a minor one. Survival came first.
The Demon King pondered for a moment before replying. Agreed, but you must hand over that beast master. I must give my subjects an explanation. Lu Lian replied coldly, then I fear you'll be disappointed. That beast master has already departed. Gone? Then who is this?
The Demon King instantly pointed at Lin Yi, who was flying toward them.
Awkwardness filled the air. It seemed the Demon King intended to eliminate Lin Yi. Lin Yi, realizing the danger, darted into the crowd. Trying to escape? Not a chance.
The Demon King flapped his bat wings, unleashing a gale that instantly scattered the wind around Lin Yi.
Boom!
Immediately after, that massive hand slammed toward him. If struck by that palm, Lin Yi would surely die.
Too late. The speed was too overwhelming.
Lin Yi had no time to activate any skills. Swept by the raging winds, he couldn't even summon his wind wall. The Golden Demon King was terrifying indeed.
Wiping out 500 Crackborn with a single gesture. Among those 500 were several Crackborn above level 20. And looked down upon silver lords and demonic beasts. Yet before the Golden Demon King, they were as fragile as a sheet of paper.
Lin Yi now faced this palm alone. His chances of victory were 0%.
Is this the end?
Lin Yi shielded his face with both arms, despair filling his heart.
Mom, Dad, Lu Qian.
Lin Yi is useless.
I couldn't save you. 3 seconds later. What just happened?
Lin Yi was astonished to find himself completely unharmed. A durian larger than his own body appeared before him, blocking all the damage from that giant palm.
The city lord saved me.
Lin Yi looked at city lord Lu Lian with a resolute gaze.
You rotten durian. You dare defy this king for a mere beast master? Don't you think that's utterly foolish?
The Demon King trembled with rage. It was clear the Demon King didn't want war. He only wished to quickly lead his clan to safety. The longer they delayed, the greater the danger.
Lu Lian replied, regrettably, we Crackborn will not abandon comrades who fought alongside us.
Hearing this, Lin Yi felt these splintered ones possessed more humanity than humans themselves. From the moment Lin Yi chose to fight alongside them, every shattered life had already accepted him as one of their own.
If that's the case, then let's fight. Fight it is. Chapter 36, Snake Clearing Anomaly Core. The City Lord and the Demon King simultaneously issued their final battle commands. The air thickened with tension, and with just a glance exchanged between them, the slaughter began. Lin Yi had now secured his footing. But he hadn't yet revealed the secret behind the Batwing Red Ape Moon Round's enhanced power to the City Lord. With that knowledge still withheld, the odds of losing this war remained overwhelmingly against them. Just as Lin Yi moved to rise and intervene, Wang Irma grabbed him by the arm. Brother, enough is enough. The City Lord might have saved you once, but can he save you twice? Let's not rush to our deaths, okay? Lin Yi replied resolutely, no. The City Lord is already weaker than the Batwing Red Ape. If we let it wait until the full moon and double its strength, we're all finished. Brother! Even if you want to go, you have to look at the situation now. Earlier, Lin Yi hadn't noticed. The battle had descended into utter chaos. The Fisherborn were even more disorganized, charging into certain death without any semblance of tactics. It was hardly surprising. Batwing Red Ape had just wiped out over half of the splintered ones with a single strike. Even if Lord Lu Lian possessed resurrection abilities, he couldn't possibly resurrect so many in such a short time. Among them were numerous leaders in their 20s killed outright, leaving some races without command. Zheng San and Li Si, representing the watermelon and rose symbionts, had been nearly devoured to extinction by the ghost snake. In contrast, the ghost snake and unicorn porcupine. The unicorn porcupine cleaved a path with its flesh, while the ghost snake trailed behind, continuously spewing venom as they advanced slowly. If we keep fighting like this, they'll break through the city walls. Nearly 300 monstrous beasts, each over 10 meters long, erupted in a collective frenzy. The earth shook violently, the roar-deafening conversation became impossible beyond 3 meters. Every moment, shattered humans were flung through the air by the beasts. Moreover, the clash between the City Lord and the Demon King constantly rippled across the battlefield, leaving those caught in its wake either dead or gravely wounded. Detected infection spreading in hosts. Divine Beast Wound. Requires Snake Cleansing Anomaly Nucleus for treatment. Note, the Serpent Cleansing Nucleus has a chance to appear within. Silver Stage Swamp Ghost Snakes. Marsh Ghost Snake Lord. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the longest serpent among the ghost snakes. With the Demon King locked in combat and the Dark Knight Unicorn Porcupine Lord slain by the City Lord, the only demon beast capable of commanding the battle now was that Ghost Snake Lord? To catch the thief, first catch the king. Kill you, and Xiao Hei will be saved. With that, Lin Yi charged toward the Ghost Snake Lord. Wang Irma followed closely behind. But as he followed, something felt off.
He quickly dashed in front of Lin Yi, arms outstretched, blocking his path. Lin Yi halted and demanded, "Dare to block me again, and don't blame me for showing no mercy." "Brother, listen to me. There's a lord in that direction, heavily guarded by troops. It's too dangerous. We're going to kill the lord." Inside the beast taming space, Xiao Hei's foot was swollen like a pumpkin. His wails pierced Lin Yi's heart, unbearable even for a moment. Lin Yi shoved Wang Irma aside. He sprinted toward the lord's location. As he drew closer to the ghost snake lord, Lin Yi suddenly sensed a murderous intent directed at him. The killing intent felt intensely potent, unlike that of a demon beast, but rather that of a riftborn. Killing intent detection. Wang Lai, level 20 evil splitter, carnivorous plant symbiont. At that moment, a group of riftborn led by Wang Lai blocked Lin Yi's path, at least 30 of them. They appeared far more vicious than Wang Irma, each bearing a skull-like head resembling a carnivorous flower. Their arms had transformed into two vines, standing only about 5 feet tall with bodies entirely covered in a sickly green hue except for their gaping, blood-red maws. "Entangle him." Without a word, these carnivorous plant symbionts seized control of Lin Yi. Dozens of vines tightly wrapped around him, instantly hoisting him into the air. Completely immobilized, Lin Yi couldn't muster any strength. "What are you doing?" Lin Yi had no idea why they were attacking him, and it seemed they intended to devour him. Beast tamers deserve to die. If it weren't for you luring all those beasts here, our brothers wouldn't have died in such numbers. Lin Yi retorted, "That matter is already settled. Even your city lord hasn't held it against us. Are you defying the city lord's orders?" Wang Lai was the largest among these carnivorous plant symbionts, and was likely their leader. Now, Wang Lai stepped before Lin Yi and declared, "The city lord is merciful and lenient. There was a chance for peace talks, yet you upstart, overstepped your bounds and came to cause trouble. And to make matters worse, the city lord actually intervened to protect you. He risked severing ties with the demon king and declaring war over a mere beast master. Tell me, do you deserve to die?" Lin Yi retorted, "So you're determined to kill me?" At this point, even if Lin Yi's motives were entirely pure, they likely wouldn't believe him. Even if you hadn't done any of this, your very identity as a beastmaster alone makes your death necessary. Yes, you must die. Hearing this, Lin Yi's suspended heart finally died. Wang Lai and his group had always harbored a grudge against beastmasters. His doom was sealed. Lin Yi faced it calmly. What goes around comes around. Attack! Devour him! At Wang Lai's command, the other man-eating flowers split open and began closing in on Lin Yi. "Killing me won't be that easy." Petrifying ghost gaze. Lin Yi roared, his eyes blazing with a dazzling crimson light. The carnivorous plant symbionts struck by the crimson light, unable to close their eyes in time, and instantly petrified. But the vines petrified too, tightly binding Lin Yi's body. Great darkness, manifest. Whoosh! The ancient, heavy black sword, Dayan, was hurled from the beast-taming space into midair. Wind. Immediately, Lin Yi used the power of wind to control Dayan. Then roared with fury, flash slash. In an instant, the petrified vines were severed completely. Unfettered, Lin Yi's arms surged with power, shattering the petrified vines encasing his entire body. "Since you've come at me so aggressively, don't blame me, Lin Yi, for being ruthless. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed by me." Before his words had even faded, Lin Yi's feet swept through the air as his body soared into the sky. Gripping the great darkness sword with one hand, he lowered his head in silence, his killing intent thickening. Whirlwind slash. Lin Yi gathered his power, whirling to unleash a savage tornado, instantly scattering the petrified crackborn in all directions. Even Wang Lai was forced to transform his vine into a shield to withstand the tornado's onslaught. "Well done, boy. You're the first to dare kill my kind before my eyes. If you can slay them, prepare to be slaughtered by me." Unlike those low-level evil crackborn, slinging the vines in his hands toward Lin Yi. Unlike the previous ones, Wang Lai's vines bore not only spikes but blades as sharp as knives. Clang! Clang! The great darkness clashed with them, yet failed to sever them. So tough. Lin Yi felt a numbing vibration in his hands. The vines weren't just hard, they were incredibly resilient. "Beastmaster, you're nothing special. So how do you plan to counter this move?" Wang Lai spoke as he thrust two vines into the ground, swinging his entire body like a pendulum straight toward Lin Yi, simultaneously transforming his head into a monstrous size. His gaping maw could swallow Lin Yi whole. The speed was so swift that Lin Yi couldn't dodge in time. Damn it! Chapter 37, Step Forward slash. The petrifying ghost pupil was still unusable, and he only had 2 ice orbs left. Lin Yi couldn't bring himself to waste them on this creature. But not using them meant certain death. In desperation, Lin Yi had no choice but to use one of his precious ice orbs. Just as he was about to hurl it forward, a strange phenomenon occurred. Wang Lai froze solid, yet Lin Yi hadn't even thrown the ice pearl. "Brother, snap out of it and run. I can't hold him for long." The speaker was none other than Wang Irma,
whose ICP spray had frozen Wang Lai in place moments earlier.
Lin Yi, Wang Erma, and Wang Lai pulled back to a safe distance. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief.
You saved my life again. I don't know how to repay you.
Wang Erma replied, no need for talk of repayment between brothers.
If you really feel guilty, just give me 10 exotic nuclei as thanks. Anomalous cores only appeared in demon beasts of silver rank or higher.
And the conditions for obtaining them were extremely harsh. And Wang Erma was asking for an outrageous amount 10 at once.
How many silver-tiered demon beasts would that require slaying? Fine, I'll do it. No way, bro. I was just joking around, and you actually agreed?
Lin Yi replied solemnly, I, Lin Yi, always keep my word.
You saved my life. 10 anomalous cores is no excessive price. Fine. I'm in no rush. Give them to me whenever you have them.
Lin Yi asked curiously,
Wang Erma, do you know why these man-eating flowers were so determined to kill me? Damn.
They're the notorious bandits of Forgotten City, rotten to the core. As for why they're so hell-bent on killing you, it's all old grudges.
Lin Yi was puzzled. If they're bandits, why doesn't the city lord just wipe them out? I don't know either.
Rumor has it the city lord owes their clan a debt of gratitude and can't bring himself to act.
Amidst their conversation, Wang Lai's body began thawing. With a loud crack,
the ice encasing Wang Lai shattered.
Wang Erma, are you planning to be a traitor? Why are you helping a good-for-nothing? Wang Lai stormed over to confront Wang Erma. Stop making excuses. I'm killing him today. If you dare interfere, I'll slaughter you too.
Seeing this, Wang Erma instantly backed down. Brother Wang Lai, it's not my fault.
It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Go ahead, you too.
Oomph. Keep quiet, or I'll twist your head off and use it as a teapot.
Wang Erma immediately took off running.
Lin Yi was unfazed by this. Wang Erma had always been like that. I, Lin Yi, detest being called a good-for-nothing. I never wished to cross blades with you, but you've repeatedly, time and again humiliated and insulted me.
Today, you die.
Lin Yi soared into the air, striking a sword stance.
What? Why can't I move?
Once mastered, the sword stance could intimidate an enemy's subconscious and body. The more he tried to move, the more his subconscious and body would feel fear and resist.
You little brat. What kind of dark magic did you use? If you've got the guts, release me. Let's settle this with a real man-to-man fight.
Lin Yi sneered coldly, Oomph. Only a fool would engage in hand-to-hand combat with you. This isn't some dark art, it's a sword technique that can take your life. Besides the steel-cutting flash and whirlwind slash, Lin Yi had secretly honed another technique in his mind, sliding/forward. He'd drive his legs into the ground, sliding his body forward to strike down his target at close range. Using the enemy as a springboard, he'd then leap to slay the next foe.
Theoretically, this technique allowed infinite traversal through enemy ranks.
Sliding/Lin Yi had rehearsed it countless times in his mind's eye. Though only effective against a single target, its lethality far surpassed that of steel-cutting flash or whirlwind slash. Yet he had never tested it in actual combat. Today, I'll test this move on you, Wang Lai, and take your life. Wang Lai trembled violently, his feet feeling like they were filled with lead, unable to move.
No, no, no. Don't kill me. I have a foreign nucleus in my pocket. Take it. Please spare me.
2 lifetimes had taught Lin Yi one truth about survival: mercy shown to an enemy is cruelty inflicted upon oneself.
Too bad. Even after I kill you, that alien core is still mine. No. Don't. Sliding/.
In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi materialized behind Wang Lai,
seemingly without a move.
Yet Wang Lai could no longer speak, his throat had been slit by Lin Yi.
Thud.
Wang Lai collapsed to his knees before crashing face first onto the ground, lifeless.
Lin Yi bent down to search Wang Lai's trouser pockets.
And sure enough, he found a brown crystal stone covered in backward-pointing thorns. If handled improperly, it could easily pierce the skin and draw blood. As for what this strange nucleus was used for, Lin Yi had no desire to investigate it just yet. Simply stowing it away in his beast taming space.
Too bad Xiao Hei won't eat you.
Lin Yi then surveyed the battlefield. The situation was grim, the battle still one-sided.
Only the city lord and the demon king were holding their own.
Yet the dark clouds in the sky were slowly dispersing. What had been merely a corner-sized patch now spread to cover half the sky.
We can't delay any longer. We must act swiftly to eliminate the Ghost Snake Lord.
Resolved, Lin Yi charged toward the Ghost Snake Lord. To get close to the Ghost Snake Lord, he'd have to fight his way through a bloodbath. First came these highly defensive unicorn hedgehogs. Their venom paralyzes you on contact, I'll have to fly past them. Lin Yi was, after all, merely a mortal body. In this deadly domain, there was little room for error. Injury meant certain death.
But as Lin Yi soared through the air, these demonic beasts had sharp memories. Instantly recognizing him.
A flying beast tamer stealing small snakes, all the conditions matched. The swarm abandoned its assault on the crackborn and focused its fire on Lin Yi instead. A dense barrage of venom and barbed spines hurtled toward him.
Damn it!
The sheer numbers made evasion nearly impossible. Wind wall. With no other choice, Lin Yi activated his wind wall, blocking every venomous strike and barbed attack. The wind wall drained his stamina rapidly. And without stamina, Lin Yi would fall directly into the beast horde. Even if they didn't attack him, merely trampling him would be enough to kill him. At that moment, the mud swamp ghost snake lords seemed to recognize Lin Yi. Beasts fiercely protect their young, a fact Lin Yi had learned during his time in the D-rank death domain. Back then, he'd merely killed a few wolf cubs and was hunted down everywhere. The ghost snakes were no exception. He had expected the ghost snake lord to first attempt to wear him down. But unexpectedly, it immediately assumed a combat stance, coiling its body like a coiled spring, flicking its tongue incessantly. In the next instant, the ghost snake lord lunged forward. Its massive form nearly blocked Lin Yi's entire field of vision. No choice. Lin Yi had only one choice now: plunge downward. To survive, Lin Yi dove headlong into the swarming beasts. But within the chaotic swarm, a human form was utterly insignificant. Countless ghost snakes tangled together like strands of noodles, forming a dark, oppressive mass. Standing atop them, Lin Yi faced the constant threat of being devoured. Sure enough, upon seeing Lin Yi fall into the horde, the ghost snake leader ceased its attack, merely watching him silently. Lin Yi's options were nearly exhausted. Aside from 2 remaining ice orbs. And that strange core. But what exactly was the use of that strange nucleus? Lin Yi still didn't know. Insight. Lin Yi took out the alien core and began to analyze it. Spiked anomaly core, upon severe impact, triggers a minor nuclear explosion, erupting countless backward-pointing spikes in all directions. Chapter 38, Interception? A mini-nuclear blast. Using a nuke like a grenade? If anyone else had told Lin Yi this, he wouldn't have believed it. But it was the system's description, and the system rarely made mistakes. Looking at the ghost snake lord's hardened snake scales, a small nuclear blast might not even be enough to kill it completely. Lin Yi needed a complete kill to extract the snake-clear anomaly core, only then could Xiao Hei's injuries be saved. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. To kill it in one go, we must toss the spiked anomaly core into its mouth. The explosive spike core was covered in barbs. Once tossed into the ghost snake's mouth, it would latch on tightly, impossible to shake off. Slash forward. To draw the ghost snake lord's attention, Lin Yi slashed through the snake swarm like an eel, darting left and right. Simultaneously, his slashing drew the fury of the entire ghost snake horde, causing them all to pivot and pursue Lin Yi with full force. Look! The beasts are all chasing that beastmaster. Brothers, counterattack now. Wang Irma stood frozen in place. Holy crap! Big Brother really pulled it off. He's the real deal. Big Brother rocks. No way. As his little brother, I gotta go help Big Brother. In an instant, the battlefield's momentum shifted, offense and defense reversed. The Riftborn were counterattacking the demon beast horde, while Lin Yi single-handedly held off over 200 beasts. On the main front, the beasts couldn't withstand the splitters' counterattack. Damn it! Lin Yi was drenched in sweat. The beasts pursued relentlessly, and with every evasive maneuver, he felt like he was walking a tightrope. The slightest misstep would mean being swallowed whole. There was no turning back now. Lin Yi steeled himself to keep drawing the demon beast horde. Come on, you fools! I'm the one who stole your little snake. If you've got the guts, come catch me. Seizing a moment's opening, he spun around to taunt the ghost snake lord. Hiss! The ghost snake lord opened its massive jaws, roaring its fury at Lin Yi. But Lin Yi showed no fear. Instead, he flipped it off. Whether beast or human, seeing someone flip them off felt like an insult, a universal truth across the entire blue star. Lin Yi's middle finger gesture had thoroughly enraged the ghost snake lord. The next instant, Lin Yi's face turned ashen. The ghost snake lord's eyes turned bloodshot. He was about to unleash his ghost eyes. Oh no, it's lost its temper. Seeing this, Lin Yi turned away, refusing to meet its gaze. Moments later, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, only to be stunned by the sight before him. The ghost snake lord, heedless of its subjects' lives, unleashed its petrifying ghost eyes indiscriminately, leaving Lin Yi surrounded by petrified ghost snakes and even unicorn hedgehogs. Hiss! Seeing Lin Yi still alive only fueled the ghost snake lord's fury. He opened his gaping maw, ready to devour Lin Yi. I've been waiting for this moment. The only way to hurl the exploding spike anomaly core into its maw was when it charged forward with its jaws wide open. At that moment, it would be completely defenseless, allowing Lin Yi to slip it in effortlessly. But there was a fatal flaw. Lin Yi could toss the core in, but he couldn't stop the ghost snake lord's actions. It would still be swallowed whole, ultimately exploding along with it. Now I understand. Your time is up. There's no escape. Just as the ghost snake lord closed to within 10 meters of Lin Yi hurled 2 objects directly into its mouth. One was an explosive spike heteronucleus. The other was an ice orb. Old Shui had once said these 3 ice pearls could freeze any creature below the diamond stage. Not only the ghost snake lord, but even a golden demon king would be instantly frozen solid.
Crackle, crackle, crackle. The ghost serpent lord's body rapidly froze, transforming entirely into an icy serpent. Wind, rise.
Seizing this opening, Lin Yi swiftly soared into the sky, climbing higher and higher without looking back. Even a small nuclear blast would be life-threatening if caught in its blast radius. After a dozen seconds, the ghost snake lord's abdomen began violently convulsing. The other ghost snakes, sensing something amiss with their lord, gathered around him. They gathered in ever greater numbers, piling up until they formed a small mountain.
Boom!
Lin Yi had already soared to 1,000 meters above,
gazing down as a brilliant mushroom cloud rose, vaporizing countless demonic beasts in an instant. What a pity little Black didn't get to partake in this feast. At that moment, an interface extended from the AI ring on Lin Yi's finger, accompanied by the system voice in his mind. Current points, 2,000. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 2,000 gluttony points. Remaining, 1910 points. Now it's time to collect the alien nuclei. Hang on, Xiaohei. Help is on the way.
Xiaohei's paw had swollen to half its body size, yet it lay there, too weak to cry out, barely clinging to life.
Death could come at any moment. If Xiaohei died, bound by their contract, Lin Yi would perish alongside it. Whoosh! Lin Yi began diving downward.
His physical strength was severely depleted. He used wind power while free falling. His descent accelerated rapidly. When he was less than 100 meters from the ground, Lin Yi spotted the snake-clear anomaly core.
I see it.
Lin Yi had no time to think. He mustered every last ounce of strength and dove downward with all his might.
50 meters. 10 meters. Just as Lin Yi was about to grasp the core, it was snatched away by someone else.
Lin Yi crashed to the ground, his eyes stung shut by dust. He cursed furiously, "You bastard.
Give me back that anomaly core right now, or I'll tear you limb from limb when I catch you." Whoa, you're so ruthless? Well, that makes me even less inclined to give it back. You bastard, may you rot in hell.
Lin Yi spat blood. Xiaohei had already passed out, its injuries beginning to backfire on Lin Yi. Only now did Lin Yi realize that Xiaohei had been bearing the brunt of his own injuries alone, preventing them from affecting Lin Yi. Now that Xiaohei was unconscious, half of that pain would be transferred to Lin Yi. But now, the alien nucleus he'd finally obtained had been snatched away. Lin Yi refused to accept this.
Bro, you're cursing me like that. Ha? You're Wang Irma? Lin Yi's heart surged with joy.
He hastily rubbed his eyes, and through the haze, he could make out the figure. It was indeed Wang Irma.
Quick, my brother, give me that alien nucleus. Wang Irma was his own brother, now he could finally relax. No way. You already promised me 10 alien nuclei. Give me this one, and you still owe me 9. Chapter 39, Snake Clear Transformation.
Any other heteronucleus is acceptable, but this snake clear heteronucleus is an exception. Wang Irma toyed with the snake clear heteronucleus, his eyes gleaming.
Brother, didn't you say you'd keep your word? Why are you backing out now?
Lin Yi slammed his fist into the ground. He had schemed meticulously, yet failed to anticipate Wang Irma's sudden appearance.
In the end, it all amounted to nothing. Wang Irma, are you courting death? Lin Yi roared. Wang Irma was naturally timid and cowardly.
Lin Yi tried to intimidate him, hoping it might work. But Wang Irma saw no real threat in Lin Yi's words and dismissed them entirely.
I'm giving you face by calling you big brother.
Without that, you're nothing but a useless piece of trash.
In your current state, how could I possibly expect you to find me a heteronuclear core? Fine. Fine, Wang Irma. I truly misjudged you. When Lin Yi was powerful, Wang Irma was a completely obedient subordinate. But now that Lin Yi was down and out, Wang Irma not only refused to lend a hand but actually kicked him. Get your priorities straight. By strength alone, I'm your big brother now. The survival rules among the Crackborn were simple: strength ruled supreme, and loyalty held no value.
If you're stronger than him and beat him into submission, you can take him as your subordinate.
In the brief moment it took, Lin Yi had regained just enough strength to deal with Wang Irma. Wind vortex, condense.
The gentle breeze around him turned violent, rapidly converging toward Lin Yi's palm.
In an instant, a whirling vortex coalesced in his palm, howling with a fierce roar. Go! Lin Yi hurled the whirlwind at Wang Irma's body. Boom! An explosive crack echoed as the vortex struck Wang Irma squarely in the mouth.
His face caved in, forming a deep crater, and his entire body was hurled back over 10 meters by the force of the vortex. As the dust settled, Lin Yi caught sight of Wang Irma's face and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
Wang Irma's mouth had been blown into a flower-like shape. Bro, you didn't have to go that hard. We could have talked this out. How am I supposed to show my face now?
Wang Irma's speech was now slurred, his words barely intelligible.
Surrender? If not, take another one. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I'll give you back the heteronuclear right now. Why didn't you just do this sooner?
He had brought this upon himself. No wonder Lin Yi was so ruthless.
Not long after, Wang Irma limped over to Lin Yi and placed the snake purification core into his hand.
The snake cleansing core was a dazzling black, roughly the size of an egg, with no apparent special features. Yet this very object could heal Xiao Hei's injuries. Lin Yi placed the nucleus into his beast taming space. The instant it entered, Lin Yi clearly saw the snake purification core seem to possess its own consciousness. Upon seeing Xiao Hei injured and barely clinging to life, it darted straight into Xiao Hei's mouth. After Xiao Hei swallowed the snake purification core, the swollen wound on his paw began to slowly heal. Simultaneously, Lin Ye's own foot began to improve. 10 minutes later, Lin Ye's foot had fully returned to its original state. Xiao Hei, are you okay now? Lin Yi watched Xiao Hei bounding about energetically in the beast taming space. First devouring of a foreign nucleus, congratulations, host, on acquiring the survival skill Serpent Clear Conversion, but Snake Essence Conversion automatically converts bodily proteins into snake essence upon injury for rapid healing. Note, this skill is shared between the host and the divine beast. Great! Now I won't have to worry about infections when I get hurt. Big brother, run! Lin Yi heard Wang Erma calling his name. He pointed frantically at the batwing red ape perched high above. Immediately, Lin Yi turned to look, only to see the Demon King Batwing Red Ape glaring furiously at him. Human, you dare slaughter my subjects? Today you shall die. The Batwing Red Ape was right, most of the demon beasts on the battlefield had been slain by Lin Yi. And fewer than 20 beasts remained alive. And all had survived by hiding behind the Demon King before the explosion. Just as the Batwing Red Ape lunged forward, poised to crush Lin Yi with a single palm strike, City Lord Lu Lian shielded Lin Yi with his body, raising his hand to repel the Batwing Red Ape. You still protect him? The explosion just now affected your leashing people too. Shouldn't you have killed him? Lu Lian retorted, no need for you to remind this city lord. No one harms him today. You leashing people are truly foolish. Now, this king will give you one more chance. Hand over this beast master and I will cease hostilities. Dream on. Lu Lian's reply was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Damn it! Lu Lian, the consequences of your actions. If you anger the Beast Emperor, you leashing people can prepare to vanish from this dead domain. Too bad. The Beast Emperor doesn't seem to care about your fate right now. Lin Yi frowned inwardly. The Beast Emperor? What is that, an existence above even the Beast King? The layout of the C-Class Dead Zone would have to be explored later. For now, Lin Yi was more concerned with the moon in the sky. After such a long delay, the dark clouds had receded considerably. The moon was now more than half visible, with only a small sliver still obscured. Time is running out. Less than 5 minutes remained until the moon was full. Once it reached its peak, the Batwing Red Ape's combat power would double. And even Lu Lian would be easily defeated. No time to think twice. Lin Yi shouted at Lu Lian in midair. Lord Mayor, order the city's return immediately. The Batwing Red Ape's strength will double under the full moon. How did you know that, young man? I haven't heard anything about it. The Batwing Red Ape overheard this, and the atmosphere fell deathly silent. After a moment, the Batwing Red Ape spoke. That human speaks truth. He knows far more than you, Lord City Master. Alas, it is too late. You cannot escape now. Hearing this, Lu Lian felt as if struck by lightning. Before the full moon, there was no way to kill the Batwing Red Ape. Rather than risk a desperate fight, it was wiser to play it safe. Abandoning their battlefield advantage, they retreated back into the city. Retreat to the city. Activate the vine barrier. The city lord's furious roar echoed across the entire battlefield, heard clearly by every shattering life warrior present. Yet the bloodthirsty leashing warriors ignored their lord's command. They simply couldn't bring themselves to abandon their overwhelming tactical advantage. Lu Lian turned to Lin Yi and pleaded, young brother, I beg you to take command. I'll hold off the Demon King. Lin Yi nodded. With neither the Demon King nor the city lord directing the battle, so relying on Lin Yi, an outsider, was a last resort. Xiao Hei, come out. Faced with this situation, there was only one way to bring them to their senses. And that was to devour every remaining demon beast, all except the Demon King. Roar! Xiao Hei's wounds had healed, and he was brimming with energy. Lin Yi mounted Xiao Hei and instructed, Xiao Hei, those Dark Knight unicorn porcupines are the beasts that injured your leg. When you devour them later, be sure to peel off their shells, they're covered in quills. Don't prick your mouth. Xiao Hei let out a howl, his rage palpable at the sight of the nighthorn porcupines. The next second, Xiao Hei charged into the battlefield like a cannonball. We must hurry. Everyone must reach the city before the full moon. Chapter 40, My Big Brother is Lin Yi. A mile from the battlefield, a swamp serpent coiled around a dozen shattered ones. Those caught lost all means and strength, and could only scream in agony. Help! Help! Lin Yi assessed the situation. These dozen or so shattered ones averaged around level 7, equivalent to juvenile demon beasts, and were utterly defenseless against the bronze tier ghost snake. 500 meters. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hei arrived before the ghost snake. Save us, quickly. Hiss. The ghost snake erupted in fury the moment it saw Xiao Hei, still remembering how he had stolen its snake. In the next instant, the ghost snake's spine coiled like a spring. Whoosh! It lunged straight for Xiao Hei's face. This swamp ghost snake measured about 15 meters in length, roughly reaching 50% of its bronze stage growth. Its gaping maw large enough to swallow a so whole. Roar! But in the next instant, Xiao Hei roared, clamping its gaping jaws directly onto the snake's head. Crunch! A crisp sound rang out. The sound of Xiao Hei biting through the skull of the mud swamp ghost snake. In mere seconds, the once ferocious swamp ghost snake lay utterly still, its entire body limp and lifeless. Immediately after, the serpent over 10 meters long was swallowed whole by Xiao Hei in less than half a minute. Taotie, bronze tier 61.5%. After devouring the ghost snake, Xiao Hei grew curious about the dozen or so crack humans before him and tried to nudge them with his paw. Xiao Hei, don't be silly. It was Xiao Hei's first encounter with the cracked ones, so his curiosity was understandable. But with his massive frame and fierce countenance, it was hard not to terrify them into tears. Big brother, please don't kill us. The dozen or so cracked beings before Lin Yi spoke in voices that sounded like children, all belonging to the same race. Their pink skin was covered in fine, short hairs, and they carried a faint peach scent. You are peach symbionts? Yes, big brother. We're 10 years old this year. Lin Yi was shocked. Forget the city of forgotten souls, it was a nation at war, even sending children into battle. But, seriously, weren't these level 7 splintered ones just here to die? Your parents know you're fighting at such a young age? These children all looked remarkably alike, all 10 years old, likely siblings. Our parents were eaten by beasts. It's dangerous here. Hurry back to the city. Yay! We can finally go home. Lin Yi watched them depart, only to see the children pulling other crackborn back with them as they walked. Well, that was fine by him, it saved him some effort. Just then, Wang Irma stumbled over to Lin Yi. Brother, why didn't you give me a ride? I'm exhausted. Wang Irma's left leg was fractured, making walking extremely difficult. I was in such a hurry, I forgot. Forgot? I'm your most loyal little brother, ready to walk through fire and water for you, big bro. Lin Yi shot him a withering look. Just moments ago he was clamoring to be the big brother, nearly causing Lin Yi to die on the spot. Yet now he says this without a flicker of shame? What a rubber face. If it weren't for the fact that he genuinely saved Lin Yi twice, Wang Irma's grave would already be overgrown with 2 meters of weeds. You'd really go through fire and water for me? Absolutely true, big brother. Since Wang Irma had made such a bold claim, Lin Yi saw no reason to hold back. Lin Yi asked, do you want to become as powerful as me? Of course I do. Could I control wind too? Naturally. I have a secret technique. Once you master it, you'll be as powerful as me. I only share this secret with those destined to receive it. Whether you succeed depends on your own fate. Hearing this, Wang Irma's eyes gleamed with greed. Big brother, just tell me what to do. Simple. I'm giving you a tough task right now. Take it or leave it. I'll take it. Anything to get stronger. Lin Yi suppressed a smile and said solemnly. It's simple. Bring all the crackborn to the city. Wang Irma pointed at himself, awkwardly grinning. Big brother, you think too highly of me. How could I possibly command them? Just herd them along. If anyone resists, tell them I'm your boss. If they still won't listen, just call me. Fine. If you're willing to share the secret, I'll give it my all. With that, Wang Irma dashed toward the gathering of crackborn. Now then, let the slaughter begin. Xiao Hei, slaughter them mercilessly. Roar! Lin Yi charged into the beast herd atop Xiao Hei. At the same time, Wang Irma charged into the center of the crowd, standing atop a massive boulder, shouting, everyone, listen up. I have something to say. He repeated this several times, drawing the attention of many crackborn. Ahem, ahem. I now order you all to hurry into the city. Anyone who dares to linger will be killed on the spot. Hearing Wang Irma's tone, a few more docile crackborn began trickling back into the city, not daring to linger for a moment. But many troublemakers started stirring up trouble. One crackborn man, who bore a striking resemblance to a pineapple, pointed his finger right at Wang Irma's nose and sneered, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to order us around? Wang Irma retorted, because he's my big brother. If you refuse to heed my warning, I'll have my big brother deal with you. The pineapple-faced man snorted coldly. Your big brother is that beast master. He's the one who got us into this mess. Besides, the city lord hasn't said a word. What makes your big brother think he's in charge? Wang Irma was furious, but his timid nature made him hesitate to confront such a troublemaker head-on. Just as Wang Irma's rage boiled over, a piercing wail suddenly pierced the air. Ah! All the crackborn's eyes turned toward the sound. Lin Yi sat atop the black beast, biting through the Dark Knight unicorn hedgehog's back shell in one gulp. The pineapple man was instantly stunned into dumbstruck silence. Monster! This can't be. Not even the city lord could shatter a unicorn hedgehog shell in one bite. Instantly, the crowd of crackborn people erupted like boiling water. What on earth is this black beast? It looks so ferocious. In my 80 years, I've never seen such a ferocious spirit beast. It must be an A-grade spirit beast, otherwise, it wouldn't hold such dominance over its demonic beast peers. As they were immersed in the beast's overwhelming might, Lin Yi soared into the air, his eyes blazing with a deep crimson light, instantly petrifying the unicorn hedgehog beside it, then reduced it to dust with a whirlwind blast. The pineapple man sucked in a sharp breath, regretting his earlier arrogance. Wo never expected this kid to have some real skills. Wang Irma, witnessing his older brother Lin Yi's formidable display, immediately gained confidence and roared at the pineapple man, "Kid, weren't you acting all tough just now? Don't think I won't beat you up just because you're good looking. I kill without blinking an eye. So what? Just because you say he's your big brother makes him your big brother? If you've got the guts, call him over here. If he can't come, watch out, I'll break your legs." Wang Irma had been waiting for him to say that. "Fine. You said it. Don't regret it when I call him over." The pineapple man swallowed hard. He admitted there was an element of gambling in this. But backing down to a wimp in front of everyone would make him a laughingstock among his own kind. How could he ever hold his head up again? "Big brother, someone wants to challenge you to a duel." Lin Yi turned at the sound, only to see Wang Irma standing atop a boulder, calling out his name. Chapter 41, The Moon is Full. No need to guess Wang Irma was in trouble. The immediate priority was clearing out the demon beasts, but getting all the crackborn back inside the Forgotten City was the most crucial task. Lin Yi broke free from the demon beast's grasp and dashed toward Wang Irma with Xiao Hei in tow. Wherever they passed, creatures scrambled to avoid Xiao Hei. As an ancient beast of calamity, the Taotie radiated a piercing aura of malevolence. This aura struck fear into the hearts of the righteous and sent shivers down the spines of the wicked. In moments, Lin Yi stood before the pineapple man and coldly declared, "So you're the one who wants to duel me?" Lin Qi, level 19 crackborn, sulfuric acid pineapple symbiont. Traits, covered in sharp spines, flesh primarily composed of sulfuric acid. So what if I am? What gives you, a mere beast master, the right to run wild here? No wonder he's such a troublemaker. Relying on his acid-filled body, anyone daring to kill him would get splashed in the face with acid before dying, risking disfigurement. Hearing this, Lin Yi's hand already began gathering a whirlwind. The swirling sandstorm around him now converged entirely upon his form. "Rampage, what can you do about it?" As he spoke, Lin Yi's body soared into the air, towering over Lin Qi. The pressure of his primal power radiated from him, his gaze icy cold. In Lin Yi's eyes, Lin Qi was already a corpse. Seeing this, Lin Qi scrambled backward in flight. But he was blocked by Wang Irma and the others. "Hey, leaving already? Scared?" Wang Irma stared at Lin Qi with a mocking expression. "We're all on the same side here, don't push it too far." "Over the top? You were acting all tough just now, weren't you? You wanted my big brother over here. Now he's here, why are you running away?" Lin Qi stammered incoherently, "My grandmother is about to give birth. I need to hurry back. Please move aside." Smack! Wang Irma slapped him across the face. "Even if your grandmother explodes, you're staying right here. No leaving. You're having a one-on-one man-to-man battle with my big brother." The onlookers, relishing the drama, egged him on, one-on-one. One-on-one. With things having come to this, Lin Qi had nowhere left to run. Facing Lin Yi was his only sliver of hope. "Fight it is. You really think I'd be afraid of some beast tamer?" Then, Lin Qi shouted at Lin Yi in the air, "Today, I, Lin Qi, will settle this once and for all with you." Sulfuric acid pineapple juice. The next second, pineapple juice erupted from Lin Qi's navel toward Lin Yi. The water pressure was surprisingly strong, shooting 5 or 6 meters high. Wind wall. Lin Yi waved his hand, conjuring a wind barrier that deflected all the pineapple juice back. Instantly, yellow pineapple juice began dripping down like rain. Lin Yi ascended 3 meters, placing himself beyond the juice's reach. Then, Lin Yi hurled the whirlwind in his hand at Lin Qi. "Sorry about this, but if I don't make an example of you, you'll all die." Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the whirlwind detonated on Lin Qi's body. When the dust settled, a 5-meter deep crater gaped in the ground. This scene sent shockwaves through the entire crowd of cracksborn. Dead. Of course he's dead. Not even a trace left. That's terrifying. Moments later, they looked up at Lin Yi. The sheer power to kill a level 19 crackborn with a single move left them cowering in fear. Lin Yi addressed all the splintered ones below. "Every last one of you return to the city immediately." With Lin Qi's bloody example before them, no one dared linger. Even those currently locked in fierce combat with beasts were forced to halt their battles and sprint back toward the city. Only one remained reluctant to leave. "Brother, where should I go?" That man was Wang Irma. "You go back too. Big brother, be careful. If you die, MY and secret techniques will be ruined." Wang Irma cursed under his breath, "What a jinx.
Why did I ever take this madman as my elder brother? Ah, follow a dog, you become a dog. Follow a chicken, you become a chicken. Once everyone had entered the city, Lin Yi shouted, "City Lord." Lu Lian glanced over at the sound and knew Lin Yi had already ushered all the crackborn into the city. But now was no time for celebration. The moon had already reached its fullness. The batwing red ape stared at the full moon. Its breathing grew ragged, fangs and claws rapidly elongating, its form steadily swelling. In sight. Batwing red ape demon king, golden period 20%. 30%. 40%. It stopped. Is this what doubling one's combat power looks like? The batwing red ape's arm circumference surged by 2 meters, its massive paw growing even larger. Thud thud thud. The demon king batwing red ape pounded its chest, the sound nearly shattering Lin Yi's eardrums. It swung its massive bat wings, each swing uprooting dead trees from the ground by their roots. Lu Lian couldn't withstand the gale and was blown away, crashing into Lin Yi. Both men crashed into the city wall before finally coming to a halt. Lu Lian, being a crackborn, brushed off the minor injuries. But Lin Yi was an ordinary mortal. The impact left him unable to rise. "Put. Are you okay, young man?" Fortunately, Lin Yi could self-convert snake clear, rapidly healing both internal and external injuries. And in the blink of an eye, he was able to slowly rise to his feet. "I'm fine, but what should we do now?" Lu Lian sighed and said, "Its power has grown immensely. I'm no match for it anymore. Hurry into the city. The vine barrier can hold it off for now." Understood. Lin Yi stored Xiao Hei in his beast taming space, then flew toward the city alongside Lu Lian. Trying to escape? Not so fast. The batwing red ape, seeing Lin Yi and Lu Lian attempting to flee, immediately led the remaining 20 demon beasts in swift pursuit. "What should we do? It's almost catching up. Young man, how much longer do you plan to hide that thing?" Hearing this, Lin Yi realized Lu Lian was referring to the ice orb. This was the one Cui Lao had left for Lin Yi to save his life. Now, having come all the way to this forgotten city, only one remained. Judging by the situation, the city lord seemed to have run out of options. And beyond tossing the ice orb, there seemed truly no other way to stop the batwing red ape. Well, at this point, survival comes first. Immediately, Lin Yi halted his flight and turned to face the batwing red ape, declaring, "You beast. Do you dare face me in a final battle?" Seeing this, the batwing red ape halted its pursuit. And upon witnessing Lin Yi's suicidal behavior, it burst into a loud, mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha. Boy, it seems you've been scared out of your wits by this king. With just you?" Lin Yi continued his taunt, "You're afraid? I see now, you still value honor, boy. You're sacrificing yourself to buy time for that old dog Lu Lian to enter the city, right?" The batwing red ape continued, "Fools like you are rare these days. Alright then. I don't like bullying the weak. I'll stand still and let you strike first." Chapter 42, Frozen Expansion. Seriously? Batwing red ape sneered, "As demon king, my word is law, unlike you humans who break promises." Lin Yi slowly approached the batwing red ape. Its massive form towering over him, Lin Yi was barely half the size of its face. Yet precisely because of its bulk, the closer Lin Yi drew, the easier it would be to smash the ice orb into its body. Moments later, Lin Yi halted less than 5 meters from the batwing red ape. This proximity made Lin Yi uncomfortable. The gorilla reeked of sweat. "Human, make your move. This king can't wait to devour you." He had only one chance. If the ice orb was dodged, Lin Yi would have no chance of survival. The batwing red ape continued, "What are you waiting for, kid?" His instincts warned Lin Yi that the batwing red ape was guarding against something. Perhaps it already knew Lin Yi intended to throw the ice orb after all. The mud swamp ghost snake lord had just perished from that very tactic. Playing it safe, Lin Yi stuck to his original tactic and held off on throwing the ice orb. "Petrify ghost gaze." Lin Yi roared, his eyes blazing with a dazzling crimson light. At such close range, he assumed the batwing red ape couldn't evade. But unexpectedly, the bat wings on its back automatically shielded their master, instantly shielding the creature from the crimson light. "You didn't really think this king was unaware of your trick, did you?" The batwing red ape slowly unfolded its wings, sneering coldly at Lin Yi. "So you've discovered it after all. I don't know how you mastered the petrification ghost gaze, but this must be your ultimate move, right?" Hearing this, Lin Yi exhaled deeply. So the batwing red ape mistakenly believed his trump card was the petrification demon eye. Petrify it? That was merely to better hurl the ice orb. But now it seemed the batwing red ape was preparing to strike. "Next, this king will show you what true power is." Immediately, steam began to rise from the batwing red ape's right palm, followed by a blaze of crimson flames. Puff! The flames blazed fiercely across its massive hand. "I didn't even spare this move for that stinking durian. Dying by this blow, you can die proud." Having repeatedly disrupted the batwing red ape's migration plans, it now seethed with hatred for Lin Yi, channeling every ounce of its power to obliterate him into dust. The terrifying scorching heat lingered even as Lin Yi retreated 100 meters. Is this what the Demon King's ultimate technique looks like?
At that moment, the Batwing Red Ape's crimson giant hand illuminated a 10-mile radius, dimming the moon's radiance.
The next instant,
Lin Yi felt suffocation. The flames on the Batwing Red Ape's massive hand surged upward with frenzied intensity.
within mere breaths,
the fiery palm had already grown larger than the Batwing Red Ape itself, yet showed no sign of stopping.
Lin Yi sensed trouble. This wasn't just about crushing him.
It was poised to smash the entire Forgotten City to smithereens. With this strike, I shall reduce the entire city of Oblivion along with you, that irritating Beastmaster, to nothing but dust.
Lin Yi cursed inwardly. Damn it, the heat is too intense. I can't get close at all.
By now, Lin Yi had retreated to the very edge of the city wall. Any further back and he would fall into the Forgotten City itself. Just then, he heard someone calling his name from behind.
Brother, hurry inside. The vine array is activating.
Lin Yi turned to see vines rapidly covering the outer perimeter of the Forgotten City,
which would gradually form a hemispherical dome, sealing the entire Forgotten City within its embrace. Young man, hurry inside. Forget about that thing for now, just get in first. If you delay, you won't be able to get in. City Lord Lu Lian was also calling out to Lin Yi.
The vine array was weaving upward at an alarming speed.
Within a minute, it would be fully formed. By then, there'd be no way for Lin Yi to enter.
Lin Yi sensed something was amiss, as if he'd overlooked a critical issue.
Young man, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and come inside.
Lin Yi said nothing, instead turning and charging toward the Batwing Red Ape.
Fire overcomes wood. Once the vine barrier touched flames, the entire Forgotten City would become an incinerator, and all the Crackborn would perish in the inferno. It's over. Big Brother's lost his mind.
Unfortunately, the people of the Forgotten City remained oblivious. Believing Lin Ye's return was nothing but a suicide mission, a stubborn act. At that moment, every fissured being lamented his fate. But Lin Yi had no other choice. If he'd had a choice, he never would have gotten involved in this mess in the first place.
In no time,
Lin Yi had already reached the top of the Batwing Red Ape. The heat here exceeded 70 degrees Celsius,
constantly scorching his skin.
But the serpent's purity within him caused his skin to heal as quickly as it was scorched. The consequence of this, however, was that it was burning away the energy within Lin Yi's body. Over time, Lin Yi would be completely drained dry.
You dare return, boy? I'll be impressed when the time comes.
Lin Yi retorted,
didn't your elders teach you that playing with fire will get you burned? What the hell are you talking about? If it all began because of me, then let it end because of me. Whoosh!
Lin Yi hurled the ice orb, sending it hurtling straight toward the Batwing Red Ape's face.
What the hell is that? What did you just throw? Boom!
The ice orb instantly shattered. The Batwing Red Ape suddenly sensed something was wrong and began frantically scratching its face.
But it was too late. This thing is wrong.
Lin Yi said coldly, stop struggling in vain.
Freeze all lifeforms below the diamond stage, including you. What? How could you possess such a treasure?
No, I refuse to accept this. The Batwing Red Ape's body froze at a visible pace. Simultaneously, the surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly.
The scorching heat gradually faded.
The frigid cold assaulted everything in its path. Not only was the Batwing Red Ape frozen solid, but the other demon beasts were turned into ice sculptures as well.
Even the mud on the ground couldn't escape being frozen. Frost spread rapidly. Landing on the ground now would freeze you instantly.
The more this ice orb encounters fire, the farther it spreads. They're only temporarily frozen.
They'll break free soon enough.
We should head back to the city first. With that, Lin Yi retraced his steps,
soaring toward the Forgotten City.
The vine array had already spread over the Forgotten City, and within half a minute it would completely envelop it.
And once that happened, Lin Yi would be unable to enter the city.
He'd be left outside to freeze to death.
Faster. Much faster.
Lin Yi summoned all his strength to ride the wind, yet his speed still felt insufficient.
500 meters the size of a basketball court. 300 meters the size of a room.
10 meters the size of a pot lid. As the entrance began to close before his eyes, Lin Yi steeled himself, closed his eyes, and plunged straight in. Those who failed to slip through would be severed at the waist by the vine array, but if he made it inside, he could survive.
Lin Yi had no other choice. I'm not dead?
Lin Yi felt his body, all vital organs were intact. His heart finally settled. The city of Oblivion was now completely enveloped by the vine array. And without wind to harness, Lin Yi could no longer maintain his altitude. A full 100 meters above the ground, Lin Yi fell freely.
This is it. I'm going to crash and die after all? Thud.
Lin Yi landed safely, but to his disappointment, it didn't hurt as much as he'd imagined. His butt felt surprisingly soft and cushiony, quite comfortable, actually.
Coming to his senses,
Lin Yi saw the surrounding cracks looking at him with strange expressions.
What are you all staring at me for?
The air around him was eerily quiet.
None of them spoke,
only pointing with their fingers toward the spot beneath Lin Yi's buttocks.
Lin Yi slowly looked down.
and was shocked to discover the reason he hadn't died after falling from such a height.
Someone had taken the fall for him. And that someone was none other than the city lord. Lu Lian. Ouch. My poor back. Who could be so heartless? Chapter 43, The Strange Crystal Marrow Stone.
Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath. Thankfully he'd been seated facing forward, otherwise those durian spikes on the man's back would have impaled him. He immediately stood up and said, "Damn, falling from that height and you're still alive." From 100 meters up, even a pebble could easily pierce through a body. Yet Lu Lian seemed largely unscathed. Truly, a level 31 life splitter. Lin Yi's body, after this period of intense training, his muscles had visibly hardened.
Yet compared to the monsters of the dead domain, the physical prowess of ordinary humans couldn't even hold a candle to that of a life-shatterer.
In pure hand-to-hand combat, even Wang Irma could single-handedly take down 10 Lin Yis, let alone those colossal demon beasts.
You little brat, shouldn't you be apologizing right now?
Even if you're too embarrassed to speak, you could at least help me up. Lin Yi scratched his head with an awkward grin, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth.
Before long, Lu Lian was helped to his feet by the others. Young man, you did brilliantly.
We thought you were going to your death, but you froze the Demon King single-handedly.
You're our savior.
Wang Irma chimed in, "Bro, you're too awesome. If it were me, I wouldn't have dared go near it." A massive cactus screen in the distance displayed real-time footage outside the city. The batwing red ape and the dozen or so demon beasts were now solidly encased in ice. But I don't know how long this freeze will last.
We still need a solution. Lu Lian paced back and forth. And after deep contemplation, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, what you threw wasn't an ordinary ice orb, but a Jin ice.
It should freeze the Demon King for at least 8 hours. By then, the full moon should have faded. Truth be told, a diamond beast master gifted it to me.
That last one was the final one I had."
Hearing this, Lu Lian consoled him, "Young man, that cost you dearly.
That Jin ice pearl, in your human quarantine zone, it's worth 100 million. Lin Yi's heart bled.
100 million just down the drain. The thought alone made him wince.
It's fine. Wealth is but a fleeting thing. I regard money as dirt.
The next moment, Lu Lian presented 10 crystal stones,
glowing with a deep green radiance.
To express my apology and gratitude for your selfless rescue of my forgotten city's people, these 10 pieces of crystal marrow stone, worth 500 million, are yours as compensation.
Worth 500 million? Exotic crystal marrow stones?
Lin Yi had heard of crystal ore before, but this was his first time encountering crystal marrow stones. He had no idea what they were used for. These marrow stones are extremely rare to obtain. They contain 10 times the energy of ordinary ore. A single such stone can forge battle armor capable of withstanding a full power strike from a golden demon beast.
That powerful? What if 10 were used to forge armor?
Armor crafted from ordinary crystal or could withstand the full force of a silver stage demon beast's attack, allowing its wearer to walk tall within the Beastmaster Temple of Shiwu City. This alone was enough to drive countless beast tamers to accept the Xian list and fight for it with their lives. If word spread that Lin Yi had obtained 10 marrow stones, the entire Shiwu City would likely erupt in chaos once more, with Lin Yi's name dominating the rankings on DY. Armor forged from 10 stones? I haven't tested it, but it should at least withstand a full power strike from a diamond stage beast without breaking.
Lin Yi's heart trembled. No wonder it cost 500 million. It was worth every penny. If he could truly forge it, the C-rank death domain would be his playground. I humbly request the city lord's assistance in forging it. Lu Lian said with a bitter smile. Setting aside the success rate of such a forging, if it were possible, this old man would have crafted a suit of battle armor for himself long ago. I wouldn't have let the Demon King see the full moon. I should have seen this coming. In that case, I'll keep these 10 pieces of essence crystal marrow stones for now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Yi swept his hand, storing all the marrow stones into his beast taming space. No problem. These belong to you anyway, young man. Lord City Master, what are your next plans? The batwing red ape still lurked outside the city walls, poised to awaken at daybreak. And as the city lord, he must prepare accordingly. Rest. Lu Lian replied to Lin Yi with 2 concise words. But that's a golden great demon out there. If you don't prepare for battle now, are you going to wait until it awakens to fight? Yet Lu Lian's stance remained unwavering. Everyone has fought too long. Rest is the best preparation. Are you sure you can take down the Demon King? Lu Lian declared, the batwing red ape fears freezing above all else. Once thawed, his body is weakened and he cannot wield his flames. With my abundant stamina, slaying him will be as easy as turning my hand. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Lian and the other crackborns scattered in different directions. As he departed, Lu Lian reminded Lin Yi, "Oh, young friend, those 10 peach children are clamoring to bathe you. They say it's to repay your life-saving favor. You should go see them." Lin Yi recalled the 10 children he'd saved on the battlefield, all water peach symbionts. But, how exactly does one repay a life-saving favor? By giving someone a bath? Bro, you don't know the way, do you? I'll take you there, but you gotta let them give me a bath too.
Wang Irma sidled over, his eyes darting around like a thief, clearly up to no good.
Do you know why they want to bathe me? Wang Irma whispered, well, naturally to repay you. How many men would kill for that chance? You'll see when we get there. Are you sure it's all natural and harmless? Relax, big brother. If there's any trouble, I wouldn't be bathing with you either. Who said I'd bathe with you? Get lost. Lin Yi was completely baffled. These crackborn people were so mysterious, always pulling off things that left Lin Yi completely baffled. Wang Irma grabbed Lin Yi and dragged him running toward the rear. Half an hour later, Lin Yi and Wang Irma came to a halt at a street intersection. On the left stood an iconic building, a massive peach-shaped house. The familiar peach scent matched the aroma emanating from the group of children. For some reason, seeing this peach-shaped house made Lin Yi feel an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Wang Irma, isn't it a bit awkward to just walk right in like this? Before Lin Yi could decide whether to enter or not, Wang Irma had already yanked Lin Yi inside. The moment they stepped inside, the sheer cuteness nearly blinded Lin Yi. The floor, walls, tables, chairs, and benches, everything was covered in fluffy fur. But the most crucial sight was the central bathing pool, probably about 20 square meters in size, filled entirely with warm, milky white liquid. Lin Yi sniffed the air, and the overwhelming peach scent assaulted his senses. At that moment, a group of children descended from the second floor, followed by an adult. The 10 children were the very ones Lin Yi had rescued. And upon seeing Lin Yi arrive, they ran to his side, waving their arms and dancing excitedly in welcome. But who exactly was this adult peach skin standing before them? That said, she did have a rather nice figure, curvy and shapely. Aside from her skin being different from humans, she still possessed a certain charm. You must be the Beastmaster. I'm their aunt, Xiao Yun. Wang Irma answered for Lin Yi. Hello, auntie. We're here to take a bath with you. Chapter 44, Tempering Body Fluid. Lin Yi instinctively punched Wang Irma. Bro, why'd you hit me? We're here to bathe, after all. You're being a bit too direct. Xiao Yun giggled quietly nearby. No need to be shy. The kids already told me about you. This entire pool of tempering fluid was reserved just for you. You mean this pool of water is body tempering fluid? Xiao Yun patiently explained, body tempering fluid is a secret treasure of our peach clan. It's produced by the roots of this house, drawing essence from the earth's veins. Only 10 liters can be produced each year. This entire pool is the result of 80 years. 80 years that's as old as Ling Yi's grandparents. Rarity makes it precious. No wonder Wang Irma said others would beg for it. What exactly does this body tempering fluid do? Xiao Yun patiently led Lin Yi to the poolside and explained. To be honest, the body tempering fluid can refine one's bloodline, transforming them completely. For outsiders, only elders with high standing within the city may partake. Even for them, 1 liter is the absolute limit. Those with exceptional talent might absorb 2 liters at most. Lin Yi murmured, I see. Big brother, hurry up and get in. The 10 children nudged Lin Yi forward. Xiao Yun said softly, then I shan't disturb you two any longer. With that, Xiao Yun led the children upstairs. Moments later, Lin Yi and Wang Irma lay soaking in the pool. Not long after entering, Lin Yi felt a wave of coolness wash over his body, followed by a sudden burning sensation, then a sharp sting, and finally an intense searing pain. Ah! Lin Yi let out a sharp cry. Seriously, bro? Why such a big reaction? Wang Irma lay comfortably inside, his face radiating contentment, completely oblivious to any pain. Detected intense host bodily reaction to quenching fluid, proceed with rapid full absorption? Lin Yi's mind was too shattered to respond to the system. Even if he could, Lin Yi would choose not to absorb it. Only the most gifted individuals could barely absorb 2 liters of the quenching fluid. Absorbing it all would surely kill him. Moreover, this represented 80 years worth of harvest for the Peach family. Lin Yi couldn't absorb it all for his own selfish desires. Host has not responded within the time limit, automatic absorption initiated. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, Wardfa. System, I beg you, stop this. You can't do this, halt immediately. After shouting for a long while, the system remained silent. Suddenly, Lin Yi was overcome by an ominous foreboding. Even at normal absorption speed, Lin Yi was already feeling excruciating pain. And if he absorbed it all at once, wouldn't he just die from the pain? The next instant, Lin Yi felt as though his flesh and blood were being devoured by ants. Every artery in his body felt as if it would burst. Hallucinations began to appear before his eyes, as if he could see his grandmother beckoning him. Come on then, I want to see just how much pain this can inflict. Wang Irma, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He came here for a relaxing bath. But Lin Yi was screaming and flailing wildly beside him. It completely ruined his mood. Bro, are you allergic to this body tempering liquid? If it's too much, let's get out. I'll help you out. With that, Wang Irma stood up and walked toward Lin Yi. But Lin Yi, sensing someone approaching, instinctively unleashed a whirlwind at Wang Irma. Boom!
Wang Irma was instantly knocked unconscious, falling backward stiffly as his body floated in the center of the pool. Every inch of Lin Yi's body now convulsed violently, and the white body tempering fluid in the pool began to gradually turn transparent. After a long while, Lin Yi passed out from the pain, only to awaken within his own sea of consciousness. Ji Tian remained seated in meditation beside the divine sword. "You're awake." The speaker was none other than Ji Tian. His eyes remained closed, and he did not speak aloud, instead communicating with Lin Yi through their minds. Lin Yi rose and asked, "Senior, do you know why the body-tempering elixir caused such excruciating pain when I touched it?" "That's because your body is too weak to even handle a single drop of tempering fluid." Lin Yi swallowed hard. So it wasn't that he was gifted, he was just too weak. Lin Yi was ultimately just an ordinary person's physique, a weakling compared to Wang Irma. So when Wang Irma soaked in, he showed no reaction, whereas Lin Yi nearly died in it. "But I'm curious, how did you manage to absorb all the body-tempering fluid?" "Well, I'm not sure either." Lin Yi knew perfectly well, but he couldn't very well reveal the secret of his system to him. Regardless, absorbing all the body-tempering fluid is a good thing. Lin Yi frowned. "Good thing? I don't feel any changes in my body." Ji Tian chuckled lightly. "You're quite impatient, kid. Even after eating a full meal, it takes time to digest before you gain strength. You absorbed an entire pool of body-tempering fluid, it'll take at least 50 years to fully refine it all." Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly. 50 years. That's an eternity. I might not even live that long. Have you forgotten? 50 years here is but an instant in the outside world. Lin Yi pressed, "You mean I can refine it within my sea of consciousness?" "Of course. Strengthen your mind, and your physical body will follow." Now sit cross-legged like me, unify your mind and spirit, and simply wait for 50 years. Lin Yi reassured himself, "It'll be fine. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye." Then, mimicking the example, Lin Yi crossed his legs and sat in meditation. Hope Containment Zone, Women's Prison. In the dimly lit isolation cell, Su Yao leaned against the wall in despair. Knock, knock, knock. A guard knocked outside the door. "Inmate 9527, what would you like for dinner?" "We can arrange anything within reason." Su Yao smiled bitterly. It sounded like a kindness, but in reality, it was a last meal. Barring any surprises, tomorrow would be the day Su Yao faced execution. Once the revered saintess who had enjoyed boundless glory, now reduced to such a pitiful state. All thanks to Lin Yi. "I don't want any food. Can I borrow a phone?" "Sorry, that request can't be granted." "Then call Lin Yi for me. I have something to tell him." With that, the guard simply walked away. Su Yao's stomach growled loudly. She was starving, but more than hunger, she craved to kill Lin Yi. "Do you crave power?" Su Yao looked around, but there was no sound. The voice spoke directly to her mind. "Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that if you do as I say, you can kill Lin Yi." Chapter 45, Shame. Surrounded by spectators. "Why should I trust you?" Su Yao rose, wiped the filth from her face, and addressed the surrounding walls. "Do you have a choice?" "This." Su Yao wavered. She was scheduled for execution tomorrow, yet the person speaking to her was untrustworthy. She was caught between a rock and a hard place. You were meant to be the sacred maiden of the Beastmaster Temple, power, status, resources. All things that should have been yours. Yet Lin Yi took them all. You only made the mistake any girl could make. Hearing these words, Su Yao seemed to snap. She frantically grabbed at her scalp, flailing her fists wildly in the detention cell. "Enough! Stop talking. How am I supposed to cooperate with you? I have a way to get you out of here and elevate your strength to mid-silver rank. But you must offer your soul blood." Su Yao demanded. "Soul blood? That essence tied to the very source of life?" "Exactly. Are you willing to give it up? This is your only chance to turn things around." Su Yao didn't respond immediately. Surrendering her soul blood meant handing over her very life. No matter how powerful she became, she would remain nothing more than a servant that others could casually destroy. Then again, refusing meant certain execution tomorrow. Better to fight than wait for death. "I'm willing." "Good girl, you've got guts. Now close your eyes. Don't resist when I draw your soul blood." "Understood." Then, Su Yao closed her eyes tightly. The next instant, a sharp pain pierced the space between her eyebrows, as if something was forcing its way out from her forehead. She endured the pain, refusing to resist the wrenching sensation. Gradually, a drop of deep crimson blood drifted from Su Yao's forehead, finally suspending itself midair. "It's done. Open your eyes." Su Yao opened her eyes to find a figure in black robes standing before her. Insect wings sprouted from its back, its left arm resembling a mantis's scythe, and a long sword was strapped to its right hip. The figure lifted Su Yao's chin with a hint of teasing. "Your body has received the inheritance of the beast god. Your appearance, I must say, is quite striking." Su Yao forced back her nausea and jerked away. Yet the more she tried to evade him, the more excited the cloaked figure became. Suddenly extending a half-meter-long tongue to lick her cheek, leaving behind a layer of sticky, transparent liquid. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Equilibrium cult.
From today onward, your name is Yao.
Take this pill, and you will instantly advance to mid-silver rank. The black-robed figure suddenly coiled its tongue to produce a black pill.
Eat it. Or shall this messenger personally feed it to you? With no other choice, Su Yao forced down her discomfort, snatched the pill, and swallowed it. The instant it touched her throat, Su Yao clutched her abdomen and rolled around on the ground, clearly in agony. Before long, Su Yao's body underwent a drastic transformation.
A multicolored horn rapidly sprouted from her forehead, and her feet burst through her shoes, revealing 2 horse hooves.
After a long while, Su Yao gradually calmed down. Slowly rising to her feet, she realized she was now vastly different from before.
The multicolored horn atop her head could effortlessly pierce through concrete walls.
Thank you for your guidance, senior. Su Yao will dedicate herself to serving you.
The cloaked figure, facing away from Su Yao, murmured, "Don't get too excited just yet.
The price for this rapid power increase is that you now have only 1 year left to live." What? Su Yao felt as if struck by lightning. She hadn't even reached 20 yet.
Her prime youth hadn't even begun, and it was already nearing its end. But do not despair. Kill Lin Yi within this year, and this envoy shall grant you 100 more years of life.
Su Yao's eyes flashed with cold determination.
Rest assured, messenger. I will make Lin Yi pay for his crimes with his blood.
This phone contains Lin Yi's recent movements. He's growing stronger rapidly, be cautious.
Should you fail this first mission, the consequences need no further explanation.
Su Yao shuddered at the memory of the messenger's tongue tracing her cheek. The punishment the envoy mentioned couldn't possibly be.
Su Yao dared not imagine it, hastily replying, "Rest assured, messenger. No matter how much Lin Yi has grown, he could never reach the silver rank so quickly.
He is as good as dead."
Very well, then depart immediately.
Lin Yi is merely a lowly minion. More arduous missions await you, accompanied by generous rewards. Do not disappoint me.
Before the words had fully faded, the cloaked figure vanished from the detention chamber.
Farewell, honorable messenger.
After the black-robed envoy departed, a cold smile curled at the corners of Su Yao's lips.
Lin Yi, let's see how you plan to fight me now.
Just then, the prison guard's voice echoed from outside the detention cell door.
9527, what are you doing in there? Hurry up and tell me what you want for dinner. This is your last chance, no second chances. I want to eat you. Boom! Su Yao kicked the iron door open with one foot, and unicorn pierced the guard's abdomen in one fluid motion.
No one in this entire lockdown zone can hold me now.
Lin Yi, I'm coming for you. With that, Su Yao charged out of the prison atop her multicolored predator horse.
Having evolved into a rainbow predator horse upon reaching the silver stage, its tail now shimmered with iridescent hues, and its form had grown even more colossal. Following the location in the video on her phone, Su Yao set off toward Lin Yi.
Within Lin Yi's spiritual sea.
50 years passed in the blink of an eye, fleeting as a moment.
Young man, it's time to wake up. 50 years have passed.
Lin Yi's body showed no signs of aging. Instead, after 50 years, he had grown even stronger. His jawline and collarbones were more defined, his once fair skin now a light bronze. And his once delicate features had matured into a ruggedly handsome visage. All this was thanks to the body-tempering elixir. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he discovered his body had been completely transformed. Every meridian and bone now unrestricted, moving with effortless fluidity. He leapt effortlessly 3 meters into the air. He pulled out his phone stopwatch and timed himself, 3.26 seconds for 100 meters. Senior, I wish to attempt drawing the divine sword.
Jian closed his eyes, signaling tacit approval.
Immediately, Lin Yi rubbed his hands together with anticipation and approached the divine sword. With my current strength, a mere divine sword can be drawn with one hand. Lin Yi gripped the divine sword with his right hand and strained with all his might. 3 seconds later, Lin Yi's face flushed crimson, yet the sword remained firmly rooted in place. Seeing this, Lin Yi grabbed the sword with both hands. Yet it still showed no sign of budging.
After a full minute, Lin Yi's arms were completely drained of strength. How could this happen? Tian approached Lin Yi and said, "You still have a long way to go before you can pull out the divine sword. Don't lose heart." Lin Yi sighed, "I thought absorbing all this body-tempering liquid would make me invincible. That's not entirely accurate. Within your current realm, you are indeed unmatched. The tempering fluid refines your fundamental constitution.
Having absorbed all of it, your entire body has undergone 5 cycles of refinement. Your body's potential is now maximized, which will greatly benefit you in the future."
Thank you for your guidance, senior. Tian waved his hand. All right, you should head out now. Your friend seems to have urgent business with you. Moments later, Lin Yi took a deep breath and abruptly awoke. He saw Wang Irma shaking him vigorously. Bro, how could you absorb all of their body-tempering fluid? Lin Yi looked around.
The pool's body-tempering liquid had turned into plain water, and he lay naked within it. Xiao Yun and the 10 peach-skinned children were gathered around him.
Chapter 46, Fire Poison.
Lin Yi instinctively covered his private parts to avoid exposing himself.
Auntie, why does Big Brother have a third leg? Silly, that's clearly Big Brother's contracted bird spirit beast.
Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. They'd seen everything.
But that wasn't the worst part.
Lin Yi had absorbed all the body-tempering essence they'd accumulated over 80 years, their entire life savings.
I'm terribly sorry, I didn't mean to.
I can compensate you with 10 rare crystal marrow stones. 10 marrow stones were indeed precious. For Lin Yi to part with them felt like cutting flesh from his own body. But it was his only option. If he didn't offer some form of compensation today, he'd likely never make it out of this place. As Lin Yi reached to hand them the crystal marrow stones,
Xiao Yun pushed them away. We can't accept your gifts. The tempering fluid in the pool was prepared for you. You saved the people of Forgotten City. Since they refused, Lin Yi took them back. After dressing, Lin Yi sincerely apologized to Xiao Yun, then played with the children for a while before falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning,
Lin Yi and Wang Irma arrived at the square together, only to find barely a dozen people there, all looking listless and dejected.
What's going on? Where's the city lord? Why isn't anyone coming out? The batwing red apes could attack at any moment. Wang Irma muttered from the side, Brother, I think I've been hit too. This feels like fire poison. Fire poison? What fire poison? The last time fire poison struck was during the battle against the batwing red apes. Every in the entire Forgotten City became drowsy and listless. Lin Yi recalled what Lord Lu Lian had told him last night. That rest was the best preparation for battle. But it turned out they'd been poisoned by fire toxin, their spirits sapped. The worst part was that Lin Yi had actually believed him. Thud. Every crackborn on the square collapsed into sleep. Brother, I can't go on. The fate of Forgotten City rests entirely on your shoulders now. Lin Yi bent down and shook Wang Irma. How could I manage alone? The city lord is still here. The city lord is probably asleep too. Only by killing Batwing Red Ape can this fire poison dissipate. I can't go on. Before he could finish, Wang Irma began snoring loudly. Lin Yi cursed under his breath. What the hell? You want me to fight the Golden Demon King alone? A bronze-tier beastmaster facing off alone against a Golden Demon King and over 20 bronze-tier demon beasts. If word got out, it'd be listed as the most absurdly unbalanced matchmaking system in history. The odds of winning? Practically zero. Boom. The vine array trembled violently, its rhythmic thuds echoing as the entire Forgotten City shook. Through the gaps in the vine barrier, and saw the Demon King Batwing Red Ape. They had not chosen to migrate, but instead launched a full-scale assault on the Forgotten City. You stinking durians, in the end, this king still outmatches you. You've been poisoned by the fire toxin, you won't last long. Surrender now. Batwing Red Ape relentlessly pounded the vine barrier. And with each blow, Lin Yi felt a tingling numbness throughout his body. The vine barrier did resist external impacts, but internal shocks couldn't dissipate. Had Lin Yi not successfully tempered his body, he would likely have been shaken to the point of bleeding from his 7 orifices by now. Since I'll face this alone sooner or later, I might as well do it now. With that, Lin Yi soared into the air, flew to the side of the city wall, and pulled down the gate of the vine barrier. With a loud crack, the vine array began fading at a visible pace. Moments later, the vine barrier vanished completely. Batwing Red Ape stared in shock as a familiar figure in beast stood in the central square. Xiao Hei, we're about to fight to the death. Are you scared? Xiao Hei shook his head and let out a roar. Woof. Human brat, it's you again. Lin Yi replied coldly, we meet again. This time, I've come for your life. Ha 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 ha, what a bold claim. If I were you, after offending the Demon King last night, I'd have vanished without a trace by now. I certainly wouldn't be making such a reckless sacrifice like you. Lin Yi retorted, seems like there's a coward living inside you. You sharp-tongued brat. You won't know the true might of this king until I slaughter every last one of you. True strength isn't measured by how many you kill, but how many you protect. The Demon King gritted his teeth and declared, enough with the words. Prove yourself in battle. Fine. But not in this Forgotten City. If you want to fight, we'll do it outside. Then come out. With that, Lin Yi mounted Xiao Hei and galloped toward the city gates. Once outside the city walls, Xiao Hei spotted the 20-odd demon beasts in charge like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. In the blink of an eye, it charged toward one of the beasts, snapping its jaws wide open to crush the creature's carapace and devour half its body whole. Xiao Hei, how hungry are you? Slow down, don't choke. Witnessing this, the Batwing Red Ape bristled with fury, roaring a warning, stop. No more killing. Lin Yi couldn't help but find it laughable. If he couldn't even persuade Xiao Hei, how could it possibly think words would stop it? Die for me. The Batwing Red Ape lunged directly at Xiao Hei. But Xiao Hei was much smaller and darted nimbly beneath its legs, evading its grasp entirely. Damn it! What kind of monster is this?
While dodging the Demon King's attacks, Shohei continued eating, devouring half a body of a unicorn hedgehog or a swamp ghost snake with every bite. Wind vortex, gather. Lin Yi soared upward, gathering the surrounding winds. Unlike before, Lin Yi's current stamina even frightened himself. Since completing his body tempering, Lin Yi seemed to possess inexhaustible strength. The whirlwind grew larger and larger until it could envelop all the demon beasts. Go! In the next instant, the whirlwind engulfed every demon beast except the Demon King. Trapped within the vortex, the beasts were utterly immobilized. Explode! Lin Yi detonated the massive whirlwind. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The dust and smoke from the explosion shot straight into the sky. When the dust settled, the ground was littered with the corpses of demonic beasts. Having accomplished all this, Lin Yi didn't even break a sweat. Just yesterday, summoning such a massive whirlwind would have completely drained his body. Shohei, devour them all. Moments later, the system beeped with a notification. Taotie, bronze stage 80%. Current points, 2200. Congratulations, host, on earning 200 gluttony points. Remaining, 2110 points. Still unable to break through the bronze stage bottleneck? Shohei still had a ways to go before reaching the silver stage. He'd need to devour at least a dozen more bronze stage beasts, or 2 silver stage lord beasts. But Lin Yi had no more chances now. What awaited him next was the Golden Demon King, the Batwing Red Ape. Surveying the surroundings, only Lin Yi, Shohei, and the Batwing Red Ape remained. Boy, my subjects should have migrated for winter, yet you repeatedly obstructed them. Now that you've slain my last remaining followers, it's time for you to depart. The Batwing Red Ape gnashed its teeth, seething with fury, desperate to seize Lin Yi and crush him to death right then and there. In the next instant, the Batwing Red Ape stomped forward with a massive foot. Lin Yi instinctively retreated. But Shohei didn't move. Shohei, get out of the way. It was too late. The massive foot was mere inches from Shohei. Yet in the next instant, Lin Yi stared in disbelief as Shohei single-handedly blocked the giant foot. Lord Lu Lianqing once said that after thawing, the Batwing Red Ape cannot use fire, its body is weakened, and it is vulnerable to attack. Now it seems this Demon King isn't so terrifying after all. At that moment, a bold thought emerged in Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi slowly rose to his feet, raising both hands above his head as he began to gather a whirlwind. Flowers, grass, and saplings, lend me your winds. Chapter 47, When did I ever promise you? Lin Yi aimed to unleash a colossal whirlwind to obliterate the Batwing Red Ape outright. Shohei, hold it off for me. Upon hearing Lin Yi's call, Shohei understood immediately. Human boy, what are you doing? Floating mid-air, Lin Yi closed his eyes, his mind merging with nature. The trees swaying wildly around him gradually stilled as Lin Yi withdrew the wind's force. The Batwing Red Ape sensed something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. But one thing was certain, Lin Yi must not be allowed to continue forming the wind vortex. But just as it prepared to charge forward to stop him, a piercing pain shot through its calf. Looking down, Shohei had already latched onto its calf. And no matter how hard it tried to shake him off, it couldn't. Let go. After struggling for a while, Shohei still refused to let go. You won't let go, huh? Then this king will make you let go. In the next instant, Batwing Red Ape grabbed Shohei's body with both hands and began yanking him outward. Ah! The harder the Batwing Red Ape pulled, the more it felt like his flesh was being torn out, the more excruciating the pain became. Whoosh! A swirling storm of dust and fallen leaves gathered above Lin Yi's head. In just a moment, the whirlwind above Lin Yi's head had transformed into a colossal wind sphere large enough to swallow 2 Batwing Red Apes whole. The Batwing Red Ape knew it couldn't sit idly by and wait for death. Or else this mighty Demon King would truly be killed by a mere bronze stage human. Such a death would undoubtedly be the most disgraceful in the world. A disgrace that would stink to high heaven for millennia. With this thought, the Batwing Red Ape ignored the pain, determined to stop Lin Yi even if it meant losing its leg. He-ya! The Batwing Red Ape strained to pull Shohei free. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating agony, he mustered all his strength, ripping Shohei free only to have the creature bite off a chunk of flesh in return. Get lost! The Batwing Red Ape flung Shohei away. Then, limping heavily, it approached Lin Yi. You brat, you dare dream of killing this king? This is the most laughable joke I've heard in my entire life. In the blink of an eye, with the Batwing Red Ape now less than 100 meters away, Shohei struck again. Sneaking up from behind and pouncing onto the Batwing Red Ape's back, biting down on the base of its bat-like wings. Ah, again! You persistent black beast! Do you truly believe this king cannot slay you? The Batwing Red Ape swung its arms to strike Shohei on its back. But its arms were far too thick. After several futile attempts, it couldn't even reach Shohei. Very well then, I shall crush you to death. The Batwing Red Ape leapt into the air, arching its body backward, intending to crush the little black creature beneath its weight. In a daze, the Batwing Red Ape felt a tingling sensation spread across his back. Before he could arch backward, the tingling swiftly engulfed his entire body, leaving him collapsed on the ground, utterly powerless.
This, paralysis snake venom? You're not a snake, Black Beast. How could you use snake venom?
The batwing red ape lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath.
His body utterly immobilized.
He could feel Xiao Hei tearing at his wings, but he was utterly helpless.
The next instant, the bat wings were forcibly torn off.
Then carried it off to the side, beginning to devour it.
At that very moment, Lin Ye's eyes snapped open.
Super-sized whirlwind, done. Lin Yi saw the batwing red ape sprawled motionless on the ground, then glanced at Xiao Hei devouring its wings.
Xiao Hei, well done.
Xiao Hei showed no reaction, continuing to eat without pause.
Spare me, and I'll agree to anything.
I'll bind myself to you as your contract beast. Binding a slave beast was explicitly forbidden by the Beastmaster Temple.
And such contracts did not require binding one's divine soul to the spirit beast. The reason for the prohibition. Because it led to gambling with beasts. Losers would contract their spirit beasts to others as slave beasts. Thus, both the spirit beast and its tamer became another's servant, their lives hanging on the whims of others. Over time, the ranks of these slaves swelled. They formed factions right under the Beastmaster Temple's nose, threatening its authority. Eventually, they were eradicated, and the practice was banned. Ah, I'd love to make you my slave beast, but the Beastmaster Temple strictly forbids it.
So you'll just have to die.
Truthfully, even if it weren't forbidden, Lin Yi wouldn't have bound it anyway.
Only by killing it could the fire poison afflicting the city's residents be dispelled.
With that, Lin Yi prepared to smash Feng Xian into it. Wait. Didn't you Beastmasters come to the Death Domain, specifically to find the Abyss Gem? Lin Yi halted his motion.
The Beast God had said that finding the Abyss Gem would grant passage through the heavenly rankings and earn a dragon scale armor.
This was also one of Lin Yi's objectives for entering the Abyss. Do you know where it is? This king naturally knows. All above the rank of Demon King are privy to this secret. But if I were to reveal it, I would be a traitor to the Beast Emperor. Therefore, you must promise not to kill me.
Lin Yi pondered for a moment before replying, agreed.
Speak. Is a verbal promise sufficient? What if you renege and kill me afterward?
This was a demand for assurance, but the initiative now lay with Lin Yi. No need to indulge it. Lin Yi replied coldly, speak or die.
The Demon King cursed under his breath, damn it, what a plague of a man. How did I ever get mixed up with this thing? Fine, I'll take my chances.
I'll bet he keeps his word.
No, I'll talk.
The Abyss Gem lies deep within the Nether Forest.
Once you reach it, just follow the scent all the way. After speaking, the batwing red ape added. Now that you know the location of the Abyss Gem, can you let me go? Lin Yi replied coldly, oh? When did I ever promise to let you go?
You're despicable.
Shameless. Still talking trash when death is upon you? Die.
Lin Yi roared in fury, hurling the whirlwind directly at the batwing red ape. Instantly, the batwing red ape's body was enveloped by a hurricane, suspended midair, unable to move.
Human brat, you killed this king. The Beast Emperor will tear you to pieces. Explode. Boom. The deafening explosion sent a brutal shockwave that forced Lin Yi to shield his face. As the dust settled, the corpse of the Demon King, Batwing Red Ape, lay torn to pieces before Lin Yi. Xiao Hei, this ape's been fried to perfection, come eat. Xiao Hei tossed aside the half-eaten batwing and scampered over to the corpse of the Batwing Red Ape. Without a word, he began devouring it voraciously. 3 hours later, Xiao Hei had devoured every last scrap of the Batwing Red Ape's carcass, lying on the ground digesting slowly. Gluttony, Silver Tier 8%. Current points, 3200. Congratulations, host, on gaining 1000 gluttony points. Remaining, 3110 points. Congratulations, host, on devouring the Demon Beast Batwing Red Ape Demon King. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Demon Beast Compendium, Batwing Red Ape, Golden Period 20%. Active skill, Blazing Poison Palm inflicts fire damage with one hand and continuously poisons the target. Passive skill, Full Moon Growth, gazing at the full moon triggers rapid physical growth, doubling strength. Survival instinct, Bat Wings grows bat-like wings on its back, enabling flight and blocking projectile attacks. Ultimate technique, Sky Shrouding Flaming Palm, one hand ignites and grows massive, striking the target. Chapter 48, Departure for the Nether Forest. Before Lin Yi could select his skills, his body underwent a sudden, violent transformation. What's happening? Black scales began sprouting from Lin Yi's arms, his hands transforming into claws as long as sickles. His shoes instantly burst apart, his feet transforming from a size 43 into beastly hooves at least size 70, accompanied by a thick black flame. This black flame did not harm the body, but it could affect the mind, its malevolent aura piercing the heavens. The transformation continued unabated. His eyes turned blood red, and his two fangs sharpened into menacing tusks. The physical transformation was matched by a surge in physical prowess. Now Lin Yi could feel the restless power surging within him. A single casual punch split a nearby boulder clean in two. How did I become like this? Could I have become a split life being? But split life beings only undergo fission with plants.
Anxiety surged through his mind.
Lin Yi dreaded becoming this monstrous form permanently, though it was undeniably cool.
But if his parents ever saw him like this, they would be terrified. At that moment, the gates of the city of oblivion swung open. And hundreds of split life beings rushed toward Lin Yi.
Big brother! Big brother!
Wang Irma arrived at Lin Yi's side moments later and exclaimed, "Brother, you're incredible. You took down the Demon King all by yourself."
"Yeah, little brother, we were poisoned by the fire toxin. To be honest, we were ready to die."
Xiao Yin chimed in from the side, "You've saved our city of oblivion once again.
I truly don't know how to repay you."
Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly.
Just luck. If there's nothing else, I need to get going."
Having said that, Lin Yi turned to leave. But he was blocked by a group of crackborn.
"What are you doing? I have important matters to attend to."
Now that Lin Yi knew the whereabouts of the Abyss Gem and had clues about his parents,
delay could bring complications. He couldn't linger here too long. Lu Lian slowly approached Lin Yi and said,
"Young man, I promised you that if you won this battle, you'd receive your share of the rewards.
Besides, don't you want to know why you've become this way?"
As the ruler of the city of oblivion, Lu Lian personally intervening to retain Lin Yi, which was the greatest honor he could bestow upon Lin Yi. If Lin Yi still insisted on leaving, it would be a sign of ingratitude. After all, Lu Lian was a level 31 life shatterer. If he could force Lin Yi to fight alongside him, he could certainly keep him for the victory celebration.
"Since the city lord has spoken, I shall remain within the city for one day." Hearing Lin Yi's decision to stay, the crowd erupted in cheers and excitement,
and promptly carried him into the Forgotten City.
Within the Forgotten City, the city lord hosted a grand banquet in the square, with over a dozen people seated at each round table. Lin Yi hadn't had a proper meal in ages,
and today's feast was the perfect chance to treat himself.
Before long, dishes began arriving, though Lin Yi didn't see anything he desired. To be precise, there was nothing to eat. "Lord Mayor, are we just drinking water? What else?"
"Every beast was either blown to smithereens or devoured by your black beast.
There's nothing left in the city but water." Upon reflection, it made sense.
After that great battle, every demon beast in the Black Marsh had been eradicated.
Realizing this, Lin Yi stood up and said, "Lord Mayor, this is all my fault. I've caused everyone to face a winter without food." "Young man, what nonsense are you talking? After this battle, we Lixing people now dominate the Black Marsh district. You needn't feel guilty. But, with the cold wave approaching, how will you survive?" Lu Lian rose and replied, "Young man, you worry too much. Don't forget we splintered ones are plant symbionts. As long as we have light, water, and soil, we won't die. Without food, we'll just stop upgrading." "I see."
Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no major disaster had unfolded.
"Today marks a milestone for Forgotten City.
We Splitborn will erect a statue in your honor, forever commemorating your deeds."
Lu Lian then approached Lin Yi,
placed an object in Lin Yi's palm, and whispered, "Keep this safe. It will prove invaluable when the moment comes." Lin Yi stored it in his beast taming space,
understanding the city lord had given it discreetly to avoid others seeing it. As for its purpose, he would figure that out later. "Thank you, city lord. Forgotten City was built upon ruins to begin with.
At the end of the day, we're just rats in the sewers not fit for the limelight.
I don't have much of value to offer you, young man. Don't take offense." Lin Yi gave an awkward laugh. "Not at all.
I find you splintered ones far more warm-hearted than those outside.
I like it here."
During his time in the Forgotten City, most of the Crackborn had been friendly and kind. Only a small number of the more sinister Crackborn caused trouble.
"Of course. Little brother, you must be dying to know why you've become like this, right?"
Now that Lin Yi had transformed into a monstrous form, he couldn't help but worry if he could ever return to his original self.
"Please tell me, City Lord, what exactly happened? I'm not a beastmaster myself, but I've studied related texts."
"Your condition is normal after advancing to the silver rank."
"Normal? Then can I change back?" Lu Lian replied, "You've seen silver beastmasters before, right? They don't necessarily stay in that state permanently, do they?" Upon hearing this,
Lin Yi recalled the silver tier and higher beast masters he'd encountered, including Elder Chui, the Hall Master, the Elders, and the Black-Robed Man.
They mostly appeared in human form.
And he had indeed witnessed Elder Wumei transforming into a monstrous form, his body covered in vines.
"Indeed, I have." "Exactly. This phenomenon is called genetic fusion, beast tamers developing traits identical to their spirit beasts. How to reverse it? You'll have to figure that out yourself."
"All right." Figuring it out on his own, if he had any clue, Lin Yi would have recovered long ago.
But knowing recovery was possible eased his distress.
If all else failed, he could wait until leaving the dead zone and consult Elder Chui.
The next day,
Lin Yi arrived outside the city of oblivion, ready to set off.
"Brother, I want to come with you." Wang Irma tugged at Lin Yi, unwilling to lose his big brother so easily. Irma, you should go back. This journey is fraught with danger. If you come with me, you'll face certain death. Then go alone. Expecting Wang Irma to put up a fight, Lin Yi was surprised when the boy instantly backed down, retreating without a word. Just then, Lu Lian approached Lin Yi and said, "Remember, head southwest to reach the nether forest. The cold front is approaching, don't linger too long along the way." Lin Yi will remember. Take care, everyone. Safe travels. After leaving the city of Oblivion, Lin Yi flew southwest. He made an emergency landing on a mountaintop, opened the system panel, and began selecting skills for the Batwing Red Ape. Bat wings, blazing poison palm, full moon growth, sky shrouding fire hand, I want them all. Lin Yi stared at the 4 skills, deeply conflicted. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the beast taming space. Master, you can select them all if you're quick. Chapter 49, Quick Hands, select all. Who's speaking? The voice belonged to a woman, and she was addressing him as master, which was highly unusual. Lin Yi scanned the beast taming space. Only Xiao He was alive in there. But Xiao He was turning his head to stare at him. Suddenly, Xiao He actually spoke. Master, it's me. This startled Lin Yi so much he nearly jumped out of his skin, thinking he'd seen a ghost. Xiao He, is that you speaking? It's me, Master. Xiao He was actually female, and her voice sounded like a young girl, sweet and delicate. To confirm this wasn't an illusion, Lin Yi released Xiao He from the beast taming space. Roar. The roar still sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao He was no longer the same as before. After devouring the Batwing Red Ape, Xiao He had not only grown significantly larger, but his body had also undergone evolution. 12 dragon whiskers sprouted from his face, a faint black halo appeared beneath his feet, and his scales had grown longer and appeared even harder. Xiao He, how come you suddenly know how to talk? Xiao He bounded toward Lin Yi, causing the mountain peak to tremble. Now that I'm at the silver stage, of course I can speak. If I grow to the gold stage, I'll even be able to take human form. Lin Yi muttered to himself, transforming into human form? Is there such a thing? What are you thinking about, Master? Nothing. You're my partner now. You don't have to call me Master anymore. It feels awkward. Xiao He adopted a playful tone. How about I call you Boss instead? No problem. From now on, call me Boss. Boss, could you help me pick out a pair of bat wings? Then I could fly you around. Good idea. Lin Yi had always relied on wind power for flight. Sometimes, when the nearby winds were too weak, his speed became painfully slow. If Xiao He could fly like Batwing Red Ape, it would save a lot of energy. Lin Yi opened the system panel and began selecting skills. Xiao He, you mentioned earlier that quick hands could select everything, is that really possible? Xiao He and Lin Yi shared a symbiotic bond, so he naturally knew about the system's secrets. After spending so much time together, Xiao He understood the system's rules. Boss, why don't you give it a try? You don't know which one to pick anyway. Fair point. When it came to hand speed, Lin Yi had never feared anyone. The next second, Lin Yi's fingers flashed across the screen, tapping all 4 options simultaneously. Congratulations, host Divine Beast. You have successfully learned Blazing Poison Palm, Crescent Moon Growth, Bat Wings, and Sky Shrouding Palm. 404. Detected system bug, repairing. Friendly reminder, please wait patiently. During system repair, refrain from reckless actions. Thank you for your cooperation. Ha! Xiao He, it's all your fault. The system crashed. Xiao He calmly replied, no big deal. We already learned the skills. Just play it safe from now on. You gotta hand it to Xiao He, he's got some serious mental toughness. You're right. Even without the system, we'll still conquer this dead zone. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Yi felt an itch on his back. At the same time, Xiao He began rubbing his back against the ground. Boss, what's going on? Not sure myself, but I guess we're about to grow bat wings. Moments later, Xiao He's back rapidly sprouted a pair of bat wings, matching Lin Yi's guess almost exactly. At the same time, Lin Yi saw his own back sprout a pair of bat wings in the moonlight's reflection. Attempting to fly for the first time, Lin Yi tried to steady himself. After a bit of struggle, he managed to hover in midair. Whoa, boss, I can fly now. Xiao He circled above Lin Yi's head, fluttering about like a delighted little butterfly. Lin Yi looked up at Xiao He. But in a daze, he caught sight of the full moon in the sky. An inexplicable flutter stirred within him, his heartbeat quickened, and he felt a surge of restlessness. Boss, what's wrong? Xiao He paused and looked at Lin Yi, then followed his gaze toward the full moon in the sky. This glance proved fateful. Xiao He too fell under its spell, slowly descending to join Lin Yi in gazing at the full moon. Gradually, the man and beast began to grow larger. For the first time, their power began to spiral out of control. Flames ignited on Lin Yi's hands and Xiao He's front paws. Just as the man and beast stared blankly at the full moon, an unexpected visitor arrived.
A woman appeared beside Lin Yi, riding a white horse with a colorful tail. Lin Yi, so you are here. Today is the day you die. But Lin Yi paid her no mind. How dare you ignore me? This is outrageous. The woman stomped her foot in anger. Then charged toward Lin Yi. Just as the white horse's horn was about to gore Lin Yi instinctively hurled a fiery whirlwind, blasting both rider and horse dozens of meters away. Thud! The woman scrambled to her feet, staring at Lin Yi in disbelief. Muttering, is this really the Lin Yi I know? Wasn't he just a bronze tier? At that very moment, Lin Yi and Xiao He had completed the full moon growth. Originally standing around 1.8 meters tall, Lin Yi now towered at 2 meters. His physique transformed into one of towering stature, imposing and commanding. Regaining his senses, Lin Yi spotted the figure not far away and exclaimed, Su Yao? What are you doing here? Su Yao's presence in the dead zone came as a genuine surprise to Lin Yi. Logically, she should have already faced trial and been serving her sentence by now. Something's off. She looks like she's undergone gene fusion too, rapidly advancing to the silver stage in such a short time. There's definitely something fishy going on. Moments later, Su Yao slowly rose to her feet and approached Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I tried to kill you earlier, but you bluffed your way out. This time, you won't be so lucky. Fate brought them face to face once more. Su Yao wasted no words, immediately lunging to kill Lin Yi. Thud! Su Yao's burst speed was blindingly fast. The horn atop her head instantly rammed into Lin Yi's abdomen. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi was sent flying over 10 meters away. Xiao Bai, you handle this ugly, black spirit beast. I'll settle this once and for all with Lin Yi. Xiao He snapped, you stinking woman, you're the ugly one. Xiao He's sudden outburst made Su Yao flinch. You black beast, you can actually speak. And in a woman's voice. Su Yao froze in place. She was hailed as the temple's prodigious holy maiden, bound to a unicorn predator horse with a B-grade talent exceptionally intelligent. Even at the silver rank stage, it could already understand basic human speech. But she never imagined Lin Yi's spirit beast could actually speak directly. Su Yao cursed inwardly, a monster like Lin Yi must never be allowed to grow stronger. He must die today. Just as she prepared to attack Lin Yi again, she saw Lin Yi spread his bat-like wings, soaring into the air. He raised one hand high, flames erupting from that hand, as his 5 fingers shot upward wildly, causing the entire hand to grow enormous. Su Yao, I intended to kill you that day in the temple, yet I let you live by sheer luck. You should have served your sentence and met your end. Now you come walking into this trap, leave your life here. Chapter 50, It's You Again. Earlier, when Su Yao had shoved him, Lin Yi felt little impact. The force had been absorbed by the scales on his abdomen. However, the system was currently undergoing maintenance, preventing him from discerning Su Yao's exact condition. Lin Yi, you're incredibly arrogant. I'm already at mid-silver rank, while you're just a bronze-level waste. How could you possibly kill me? Mid-silver? How is that possible? Lin Yi wasn't afraid of her, but genuinely surprised. How had Su Yao climbed to the silver stage so quickly? Nothing is impossible. My talent has always surpassed yours. Whatever you can achieve, I, Su Yao, will surpass you in every way. Is that so? Since you're stronger than me, dare you take this palm strike? At that moment, Lin Yi's right hand had grown to a height of 10 meters. Still too slow. Faster. To rapidly form the sky-shrouding giant hand, Lin Yi dispersed wind energy from his palm. Empowered by the essence of wind. In the blink of an eye, the colossal hand could already cover the entire mountaintop. Killing me with a single move? Dream on. Su Yao declared, charging directly at Lin Yi mid-air. Whirlwind slash. Lin Yi swiftly drew the great darkness, unleashing a tornado that trapped Su Yao within its vortex. Meanwhile, Xiao He was locked in combat with the predator horse. Though by the looks of it, Xiao He could easily devour it in one bite but insisted on toying with his prey first. 10 minutes later, the tornado's power faded. Su Yao broke free from her restraints, only to see Lin Yi suspended midair. There, Lin Yi's colossal hand, towering as high as a mountain. And in Su Yao's eyes, it seemed to block out the sky entirely. Xiao He, get out of the way. Got it, boss. After knocking the predator horse to the ground, Xiao He took a few running strides and soared into the air. Lin Yi murmured, the timing is right. Su Yao, it's time for you to go. Before he could finish, Lin Yi brought his massive hand crashing down. Su Yao scrambled onto the predator horse and fled. But beneath the colossal hand, there was nowhere for her to hide. No, don't. Su Yao screamed, refusing to accept being crushed to death so easily. Why? Why can't I defeat Lin Yi even at mid-silver realm? In the next instant, she needed to burn her blood to counter the giant hand. Boom! The colossal hand slammed squarely into Su Yao's body. The multicolored horn atop her head snapped clean in two. Her entire body was slammed to the ground by the fiery giant hand. Half an hour later, the flames atop the mountain vanished. Lin Yi and Xiao He slowly descended to assess the situation.
Killing intent detection. He's still alive? Lin Yi detected Su Yao's faint breath barely clinging to life. Moments later, Lin Yi approached Su Yao.
Seeing Su Yao, her clothes torn and tattered, her body covered in wounds, and a burnt smell emanating from her entire being,
he felt not a shred of pity. Since you're not quite dead yet, let me send you on your final journey. With that, Lin Yi gathered a whirlwind of wind towards Su Yao. Die! Just as Lin Yi was about to hurl the whirlwind at Su Yao, a commanding voice rang out from the void, halt. Simultaneously, a sharp spike shot straight toward Lin Yi. With no choice, Lin Yi was forced to dodge. Who's there? Before the words had fully left his mouth, a figure cloaked in black appeared beside Su Yao. It's you again.
Lin Yi recognized this man. Last time in the D-class containment zone, it was him causing trouble.
That's right. We meet again. But I'm not here to fight you this time. What do you want? The Equilibrium agent intervened to protect Su Yao, which meant she considered Su Yao her responsibility.
And this move was likely an attempt to take Su Yao away. Thinking this, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let him succeed.
I think we can have a proper talk. I admire you greatly.
I can make an exception, you won't have to surrender your soul blood.
Join our Equilibrium cult. What do you say? Lin Yi responded coldly, you're dreaming. The Equilibrium sect had always repelled Lin Yi. Today they sent Su Yao to ambush him. And now they wanted him to join? This hypocritical, self-serving cult could go to hell. You'll understand eventually this world honors the strong.
I'll give you time to consider, but next time, I expect your answer to satisfy me.
Before he could finish, the cloaked figure hoisted Su Yao into the air, preparing to depart. Trying to snatch someone right under my nose? You clearly don't think much of me. The cloaked figure growled, you can't stop me. Xiao Hei, let's take him down together. Got it, boss.
Lin Yi spread his bat-like wings and, in mere moments, soared before the hooded figure. While Xiao Hei circled behind the hooded figure, pincer attacking him from both sides.
Two silver stage trashes dare to block this envoy's path? Get out of the way.
Lin Yi had no intention of wasting words with him,
and roared, petrify, demon eyes.
Two crimson beams erupted from Lin Yi's eyes.
Dark night barrier.
The next instant, the cloaked figure was enveloped in a layer of gray mist, impenetrable to the petrifying red beams.
Even the paralyzing snake venom spewed by Xiao Hei was completely blocked. Kid, don't push your luck.
I'm sparing you only because the temple's supervising elder backs you.
Don't get cocky. Lin Yi retorted, release them, or this ends in bloodshed. Well, young man.
After just a short time apart, you dare speak to me in such a tone.
Does that mean next time we meet, you'll try to kill me?
Lin Yi's voice was cold.
You're mistaken. Today is the day you die. Seems you can't be spared. In the next instant, the cloaked figure hurled Su Yao away. Then began convulsing violently.
Simultaneously, black smoke began billowing from his head,
which gradually coalesced into a large mass. Dark Night Mantis, emerge.
Suddenly, a black mantis burst forth from the smoke, flapping its enormous wings.
Larger in size than the batwing red ape. Its scythe-like hands, exceptionally sharp falling leaves that brushed against them, were instantly sliced in two. Unable to discern the mantis's true capabilities, Lin Yi felt uncertain. Especially since he was a gold-ranked beast master. But since trouble had been stirred, Lin Yi wasn't afraid of it. Battles between beast masters followed a clear rule, beast against beast, man against man. The night mantis charged straight at Xiao Hei. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure swung his scythe-wielding hand, closing in on Lin Yi. Sword, momentum. Lin Yi assumed a sword stance. The cloaked figure halted instantly. Trivial tricks. How dare you show off your skills before this envoy? The cloaked figure paused for only 2 seconds before shattering the sword stance and charging toward Lin Yi once more. Damn it! Is this what a gold beast master looks like? The cloaked figure closed in rapidly. With no time to build up his momentum, Lin Yi had no choice but to strike. Sword flash of severing steel. As the sword flashed, afterimages blurred. Yet the cloaked figure merely tilted his head slightly, dodging the steel flash at the last possible moment. The cloaked figure sneered coldly. Is that all you've got? Then, with a swift turn, the cloaked figure delivered a powerful kick to Lin Yi's chest. Instantly, Lin Yi was hurled like a cannonball toward the mountaintop. Chapter 51, Ultimate Evolution. That single kick made Lin Yi acutely aware of the gap in their developmental stages. Having fused with the Night Mantis genes, his explosive power was immense. Close combat was not advisable. Brushing dust from his clothes as he rose, Lin Yi discovered a 2-meter deep crater beneath his feet. The impact force is this immense? Yet Lin Yi felt little pain. The impact had been entirely absorbed by the scales covering his body. The cloaked figure gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? You're just a silver tier trash. That kick should have sent you to the grave. I thought you hadn't eaten today. Boy, do you know the consequences of speaking to an envoy like that? Do you know what happens when you anger me? Lin Yi replied, the consequence is that you'll get angry and that's it.
The black-robed envoy felt humiliated by this retort, especially since his opponent was merely a lowly silver stage nobody. Boy, you're forcing my hand. Suddenly, the black-robed figure's expression twisted in unbearable agony. His scythe-like hands were growing wildly. Primary evolution. Lin Yi frowned. Is he constipated again? Within moments, the black-robed figure's scythe hands had doubled in size, becoming broader, thicker, and sharper. Simultaneously, the scythe of his spirit beast, the night mantis, also grew larger. For a moment, Xiao He found himself at a disadvantage. With a casual swipe of its scythe, the night mantis cleaved a towering tree with a 2-meter diameter cleanly in half. Clang! Clang! The black-robed figure sharpened his claws and charged directly at Lin Yi. Boy, prepare to die. Lin Yi could certainly withstand its leg attacks, but he had no idea how sharp those scythe blades truly were. Whirlwind slash. As Lin Yi sidestepped, he unleashed a whirlwind. Yet in the blink of an eye, the whirlwind was torn apart by the cloaked figure. The next instant, his feet shot forward like springs. Blazing speed. Lin Yi had no time to dodge and could only brace himself with the great darkness to block the attack. Clang! Humph! A fine sword indeed. Too bad it's in the hands of trash, it can't unleash its true power. The great darkness sword stubbornly blocked his scythe. Lin Yi even saw a chip appear on the scythe's blade. But the impact of that strike had already driven Lin Yi's lower body into the ground. You're the trash. Lin Yi's eyes underwent a transformation, the whites vanished. His entire eyeballs turning pure black. At that moment, Ji Tian's voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Kid, stop. Don't let the black radiance will control you. If this continues, you'll become a sword slave. I don't care about any black radiance will. I only want to defeat the enemy before me. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a fierce black light erupted from beneath Lin Yi's feet, his battle intent soaring skyward. The black-robed figure stared in shock. What's happening? Lin Yi effortlessly pulled his foot free and broke free from the black-robed man's hold. You piece of trash, how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Lin Yi replied coldly, to slaughter you, this sword is more than enough. You're nothing but a trashy silver stage trash talking big game. Is that so? Then can you dodge this strike? Flash slash. Lin Yi thrust his sword forward. This time, the cloaked figure blocked with both hands. Even so, the strike sent him reeling back over 10 meters. Nothing special. Seeing this, Lin Yi pressed his advantage, engaging the cloaked figure in a fierce struggle. A minute later, the cloaked figure found himself at a disadvantage. You keep calling me a silver tear trash, but now that this silver tear trash is beating you, why aren't you fighting back? By now, the cloaked figure was drenched in sweat. And every strike from Lin Yi showed him no mercy. The scythes in his hands had been hacked into saws. If this battle continued, he would inevitably be pierced through the heart by Lin Yi's blade. Open. Ultimate evolution. The black-robed figure roared, unleashing a fierce aura that erupted from his body, which sent Lin Yi flying backward. Hovering mid-air, the cloaked figure erupted into maniacal laughter. Excellent. You delight me. You are the first to force me into ultimate evolution. The black-robed figure underwent another massive transformation, transforming from his initial black carapace into a gradually shifting brown hue. Then, insect-like wings rapidly sprouted from his back, while 3 tubular protrusions erupted from his spine. Remember this, boy, any forbidden beast that refuses to join the equilibrium cult will meet only one fate: death. The hooded figure continued. I admit you're extraordinary, but alas, you were born in the wrong era. Blame yourself for binding a forbidden beast. Lin Yi retorted coldly, finished with your nonsense? Fight or not? The stronger the enemy, the more excited Lin Yi became. The next second, the two were locked in combat. Lin Yi's heart trembled. So powerful. Facing the full might of a golden beastmaster, Lin Yi felt the pressure mount. Each clash with the enemy's side sent. He felt a tingling numbness in both hands. After an unknown span of time, the full moon descended, and the sun had already risen in the east. At this moment, beads of sweat the size of beans formed on Lin Yi's forehead, his strength nearly depleted. Each parry felt like an uphill battle. Kid, where's that cocky attitude you had earlier? Get up and fight. Lin Yi pushed himself up with his sword, his steps unsteady as he staggered forward. In contrast, the black-robed figure remained as energetic as ever. Thud! Lin Yi's legs gave way beneath him, and he stumbled helplessly to the ground. In a daze, Lin Yi saw the black-robed messenger approaching him. And then that insect leg pressed down on his face. Very well. It's been a long time since this messenger fought so thoroughly. That you, with your silver body, could battle me for so long is something to be proud of. Lin Yi remained silent. Defeat was defeat, any excuse was just that, an excuse. Boy, you are a worthy opponent. I shall remember your name, Lin Yi. Then, the black-robed emissary raised his scythe hand, gazing intently at Lin Yi's head. Then, it is time for this to end. The black-robed figure's scythe swung down swiftly. At that critical moment, The black-robed figure's hand froze mid-motion, his entire body immobilized. Lin Yi opened his tightly closed eyes and saw the hooded figure frozen in place. A large pool of liquid had formed behind him. What's going on? Lin Yi forced himself to rise despite his exhaustion, only to find Xiao Hei standing behind the cloaked figure. The pool of liquid needed no explanation, it was paralysis snake venom. Boss, I'm here. Without a word, Xiao Hei charged forward and hoisted Lin Yi onto his back. Xiao Hei, did you take out that night mantis? Nope, I just lulled it to sleep. Lin Yi looked up. The night mantis lay motionless halfway up the mountain. Half its wings gone, 3 of its 6 legs devoured by Xiao Hei. Even its prideful scythe-like claws had been snapped off by Xiao Hei, leaving it as toothless as a tiger. Damn, Xiao Hei, you've nearly killed a golden period spirit beast. You flatter me, boss. It's just a bug. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Little Black lunged toward the cloaked figure. Yet the instant Xiao Hei closed in, the cloaked figure suddenly shook off the paralysis effect, dodging Xiao Hei's fierce attack with a swift sidestep. Put. Severely wounded by the spirit beast, the cloaked figure suffered backlash, struggling to maintain flight. Damn it! What kind of demonic beast is this black creature of yours? It actually defeated my night mantis. Lin Yi declared, my Xiao Hei says your pride and joy, the night mantis, is nothing but a mere insect. Kid, let's call it a day for now. We'll see about this later. Halt! Did I give you permission to leave? Chapter 52, The Equilibrium Master appears. Kid, don't push it. Continuing this fight will only lead to mutual destruction. It benefits neither of us. Why not each take a step back? Lin Yi chuckled lightly. You start a fight on a whim and retreat just as easily? Nothing in this world is that simple. What do you want? Simple. Break the contract and let that giant bug feed my little blackie. Bull. The cloaked figure's reply was resolute. So there's no deal? Fine. Little Black, eat him. Got it, boss. This guy looks like he's packed with protein. Roar. Xiao Hei let out a roar and charged straight at him. Seeing this, the cloaked figure dodged swiftly. But Xiao Hei's jaws were too massive, he still bit off half the man's insect wings. Hold on. You can't kill me. Xiao Hei, stop. The black-robed man was already at his last gasp. Lin Yi was curious to see what tricks he could still pull. The once lofty golden beast master now begged for mercy in utter humiliation. Faced with life and death, all worldly gains had become meaningless. Give me a reason not to kill you. The black-robed man clutched his bleeding insect wings and said, remember the girl from our first meeting? The girl he referred to was none other than Lu Qian. Lu Qian had stood by him through thick and thin, one of the few girls in this world who truly cared for Lin Yi. She once risked her life to protect Lin Yi. And now that she had been captured by the Equilibrium cult, Lin Yi vowed to rescue her. What happened to her? She's with the Grand Master, of course. But this girl's stubborn as hell, she refuses to join the Equilibrium cult. Now, if you promise to spare me, I'll risk my life to help you rescue her. Having fought his way through countless battles, Lin Yi understood one truth: releasing a tiger back into the mountains would only invite endless trouble. Why should I trust you? The cloaked figure replied, I'll leave the night mantis here as collateral. Meet me here in 3 days. If I don't show up, you can feed it to your black beast. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at such words. To save his own skin, he'd resort to any means. Yet the offer was undeniably tempting. Having already surrendered his soul blood to the Equilibrium cult leader, the only thing that could make Lin Yi trust him was his own spirit beast. A golden stage spirit beast at that. Consumed by Xiao Hei would be a tremendous tonic. It might even yield a rare core. Whether he showed up or not, Lin Yi stood to gain either way. Fine, I'll agree. But I'm giving you only 1 day. If you're not back by then, don't blame me for being ruthless. 3 days was too long. Delays could lead to complications, leaving him no time for other matters. Gritting his teeth, the cloaked figure resolved. Fine. No problem. 1 day it is. Meet me here first thing tomorrow morning. Get lost. As the cloaked figure departed, he added, that girl named Su Yao, she's yours to do with as you please. Play with her however you like. Lin Yi couldn't help but curse inwardly, is this the Equilibrium sect? Selling out comrades who once risked their lives for him just to save his own skin. But then again, Su Yao was scum. She truly deserved no sympathy. If Lin Yi were to handle her, he would naturally subject her to inhuman torment before executing her. Boom! The sudden explosion deafened him. Coming to his senses and focusing his gaze, the hooded figure was reduced to a pile of flesh. Lin Yi gasped in shock. Who could be so ruthless? No one had seen the attack coming. A Golden Realm powerhouse instantly reduced to a blood mist. What sort of powerhouse could possibly achieve this? Even old Shui couldn't eliminate someone without lifting a finger. The next instant, another cloaked figure appeared. Yet beneath the hood, his face remained utterly obscured, his entire form shrouded in a murky, black mist. The figure spoke, Young one, the Equilibrium sect was at fault in this matter. I, representing the sect, offer our apology.
Lin Yi frowned.
The voice was hoarse and weathered, and the self-designation is this one representing the Equilibrium sect, suggesting he must be the sect leader. The reason he hadn't been seen moving earlier was because he had crushed the mantis man's soul blood. When soul blood explodes, every cell in the physical body violently rejects one another, causing instantaneous self-destruction.
You've worked hard, senior.
I've always despised cowardly traitors who cling to life.
This cult leader gave Lin Yi an indescribable sense of oppression. Like showing up an hour late to meet the boss, you dare not speak out of turn. Ha ha ha.
Now that this traitor has been dealt with by me, consider that night mantis as my apology to you. Lin Yi cursed inwardly that mantis was originally Xiao Hei's spoils of war, yet now he calls it an apology.
How shameless. But outright refusal would only provoke him.
And with his unfathomable power, he could wipe out Lin Yi and Xiao Hei with a single flick of his wrist. They weren't even in the same league. Then this junior shall graciously accept it.
Now that his position is vacant, would you be willing to take his place?
After all this, he still wanted to win him over.
For a moment, accepting or declining became a dilemma.
Seeing Lin Yi's silence, he continued, rest assured, with your talent defeating a Gold Realm cultivator while still in Silver Realm, you are exempt from offering your soul blood.
Henceforth, I shall personally instruct you.
And you needn't rush your answer.
I'll give you a day to consider. I trust you're a wise man. With no other choice.
Having been spoken to this extent, Lin Yi replied, I appreciate your kindness, senior, but I already have a teacher. Before Lin Yi could finish, the Equilibrium Patriarch cut him off. You speak of Chui Wending, the supervising elder of the Beastmaster God, correct? Lin Yi still didn't know Chui's full name, yet this man seemed to know more about the elder than he did.
Precisely.
He was once my student too, but later he set his heart on joining the Beastmaster Temple.
Never mind, all old stories. Best left unsaid. Lin Yi was stunned. Even Elder Chui had been his student.
Which meant that even if Elder Chui were here now, he wouldn't dare speak loudly to the master, lest he upset him and risk getting a beating.
See you tomorrow. I hope you make a wise choice.
With that, the Equilibrium cult leader dissolved into a cloud of black smoke and vanished from the spot.
Good heavens, what am I supposed to do now? Xiao Hei, when you're in the world, you can't always choose your path. Am I really going to have to join the Equilibrium cult? Growl. Xiao Hei's stomach rumbled like thunder. Boss. I'm starving. Instead of overthinking, let's just eat. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. You're going to eat yourself to death. Ignoring Lin Yi's grumbling, Xiao Hei lunged straight at the dying night mantis,
leaving only the exhausted Lin Yi behind on the mountaintop.
Just then, Su Yao staggered toward Lin Yi, clutching a stone. Lin Yi, I'm in this state because of you. I'll kill you. Chapter 53, Amusement Park. Su Yao could barely walk at this point, while Lin Yi couldn't even stand upright. Su Yao, stop clinging to this madness. Use that energy to escape while you still can. But Su Yao paid no heed, and continued charging toward Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, you stripped me of my beast god inheritance and nearly got me executed.
Now I have only a year left to live. Since that's the case, I might as well drag you down to hell with me.
Lin Yi was stunned, unable to comprehend why Su Yao had suddenly reached the Silver Realm. Yet he knew she had lost her mind. If he didn't flee now, she would truly kill him. But after battling all night, Lin Yi had no strength left to stand. Xiao Hei! Xiao Hei! Lin Yi's voice was barely audible. Xiao Hei, engrossed in devouring his meal. He didn't notice Lin Yi was in danger. Don't waste your breath, Lin Yi. That dumb beast of yours only knows how to eat, eat, eat. It couldn't care less about whether you live or die. Watching Su Yao draw ever closer to him. Lin Yi, if you sincerely beg me not to kill you now, I might consider sparing you. Su Yao raised the stone high but held back from striking. A hint of mockery flickering across her face. Dream on. A man must die someday. Then this is your own choice to die. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Cut the crap. Just do it. With that, Lin Yi closed his eyes, indifferent to whether he struck or not. Next life, remember never provoke a woman named Su Yao. The stone crashed down toward Lin Yi's forehead. In a daze, Lin Yi felt no pain whatsoever, only hearing a series of loud noises. What just happened? Lin Yi opened his eyes to find darkness enveloping his vision. As if he were wrapped inside something. Thump, thump, thump. Outside, Su Yao's relentless pounding echoed. Lin Yi, what is this thing? Open it now. I'll kill you. Lin Yi, are you just going to hide like a turtle in a durian shell? Hearing these words, Lin Yi recalled when he was in the city before. When the city lord, Lu Lian, had indeed given him something, claiming it could save his life. With that thought, Lin Yi sniffed the air. And sure enough, a thick, pungent scent of durian filled the air. A scent he detested. Yet it truly could save his life. After an unknown amount of time had passed. Why aren't you smashing it anymore? With no sound coming from outside, Lin Yi couldn't tell if Su Yao had grown tired of smashing or had simply left.
Su Yao. Are you still there? No response. You Su Yao. You bastard Lin Yi. I'm still here.
Today, I'll pry you out of there and tear you to pieces. With the durian shell shielding him, Lin Yi felt utterly confident.
Tsk tisk, I'm so scared. Please hurry up and pry it open. Don't rush, Lin Yi. Since I can't smash it open, I won't bother.
That durian shell of yours is plant matter after all, and plants burn like crazy. Just roast yourself to death in there slowly.
Hearing this, Lin Yi panicked.
If the fire kept burning, he'd be roasted alive in no time. But after struggling for a while, Lin Yi realized he had no idea how to get out.
Moments passed.
Lin Yi felt the heat beneath his buttocks intensifying, while the oxygen inside the durian was nearly depleted. His breathing grew increasingly labored. If this continued, Lin Yi would be trapped and suffocate inside.
I've regained some strength. Let's get out and kill her. With that, Lin Yi drew the great darkness, summoned all his strength. Shouting, sword flash. Crack. The durian split cleanly in two.
Lin Yi emerged from inside. Su Yao was gathered a pile of firewood, roasting durians.
Su Yao, didn't you want me to come out?
Lin Yi had only a sliver of strength left, but it was enough to deal with Su Yao, who was equally exhausted. Lin Yi, being roasted in there must have been unpleasant.
But coming out now won't save your life either. Is that so? Where does your confidence come from?
Before she could finish, Lin Yi roared, unleashing a furious command, whirlwind slash. A fierce tornado shot toward Su Yao at lightning speed.
What?
Unable to dodge in time, Su Yao was swept up by the whirlwind, enduring the relentless assault of sword energy with every passing second.
Moments passed.
As the whirlwind dissipated, Su Yao crashed to the ground with a thud, her body covered in sword wounds, bloodstains streaking across her skin.
A woman like Su Yao once provoked, she becomes a relentless specter.
The only solution was to kill her. Lin Yi, gripping his great sword, slowly approached the dying Su Yao. Su Yao trembled as she whispered, Lin Yi, spare me. The reason I hated you so much was because I loved you so deeply.
Put. Not even a dog would believe your lies. You only love yourself. Lin Yi knew exactly what kind of person Su Yao was.
If she truly harbored even a shred of affection for him, she wouldn't have struck so ruthlessly just moments ago. Her current pleas for mercy were nothing but a desperate attempt to save her own skin.
You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Su Yao, you brought this upon yourself. You deserve to die.
As he spoke, Lin Yi had already closed the distance to Su Yao.
And when he acted, he did so with ruthless efficiency.
Lin Yi clutched the great darkness sword in both hands and thrust it toward Su Yao's chest. The blade pierced straight through Su Yao's heart.
Put.
Su Yao coughed up blood continuously. After a dozen seconds, her eyes glazed over, and her body fell into deathly stillness.
Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Rest here in peace. Killing you is my farewell to my past.
With that, Lin Yi sheathed the great darkness. By now, Xiaohei had devoured the night mantis, leaving only a skeleton behind. But traces of flesh still clung to the bones.
And Xiaohei, unwilling to waste a single scrap of meat, frantically licked the bits clinging to the bones. Xiaohei, let's go.
Boss, wait for me to finish licking the bones clean. I'll say this one last time, let's go.
Alright.
Xiaohei reluctantly let go of the last bits of meat,
darting over to Lin Yi in a few strides. Then Lin Yi climbed onto Xiaohei's back.
Looking down from the mountaintop, he said, that endless stretch of jungle ahead is the nether forest.
But to enter it, we must first pass through that ruined city.
At the forest's edge lay a city, a sprawl of crooked buildings, streets littered with cars parked haphazardly. Though these vehicles, weathered by a century, had long since become scrap.
Let's go.
Xiaohei flapped his bat wings and soared into the sky.
The next day,
Lin Yi had already reached the city's upper atmosphere. We're here. Lin Yi murmured, my grandfather once told me that Shiwu used to have an enormous amusement park. Both above and below ground, there were countless fascinating places, circus shows, arcades, underground arenas. This must be where that amusement park was. It's become such a shambles now.
Moments later, Lin Yi landed on the ground. Surveying the surroundings, there was no sign of movement.
But that didn't mean danger was absent.
Killing intent detection.
Lin Yi closed his eyes, and the entire amusement park appeared in his mind.
The amusement park wasn't very large, a 10-minute drive could take you out of it. Yet, the silence was eerie. Not a single living creature in sight, not even a stray dog. Something's wrong. There's something off about this place.
The dead zone was fraught with danger, such a safe place simply didn't exist.
Suddenly,
Lin Yi sensed an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on him.
Who's there?
Chapter 54, Secret Art of Violent Birth. The moment he sensed the pressure, Lin Yi immediately drew his great darkness to ward off the threat. But looking around, he saw no one.
The next second,
a swirling mass of black mist materialized before Lin Yi.
Gradually, the figure of an elderly man emerged from within the darkness. The visitor was none other than the master of equilibrium.
True to his word, the old man arrived precisely 1 day later. Needless to say, his purpose was to persuade Lin Yi to join the equilibrium cult.
But from last night until now, hadn't given the matter a second thought.
His mind consumed solely by how to enter the nether forest and uncover his parents' whereabouts.
Have you made up your mind? Lin Yi pondered for a moment.
The equilibrium cult's ideology was something he simply couldn't accept. The truth would come out eventually. Rather than keep hiding it, he might as well tell him directly. As for how he wanted to handle it, Lin Yi was prepared to see it through to the end. In any case, forcing Lin Yi to do something that disgusted him was worse than death.
I won't join, Lin Yi answered decisively,
expecting the old fool to fly into a rage. But to his surprise, the old man showed not a hint of astonishment.
As expected.
You likely harbor some misconceptions about our equilibrium cult, hence your persistent refusal to join. In truth, our equilibrium cult is far more upright and honorable than those so-called righteous beast master temples.
Lin Yi replied. You might be right, but I have no interest in anything else right now.
Please don't push me, senior.
The sect leader nodded and continued.
A century has passed, and finally someone dares to confront the heavenly list. If I am not mistaken, the creature beside you is no forbidden beast, but the divine beast Taotie, one of the ancient monstrous beasts, rumored to devour the sun and moon. Lin Yi muttered under his breath, this old man can even discern Xiao Hei's true nature.
He's no ordinary figure. Indeed, nothing escapes the senior's notice. The cult leader's power and background were unfathomable.
To be safe, Lin Yi could only keep his distance and avoid revealing any information. I won't force you to join my order, but the doors of the equilibrium sect shall always stand open for you.
Here is my talisman. A drop of your blood upon it will summon me.
The black talisman in the cult leader's palm emitted a sinister, dark mist, engraved with the characters equilibrium. The prospect of summoning someone even more powerful than Elder Chui to save the day was a temptation more precious than any crystal marrow stone. Nothing was more valuable than life itself. But Lin Yi had no idea what tricks this old bastard had hidden within the talisman. After all, the equilibrium sect was notorious for their shady practices, constantly draining souls and blood, utterly sinister.
I appreciate your kindness, but this talisman is far too precious. I cannot accept an unearned gift. The sect leader chuckled lightly and said, I offer this item for your protection solely out of respect for Chui Wending.
Take it.
The path ahead is perilous.
With the matter settled thus, if Lin Yi continued to refuse over a mere object, it could very well invite mortal peril. With that thought, Lin Yi promptly stored it within his beast taming space. Well then, how you navigate the path ahead is entirely up to you. But let me warn you, this place is far less safe than the nether forest. Farewell, elder. With that, the cult leader instantly dissolved into a cloud of black mist and vanished. But just as the cult leader had said, this place looked eerie and foreboding, hardly a safe haven.
In an unfamiliar environment,
flying would be too conspicuous and invite unnecessary trouble. It would be far wiser to hug the walls.
Half an hour later. Killing intent detection. The cityscape reappeared, just like last time, with no creatures in sight. Still nothing? That's strange. Once we pass the fork ahead, we'll be completely out of this city.
Lin Yi gazed ahead, clearly seeing the nether forest less than 100 meters away.
Alright, Xiao Hei. Looks like we overthought it. There's nothing here.
With that, Lin Yi stood atop Xiao Hei's back
and said, Xiao Hei, let's go. Boss, I'm starving. Xiao Hei hadn't eaten anything since last night.
And yesterday it had devoured an entire night mantis, a spirit beast in its prime, 30 meters long.
However, Xiao Hei's own size had also grown considerably.
And after devouring the night mantis, his entire body had grown another size.
Now, his body length alone was around 22 meters. Hang in there. Once we reach the nether forest, there'll be plenty to eat. Really, boss? When have I ever lied to you? Got it, boss. Hold on tight, I'm charging now. Before the words had even finished echoing, Xiao Hei shot forward at lightning speed. To Xiao Hei, the nether forest was like a giant buffet, everything was edible. Thud. The road suddenly caved in. Xiao Hei's feet lost their footing, sending Lin Yi and Xiao Hei tumbling straight into the deep pit. The pit seemed bottomless. Lin Yi plummeted for a full half-minute and was still falling. Wind. Rise. Lin Yi summoned the wind to pull himself and Xiao Hei upward. Xiao Hei, let's fly upward. Got it. But just as Lin Yi looked up, the entrance to the deep pit was rapidly sealed shut. Immediately afterward, lights flashed to life along the surrounding walls. Starting from the topmost level, doors began closing one by one, leaving Lin Yi with only two outcomes. Either be crushed to death or continue flying downward. Better keep flying down. Black Marsh District. An unnamed mountaintop. The Equilibrium Master stood beside Su Yao's corpse. The multicolored predatory steed stood beside Su Yao, lost and confused without its master. Secret art of violent birth. Soul and blood without a master. Physical body perished. Rainbow predator horse. Very well.
You may take his place. Before the words had fully faded, the master of equilibrium sat cross-legged, his hands releasing a thick black mist that enveloped Su Yao's entire body. An hour later, Su Yao miraculously coughed twice, and the wounds in her chest began to heal. You're awake. Su Yao opened her eyes and looked around, noticing an old man sitting cross-legged beside her. I'm not dead? Did you save me? You're mistaken. You're already dead. Su Yao stood up, puzzled. But I'm clearly still alive. That's because you've been implanted with the secret art of violent regeneration. As long as your physical body doesn't decay, you can revive, though your lifespan remains limited to just 1 year. Hearing this, Su Yao panicked and pressed urgently. But that man said after the task was done, he could extend my life by 100 years. You've been deceived. Anyone implanted with the secret art of violent regeneration has only 1 year left to live. Su Yao collapsed onto the ground, utterly at a loss. Does this mean I only have 1 year left to live? Don't lose hope. I rescued you, so naturally I have a way to extend your life. But you must take on the role of an envoy. Are you willing? Chapter 55, Your Soul Swaps with Lu Qian. Hearing this, Su Yao clung to it like a lifeline. Kneeling before the cult leader and pleading, please save me, senior. I'll do anything you ask if you'll only save me. Desperate to survive, she began to seduce the cult leader, her fair, jade-like hands like two white snakes, coiling around his body. How dare you? The master roared with authority. Su Yao was sent flying backward. Su Yao whimpered, don't you like me, master? You'd better behave yourself. I could take your life at any moment, your soul blood is in my hands. Su Yao looked up to see a soul blood floating in the cult leader's hand. And it resonated with her consciousness. And Su Yao knew without a doubt that it was her own. Now, Su Yao became completely obedient, daring not to harbor any improper thoughts toward the cult leader. Su Yao acknowledges her mistake. From now on, whatever the elder commands, Su Yao will obey without question. I shall never defy your will. The cult leader spoke softly, that's the right attitude. Surviving isn't difficult, but the process will be painful. You still have a chance to back out now. Think it over. Without hesitation. And immediately agreed. I'm willing. I'll do anything to stay alive. Very well. There is a girl in my sect named Lu Qian. I can perform a secret ritual to swap your souls. Thus, you will serve me in her identity. Su Yao murmured to herself, Lu Qian, just a fake bestie. She got so close to Lin Yi. She betrayed me first. Her life will be my compensation. Too bad she's not pretty. Oh well, I'll just have to make do. Moments later, Su Yao spoke up, I'm willing to swap souls with Lu Qian. Very well. After the exchange, you must fulfill one task for me. It is non-negotiable. Please state your command, senior. Though dead, Su Yao remains indebted to you beyond measure. I want you to lure Lin Yi into the equilibrium sect. I've heard Lin Yi and Lu Qian share a deep bond. You can exploit that to gain his trust. Su Yao's lips curved upward. Such a golden opportunity? Leave it to me. Since that is the case, follow me now. A cloud of black mist rose from Su Yao's feet as she soared into the air alongside the cult leader. Amusement park. Lin Yi and Xiao Hei had successfully reached the bottom of the deep pit. Before them stood a 3-meter-tall elevator door, with a facial recognition screen positioned to its right. Xiao Hei, looks like you can't get through. With a 3-meter-wide door and Xiao Hei's body stretching over 20 meters long, it was impossible for him to pass through. Lin Yi had no choice but to enter alone. Immediately afterward, Xiao Hei reluctantly crawled into the beast taming space. Lin Yi approached the facial recognition screen, and a face of unparalleled handsomeness appeared on the screen. But the next second, the screen flashed a line of red text, identity verification failed. Access denied. What should I do now? Just as Lin Yi was at a loss for how to enter, the door opened, and a burly, dark-skinned man emerged from within. The man was covered in wounds and looked utterly exhausted. Hey, excuse me, where exactly is this place? Me. This is the Demon Beast Coliseum, you idiot. The man informed Lin Yi in broken Dragon Kingdom dialect. Then, dragging his weary body, he walked over to the red button ahead. After pressing it, layers of mechanisms above rapidly opened. Then, the dark-skinned burly man pulled out a hoverboard from his backpack, stepped onto it, and flew off. Lin Yi seized the moment he exited. Slipped into the elevator. The elevator buttons displayed only the first and second floors. Lin Yi pressed the button for the second floor. When Lin Yi stepped out, he found himself in a hallway. At the end of the corridor stood a slender man. The corridor was long and narrow, dimly lit, with only Lin Yi and the man present. Before Lin Yi could approach the man, he had already sensed Lin Yi's approach. Who are you? Only one person is allowed in at a time. Get out now, or we'll both die. Returning was out of the question. Since he'd come this far, he might as well investigate what this place was all about. And perhaps find some food for Xiao Hei. After all, Xiao Hei was nearly fainting from hunger. If only one can stay, then you go first. The skinny guy immediately erupted in curses. Where the hell did you crawl out from, you little bastard? Don't you know about first come, first served? I don't care. So what? The tension between them thickened instantly. The skinny guy refused to back down, closing in and glaring at Lin Yi. Fiery palm. Lin Yi ignited flames in one hand and slammed his palm into the skinny guy's midsection. Without his inside eyes, Lin Yi had no choice but to unleash his full power. Only this way could he show respect to his opponent. Boom! The skinny man was sent flying by the blow, his body embedded into the wall so tightly he couldn't be pried loose. Who are you? How can you be this strong? Before he could finish his sentence, the skinny guy collapsed unconscious on the spot. Pfft, all that swagger, and you're not even worth a punch. Lin Yi shook his head and continued walking forward. Suddenly, a faint light appeared at the far end of the dim corridor. Lin Yi walked to the end of the passageway to find an arena outside. The entire arena was circular, with a combat zone at least 4 football fields in size. The spectator stands rose from bottom to top, with a full 50 rows. Every seat packed to capacity, with cheers ringing out incessantly. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed. Now, let us welcome the warriors of the Westgate as they make their grand entrance. A staff member waved him over from the side. Lin Yi was puzzled, unaware of what it meant. The staff member hurried over to Lin Yi and said, Bro, it's your turn to go on stage. Oh. Go for it, bro. I bet 100,000 on our Shiman team we gotta win this. Lin Yi scratched his head in confusion and asked, Win? How do you even win? Dude, you're new here? Oh no, my whole month's pay is down the drain. Yeah, it is my first time. Fine, I'll tell you. The rules are simple. Once all the gladiators from east, south, and north appear, knock them all out. That's winning. Lin Yi replied, That's it? Simple? Simple. You've got some nerve saying that. Shiman's been getting knocked out for 3 straight years now. I'm just stubborn that 9-to-1 payout is just too tempting. Lin Yi pressed on, so what's in it for the winner? The rewards are beyond your wildest dreams. Stop asking questions, big guy. It's your turn to fight. If you don't show up, it counts as forfeiture. The staff shoved Lin Yi forward. Moments later, Lin Yi's figure appeared in the crowd's view, and a collective sigh rippled through the Shiman spectator stands. Thank goodness I only bet 10,000. Otherwise, I'd be losing big again this time. Chapter 56, One Sword Breaks the Shield. Yeah, what kind of weakling is this? Looks like Shiman will be dead last again this year. At first, Lin Yi paid no mind to their remarks, until he saw the challenger emerging from the East Gate. Instantly, he understood their mockery. The announcer bellowed, Let's welcome the warriors of the East Gate to take the stage. The East Gate warrior stood over 2 meters tall, his arms thicker than Lin Yi's thighs, chest hair exposed. He gripped a spear and round shield, looking every inch a Spartan warrior. Wow, what did he eat to get so huge? The host continued, Welcome, friends from Sujian, to Lahuang City for the autumn semifinals. Now, please have both contestants step forward to shake hands. Lin Yi had been puzzled earlier why were there so many people in the dead zone. It turned out this so-called Lahuang City Coliseum was nothing but a massive underground fight club, buried deep beneath the dead zone where enforcement teams rarely ventured. Then, Lin Yi looked up at the giant screens suspended in midair. There were 4 of them, facing 4 different directions. The displays showed identical content. North Gate, 79 wins, 21 losses, odds, 1-1.2 versus South Gate, 21 wins, 79 losses, odds, 1-8. East Gate, 100 wins, 0 losses, odds, 1.1-1 versus West Gate, 0 wins, 100 losses, odds, 9-1. The screen switched to display the betting status. North Gate, 10,086 bets, total amount 76.8 million. South Gate, 2,043 bets, amount 15.07 million. East Gate, 21,260 bets, amount 165.8 million. West Gate, 3 bets, amount 200,000. Lin Yi, representing the West Gate, saw these staggering numbers and couldn't help but suspect the burly man approaching must be formidable. Too bad I lost Insight's eye. Guess I'll just have to grit my teeth and go for it. Since we're already here, there's no reason to retreat without a fight. Besides, victory brings plenty of benefits, maybe even a hearty meal for Shohei. He could endure a little hunger himself, but he couldn't let Shohei suffer. The little guy was still growing. Gradually, Lin Yi met the gladiator from the East Gate. As they shook hands, Lin Yi could sense the man's brutish nature, as he squeezed Lin Yi's hand with brutal force. Kid, I'll wring your head off and use it as a chamber pot. Lin Yi sneered coldly, That depends on whether you have the skill. Blazing poison palm. In the next instant, fierce flames erupted from Lin Yi's palms. The burly man felt the searing heat and immediately let go. Dare to hurt me? You'll pay dearly when the match begins. Just because you grip with all your strength doesn't mean I can't set you ablaze. Oomph. The burly man snorted coldly, ignoring Lin Yi entirely. The announcer declared, representing East Gate today is still Luo Hong. He won the championship in his very first gladiatorial match back in 2074, and this season alone he's achieved the glorious feat of 100 consecutive victories.
He's revered as the Devil's Muscle Man. And now, representing the Westgate, is a new face. It must be said, facing the Devil's Muscle Man without flinching shows commendable courage. Let's welcome him with our warmest applause. Yet, not a single person among the tens of thousands in attendance clapped for Lin Yi, not even the 3 who had placed bets on him. Alright, no applause is fine. Let's begin the match. Lin Yi could sense the host's awkwardness. As the audience had already formed a fixed impression of Shiman, convinced he was destined for a knockout. At that moment, Luo Hong spread his arms wide and applause erupted. He embraced the applause of tens of thousands. Luo Hong is awesome. Luo Hong is unbeatable. Luo Hong, I want to have your baby. Then, Luo Hong turned to Lin Yi and said, "Kid, see that? You've already lost half the battle just in presence. If you don't want to die, surrender quickly and spare me from getting splattered with your blood." Lin Yi replied softly, "You've certainly won in spirit, but a match isn't decided by spirit alone, it's decided by fists." "Very well. You show more backbone than the trash before you. Forgot to mention the trash before you all begged on their knees for me not to kill them. Hope you keep this backbone." Lin Yi retorted, "Rest assured, I guarantee the one kneeling will be you. You arrogant brat, I can't wait to snap your spine." Moments later, the announcer bellowed, "All bets are final. The match officially begins." Before the words had even faded, Luo Hong roared and charged toward Lin Yi. "Boy, face me." The spear thrust straight at Lin Yi. But Lin Yi sidestepped, spread his bat-like wings, and soared into the sky. "What? You can actually fly?" As Lin Yi soared mid-air, the spectators below couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "You can't? Of course not. I don't have wings, how could I fly? Dare you come down and settle this once and for all?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid? If I can fly and beat you up, why would I come down?" With that, Lin Yi drew the Great Darkness, a massive black blade that he wielded with fierce momentum. Sword flash. Lin Yi dove downward, slashing at Luo Hong. Seeing this, Luo Hong raised his round shield, planting his feet firmly in a horse stance to block. But Lin Yi's strike carried 50% of his strength, shattering the shield upon impact. The announcer gasped in astonishment, "What?" Luo Hong's sun shield, which can even block cannonballs, shattered by a single strike from the Shiman warrior. What the hell kind of monster is this? Chapter 57, Feasting on Beef. The shield shattered, sending Luo Hong tumbling dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. "Didn't you say you'd snap my spine? Why are you down now? Get up." Luo Hong rose, brushing dust from his clothes. His face sullen, anger evident. "Kid, you've successfully pissed me off. You're gonna die a horrible death next." With that, the spear in Luo Hong's hand instantly transformed into an assault rifle. Without another word, he opened fire on Lin Yi. He can actually use firearms? Using firearms in a gladiatorial contest was somewhat unethical, but fortunately, Lin Yi feared no projectiles. Wind wall. The bullets were all blocked by the wind wall. "Damn it, what kind of monster are you?" Luo Hong tossed aside his rifle and began chanting a spell. A massive cloud of white mist materialized beside him. As the mist dissipated, a 20-meter-long purple-skinned water buffalo appeared in the arena. Lin Yi murmured, 20 meters long, must be a silver tier powerhouse. Too bad. Xiaohei has virtually no rivals below gold tier. Good heavens. This mysterious Shiman warrior has forced Luo Hong to summon his Lord Spirit Beast. How will Shiman respond? The match remains highly unpredictable. Lin Yi was astonished, thinking to himself, Lord? Spirit Beast? Could he have contracted a Lord-level demon beast? Seeing Lin Yi hadn't reacted for a while, Luo Hong sneered, "Kid, I admit you've got some skills, but my purple chi spirit ox is the kind of beast that can punch a hole through a mountain peak. You don't not have a spirit beast, do you? If you don't, your time is up." Lin Yi murmured, "Xiaohei, come out for some beef." Roar. The next second, Xiaohei burst out of the beast taming space, letting out a roar at the purple chi spirit ox. To everyone's surprise, Luo Hong's prized purple chi spirit ox began to tremble. "Xiaohei, devour it." How could this happen? Purple chi spirit ox, don't run. Luo Hong was stunned. His spirit beast disobeyed his commands, instinctively fleeing upon seeing Xiaohei. Save your breath. This is bloodline suppression. Instead of worrying about your spirit beast, you should be concerned about yourself. Whirlwind slash. Lin Yi unleashed a whirlwind that swept toward Luo Hong. The whirlwind moved with blinding speed, covering 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and its range was immense. Meaning that once you saw it, evasion was virtually impossible. Yet, just as the whirlwind was about to strike Luo Hong, his entire body was enveloped in a golden light. And in the next instant, he materialized directly to the tornado's left side. Lin Yi rubbed his eyes, having completely missed the movement. As if he had materialized out of thin air. How is this possible? Just as Lin Yi was puzzled,
The host exclaimed, "Good heavens!
Shiman the warrior has surprised us once more. He's forced the devil muscle man to use his Beastmaster skill, Flash. Keep in mind Flash has a 5-hour cooldown. I wonder if he can hold out that long. Blink? Teleportation?"
Lin Yi also possessed the Beastmaster skill Teleport, but in comparison, Luo Hong's Flash proved far more effective in actual combat.
Teleportation is more practical for traversing distances.
Fortunately, the host reminded Lin Yi that this skill had a 5-hour cooldown period. Meaning Luo Hong was now spent, with no offensive options left.
Put.
Luo Hong suddenly spat blood, his body slumping with exhaustion as he staggered unsteadily.
You brat, you actually poisoned me."
Back in the Forgotten City, the Crackborn who fell victim to the fire poison looked exactly like this. Had Lin Yi not slain the Batwing Red Ape, even immortals couldn't have saved them from that poison.
Good heavens!
Our war god Luo Hong seems to be collapsing.
He's coughing up blood. What on earth is happening? Luo Hong raised his head and shouted, "Referee! This isn't fair.
He suppressed me with his bloodline and poisoned me before the match.
I demand a rematch." Good heavens, did I hear that right? Luo Hong is demanding a rematch.
But if he felt it was unfair and suspected Shiman Warrior of poisoning him, why didn't he say so from the start?
No rematch. The match continues.
Just then, the purple Chi Spirit Bull was locked in a chokehold by Xiao Hei. The more it struggled, the deeper Xiao Hei's teeth dug in. The host gasped, "The purple Chi Spirit Bull is being choked by the Black Beast.
Could the Devil Muscle Man, who's won 100 consecutive victories, be losing?" Seeing defeat imminent, Luo Hong knew continuing would be suicide.
He immediately raised both hands and shouted,
"I concede. Announcer, referee. I surrender. I won't fight anymore." Did I hear that right? The demon muscle man Luo Hong is actually conceding defeat to an unknown warrior? Will his fans accept this? That's 21,260 bets, totaling 165.8 million yuan. Hearing this,
the spectators who had bet on Luo Hong all rose to their feet. These individuals occupied nearly half the arena. They were all regulars who bet on Luo Hong. Long accustomed to his victories, yet utterly unable to accept his defeat. These wagers could bankrupt many of them, sending them back to square one overnight.
Get up, Luo Hong. Get up. Fight. Luo Hong, you're the best. You absolutely can't give up. Luo Hong coughed up blood relentlessly.
The crowd cared not for his life or death, only whether he could continue fighting.
The announcer demanded, "Devil Muscle Man Luo Hong, I ask you once more, fight or surrender?" "Fight, lower your hands."
"Surrender, keep them raised high."
Chapter 58, Dragon Crystal. "I choose to surrender."
Lin Yi immediately retorted, "Too late. Your spirit beast has already been devoured."
"What?"
Luo Hong turned in horror to see his spirit beast, the purple Chi Spirit Ox, its neck snapped by the Black Beast.
Already dead.
Ga the Devil Muscle Man lost. How is this possible? When a spirit beast dies, its tamer perishes instantly as well. And Luo Hong was no exception. His pupils were dilated, his body lying stiff and lifeless on the ground.
Moments later. On-site evidence confirms the Devil Muscle Man is dead. Let's congratulate the warrior Shiman. Ha! What's your name? Lin Yi. Excellent.
Congratulations to Lin Yi on his victory. Please retrieve the exotic nucleus from the purple Chi Spirit Ox. The purple Chi Spirit Ox had been devoured by Xiao Hei, leaving only a large portion of its body intact. But a purple floated above it.
Xiao Hei.
Xiao Hei flicked the core toward Lin Yi with a flick of its tail before returning to its meal.
Mr. Lin Yi, please return to the sidelines with your spirit beast. Staff will assist you shortly.
In the semifinals, Lin Yi defeated Luo Hong, naturally securing his spot in the finals. Once the tournament concluded, Lin Yi could depart this place and continue exploring the Nether Forest. But first, he needed to take Xiao Hei, who was still devouring his meal.
A moment later,
Lin Yi approached Xiao Hei, tugged his tail, and said, "Xiao Hei, stop eating.
Let's go outside first." "Boss, this beef smells so good." "You go ahead, I'll finish up in a sec." "Ugh, just listen to me. Let's go." This is embarrassing. Lin Yi kept tugging at Xiao Hei's tail. But the next second, Xiao Hei flung Lin Yi 30 meters away. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Lin Yi's spirit beast seems rather disobedient and quite the glutton too."
Lin Yi's face flushed crimson as he buried his head in the dirt, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground.
"You greedy little black. Now you dare to attack your master. I'll show you."
With that, Lin Yi summoned Xiao Hei into his beast taming space.
He then turned and walked away.
Lin Yi arrived at the west gate, where he was surrounded by 3 people. One of the staff members threw himself at Lin Yi. A grown man, he threw himself into Lin Yi's arms, sobbing uncontrollably.
"It's been 3 years. If you don't win soon, I won't be able to make ends meet." "Hold on, buddy, could you please get off me?
I'm waiting for the staff to hand over duties so I can prepare for the next match." The staff member pushed Lin Yi aside and said, "I'm the only staff member at Shiman. I'm the only one who can handle the handover with you.
Alright, what should I prepare next? The finals aren't until tomorrow.
For now, we're preparing a victory celebration. The two men beside him chimed in, yeah, Old Chen, not only did you win 900,000 this time, but your salary will double too.
Old Chen shot them a withering look.
You two deserve to be broke. My left eyelid kept twitching lately, so I told you to follow my bets.
But you too?
You only bet a measly 100,000 yuan combined.
Old Chen, stop it already.
We're kicking ourselves. If we'd known this kid was this good, we'd have gone all in with everything we had and hit the jackpot.
Lin Yi interjected, no worries. You can go all in next round.
At this, the three of them shook their heads in unison. Young man, if you feel you can't win the next round, just surrender.
There's no shame in it. Lin Yi frowned.
He pressed, why?
Is he that strong?
Old Chen replied, as your liaison, I can tell you with full responsibility there are no amateurs at the north and south gates. They're all top-tier beast masters.
Lin Yi's heart sank. In Lin Yi's understanding, a gold beastmaster was an object of admiration anywhere in Sujiang. So imagine a gold beastmaster, instead of enjoying the perks of their status, but instead came to this Lahuang city to participate in the gladiatorial contests. Just how generous must the champion's prize be? Immediately, Lin Yi pressed further, what exactly is this champion's prize? Knowing won't help you anyway. With your silver tier strength, it's completely out of reach. The less you know, the better. Lin Yi was puzzled. Why did they always insist on being so mysterious, always saying the less you know, the better? If you won't tell me, I won't participate in the next match. Lin Yi pressed on, since I don't know what the prize is, there's no point in continuing this competition. You're impossible.
The champion's prize is a dragon crystal. Lin Yi was astonished.
Dragon crystal? What on earth is that?
Lin Yi had never heard of dragon crystals before, only knowing about exotic crystals. It's the crucial material that allows a gold beastmaster to advance to diamond beastmaster.
They go mad for it.
Old Chen continued, legend has it dragon crystals only appear in the 10,000 meter depths of the ocean. You have to slay the dragon guarding it to obtain one. It's a life or death struggle, a treasure worth its weight in gold.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's interest was piqued. Though he was currently only a silver beastmaster, he would eventually reach the gold stage and ultimately the diamond stage. This item would be immensely valuable than a rare find indeed. Young man, I've told you what the prize is. Are you ready to continue the competition?
Lin Yi replied, of course. But I'm not just participating, I intend to claim that dragon crystal.
Ha 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 ha, what did you say? You want to win the championship and get the dragon crystal? Chapter 59, The Banquet of Hongmen. That's right. Is there a problem with that? Ha 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 ha.
Lin Yi's words sent the three of them into fits of silly laughter. Old Chen saw that Lin Yi still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Immediately pulled Lin Yi aside and said, young man, let's step aside for a moment. Lin Yi followed Old Chen to a wall nearby. Old Chen began, young man, I don't mean to discourage you, but your current mindset is dangerous.
It could cost you your life. Now I'm even more confused. Why is it dangerous to want to win in a fair fight? Why would I die? Old Chen pressed, do you think they're weak? What else? Are they invincible?
Old Chen had just acquired a money tree, he couldn't let him go to his death so easily.
Young man, you're too stubborn. I've spent half my life here, I know far more than you do.
If you don't believe me, just watch tomorrow's match and you'll drop any thoughts of taking the dragon crystal. Old Chen continued, come on, let me show you a good time. A short while later,
Lin Yi was dragged by several people into a nightclub. Colorful lasers swept wildly across the room, blinding Lin Yi.
The bass thumped so hard the floor shook, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of alcohol mixed with perfume.
And in the corner, a man and woman were passionately kissing. Hey kid, the semifinals are tomorrow morning, and the finals are tonight. Go wild tonight, I'll cover everything. Then, Lin Yi followed Old Chen and his two companions to a large booth. Old Chen ordered 10 hostesses, 7 of whom were assigned solely to drink with Lin Yi.
At first, Lin Yi felt nothing unusual.
But as glass after glass went down,
even Lin Yi himself lost track of how much he'd consumed. Soon, the world spun before his eyes, and he collapsed beside the table, falling asleep.
Mr. Chen, the kids passed out.
Old Chen saw Lin Yi had fallen asleep and immediately halted all activity in the bar.
The surrounding area instantly fell silent. This kid's something else, he knocked out all 7 hostesses.
The booth where Lin Yi sat was strewn with the 7 girls he'd drunk into unconsciousness.
Have you found out anything about this kid's background?
A nearby waiter replied, reporting to Mr. Chen, this kid fell from above. Surveillance footage shows he came from the Black Marsh district.
No clue what kind of background he has. Old Chen smoothed his hair and declared, then he has no backing. He dared to break my rules. Make sure he dies in tomorrow night's finals. Rest assured, Mr. Chen. Both the Northeast and West factions have been loyal to us for years. Even if he defeated Luo Hong, he won't necessarily defeat Su Kuan. Old Chen sneered coldly, no.
He absolutely cannot defeat Sukoan.
Ha 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 ha. You are the emperor of this underground arena, Mr. Chen.
Anyone who dares defy you meets their end.
However,
what they didn't know was that within the beast taming space, Xiaohei heard every word clearly. But Lin Yi had already fallen unconscious, unable to relay the situation to him.
The next morning,
Lin Yi arrived at the west gate once more. Old Chen was already standing at yesterday's spot, maintaining order at the gate. Hey kid, you're here. You were pretty wasted yesterday, so I sent you back to the hotel to rest.
Why didn't you sleep in a bit longer? Your finals aren't until tonight. Brother Chen, didn't you say you'd let me observe the semifinals? So I could give up on the dragon crystal.
Hearing this, Old Chen leaned closer and whispered to Lin Yi, yesterday was all just for show.
I've got your back, bro. I dug up a secret for you.
What secret?
Old Chen glanced around nervously before pulling Lin Yi aside. Sukoan at the north gate has a Tyrannoman as his spirit beast. Its weak spot is its belly. Yesterday I saw you draw your sword. You could totally slide tackle him. Got it? Lin Yi nodded. Got it. You mean I should slide tackle him and rip open his belly? You're sharp as a tack, kid. Since you know the weakness, skip the morning semifinals. Go rest up and come back tonight.
Old Chen urged Lin Yi to leave quickly. But Lin Yi lingered. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, thank goodness Xiaohei told me the truth when I woke up. This old Chen sure knows how to put on a show. Yesterday he urged me to surrender, today he wants me to risk everything in battle. I'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve.
Brother Chen, I think it'd be better to watch the semi-final match. Knowing your enemy and yourself ensures victory in every battle. Hurry back. You don't have a ticket you can't watch. How much is a ticket? I'll buy one.
Seeing this, Old Chen barked angrily, they're sold out.
Get out of here. Or I'll kick you out.
Judging by this, he clearly had no intention of letting me in. Forcing my way in was out of the question at best, I'd be disqualified from the finals at worst, I'd face a mob of angry fans. The only way in was through cunning.
Just as Lin Yi was at a loss,
a man leaped down from the spectator platform. Clearly a scalper, clutching a stack of tickets. But this man had an odd appearance, pointed ears unlike any humans.
Bro, I overheard your conversation earlier. Need tickets? I've got 10 right here. The match starts in half an hour. Why not buy them all and bring 8 or 9 friends to watch together?
Lin Yi felt a surge of secret delight. After searching high and low, he'd found what he wanted without lifting a finger. With tickets in hand, Old Chen would have no reason to stop him.
I only need one. How much?
The scalper replied, 30,000 for 1, 1,500,000 for 10.
What kind of tickets cost that much? I'm not buying them.
Lin Yi turned and walked away decisively. A ticket should cost no more than 1,000 yuan at most. Selling them for 30,000 each is pure rip-off.
These scalpers love to rip you off when you're desperate. But in reality, he was even more desperate.
Because the game was about to start.
If he couldn't sell them in half an hour, these tickets would be worthless scraps of paper. Hey, bro, let's talk it over. Lin Yi ignored him and kept walking. Bro, I can drop the price 2 grand and it's yours.
Lin Yi still ignored him, walking even faster. Seeing this, the scalper dashed in front of Lin Yi, blocking his path.
Please, sir.
I'll sell them to you at full price, 10,000 each.
How about it? 10,000 per ticket was still too steep. The arena's biggest profit wasn't from betting on the main event, but from these tickets. Today's semifinal drew nearly 100,000 spectators. And the arena made a net profit of 1 billion yuan in just the morning. Can I pay by card?
Yes, we accept cards. Lin Yi pulled out his cash card and handed it to the scalper. This scalper was a pro, carrying a portable POS machine to process payments on the spot.
Beep. Transaction successful.
10 tickets total 100,000.
Here's your card and the 10 tickets. Keep them safe. The scalper tried to run off. But Lin Yi grabbed him by the arm. I said I only wanted 1 ticket. Why did you charge me for 10? Please spare me, old man.
If I don't recoup my losses from you now, I'll be bleeding money today. I've got parents to support and kids to feed, show some mercy.
I'm struggling here. Lin Yi sneered coldly, you're struggling, but I'm supposed to be rolling in it? Did my money just blow in on the wind?
Serves you right for trying to rip me off. The scalper was so terrified he nearly wet himself on the spot.
Feeling Lin Yi's overwhelming power, ready to snap his neck at any moment. Please don't be angry, sir.
I overheard your conversation with that staff member earlier. My ears have always been sharp.
He's lying to you.
Everyone who slid in before ended up in the Tyrannosaurus's stomach.
I'm a regular at the arena. I know the Tyrannosaurus's weak spots. Let me go, and I'll tell you. Chapter 60, Blue Jia, Warrior of the South Gate.
I'll tell you, but don't try any tricks.
I could kill you anytime. No way, no way.
Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Huang Niu was now drenched in sweat, his face twisted with terror. Lin Yi then set him down. Huang Niu spoke up, Master, the secret is worth 100 million, but since I've wronged you, I'll give it to you as an apology.
Cut the crap and spit it out. Right away, Master. Su Kuan is the superstar of the Colosseum. Without him, the Colosseum's revenue would plummet by half. Lin Yi cut him off. Get to the point. Where's the Tyrannoman's weakness? Got it. Got it. The Tyrannosaurus has thick, tough skin that ordinary weapons can't pierce. But once, its eye was injured. Just one eye injured drastically reduced its combat effectiveness. I'm certain its eyes are its weak spot. Seeing Lin Yi's lack of reaction, Huang Niu added, that's all I know. Can I go now? Get lost. Moments later. Lin Yi took his ticket and headed for the spectator seats. By then, the match had already begun. And the gladiators from both sides began to enter the arena. Now, let's welcome the warrior from the south gate, Lan Jia, with a warm round of applause. Moments later. Lan Jia, the warrior of the south gate, entered the arena amid thunderous applause and cheers from the crowd. Unlike before, Lan Jia began summoning his spirit beast the moment he stepped into the arena. Oh my goodness, look! Lan Jia has summoned his spirit beast, the blue flame capybara. Beneath its adorably clumsy exterior, the blue flame capybara blazed with a layer of blue flame, giving off an intimidating aura. Lin Yi murmured, judging by its size, this warrior named Lan Jia is at least at the golden stage. With odds of 8 to 1, 30,000 bets have already been placed. This guy's no pushover. Next, the gladiator from the north gate entered the arena. Now, let's welcome the north gate warrior, Su Kuan, to the stage with a warm round of applause. Even before Su Kuan stepped onto the arena, the atmosphere in the arena erupted. Everyone around Lin Yi rose to their feet, greeting Su Kuan's entrance. Of course, Lin Yi also wanted to catch a glimpse of Su Kuan. So he spread his bat wings and soared into the air. The entire scene unfolded before his eyes. This is Su Kuan. Even without summoning his spirit beast, his aura already overshadows Lan Jia by a significant margin. Su Kuan sported a center-parted hairstyle, his head of silver hair gleaming. He toyed with a basketball in his hands, but this ball wasn't made of rubber, but forged from pure steel. This solid steel basketball weighed at least 200 pounds. Yet with each of Su Kuan's dribbles, the 200-pound steel ball bounced right back into his hand. Yet Su Kuan appeared utterly effortless, as if he weren't exerting any force at all. Look at the dust kicking up from the ground each time he slaps that ball, he must be using at least 10,000 pounds of force. Yet even that immense power is merely a slight effort from him. Lin Yi cursed under his breath, so old Chen wants me to go to my death? A man like Su Kuan can lift a truck with ease, his strength is terrifying. It seems his eyes alone aren't enough to defeat Su Kuan. At that moment, the announcer declared, now, please step forward, brave warriors, and shake hands. The match is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, your bets are final. The two men met and shook hands. No pre-match intimidation, only a silent contest of strength. Veins bulged prominently on Su Kuan and Lan Jia's arms. The next second, Lan Jia's right arm was torn clean off, along with a long, trailing streak of blood. Holy crap, did I see that right? Su Kuan just ripped Lan Jia's arm off. This scene instantly sent the entire crowd into a frenzy of cheers. Everyone was shouting Su Kuan's name. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but wipe a bead of sweat from his forehead. Boss, that's a gold-ranked beast master. His arm was ripped right off. Should we just surrender tonight? I'm scared. Don't worry, Xiao Hei. He might not be that strong. Let's watch and see first. Alright. Su Kuan's terror had even made the ferocious beast Taotie feel a hint of fear. Lin Yi wasn't entirely truthful when he said he wasn't afraid. But he believed that every creature had its weaknesses. And once Su Kuan was defeated, the dragon crystal would be his for the taking. Host's friendly reminder, Lan Jia, do you wish to forfeit? Raise one hand to surrender. For anyone else, losing an arm would mean no hope of victory. And any sane person would choose to withdraw and recover. But Lan Jia was as stubborn as a mule. And under these circumstances, he didn't choose to forfeit but continued fighting. Excellent. Lan Jia's courage is commendable, he chooses to keep fighting. Let's give him some encouragement. Instantly, the entire crowd of 10,000 erupted. Lan Jia is doomed. Lan Jia is doomed. The 70% of spectators who had bet on Su Kuan all cursed Lan Jia to his death. While the remaining 30%, far from cheering him on, had already given up hope. Lin Yi shared this view, believing Lan Jia's chances of victory were slim. Perhaps he was considering surrendering if he couldn't win, so he could lose with dignity. At least he would have tried. Then let the match begin. The announcer declared, and the two quickly took their positions. With his arm injured, so he wisely chose to ride the blue fire capybara, thus avoiding direct hand-to-hand combat with Su Kuan, letting their spirit beasts clash instead. Su Kuan, on the other hand, after creating distance from Lan Jia, summoned his Tyrannoman. Roar. The moment Tyrannoman appeared, accompanied by a furious roar, Lin Yi in the stands felt a slight tremor. So this is Tyrannoman? Little Black, wanna eat it? Boss, this Tyrannoman must taste like chicken.
It'd be delicious roasted.
Alright, boss, I'll definitely take you to eat grilled chicken. Boss, you better keep your word. I'm only here to eat, I'm not sure I can beat Tyrannoman.
Lin Yi said, don't worry, Xiaohei.
When have I ever lied to you?
As the ox had said, the Tyrannosaurus was indeed thick-skinned and sturdy, with exceptionally long and sharp teeth in both upper and lower jaws. Though its 2 feet did bear a certain resemblance to chicken claws. Lin Yi murmured his analysis, judging by its size, this Tyrannosaurus is at least 35 meters long, likely mid-golden period. While this blue flame capybara stands about 31 meters tall, likely in the early gold stage.
There's still a gap between them. Just as Lin Yi thought the two were about to engage in battle, Su Koan suddenly tossed the basketball aside.
Then, his body and the Tyrannoman's merged into a beam of light.
And, merged into one. Oh my goodness. Su Koan actually chose to fuse with Tyrannoman? This is unprecedented. The audience is in for a real treat today. Lin Yi frowned. Merge? I've never heard of a beastmaster merging with their spirit beast. This was the first time Lin Yi had ever witnessed such a thing. Nor had he ever heard of it being mentioned by others. As the 2 beams of light completely merged, Su Koan had indeed fused completely with Tyrannoman. Though the result looked rather unsightly. Retaining his signature silver center-parted hair on the Tyrannoman base, while his arms and legs transformed into human limbs. This new form drew a chorus of gasps from the entire crowd. Roar. Well, the combined Tyrannoman does look a bit awkward. Let's just call it Tyrannoman fusion for now. In the next instant, Blue Flame Capybara spewed a burst of blue flame. Yet, the Tyrannoman fusion form braced its body to endure the blow head-on. Slowly advancing toward Blue Flame Capybara. Blue Flame Capybara kept retreating. But retreating further would put it in the audience seats, prompting a stern warning from the host. With no other choice, it engaged the Tyrannosaurus fusion in close combat. Boom! A dull thud echoed. The Tyrannosaurus fusion beast landed a punch squarely in Blue Fire Capybara's midsection. The blow stunned Blue Flame Capybara. And in the next instant, its massive body crashed to the ground, dragging Blue Jack down with it. What? Blue Fire Capybara was knocked out with a single punch. At that moment, Blue Jack raised one hand, signaling his surrender. It appears Lan Jie is unable to continue fighting and has chosen to surrender. We can now declare the winner of this match to be. Wait. Lan Jie has surrendered. Su Koan, please cease your attack on Lan Jie. Ignoring the announcer's warning, Su Koan charged toward Lan Jie. Chapter 61, the finals begin. Apart from the announcer's words, no one at the scene attempted to stop Su Koan. On the contrary, the majority of spectators cheered him on. Boom. The Tyrannosaurus fusion beast smashed the ground with a single punch, creating a massive crater. As the Tyrannosaurus fusion beast raised its arm, Lan Jie's body had already been flattened into a pancake. The Tyrannosaurus combination beast then closed in on Manhwa Capybara. And without warning, plunged a claw deep into its abdomen, forcibly ripping out a strange nucleus. Then swallowed it whole. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, damn it. Su Koan has no honor in battle even after surrender, he still seeks total annihilation. But there was nothing Lin Yi could do now, nor any justification to avenge Lan Jie. Such as the arena survival hinges solely on strength. The only thing Lin Yi could do was try his best to defeat Su Koan in the finals. But even he lacked confidence in that outcome. Moreover, the previous battle hadn't revealed any other weaknesses of the Tyrannosaurus fusion beast. Xiaohei, let's go. As the match concluded, the crowd began to file out. Night fell. Spectators started returning in waves, having purchased all-day passes. However, the number of attendees for the finals was significantly lower, with attendance dropping by more than half. Young man, you finally showed up. I thought you'd given up and run away. Lin Yi replied, why would I run away? I'm still waiting to get the dragon crystal. Right. Go for it. I'll be waiting for you to come back with the dragon crystal. Seeing old Chen's hypocritical facade now made him feel a bit queasy. Wow, Brother Chen, why are there so few people watching the finals? Well, obviously there's nothing exciting to see. Honestly, the semifinals were practically the finals. They'll come back when Su Koan hands out the awards. But I'm still rooting for you. Hope you're the one getting the trophy. So all this time, these spectators never thought I could win? Lin Yi glanced at the betting odds. Even if he defeated Luo Hong, only 3 bets were placed on him. Meanwhile, for Su Koan, even without the audience present, they were still betting on him without hesitation. A full 100,000 bets. 10 billion. If Su Koan won, the payout would be 1.1 to 1, at most a mere 100 million loss. After all, ticket profits alone amounted to 1 billion. This was insignificant. Conversely, if Lin Yi won, the arena would rake in 1 billion in profits. But that scenario was virtually impossible unless it was a fixed match. And if it were fixed, the arena would lose audience trust and wouldn't last long. Young man, stop overthinking it, it's your turn to enter the arena.
At that moment, the announcer declared, "Now, let's welcome the rising star warrior from Shiman, Lin Yi, to make his dazzling entrance."
Then, Lin Yi slowly walked out from the west gate and entered the arena. Still met with not a single clap. But this time the host had learned his lesson and didn't ask the audience to cheer him on. "Next, let's welcome our three-time champion, the Demon King Su Kuan. Make your grand entrance." Instantly, the entire arena erupted in cheers and applause, deafening in its intensity.
Su Kuan slowly emerged from the north gate, still dribbling a basketball as he entered.
Thump, thump, thump.
Each dribble of the ball produced a thunderous sound. This time, Lin Yi could feel the arena floor trembling beneath him, and a faint tingling spread through his feet. Both fighters stepped forward to shake hands.
Lin Yi and Su Kuan immediately walked toward the center of the arena.
At that moment, Lin Yi's heart raced, clearly sensing the oppressive pressure Su Kuan radiated.
The gap between mid-gold tier. The gap in cultivation felt like an insurmountable mountain range.
Before the handshake, the announcer reminded them, "Lin Yi, you have the right to surrender now. Once the match begins, you may not get another chance."
At that moment,
Lin Yi heard the entire audience chant in unison, "Surrender!
Surrender! Surrender!" They weren't pitying Lin Yi,
but rather to skip the tedious formalities and witness Su Kuan's coronation as four-time champion.
Su Kuan spoke up, "Kid, what are you hesitating for? Do you actually think you can beat me?" "That's right." Su Kuan sneered coldly, "You're just a clown trying to win applause. Seeing me didn't scare the out of you, your composure isn't half bad. But who gave you the courage to think you could defeat me?" Lin Yi replied in a low voice, "Do you truly believe victory is already yours? What else could it be?" The tension between them thickened to the point of ignition. The host waited in vain for Lin Yi's reply, finally sighing, "Well, since neither of you is forfeiting, please shake hands, warriors." Lin Yi and Su Kuan then shook hands. In the previous match, Lan Jia had his arm wrenched out during the handshake. This time, Su Kuan naturally pulled Lin Yi's arm with all his might. However, to Lin Yi's surprise, Su Kuan didn't exert any force, but instead offered a gentle handshake. The announcer declared, "And now, the match officially begins." Su Kuan didn't initiate an attack, standing still with his hands behind his back. "Come on, kid. I'll see where you get your courage from at the silver stage." Lin Yi was stunned. Su Kuan's actions, while appearing to be a test, were in fact a blatant insult and mockery of Lin Yi. Good heavens! The Demon King Su Kuan stands immovable as a mountain. Looks like he intends to stay put and let Lin Yi make the first move. So, Lin Yi, what are you waiting for? Make your move. Lin Yi retorted, "You said it yourself, no dodging. Otherwise, you'll make a fool of yourself." Su Kuan bellowed, "Don't worry, kid. If I dodge even once, I'll admit defeat." His voice carried with piercing clarity, echoing distinctly to every spectator. Su Kuan claims moving means defeat, what arrogance. But he does possess that kind of strength. With the stakes set so high, Lin Yi immediately soared into the air, preparing to unleash a massive attack. Sky-covering fire hand combined with a massive wind vortex. Flowers, grass, trees, lend me your winds. In the next instant, a fiery orb ignited above Lin Yi's head. Surrounding winds swirled toward it, gathering and swelling. Chapter 62, Are you trying to destroy the Colosseum? A massive fireball has appeared above Shiman warrior Lin Yi's head. What is he planning? Does he intend to smash this fireball into Su Kuan? At first, few paid much attention. After all, Lin Yi was merely a silver-ranked beastmaster, while his opponent was Su Kuan, a man who didn't even regard gold-tier practitioners as threats, let alone a mere Lin Yi. "Kid, are you just bluffing?" Su Kuan stared at the enormous fireball, showing not a trace of fear, only a look of curiosity on his face. "Don't get ahead of yourself. This is just the beginning. Make sure you don't dodge later." Su Kuan replied, "Rest assured, I won't dodge. But I am curious, how can a lowly silver beastmaster like you unleash a finishing move? After you endure this move, I'll tell you." With that, Lin Yi continued to expand the fireball, which had been the size of a single room but now stretched to cover an area as large as a basketball court. Facing Su Kuan in this decisive battle, he had offered to stand still and let Lin Yi strike first. This was already his greatest advantage. Engaging him in close combat would be tantamount to suicide. Only by harnessing the power of the wind's origin could he stand a chance of defeating him. "Kid, that's enough. Save your strength for crawling out. The one crawling out will be you." Lin Yi had once used a colossal wind vortex to obliterate the batwing red ape. And now, building upon his ultimate technique, the heaven-shrouding palm, he added the colossal whirlwind, forming an ever-expanding fireball that resembled a blazing sun. As time passed, the fireball above Lin Yi's head grew larger and larger, until it engulfed the entire spectator stands. "Announcer officer, Shiman warrior Lin Yi, cease the expansion of that fireball immediately, or we will disqualify you from the competition." Hearing this, Lin Yi halted the fireball's expansion.
and turned to Sukoan, asking, "Bro, looks like I'll only be able to give you a half-baked version to taste." Sukoan sneered coldly, "Tisk tsk, I'm not satisfied with half-baked results." Before he finished speaking, Sukoan bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, please step back. Allow warrior Lin Yi to continue expanding the fireball. Thank you for your cooperation." At his command, all spectators promptly complied with Sukoan's request, retreating from the stands one after another to watch the live broadcast outside the arena. The host chimed in, "Please don't crowd, everyone. Leave the venue gradually. I'll continue broadcasting the real-time battle updates for you all." Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but admire Sukoan from the bottom of his heart. A gladiatorial arena's star truly was different. A single command could clear the crowd and make the host change his tune. This also dispelled Lin Yi's concerns, allowing him to expand the fireball without restraint. "Kid, you can keep expanding now. Burning the stands is fine, but don't burn the ceiling, otherwise, we're both dead." The arena was buried deep underground. If Lin Yi scorched the load-bearing structures, the entire subterranean coliseum would become a mass grave for 10,000 souls buried alive. The arena's ceiling soared roughly 500 meters high, and Lin Yi's fireball had now reached its critical point. It was time to unleash it. "Sukoan, here I come. Bring it on, kid. I'll make you die convinced." In the next instant, Lin Yi began attempting to hurl the massive fireball, 500 meters in diameter. Simply moving it required him to exert every ounce of strength. "Go!" The fireball crashed down with a thunderous roar. Moments later, Lin Yi hovered above the fireball. Though he couldn't see the situation below, he could sense it. His killing intent now permeated the entire arena. Sukoan braced with both hands, halting the fireball's descent. "Nothing special, ha ha ha." Lin Yi responded coldly, "Is that so? You're celebrating too soon." With a slight exertion of force, Sukoan's lower leg was driven into the ground. "Ah!" Sukoan's agonized struggles echoed from below. "I didn't expect you to have some skills, kid. Too bad you picked the wrong opponent." "Well then, this ends here. Tyrannoman, fusion." Lin Yi sensed Sukoan summoning Tyrannoman, then two beams of light instantly fused together, becoming Tyrannoman fusion. "Feel despair." The fused Tyrannoman immediately repelled the fireball back toward Lin Yi. Now, if Lin Yi didn't push the fireball back again, it would be like shooting himself in the foot. The fireball rapidly closed in on Lin Yi. Yet even using all his strength, it was but a drop in the bucket. If this continued, Lin Yi would inevitably be forced up to the ceiling, only to be engulfed by the massive fireball and ultimately obliterated. "Xiaohei, come out and help me." The next second, Xiaohei appeared. "Boss, I'm here." "Wait, what's going on?" Xiaohei looked like a mere speck before this massive fireball. And the fireball was advancing toward him. His instinctive reaction was pure terror. "Xiaohei, we gotta push this fireball back or we're dead meat." "Got it, boss." With Xiaohei's intervention, the fireball halted its upward advance for the moment, yet showed no signs of plummeting downward either. Well, finally willing to unleash your black beast? Then we'll die together." In an instant, Lin Yi felt Sukoan suddenly exert all his strength. Unlike before, this time Sukoan unleashed his full power. "Boss, I can barely hold on." "Hold on no matter what. Don't let up." Letting go now would spell utter ruin. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi and Xiaohei were utterly spent. The fireball began slowly pushing upward. "Kid, running out of steam, huh? I've only just warmed up, ha ha ha." Lin Yi sensed Sukoan's hideous smirk. But his situation was hopeless. Even if he surrendered to a ruthless man like Sukoan, death would be his fate. Lan Jie was a living example. "Boss, what should we do now?" After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yi said, "Xiaohei, come inside. I don't want you getting caught in the crossfire." "Boss, what are you doing? You won't hold out without me. Do as I say. Get inside now." Xiaohei cried out in anguish, "Boss, you're not seriously going to?" "Exactly. This is our only chance to beat him. We've got no way out. Hurry. Get inside." Lin Yi roared furiously. And Xiaohei crawled into the beast taming space. The host gasped, "What?" At this critical moment, Shaman warrior Lin Yi has chosen to recall his spirit beast. Is he giving up? But he could surrender. Why won't he surrender? These words reached Sukoan's ears, and he burst into a pig-like laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, feeling hopeless now? No worries, I'll send you on your way right now." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "The one who should be sent on his way is you." Then, Lin Yi drew his black jade sword, Dian. Roaring, whirlwind slash. Instantly, Sukoan's expression changed drastically. His laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by sheer terror. "Kid, have you lost your mind?" The host roared at Lin Yi. "Shaman warrior Lin Yi, stop this reckless act of mutual destruction. You'll ruin the entire arena. 10,000 people will perish with you." Chapter 63, System Recovery. Whoosh. The tornado blew toward the fireball. Lin Yi retorted, "Too late." The announcer wailed tearfully, "Oh my god, it's over. I'm going down with you, you demon." No. Outside the arena, spectators watching the livestream descended into utter chaos. Escape seemed impossible from any direction. Nearly 100,000 people cursed Lin Yi. Damn it, this kid is a real bastard. Losing himself is one thing, but dragging us all down with him? Exactly. He should have just conceded at the start instead of overestimating himself and challenging Su Koen to a fight to the death. Quiet, everyone. Su Koen seems to be stepping in to protect us. It's true. Su Koen stepped forward. The scene shifted. Su Koen soared into the air, roaring with fury. Today, this arena shall be guarded by me, Su Koen. Lifespan, burn. What? Did I see that right? Lin Yi actually forced Su Koen to burn his lifespan. So we're saved. The news reached Lin Yi's ears. And he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Burning one's lifespan is a skill every beastmaster must master. And it's only used in life or death crises. After burning one's lifespan, it enables both offense and defense. In this situation, Su Koen could only focus his life force burning on defense, drastically reducing the explosive power of the fireball. Yet even so, the sheer force of the blast would claim both Lin Yi and Su Koen's lives. Lin Yi, evil cannot overcome righteousness. Today, I sacrifice my life for justice. I shall surely survive this calamity, while you will perish in this sea of flames. Lin Yi retorted, those words should come from me. Had the fireball not endangered him, he would never have burned his lifespan. While ostensibly protecting others, his true motive was self-preservation. After all, Lan Jia had surrendered only to be killed by him, proof beyond doubt that he disregarded martial ethics. Boom! The fireball exploded. For a brief moment, Lin Yi chose to block it with a wind wall. But the wind wall dissipated. What? The wind wall didn't work? With danger closing in, Lin Yi attempted to use teleportation, but the spell required time to channel. And he feared he'd be reduced to ashes before the incantation was complete. The next instant, Lin Yi felt flames engulf his vision, his body instinctively curling into a ball. Ha? I'm okay? Lin Yi opened his eyes again, finding himself in pitch darkness. Yet he could smell that familiar scent of durian. Durian. He saved me again. Durian could withstand most impacts, but it couldn't protect against the intense heat of flames. Fortunately, the intense heat was only momentary, leaving only his outer layer scorched, barely bearable. Thud thud. The durian shell hit the ground, bounced a few times, and finally, Lin Yi broke free from the shell. Put. Lin Yi coughed up a mouthful of thick blood before forcing himself to his feet. Surveying his surroundings, the once magnificent and orderly arena had become a charred, blackened ruin. The giant screen was scorched beyond repair, the announcer's voice silenced forever. And the fate of the spectators outside the arena remained unknown. None of that mattered now. Lin Yi needed to confirm whether Su Koen was still alive. Killing intent detection. The entire situation around him flashed through Lin Yi's mind. In a daze, Lin Yi sensed a figure rising behind him, then swiftly lunging toward his back. At that moment, Lin Yi knew for certain. It was none other than Su Koen. His Tyrannoman had been caught in the explosion and disintegrated. His own body was now covered in wounds, making even running painfully slow. In comparison, Lin Yi's condition was even worse. His stamina had been drained to the absolute limit, making even walking a luxury. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead. Xiao Hei! Xiao Hei! Seeing Su Koen closing in to strike, Lin Yi urgently called out to Xiao Hei. But within the beast taming space, Xiao Hei had fallen into a deep slumber from the shockwave of the earlier explosion. It's over. Xiao Hei's asleep too. For a moment, Lin Yi didn't know how to confront the enemy. The only thing he could do was slowly shift his feet. But his pace couldn't possibly match Su Koen's charging speed. Su Koen bellowed from behind, Lin Yi, you're the first to fight me to the bitter end. I'll personally smash your skull to pieces as a sign of respect. Hurry up, you slowpoke. Stop struggling, kid. Face reality. Lin Yi could smell the roasted chicken scent emanating from Su Koen, who had already slipped behind him. A brick poised in his hand ready to smash through Lin Yi's skull. Die. At that critical moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. System functions restored. Welcome back, host. Host stamina severely depleted detected. Automatically deducting 110 gluttony points to fully restore both host and divine beast stamina and injuries. Remaining gluttony points, 3000. Strict officer, host, refrain from reckless behavior during system maintenance in the future. Failure to comply will result in permanent disconnection from this system. Growth progress verified, Taotie, silver stage 20%. After recovering stamina, Lin Yi executed a front flip to swiftly evade Su Koen's strike. Xiao Hei, come out. In the next instant, Xiao Hei materialized before Su Koen, its gaping maw large enough to swallow him whole. Roar. Xiao Hei roared at Su Koen. The powerful shockwave instantly made Su Koen's nostrils flare wide open, his cheeks bulging uncontrollably, and his eyes narrowing to slits. Ha! Xiao Hei spat a pool of saliva, drenching Su Koen and knocking him to the ground. Moments later, Su Kuan staggered to his feet, pupils dilating wildly as he frantically tugged at his hair. This can't be. How come you're completely unscathed? Are you suggesting we fight again? No, this isn't fair. You must have used banned substances, there's no way you recovered that fast. I demand a rematch. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to argue, immediately raising his hand to unleash a whirlwind slash to finish him off. Just then, a large crowd began streaming in from all directions. Hold your horses. Shaman warrior Lin Yi, Su Kuan is no longer able to fight back. The outcome is decided. Why must you finish him off? The speaker was none other than the arena's host. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Su Kuan could break the rules and kill Lan Jie, yet when it came to Lin Yi, he hadn't even made a move and was already being stopped. Su Kuan truly was their favorite son. Moments later, the announcer approached Lin Yi and seized his sword-wielding arm. Lin Yi, drop your weapon. You've already won. Lin Yi had won, but it wasn't satisfying enough. He hadn't killed him with his own hands, nor had he let Xiao He eat the Tyrannosaurus meat. It was truly a pity. No, I haven't lost. Lin Yi cheated. I demand a rematch. Su Kuan's shout instantly ignited the crowd. After all, they were all Su Kuan's die-hard fans. And they'd rather believe the helpless Su Kuan than accept Lin Yi's victory. Instantly, many spectators began to lambaste Lin Yi. Yeah, he must have used some secret technique to survive. Otherwise, my brother would have won for sure. That kid's clearly a bastard. Since he couldn't beat brother Su Kuan, he chose to take us all down with him. A rematch. We demand a rematch. Or else, Ririma should refund our money. The crowd's emotions grew increasingly heated, reaching a point where they were impossible to control. Many spectators even began collectively summoning spirit beasts, intent on killing Lin Yi. In the chaos, even the impartial host was trampled to death by the surging crowd. In that very instant of chaos, a furious shout pierced the void. Everyone, stop. The arena demands fairness and justice. The entire arena is recorded. Su Kuan lost, he lost. The championship belongs to Lin Yi. Shaman warrior Lin Yi, please come to the cabinet to claim your prize, the Dragon Crystal. Chapter 64, You're the next Su Kuan. It's President Chen. Quickly, stow away all the spirit beasts. Hurry. The spectators, recognizing the voice echoing from the void, swiftly retracted their spirit beasts and retreated. Su Kuan roared, Lin Yi, I'm going with you to the cabinet. I'll settle this with Mr. Chen. This championship should be mine. You lead the way. Lin Yi didn't know the exact location of the cabinet, so he let Su Kuan lead the way. After regaining some stamina, Su Kuan stormed toward the cabinet. Before long, Su Kuan halted before an open space. Then drew a card and swiped it through the air. A magnificent golden pavilion suddenly materialized before them. Kid, come inside with us. Lin Yi witnessed this technique for the first time, the ability to conceal physical objects within the void. Invisible and intangible like air when concealed. Yet the moment it manifested, it became a tangible pavilion. Moments later, Lin Yi followed Su Kuan into the pavilion. The interior was larger than Lin Yi had imagined, featuring a minimalist decor style from a century ago. With century-old furniture and appliances, a senile floor-cleaning robot, Doraemon wallpaper. Crucially, the figure seated at the main position up front looked familiar. Unsurprisingly, it was none other than old Chen. This secret had been revealed to Lin Yi by Xiao He earlier, but to feign ignorance, Lin Yi put on a look of utter shock. Then, old Chen, dressed in an opulent, eye-catching suit and leaning on a cane, slowly approached the two. The two figures beside him were the same individuals from earlier, though Lin Yi could sense their formidable presence. Young man, no need to be surprised. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Xiao, the actual ruler of the arena. They call me Mr. Chen. Lin Yi gave an awkward laugh. This is quite unexpected. Then, Lin Yi thought to himself, insight. Chen Xiao, mid-diamond beastmaster. Dangerous. Spirit beast, soul-devouring jellyfish grade A. Special ability, regeneration. Incidentally, Lin Yi scanned the two figures beside him, both early diamond tier powerhouses. Before diamond tier practitioners, gold beast masters could be wiped out with a flick of the wrist, let alone silver tier ones. A single glance from them would be enough to send Lin Yi running. Even with Elder Cui present today, provoking these three titans would leave him with no choice but to flee. However, Lin Yi had previously heard that Chen Xiao intended to kill him. But now that he had defeated Su Kuan, he wondered how they would weigh their options. And whether the Dragon Crystal would end up in his hands. Mr. Chen, I'm filing a protest. That bastard Lin Yi cheated, I should have won. Chen Xiao immediately roared, shut up. We're not blind, a loss is a loss. Dare say another word, and you won't walk out of this cabinet alive. He expected Su Kuan to shut up. But he refused to give up. Crawling on his knees, he reached Chen Xiao's feet and prostrated himself at his ankles. Mr. Chen, you must believe me. Lin Yi was caught in the blast, there's no way he's unscathed. Something fishy is going on here. Enough. Mr. Chen. Go to hell. Bang! A pool of soul blood appeared in Chen Zhao's palm. He clenched his fist with all his might. Su Kuan exploded on the spot, spraying Lin Yi with a mist of blood. Lin Yi cursed inwardly, damn it, Su Kuan was actually old Chen's soul slave. The next instant, a brown floated into the air. Chen Xiao then unabashedly tucked the core into his robe. Chen Xiao greeted him with a smile, waving his hand to wipe away the bloodstains from himself and Lin Yi, as if nothing had happened. What surprised Lin Yi, however, was that Su Kuan, even as a soul slave, was the arena's cash cow. 10,000 people were willing to pay for him. Killing him off like this seemed a bit too hasty. But Lin Yi knew better than to speak out of turn or pry into matters that weren't his to ask about in front of the big shots. He'd simply wait and see how things unfolded. Ah, young man, you've been startled. Come inside and sit down. Moments later, the four of them settled into seats within the pavilion. Chen Xiao spent the next hour recounting his rise to power and fortune, essentially an hour of relentless self-aggrandizement. Yet he made no mention whatsoever of the championship prize, the Dragon Crystal. Finally, Lin Yi couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Brother Chen, I've always respected you as my elder, but this Dragon Crystal. Chen Xiao chuckled softly. Why the rush, young man? What's yours is yours. You remind me of myself in my youth. Come. Let's chat for a while. Another 3 hours passed. Lin Yi could take no more. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Brother Chen. Forgive my outburst. I just want to get the Dragon Crystal and continue on my journey. The moment Lin Yi finished speaking, Chen Zhao's smile vanished completely. He rose slowly and walked to stand before Lin Yi. You want the Dragon Crystal? Lin Yi nodded. Where do you intend to take the Dragon Crystal? The Nether Forest. Chen Xiao pressed further. What for? To find the Abyss Gem. Upon hearing Lin Yi's quest for the Abyssal Gem, Chen Xiao burst into laughter. His laughter lasted a long time before finally subsiding. Just you alone? And my spirit beast. Chen Xiao said, that divine beast, the Taotie? I'm surprised you managed to contract a divine beast, but you still aren't qualified to venture into the Nether realm. Then I'm going too. The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Xiao glared fiercely at Lin Yi before whispering, you can't go. You're staying here to become the next Su Kuan to make money for me. Lin Yi recalled Su Kuan's gruesome death earlier. Though seemingly adored by thousands. But in reality, he was a soul slave, a golden canary without freedom. Young man, you wrecked my arena and caused Su Kuan's death. You'll have to surrender your soul blood like Su Kuan did, then win 4 consecutive championships. No. You'll need 5 championships to earn your freedom. As for the Dragon Crystal, don't even think about it. Lin Yi trembled with shock. No wonder Su Kuan had fought to the death to prove his victory. He had aimed for a 4th championship. Only to be defeated by Lin Yi, missing freedom by a hair's breadth before being brutally killed by Chen Xiao. What chilled Lin Yi to the bone was the realization that even 5 championships might not guarantee freedom. After all, no one would take over the prize. Who would let such a cash cow slip away so easily? With this realization, only one thought remained in Lin Yi's mind. To leave this place. What if I insist on leaving? Chen Zhao's face turned ashen. This was nothing short of dismissing his 4-hour speech as utter nonsense. It was a direct slap in the face. Then you're courting death. With that, crimson mist swirled beneath Chen Zhao's feet, his eyes turning blood red. Seeing this, Lin Yi had no choice but to activate the talisman given by the Master of Equilibrium, disregarding any potential side effects. Lin Yi bit his finger and dripped a single drop of his own blood onto the black talisman. Instantly, the talisman began to scorch the drop of blood, sizzling and crackling. Moments later, a cloud of black smoke appeared beside Lin Yi, and the Master of Equilibrium manifested. Who dares touch my people? Chapter 65, The Overlord's Oppressive Presence. And who are you? To obstruct my actions, Chen Xiao? Have you grown tired of living? Hearing these words, the master let out a sinister chuckle. Ha ha ha. Since when does a mid-diamond tier insect think it worthy to bark madly before me? Mid-sentence, the cult leader merely raised his hand. In an instant, Chen Xiao was sucked into his grasp. Instantly, the once arrogant Chen Xiao now found himself choked by the cult leader, his face flushing crimson as he gasped for air. This junior acknowledges his mistake. I beg, the senior, to spare me. Lin Yi witnessed it firsthand. And if Chen Xiao, a mid-diamond cultivator, had spoken even a moment slower, the cult leader would have strangled him to death on the spot. The cult leader flung Chen Xiao aside with a flick of his wrist. Then the sect leader turned to Lin Yi and asked, Youngster, why did these bandits want to kill you? That the diamond tier expert was called a bandit by the cult leader and could be subdued with a single hand made Lin Yi curious about the master's true strength. And immediately took a discreet look at the master. Fong Zhantian, leader of the Equilibrium sect, diamond tier 100%. Spirit beast, dark dragon grade A. Traits, soul slave growth shared with black dragon. More soul slaves, greater power. It was surprising that Fong Zhantian was so powerful, yet he was merely the leader of a branch sect. His strength remained stagnant at diamond stage 100%. Logically, he should have advanced to Star Radiant stage, yet he hadn't broken through. There must be some hidden reason behind this. After much deliberation, some matters are best left untouched. The wisest course is to retrieve the dragon crystal and depart this troubled land at once. Elder, I won the championship merely to claim my reward and continue my journey. Yet he refuses to give me the dragon crystal and demands I surrender my soul blood to remain his cash cow here. If I refuse, he threatens to kill me. After hearing this, Fong Zhantian nodded. I see clearly now. These scoundrels are bullying the weak. I detest such arrogance toward the vulnerable. Then, Fong Zhantian slowly approached Chen Xiao and said, now that I'm bullying you lot, what have you got to say? Chen Xiao rose to beg for mercy. Senior, that's not right. You despise bullying the weak, don't you? We're mere weaklings before you. Please spare us. It must be said, Chen Xiao's success in business wasn't without reason. He truly knew when to bend and when to stand firm. Just moments ago he'd been arrogant and domineering, but now before sect leader Fong, he was as docile as a kitten. Killing you lot brings me no benefit. Hand over the dragon crystal to this youngster and let him go. This matter ends here. Before Chen Xiao could speak, one of Chen Zhao's men piped up, let him go? Fine. But we're not giving up the dragon crystal. How dare you? Fong Zhantian roared in fury, gathering a ball of black energy in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it shot toward the subordinate. The black mist engulfed him like flames meeting cotton, consuming him rapidly. 10 breaths. The diamond stage powerhouse was reduced to a pile of ashes. It seems you only take my words seriously when I show my power. Now the disobedient one is dead. Chen Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and interrupted Fong Zhantian. Senior. I'll fetch the dragon crystal for this young brother immediately right this instant. Lin Yi quietly noticed Chen Zhao's clothes were soaked through with sweat. Faced with the threat of death, even a heavyweight like Chen Xiao couldn't maintain his composure. I haven't finished speaking. Now I shall add another condition, both of you must surrender your soul blood and the dragon crystal. Chen Xiao pleaded softly, Elder, I'm willing to offer 100 billion. Please spare me from having my soul blood extracted. The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Xiao and the other felt an invisible force slam down upon them. And they immediately prostrated themselves at the feet of Master Fong. I have no interest in money. You two, however, must understand your place. In my eyes, you are nothing but rats scurrying through the sewers. To make you my soul slaves would be an honor bestowed upon you. Chen Xiao and his companion were crushed beneath the weight of his words, gasping for breath. They immediately surrendered their soul blood. Both drops of soul blood flew directly into Fong Zhantian's hand. Only upon seeing the soul blood did the gravitational pressure lift, allowing Chen Xiao and the other to finally catch their breath. What are you waiting for? Hurry and retrieve the dragon crystal. Yes, master. This was a choice between life and death. Even a diamond stage powerhouse, when confronted by someone more powerful, disobedience meant only death. Obedience was the only chance to survive. Moments later, Chen Xiao carried in a tray holding a golden yellow transparent crystal stone. From dozens of meters away, Lin Yi faintly caught the dragon's scent. That scent, a fishy stench tinged with a faint, rusty sweetness. Soon after, the dragon crystal was presented before Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi noticed a money card beside the dragon crystal, engraved with Dragon Nation Shiwu Bank. Young man, this dragon crystal and 50 billion credit card are yours. Chen Xiao raised the tray above his head and presented it to Lin Yi. Young man, take it. Master Fong spoke, and Lin Yi stored the dragon crystal and money card into his beast taming space. Then, Master Fong turned to Chen Xiao and said, You're a clever little thief. Stay here and play your little emperor. But I have business to attend to. You two are to be at my beck and call. Rest assured, master. We two are utterly loyal to you. Not only me, Lin Yi is also my disciple's close friend. Henceforth, treat him with the same respect you show me. Master Fong's words had already given Lin Yi ample face, yet simultaneously placed Lin Yi in his debt. At that moment, Chen Xiao approached Lin Yi and said, Young friend, consider this place your home from now on. That's fine. Thus, should Lin Yi ever face peril, he could teleport here. Having learned their lesson, Chen Xiao and his companion dared not entertain any thoughts of killing him again. Since that's settled, you two get lost. I have matters to discuss with Lin Yi. Yes, sir. Immediately, Chen Xiao and his companion hurriedly departed the cabinet. A short while later, only Lin Yi and Fong Zhantian remained in the cabinet. Thank you for rescuing me today, master. It was nothing, not worth mentioning. Lin Yi pressed further, Master, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Indeed. Upon learning that the young lady named Lu Qian is your close friend, I released her. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Fong Zhantian really knew how to play the game, promising release and delivering it. Yet beneath his relief, Lin Yi could easily guess the master's motive, undoubtedly an attempt to recruit him into the Equilibrium sect. Lin Yi bowed deeply. Thank you, senior. No need for formalities.
I admire your demonic talent. If only you could join my equilibrium sect. Seeing Lin Yi remain silent, the cult leader changed his tone. Ha ha, just kidding. You naturally have your own path to walk. I won't force you. After all this talk, Lin Yi realized he had to ask the sect leader a crucial question. Master, tell me honestly, what are the consequences of my blood being used on this talisman? Though the question was bold, matters of life and death demanded clarity. As for whether he would tell the truth, that depended on the master's character. It couldn't be taken at face value, only as a reference. Of course. Chapter 66, The Three-Eyed Yellow Immortal. Of course it's nothing. This is merely a teleportation talisman. By asking such questions, are you questioning this old man's trustworthiness? Lin Yi gave a half smile. The sect leader worries too much. I'm naturally suspicious by nature. Please don't take offense. Caution is wise in this dead domain. It's getting late. I'll take you to the nether forest. With that, black smoke began to billow from the master's body, rapidly spreading until it enveloped both Lin Yi and the cult leader. Then, everything vanished from Lin Yi's sight. Only a sensation of weightlessness beneath his feet, yet he couldn't fall. After a long while, when Lin Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dim, dense forest, with spiraling tree trunks whose bark was covered in fluorescent patterns resembling blood vessels. The leaves were translucent, a ghostly blue, rustling softly in the breeze. A highway from the last century lay uprooted by tree roots, thin as a crumbled cookie. Abandoned shops lined the roadside, their shattered glass doors still bearing signs that read "Open for business." Young one, this is the nether forest, a place I often visited as a child. Now the clamor has faded, and all has changed beyond recognition. Thank you for bringing me here, elder. Until we meet again. The cult leader chuckled lightly. You're in such a hurry to send me off, aren't you? You misunderstand, elder. I only wish to find the abyssal gem sooner so I may leave this realm of death. Very well. The rest of the journey is yours alone. I shan't disturb you further. The cult leader turned to leave. But after 3 steps, he turned back to face Lin Yi. Is there something else, senior? The cult leader spoke. The deeper you venture into this nether forest, the greater the danger. Do not sniff indiscriminately, do not gaze aimlessly, and if someone calls out to you, do not answer recklessly. I hope you emerge alive. I shall remember. Remember well. Before his words faded, black smoke rose from beneath the sect leader's feet and he vanished from the spot. Don't listen, don't look, don't answer? Is this nether forest truly as terrifying as Master Fawn described? Lin Yi surveyed the gloomy, tangled forest paths, and the large and small footprints of demonic beasts scattered across the ground. Couldn't help but feel a sense of resistance. Xiaohei, wake up! Regardless of how soundly Xiaohei was sleeping, Lin Yi yanked him out of the beast taming space. Boss, what's going on? I was sleeping so soundly. Nothing serious. Just getting bored traveling alone. Come out and keep me company on the road, we can chat. Hearing this, Xiaohei immediately gave up, flopping onto the ground and refusing to budge. Boss, no offense, but you can handle the journey alone. I'm heading back inside to sleep. No way. Lin Yi thought to himself, raising a Taotie for 1,000 days only to use it for a single moment. It was an ancient beast of terror. Even if some malevolent spirit came to claim his life, Xiaohei's aura alone could scare them to death. Under these circumstances, Xiaohei absolutely cannot be allowed to return to the beast taming space to sleep. Boss, you're not scared, are you? If so, you're overthinking it. You're the one who took down Su Koan, what's there to fear? Xiaohei. You think you're above my commands now, huh? With that, Lin Yi drew his great darkness blade, ready to teach this disobedient Xiaohei a lesson. Sword flash. The blade jabbed into Xiaohei's rear, and he yelped in pain, bolting into the forest. As he ran, Xiaohei shouted, "Help! Domestic violence! Help! Domestic violence!" Man and beast chased each other relentlessly. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi and Xiaohei both ran out of steam, stopping to pant heavily in place. Boss, stop chasing me. I'm not sleeping anymore. After all that commotion, Xiaohei felt wide awake. Lin Yi remained silent, his brow furrowing as he sensed something amiss in this unfamiliar surroundings. Shoo! Killing intent detection. In the next instant, his perception expanded to cover 10 kilometers around him. Yet even 10 kilometers was but a mere tip of the iceberg within the vast nether forest. Just how vast is this forest? Lin Yi's instincts told him the nether magic forest was immense, several times larger than the 4 sealed zones combined. This place represented nearly the entire C-class death domain. The beast god was right, exterminating all the beasts here is utterly unrealistic. That's why the mission was set to retrieve the abyss gem. The larger the area covered, the slower the detection of killing intent became. Though it wasn't excessively slow, a 10-kilometer radius could be fully scanned in just 10 seconds. Wait, what's that? Lin Yi's consciousness lingered on a lake, where a row of weasel-like beasts lay along the shore. Lin Yi immediately zeroed in on the largest one. In sight. Three-eyed yellow immortal, silver rank 90% lord. Grade, C. Traits, its urine is enchanting. Its urine is enchanting? What does that even mean?
Lin Yi had no intention of provoking this three-eyed yellow immortal. His primary goal was to find the abyss gem and uncover his parents' whereabouts. But after sensing the surroundings, the only path into the forest steppes was the waterway leading down from the lake. Flying over would be too conspicuous. So Lin Yi could only scan the left and right sides for any hidden paths, only to discover two golden stage demon kings lurking on either flank. These were far more formidable foes than the three-eyed yellow spirit. Xiaohei, southwest direction it is. Let's go. Lin Yi mounted Xiaohei's back immediately. Stop when we reach a lake. I need to rest. Got it, boss. Man and beast charged toward the lake. D-class containment zone, codenamed Glimmer. Longxi Square. Li Yuan stumbled out of the perimeter wall, supported by Zhu Jiangwo and others. Moments later, the walls closed. All beast masters from the four great temples safely returned to Longxi Square. Upon leaving the dead zone and restoring network connectivity, the first thing everyone cared about wasn't their wounds, but the points rankings. Yun Badian stood before the crowd, a massive screen behind him. Well done, everyone. Through our united efforts, we overcame countless perils and have finally returned victorious. I will now announce the points rankings. The top-ranked individual will be selected as the Divine Son. Immediately, Yun Badian activated the display behind him. First place. Li Yuan, the quasi-divine son of Hope District Temple. 310 points. Upon hearing the announcement, Li Yuan, disregarding the freshly bandaged wound on his leg, leaped up in place and shouted, "Woohoo! I'm the real number one." Ah! The pain from his wounds tearing open followed. Yet the agony couldn't suppress the triumphant grin spreading across his face. Li Yuan kept shouting, "I'm number one. I'm the Divine Son. Lin Yi, how dare he even challenge me?" Zhu Jiangwo fawned as he helped Li Yuan to his feet. "Holy son, take care of yourself. We still have the quasi-divine son coronation ceremony to attend to." "You're right. Help me up." Then, Li Yuan gazed at the giant screen with eyes full of delight. Until the rankings reached the very last place, 99.99. Yun Badian immediately denounced the last place finisher. "Everyone, open your eyes wide and look carefully. The last place finisher is the holy son of the Hope District Temple, Lin Yi. His score is 0. Zhu Jiangwo wished he could sink into a crack in the ground. However, considering your district boasts a prodigy like Li Yuan, this temple master shall overlook your shortcomings. At that moment, Li Yuan was grinning from ear to ear. Having endured countless hardships, he had finally trampled Lin Yi underfoot to vindicate himself. Next, we invite the quasi-divine son, Li Yuan, to the stage to deliver his remarks on this dead domain purge operation. Hold on. A figure sprinted toward the stage from afar, clutching an object in hand, seemingly intent on stopping Li Yuan. Chapter 67, Purple Chi Anomaly Core, Skill Deconstruction. Li Yuan paid no heed, instead advancing toward the crowd with Zhu Jiangwo and others supporting him. At this moment, Li Yuan could hardly wait to be crowned Divine Son, as this would grant him access to abundant resources. Who dares to cause trouble here? Moments later, the figure approached Li Yuan and placed a crystal stone into his hand. Li Yuan frowned and asked, "What's this? Have you forgotten? This is the alien core you left behind after slaying the Silver Demon King." Li Yuan stared at the brilliantly glowing alien nucleus in his hand. A smile spread across his lips. "Indeed, good fortune keeps coming. What should I call you, brother?" "Just call me Zhuang. My family was poor, and I never had the money for schooling. My biggest dream was to become a beastmaster who slays demon kings. Now, you've made my dream come true." Li Yuan murmured softly, "From a poor family, huh? From this day forward, Zhuang is my sworn brother, Li Yuan, the Divine Son. One day, you'll slay a demon king just like me." In every beast tamer's heart, slaying a demon king is an act of supreme glory. And if done solo, it was something to boast about for a lifetime, worthy of a statue and revered as a paragon. But they didn't know. Lin Yi had already slain 2 demon kings single-handedly. Nor did they know that Lin Yi had already accumulated 3,200 points. The Silver Demon King that Li Yuan held in such high regard was nothing more than a mere pest to Lin Yi, easily dispatched with a flick of his wrist. The exotic nuclei Li Yuan prided himself on? Lin Yi had amassed them by the handful. Even the dragon crystals had been seized by Lin Yi. It was only because Lin Yi was trapped in the C-class death domain, unable to connect to the network, that his points hadn't been uploaded to the cloud. "Thank you, Divine Son." After that, Zhuang stepped down from the podium. Li Yuan held up the alien nucleus, forcing out 2 tears as he said, "My entire life has been like walking on thin ice. When will I ever reach the other shore? Do you know how painstakingly hard I earned these 300 points? From my childhood all the way to mid-bronze, every step was earned by risking my life. In the end, that demon king, we all paid the price, yet only I risked my life to slay him. This position of quasi-god son, I, Li Yuan, truly deserve it." Beside him, Yun Badian muttered under his breath, "You brat.
If it weren't for me controlling that demon king and sacrificing hundreds of our members, would you have gotten this easy win? Fine.
Since you're from the Li family of Jinling and still useful to me, I'll tolerate this for now.
Li Yuan turned to Yun Badian and demanded, Lord Yun, isn't that right?
Yes. Of course it is. This palace master now declares Li Yuan the provisional divine son.
The coronation ceremony shall commence. Two women then approach Li Yuan, slowly carrying a crown. 1 hour later, the coronation ceremony concluded.
And Yin Beixiang issued an announcement, we still have 3 D-class death zones left, but now that we have a provisional divine son,
next time we'll push straight through all 3. Everyone, return home to rest. We depart in 5 days.
All beast masters gradually departed from Longxi Square.
C-grade dead zone. At the outer lakes of the Nether Magic Forest, a hazy gray haze shrouded Lin Ye's vision.
His head felt heavy and dizzy, making him extremely uncomfortable, especially with a foul stench lingering around his nostrils.
Xiao He, where are you?
Xiao He was gone, yet he had been lying on top of Xiao He the entire time.
Killing intent perception.
After scanning the area, Lin Yi opened his eyes and murmured, this is definitely the 3-eyed yellow immortal's lair.
How come there's nothing here? Lin Yi called out Xiao He's name along the shore.
But after walking for ages, there was still no response.
Master, I'm right behind you.
Just as Lin Yi turned to look, he suddenly sensed something was off.
Under normal circumstances, Xiao He wouldn't call him master, but boss. Then,
Lin Yi recalled the words the master had entrusted him with before departing.
Don't answer recklessly. Master, why won't you turn back and look at me? Lin Yi didn't answer, instead activating his perception and insight abilities to see who was behind him. The next instant,
Lin Yi could clearly sense that it wasn't Xiao He behind him, but the 3-eyed yellow immortal.
And it was the leader. All of this was an illusion. I get it now. The system said its urine was enchanting, turns out it has hallucinogenic effects. Since it's an illusion, this is easy to handle.
The next instant, Lin Yi began urinating right where he stood, fighting poison with poison, scent with scent.
Coincidentally, Lin Yi hadn't rested well these past few days and was feeling a bit overheated.
His urine was yellow and pungent,
instantly overpowering the scent of the 3-eyed yellow immortal's urine.
The hallucinations dissipated and the world before his eyes began to shift. When Lin Yi opened his eyes, he found himself sprawled on the ground, the 3-eyed yellow spirit licking his back. It seemed poised to devour him at any moment.
Woo!
The 3-eyed yellow demon let out a mournful wail, then opened its gaping maw, poised to swallow Lin Yi whole.
Seeing this, Lin Yi drew his great darkness blade and roared, sword flash of severance. Clang! One of the 3-eyed yellow immortal's teeth shattered instantly. The 3-eyed yellow immortal was instantly enraged. Xiao He!
Lin Yi turned his head to find Xiao He still snoring away. Several 3-eyed yellow demons had already begun gnawing at Xiao He, but their teeth were too dull to pierce his scales. You lazy pig, get back here! Lin Yi summoned Xiao He into his beast taming space to rest properly, leaving the rest to himself.
Without Xiao He, the 3-eyed yellow spirits shifted their focus to Lin Yi. Woo!
The yellow immortal lord let out a wail as nearly 100 3-eyed yellow immortals charged toward Lin Yi.
Just as they were about to reach him,
Lin Yi spread his bat wings and soared 50 meters into the sky.
Then roared, whirlwind slash. A whirlwind swept downward. But they dodged it with a flash. What? It seems these 3-eyed yellow demons possess extraordinary agility. Slow attacks won't scratch them, they're just a waste of energy. Lin Yi dared not linger in the air for too long now, lest the demon kings flanking him spot him, which would complicate matters further. Using the sky shrouding palm here would inevitably ignite a massive fire. That wouldn't just alert the demon kings, it might even draw the demon emperor himself to hunt me down. Damn it! Detected unused in host. Skill can be dismantled. Purple Chi Anomaly Core. Deconstruction skill, brutal strength polarization. Compresses physical stamina to convert into explosive brute force, swiftly eliminating enemies. Chapter 68, Fat Burning, Brute Force Polarization. Compressing my stamina and converting it into brute force? This is awesome. Who knew we could actively dismantle skills?
Now we'll have to collect more nuclei to use at critical moments.
Deconstruct. Quickly deconstruct. Deconstruction successful. Acquired skill, Brute Force Polarization. Note, this skill is exclusively compatible with the host's physique and cannot be shared with divine beasts. Sorry, Little Black. You did the heavy lifting to take down that purple ox, but I'm the one reaping all the rewards. Xiao He was still snoring away, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Brute Force Polarization. Ha!
Instantly, Lin Yi felt the fat throughout his body burning rapidly, then accelerated to fuel his muscles. Compared to simple exertion, this sensation lasted longer and felt more powerful.
In the blink of an eye,
Lin Yi felt his body grow lighter, having burned at least 5 pounds of fat, and all that fat had been channeled into energizing his muscles. The only regret was that this skill couldn't be applied to Xiao He.
It's so hot.
I'll take on 10 of them. Instantly, Lin Yi's mind filled with battle fervor, his entire body brimming with the urge to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Lin Yi folded his bat wings, and his entire body slowly descended to the ground. In an instant, he found himself surrounded by nearly 100 three-eyed yellow immortals. Yet his formidable aura held them at bay. Not a single white-headed three-eyed yellow demon dared to advance. Woo! The leader let out a mournful howl, and all 100 yellow demons surged forward. Then, Lin Yi assessed the situation. Most of the yellow immortals charging at them were at the bronze stage, while a few elite yellow immortals had just entered the silver stage.
Come on! Let's fight to our heart's content.
A low-level yellow immortal rushed forward, only to be cleaved in two at the waist by Lin Yi's sword, blood splattering instantly. Immediately after, a dozen more charged together. But Lin Yi executed a single spinning windmill slash, cutting down all the attacking yellow immortals in one fell swoop. Woo! An elite yellow immortal led a dozen minions in a charging assault, determined to avenge their earlier defeat. Whirlwind slash. A whirlwind swept toward them. But the elite yellow immortal dodged it, only grazing one of the subordinates behind him. As the elite yellow immortal closed in for the kill, Lin Yi remained unhurried, instead letting out a cold laugh.
As if everything unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated.
He swung his sword in a backhand strike. Sword flash of severing steel. The elite yellow immortal, lunging through the air, was pierced through the chest by Lin Yi's blade. In mere moments, he had slain nearly 30 yellow immortals. None retreated except the Lord.
The remaining three-eyed yellow immortals retreated relentlessly, their legs and mouths trembling uncontrollably. Each step backward was a struggle. Who knew if that demonic star Lin Yi would suddenly strike again in the next instant? Wah! The Lord howled to the heavens, yet not a single beast among his followers dared to advance. In that instant, the yellow immortal Lord bit down and killed one of his own yellow immortals on the spot, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Retreat meant certain death, but fighting offered a sliver of hope. The yellow immortals had no choice, and could only grit their teeth and continue charging toward Lin Yi, launching their assault. Soon, Lin Yi found himself facing 70 yellow immortals alone, each at least 15 meters long. They all charged forward, overwhelming Lin Yi even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi spotted the lake nearby, and instantly devised a countermeasure. The next instant, a gust of wind erupted beneath his feet, propelling him directly to the lake's center. Come on, come this way. Seeing this, 70 yellow immortals charged toward Lin Yi. Seizing the moment while the beasts were still at a distance, Lin Yi drew the great darkness, then flipped his palm to conjure a ball of blazing fire. Infusing the flaming poison palm into the great darkness, I've been wanting to try this for ages. Here by the lake, I won't have to worry about scorching nearby trees. Moments later, 70 yellow immortals close to within 100 meters of Lin Yi. Lin Yi roared furiously, blazing slash. A crescent-shaped blade of flame shot forth. Though slow, it was easily dodged by the yellow immortals. The moment it touched the water's surface, it exploded instantly. Drops of water mixed with flames splashed onto the yellow immortals, instantly igniting the fur on their bodies. Some clever yellow immortals quickly dove underwater to extinguish the flames, but most suffered severe burns, only to discover upon diving in that while the water could extinguish the flames, it had been scorched to a boil. In a panic, they scrambled ashore en masse, while those squeezed at the rear were literally stewed alive in place. Lin Yi felt the heat wasn't quite enough, and unleashed another dozen fiery sword chi at the beast horde. And wails of agony instantly filled the lake, ringing out incessantly. After 10 minutes of this, only a handful of yellow immortals managed to crawl ashore, and they were utterly spent. Most of the yellow spirits had been thoroughly cooked, and the air thickened with the scent of roasted flesh. Wah! The yellow immortal lord snarled at Lin Yi, baring its teeth. Lin Yi snorted lightly, I was too busy dealing with them earlier to take care of you. Immediately, Lin Yi slashed through the air like a whirlwind, charging toward the yellow immortal lord. The yellow immortal lord twisted his body, dodging the whirlwind with a flash. Truly worthy of a lord, impressive skills. In that case, let's settle this in close combat. The yellow immortal lord lunged at Lin Yi, his gaping maw seemingly poised to swallow Lin Yi whole. The next instant, the gaping maw was forcibly seized by Lin Yi's hands, unable to advance an inch. Hand them over. Lin Yi yanked hard, wrenching both of the yellow immortal spirit beast's tusks clean out of its jaws. These tusks were nearly as large as elephant tusks, and were quite exquisitely crafted, which Lin Yi promptly tossed into his beast taming space as a collectible. Meanwhile, the yellow immortal lord, enraged by the loss of its tusks, turned bloodshot-eyed. Foam mixed with blood dripped from the corners of its mouth, forming a sticky trail. I know you're furious, but calm down. It's just 2 teeth pulled out. I'll pull the other 2 for you too, so they'll be symmetrical. The yellow immortal lord could understand human speech, but he couldn't speak it. His earlier words seemed overly harsh, wounding the yellow immortal lord's pride. In the next instant, the yellow immortal lord's third eye began to glow red.
Lin Yi caught just a glimpse and felt a chill run through him, his heart seeming to skip a beat. Immediately afterward, Lin Yi noticed the surroundings shifting,
ultimately transforming into Lin Ye's own room,
where he appeared as his childhood self. Outside the window, the night was deep and still. An unfinished homework lay scattered on the desk. Standing before him was his mother, holding a pair of cute slippers, ready to slap him across the face. Xiao Yi, his mother began sternly, look at the neighbor's child, they finished their homework at school. It's almost 10 o'clock at night, and you still haven't finished. I'll beat you to death today. Then she raised the slipper to strike him. Lin Yi instinctively shielded his face with his hands.
In a daze, Lin Yi sensed something was off.
Childhood memories might be distant, but Mom's personality never changes.
No. Mom would never compare me to other children. This is an illusion. Realizing what was happening, immediately snapped angrily, dare to create illusions to make my mother beat me? You won't keep those eyes. Petrification Ghost Eyes. Chapter 69, Special Discount Bundle.
Now you'll taste what it's like to be struck by my gaze. In the next instant, a burst of crimson light erupted from Lin Yi's eyes, striking his mother directly.
She gradually petrified. The surrounding illusions faded away, revealing her transformed form as the Yellow Immortal Chieftain. Moments later, the Yellow Immortal leader was completely petrified, now nothing more than a statue. With the threat neutralized, Lin Yi deactivated his brute force polarization,
then sliced the Yellow Immortal leader into dust with a single sword strike.
An orange-colored anomaly core floated in midair. Anomalous nuclei hold great utility.
Each one can be broken down into different skills.
I'm curious to see what this one can do.
Lin Yi promptly retrieved the core into his hand. Just as he was about to ask the system to decompose it, he froze in place.
For he saw the lake filled with so much meat, it seemed such a waste to let it go to waste. Xiao Hei, come out for dinner.
At the mention of food, Xiao Hei sprang to life as if injected with adrenaline,
darting out of the beast taming space in an instant. Food. Boss, where's the food?
Right there,
behind you.
Xiao Hei turned his head and saw a vast expanse of three-eyed yellow fairies floating on the lake surface.
His mouth watered instantly. Wow, boss, I love you. Eat up quickly. You need strength to carry me on our journey. Got it, boss. Carrying you is my duty.
Lin Yi was taken aback and muttered, you sound like your little sister, female glutton.
At that moment,
the AI scoring ring displayed its panel, gained 1,300 points, total, 4,500 points.
Congratulations, host, on earning 1,300 gluttony points. Remaining gluttony points, 4,300.
Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Beast Compendium, Three-Eyed Yellow Immortal Lord Silver Tier 90%. Active skill, Great Immortal's illusionary realm eyes emit hallucinatory red light, trapping targets in subconscious illusions from which they cannot escape. Passive skill, Great Immortal's evasive steps instinctively dodges incoming projectiles.
Survival skill, Immortal water urinates around territory, trapping intruders in illusions. I want all three, but can only choose one. I wish I could grab them all. No way. Last time I took them all, the system went down for maintenance, and I missed out on the Night Mantis Encyclopedia entry. Total loss. Detected host possesses a disassemblable alien nucleus, Yellow Immortal Nucleus. Dismantling skill, Divine Immortal's Illusion. Compatible for host and Divine Beast to share. Dismantle? Disassemble. For the Encyclopedia skill, I'll go with Divine Water. Agility can be trained later, but if I don't pick Divine Water now, it's gone forever. Thus, when Lin Yi and Xiao Hei grow weary or enter unfamiliar territory, they need only scatter a few puddles of urine around to deter enemy ambushes. The only drawback is needing to drink plenty of water beforehand. So carrying ample water is essential for preparedness. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned Divine Immortal's Enigma, Immortal Water. System launch limited time special bundle available. Proceed? What's this special bundle? Never mind, let's open it. Unlocked successfully. Obtained the Beastmaster Skill Special Bundle. Healing Technique, original price 600 Gluttony Points, special price 300 Gluttony Points. Purification, original price 800 Gluttony Points, special price 400 Gluttony Points. Ghost Step, original price 1000 Gluttony Points, special price 500 Gluttony Points. Blink, original price 2000 Gluttony Points, special price 1000 Gluttony Points. Execution, original price 4000 Gluttony Points, special price 2000 Gluttony Points. Immortality, original price 6,000 Gluttony Points, special price 3,000 Gluttony Points. Rebirth, original price 8,000 Gluttony Points, sale price 4,000 Gluttony Points. Woe 2 times 8 is 16, Women's Day on March 8th. Wow. That adds up to 11,200 Gluttony Points total. Why don't you just go rob someone? But these skills do look pretty solid. Last time I saw Luo Hong use Flash, it was a game changer in a critical moment. Definitely worth the 2,000 points. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. You get what you pay for, as they say. No telling when the special bundle will end, might as well go for the priciest one. Save 4,000 gluttony points? Total steal. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Beastmaster skill, Rebirth. Deducted 4,000 gluttony points, remaining 300 gluttony points. Rebirth allows the host and divine beasts to resurrect after death. Upon revival, grants full health and a 3-second invincibility effect. Cooldown, 365 days. A cooldown of a whole year? But with this effect, a year's wait doesn't seem too much to ask. I'll save the remaining 300 gluttony points for later. Once I earn another 3,000 gluttony points, I'll buy the golden body directly. Just then, Xiao Hei called out to Lin Yi, "Boss." Lin Yi turned to look, only to see that Xiao Hei had devoured every last bit of the three-eyed yellow fairy from the lake. His mouth greasy with oil residue, occasionally letting out a satisfied burp. "What's wrong, Xiao Hei?" "Boss. I'm choking." Judging by the situation, Xiao Hei seemed to be choking pretty badly, but Lin Yi didn't panic. Instead, he instructed, "If you're choking, drink water." "Can you possibly drink this entire lake dry?" Xiao Hei nodded repeatedly. Then he dove straight into the lake. Immediately after, Lin Yi was proven wrong, witnessing the most unbelievable sight of his life. The water level was dropping at a visible rate. And Xiao Hei showed no signs of stopping. At this rate, this entire lake might indeed be drained dry by Xiao Hei. Truly worthy of being a divine beast, the Taotie. Drinking this much, and not even worried about frequent urination. Taotie, silver stage 32%. Reaching silver rank means devouring bronze and silver rank beasts now slows growth by tenfold. Seems only devouring gold tier demon kings can accelerate Xiao Hei's growth. But golden tier demon kings aren't so easy to deal with, each one rules their own domain. 10 minutes later. The lake water had indeed been drained dry by Xiao Hei. Now lying in the middle of the lake, belly round and full, sprawled on its side snoring loudly. "Xiao Hei, weren't we supposed to hit the road after eating our fill?" "Boss, you go ahead without me. I don't feel like moving. Next time, I'm not falling for your empty promises. I'll be the one doing all the walking." Just as Lin Yi was about to seal Xiao Hei back into his beast taming space, a beastly roar erupted from the surrounding forests. Roar! "Xiao Hei, get up! Trouble ahead!" Xiao Hei jolted awake and immediately moved closer to Lin Yi. Killing intent detected. "Damn it, they're too fast. We can't escape in time." A few breaths later, two demon kings, each nearly 35 meters in size, emerged from the woods, accompanied by several three-eyed yellow immortals. These yellow immortals bore burn marks, clearly survivors who had managed to reach shore earlier, who had taken advantage of the Lord's battle to flee and alert the demon kings. Among them, a reindeer covered in long white fur stared intently at Lin Yi and exclaimed, "What? Batwing!" Another demon king, a weasel-like creature clad in jade armor, cried out in equal shock, "Batwing! It was this brat who killed Batwing Red Ape. The Beast Emperor has issued a warrant for his arrest, he must be killed." Lin Yi frowned. In a daze, I recalled the words spoken by the Batwing Red Ape before its death. If it died, the Beast Emperor would never let him off. "You want war? Then war it is." Chapter 70, Spirit Wind Camel Deer, Jade Sable Slayer. Spirit Wind Camel Deer, Mid-Golden Realm 46%. Grade, C. Characteristics, swift as the wind, can summon gusts to knock targets airborne, antlers deliver fatal strikes to airborne prey. Jade Killing Weasel, Mid-Golden Realm 51%. Grade, B. Traits, armor as hard as diamond, resistant to fire and water, curls into a ball upon colliding with targets. Fortunately, these two demon lords only brought a dozen or so bronze stage minor beasts. They haven't mobilized their entire nest, presumably leaving the rest to guard the lair. Lin Yi sought battle proactively, yet these two demon kings did not immediately attack him. The Spirit Wind Camel Deer whispered, "Be careful. This human managed to kill a red ape with only silver tier cultivation. He's got some tricks up his sleeve." "You're right, but if we join forces, he stands no chance. After all, he's only a silver-ranked cultivator." The two demon kings murmured among themselves for a while, and Lin Yi even began to feel drowsy. "Hey! Are you two going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving." With that, Lin Yi spread his bat wings, ready to fly away. "Hey! Human brat, you just show up, fight a bit, then decide to leave? That's a bit too arrogant, don't you think?" The Spirit Wind Camel Deer shouted angrily at the empty space where Lin Yi had been. Lin Yi retorted, "You guys were whispering to yourselves the whole time. I thought you were here to chat." Lin Yi cursed under his breath, "This is trouble. Since I didn't sneak away, I'll just have to grit my teeth and fight them." Spirit Wind Howl. The reindeer roared, and Lin Yi felt a fierce wind bearing down on him. Wind Wall. The moose's antlers were razor sharp. He couldn't let it gore him, it would be fatal. Lin Yi then slowly descended to the ground. "You brat, you actually know the art of wind control. But it's a pity today you'll die by this king's hand." With that, the Spirit Wind Moose and the Jade Green Slaughter Weasel charged toward Lin Yi. The two demon kings, one in front and one behind,
charging toward Lin Yi with all their might. Just as they were about to collide with Lin Yi spread his bat wings and soared into the air. Clang! The two demon kings collided head-on, the jade-green killing weasel sent tumbling by the charging moose. You fell for it, kid. Lin Yi frowned. Clearly, it was the two of them who collided. Why was he being blamed for falling for it? The next instant, Lin Yi understood what had happened. Spirit wind howls. A fierce gale instantly immobilized Lin Yi's bat wings, sending his body plummeting freely downward. Now! Moose charge! In a daze, Lin Yi saw the spirit wind moose leap up suddenly. And the position of its antlers was aimed straight at Lin Yi's PG. In the critical moment, Lin Yi roared, "Divine Enchantment Realm!" In the next instant, Lin Yi's eyes turned blood red, emitting deep crimson flashes. Instantly, a kilometer-wide radius below was engulfed in crimson light. The spirit wind camel deer, blinded by the blinding red light, instantly halting its charge against Lin Yi. Instead, it turned and charged toward the jade skin weasel. Lin Yi surveyed the scene below. All the demon beasts had now descended into a frenzied state, with the two demon kings locked in a fierce battle at the center of it all. The jade slaughter weasel was no pushover either, proving even more ferocious than the spirit wind camel deer. For the spirit wind camel deer's antlers could not pierce the jade-killing weasel's carapace. Human brat, you pack quite the brute strength. This king will carry your corpse to the beast emperor for his reward. What the hell are you talking about? You're the human brat, I am the spirit wind camel deer demon king. Bull. Both demon kings mistook each other for Lin Yi, utterly unaware they'd fallen into a hallucinatory trap. Who'd have thought this trick would work? Little Black, come out and enjoy the show. Lin Yi immediately pulled the sleeping Xiaohei out. Xiaohei instinctively spread his bat wings and asked, "What's up, boss?" "Look below." Xiaohei looked down at the fierce battle below and gasped, "Holy crap, why are they suddenly fighting each other?" "They're under an illusion spell, of course. But the fiercer they fight, the better we'll just reap the rewards later. You're still the smart one, boss. But this tactic is a bit underhanded, not exactly honorable." Lin Yi chuckled softly. In this dead zone, surviving and securing the Abyss Gem is paramount. Only the living have the right to talk about martial ethics. True enough. But these two demon kings are evenly matched, neither can overpower the other. Who knows how long this will drag on? Lin Yi frowned. Xiaohei's warning held merit. Prolonged conflict could lead to unforeseen complications. Then let's fan the flames. Boss, what do you have in mind? Exactly. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi raised both hands and began to gather a whirlwind. Xiaohei, you drank a whole lake just now. Now go pee around the battlefield perimeter, make a circle. Hurry. Xiaohei asked in surprise, "Pee, what's the point?" "Your urine will cause hallucinations in others. Don't ask questions. Hurry up and pee, don't let the demon beasts on either side come to their allies' aid." "Got it, boss." Several kilometers away on both flanks lay demon beast lairs housing at least 500 beasts, including numerous late silver stage lords and great demons. Then, Xiaohei flew to the outer edge of the battlefield, circling in the air as he urinated. A straight stream of urine tracing circles around the battlefield. This way, it'll be foolproof. But we must form the great wind vortex quickly. Who knows how long this illusory realm will last? Grasses, saplings, and insects of the nether forest, lend me your wind. Half an hour later, Lin Yi had already formed a colossal whirlwind with a diameter of 500 meters. Such a massive vortex naturally drew the attention of the beasts in the nests on both sides. Roar! The roar grew ever closer. Lin Yi knew the beasts had come to reinforce the battlefield, but he remained unconcerned. For the area was saturated with Xiaohei's magical water. And if they dared to approach, they would inevitably be ensnared by hallucinations. And when they awoke, they'd be left to bury the two demon kings. Go! Just as Lin Yi hurled the wind vortex downward, the two demon kings suddenly regained consciousness. "Why are you staring at me, you old dear? I'd like to ask you the same thing. Why are you constantly bumping into me?" "No, this is an illusion. I never imagined this human brat had so many tricks up his sleeve. He's even copied the three-eyed yellow immortal's illusions. This boy must not be spared. Otherwise, he will surely become a threat to us demon beasts in the future." "Wait. Look up there." Xingyu Shidao's face twisted with terror. "WHWH, what is that?" As a demon king, he too had never witnessed a whirlwind of such colossal proportions. Lin Yi shouted, "The Batwing Red Ape has already tasted this move. Now it's your turn, you too. Old dear, hurry up and hold them off. You. I just blocked for you and I'm drained. If anyone should go up, it's you." Xingyu Shidao roared back instantly, "I ran out of strength smashing into you earlier too. So what do we do now? What else can we do? Run, of course. Run? With a whirlwind this massive, where the hell are we supposed to run?" The two demon kings exchanged glances. "If we can't escape, then we'll fight this brat to the death." "Right. Let's fight him. We'll attack together." With that, The two demon kings mustered their last ounce of strength and charged toward the whirlwind. Spirit wind howls. Jade impact. Chapter 71, The Two Kings, Dead. Both demon kings charged at full speed toward the whirlwind, only to be halted by the vortex crashing them into the ground, nearly slowing their advance slightly. Damn it, this king has no strength left. Me too. It's all your fault for being so ruthless earlier. Otherwise, I could have handled this whirlwind alone. Lin Yi cut off their exchange. You two really have the leisure to bicker at a time like this. The spirit wind camel roared, Human, I will kill you. Lin Yi replied softly, you two should focus on escaping this whirlwind first. 1 minute later. Boom. The two demon kings finally couldn't hold on any longer. As the whirlwind exploded, the demon kings were caught in the vortex's center, their agonized cries drowned out by the explosion's roar. The bronze stage demon beasts nearby were vaporized instantly. Even their beast cores melted away completely on the spot. As the dust and smoke from the explosion slowly dispersed, a crater about 50 meters deep appeared on the ground. Where the two demon kings lay, their bodies covered in wounds of varying sizes. The body armor of the jade slaughter weasel could not withstand the pressure and had begun to partially shatter. As for the spirit wind camel deer, its prized twin horns had been shattered clean off. Thus, even with the strength of a demon king, it was now nothing more than a toothless tiger. Moments later, Lin Yi and Xiao He slowly approached the edge of the deep pit. Lin Yi addressed the two demon kings. Didn't you just say you were going to kill me? The spirit wind camel deer replied weakly, Kid, you're impressive. We lost today. But don't let this king catch sight of you again. Otherwise, we'll settle both old and new scores. Lin Yi glanced at the jade green slaughter weasel and asked, what about you? Human, you won this time because you abandoned martial ethics, resorting to underhanded tactics. Therefore, this king has not truly lost. Lin Yi sneered coldly, still talking tough at death's door? Do you think I'll let you off? Now, throughout the entire dead domain, had been declared an outlaw by the Beast Emperor, a target for anyone to hunt down and kill. The only path left for Lin Yi was to kill 1 by 1, kill 2 by 2. Only by doing so could he survive and walk out of the dead zone. What? Human! You dare kill this king? Human, if you kill this king, the Beast Emperor will not spare you. Lin Yi was speechless. Every demon king uttered this line before dying. As if they truly believed the Beast Emperor would spare them if they weren't killed. Your demon king's here too. Do you think even if I spare you, the Beast Emperor will spare you? Don't forget I'm only at the Silver Realm. At these words, the two demon kings instantly fell silent. 2 gold stage demon kings facing a silver stage human. And that human had single-handedly slain 3 demon kings. And if this explosive news reached the Beast Emperor's ears, he would undoubtedly fly into a rage. Killing them, his useless demon kings, to vent his fury would be no surprise. After much deliberation, the two demon kings declared, we would rather face the Beast Emperor's wrath than fall by the blade of a vile coward like you. Sky-shrouding palm. Now that this despicable villain has killed you, what can you possibly do? With that, Lin Yi raised his right hand, igniting flames that grew ever larger until they engulfed the entire pit. Spare me. This king does not wish to die yet. Spare this king. I'll offer my soul blood. Lin Yi responded coldly, who needs your soul blood? I can barely afford to keep 1 spirit beast. Adding 2 useless burdens like you would only weigh me down. The Golden Demon King, now serving as Lin Yi's slave, had become a burden in his eyes. If word of this reached the Beastmaster Temple, it would surely terrify several Beastmasters to death on the spot. The sheer power of a Golden Great Demon alone meant that even if it disobeyed orders, many would still covet an extra golden slave beast. Not to mention, in Shiwu City, it could walk around with its head held high. But to Lin Yi, these 2 Golden Demon Kings held little value while alive. Only in death would their beast cores and points become real. Spare this king. You beast tamers only seek the Abyss Gem, don't you? As a demon king, I know its location. Don't believe it. Only I know the location of the Abyss Gem. For a moment, the spirit wind camel deer and the jade green killing weasel argued incessantly. As if revealing the gem's location to Lin Yi would save their lives. Lin Yi declared, Jade killing weasel, you speak first. Alright then. The Abyss Gem lies at the very depths of the crystal mine. But getting inside is as hard as climbing to the heavens. And guarding the gem is the Beast Emperor. Lin Yi didn't rush to analyze the information, instead letting Lingfeng Camel Deer continue. Your turn. Tell us what you know. The Wind Spirit Camel Deer spoke up, as far as this king knows, the Abyss Gemstone formed naturally within the dead domain and is indeed at the deepest part of the mine. However, he forgot to mention a crucial detail, the Abyss Gemstone is inside the Beast Emperor's belly. Lin Yi frowned. What the hell? Inside the Beast Emperor's belly? How the hell are we supposed to get it? For a moment, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to curse and retreat. The Beast Emperor was no pushover. At the very least the strongest among those in the Golden Realm. How else could it suppress so many Golden Demon Kings? Given this, Lin Yi's hopes were slim at best, being only at the Silver Realm stage.
The spirit wind camel deer spoke up, "Can you spare this king now?" Seeing this, the jade green slaughter weasel stepped forward without hesitation, shoving the spirit wind camel deer aside and declaring, "You are the most handsome human this king has ever seen. Moreover, this king is willing to escort you to the crystal mine. So, how about letting this king go first? What do you think?"
Lin Yi fell silent. Pondered for a moment, then murmured, "My answer is, both of you can go to hell."
Heaven shrouding poem, go.
Chapter 72, Fusion of Foreign Cores, Jade Tablet of Murderous Intent.
What?
A colossal hand, darkening the sky, slammed into the deep pit in the blink of an eye.
Ah!
The two demon kings let out a single wail before being crushed to death. Their bodies bore the imprint of a massive poem.
Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei hesitated, stammering, "Boss, I just ate.
I'm not hungry yet, and besides, I'm trying to lose weight."
"What dieting? You're growing, you can't go hungry. Eat up and let's get moving." "Alright, boss."
The AI scoring ring displayed its panel, gained 2,000 points, total 6,500 points.
"Congratulations, host, on earning 2,000 gluttony points. Remaining gluttony points, 2,300.
Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Demon Beast Compendium entry, Spirit Wind Camel Deer, Golden Period 46%.
Active skill, Spirit Wine Howl directs surrounding winds toward target, knocking it airborne. Passive skill, Frolicking Stomp delivers aerial headbutts to airborne targets. Survival instinct, Brute Strength doubles power during headbutts.
Ultimate skill, Rock Shattering Charge, delivers a devastating collision against hard objects. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Demon Beast Compendium Jade Slaughter Weasel, Golden Period 51%. Active skill, Weasel Ball Charge curls into a ball to collide with targets.
Passive skill, Weasel Ball Acceleration, increases speed when targeting enemies facing away. Survival instinct, Armor Rebound, renders armor impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to water and fire, as hard as diamond. Ultimate skill, Earth Shatter leaps high into the air and crashes down onto the target. 1 hour later. Taotie, Silver Tier 62%. Upon hearing the system notification,
Lin Yi glanced at Xiao Hei, who had already devoured the corpses of both demon kings clean. Two strange nuclei slowly drifted upward.
One green, one white. "Come here."
Lin Yi enveloped the nuclei in two swirling winds, pulling them directly before him.
Two demon king cores.
I wonder what skills can be extracted from them. Detected fusing compatible nuclei.
Proceed with fusion?
Note, fusion may yield entirely new items or skills.
Host, please choose carefully. This. As long as the system doesn't swallow the goods, let's fuse them. Fusing. Wind Spirit Anomaly Core, Green Jade Anomaly Core. Fusion successful.
Obtained Murderous Intent Jade Tablet.
The next second, a jade slip of mixed blue and white hues appeared before Lin Yi.
Lin Yi clasped it in his hand, and instantly felt as though countless steel needles pierced his palm,
instinctively flinging the jade slip aside.
But when he looked back, his hand showed no injury, and the pain from moments ago gradually faded.
What's going on?
The lingering pain made Lin Yi too wary to touch the jade tablet again. So he stored it away in his beast taming space. He'd study it later.
What a loss. I should have never fused it. Immediately, Lin Yi glanced at the skill panel and couldn't help but gasp. Ugh, these two Demon King skills are rather lackluster. Choosing them would only be icing on the cake. What a headache. Never mind. I'll choose when I have time. For now, we must hurry on our journey. Xiao Hei, wake up. We're moving out. Xiao Hei jolted awake at Lin Yi's call. Then came to stand before Lin Yi. Hop on, boss. Lin Yi promptly jumped onto Xiao Hei's back and lay down. Let's go, heading for the crystal mine. Got it, boss. Within seconds, Xiao Hei had already covered a kilometer. Shortly after Lin Yi departed, a cloud of black smoke rose from the deep pit where he had been, which gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of the cult leader, accompanied by a woman. None other than Lu Qian, though her soul now belonged to Su Yao. Lu Qian Su Yao spoke up, "Master, I never imagined Lin Yi had grown so powerful he managed to slay two golden-ranked demon beasts single-handedly. In my humble opinion, Lin Yi alone is not capable of slaying two demon kings. Someone must be aiding him." "You're right, Master. Should I go to him and keep a close eye on him? That way, I can persuade him to join the Equilibrium cult." The sect leader waved her off. "The time isn't right yet. You're still in your juvenile stage. Following him deep into the nether forest is far too dangerous." "I understand. No need to rush. Since he marked the blood talisman last time, I can locate him wherever he goes." "The master is wise." Lin Yi lay on Xiao Hei's back, when he faintly heard a voice calling him from within his consciousness. "You little rascal actually stumbled upon the jade tablet of killing intent by some twist of fate. Bring it here quickly, let me examine it for you." Lin Yi murmured, "Is it Senior Ji Tian?" "It's me. Hurry up and bring the jade slip inside." Lin Yi felt a surge of relief. "Thank goodness.
I still need the senior's help. Even this cursed thing has the power to be put to use. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and entered a state of meditation. When he opened them again, he found himself in his sea of consciousness. He then jogged over to Senior Jitian.
Bring it out. Senior, it hurts when I hold it. The next instant,
Jitian directly yanked the jade slip out of Lin Yi's beast taming space.
Senior, you can actually access my beast taming space?
Lin Yi wanted to curse, but there was no one to complain to. As the Beastmaster's personal domain, yet Senior Jitian blatantly disregarded this rule.
Not just yours, I can access the spaces of every beast tamer in the world. Because I am. Chapter 73, Forge for 1,000 years? Lin Yi asked, what are you? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jitian give an awkward chuckle. He must be hiding something. I was just bragging.
Since I'm in your consciousness, see, I can only control your Beastmaster space. Lin Yi replied softly, I don't believe you. His instincts told Lin Yi that Jitian was definitely hiding something important from him. At the very least, his eyes were acting strangely.
His identity was definitely not ordinary.
The beast god had once stated that Senior Jitian was merely a sword soul, presenting him to Lin Yi as a mere gift. Later, Jitian mentioned that the beast god was his spirit beast. But Lin Yi never discovered which of the two spoke truth.
And to this day, Senior Jitian's true identity remains an enigma. Kid, you don't want to know the secret inside this jade slip, do you? I want to know, of course I want to know. I went through hell and back to get this thing.
The only one who can dispel the killing intent within this jade tablet now is Senior Jitian. It seems uncovering his identity will have to be put on hold for now. Cracking the jade tablet is the most urgent matter.
Humph, killing 2 golden little demons and you call that great effort?
Lin Yi responded awkwardly,
For this junior, 2 golden demon kings are indeed formidable foes. Jitian paid Lin Yi no mind. Perhaps in his eyes, even golden stage beasts were mere little demons after all. This was a man who could casually wield the sword of the beast god. His strength was naturally unfathomable.
Jitian grasped the jade tablet of killing intent, yet it felt as though nothing had happened in his hand. He felt no pain whatsoever.
Senior, you feel nothing? Such a faint sword intent couldn't possibly harm me.
Lin Yi exclaimed, you're truly formidable, Senior.
I'm in awe.
Cut the flattery. This jade tablet of killing intent contains a deadly technique, but in my eyes, it's a subpar one.
Lin Yi's spirits instantly deflated like a punctured balloon.
He bitterly regretted having fused it in the first place.
He cursed under his breath, damn it, if I ever fuse another one, I'll be a dog. Don't be too discouraged, kid.
It may be subpar to me, but if you master this fatal technique, it could truly transform you.
Transformation, me? Lin Yi frowned.
Jiti's words were cryptic, one moment calling the jade tablet inferior, the next claiming it could transform his strength.
But upon reflection,
Senior Jitian had taught him every technique without ever deceiving him.
So this time, Lin Yi was willing to give it a shot. Exactly.
Now that I've neutralized the killing intent restriction within the jade slip, close your eyes and hold it.
You'll be able to comprehend the sword intent within.
Immediately, Jitian handed the killing intent jade slip to Lin Yi.
Lin Yi took the jade tablet. And in the next instant, his consciousness was drawn into the jade tablet.
When he opened his eyes again, Lin Yi found himself surrounded by utter darkness and deathly silence. Colorless and odorless, he could see nothing, not even himself. Yet, Lin Yi could distinctly sense a surge of sword intent approaching. Then, a thunderous roar shattered the darkness.
Ah!
The instant the sound echoed, Lin Yi felt himself being flung into the air by a sword strike. Followed by a swordsman below him, who began slashing relentlessly at his form. As Lin Yi crashed to the ground, his thoughts snapped back, and his eyes opened once more within his consciousness. See. A cold sweat had already begun to form on his forehead. Jitian teased from the side, kid, you only know how to slash others.
Now that you've tasted being slashed, you can't handle it? Lin Yi retorted, why is this so-called sword intent all about feeling the blows? At that moment, Jitian walked away with his hands behind his back, his voice trailing behind him. You see, the killing intent within you is too heavy. To purge it, you must grasp this truth. If you wish to learn how to strike others, you must first endure being struck yourself. Take blows first? Are you saying I should repeatedly die at the hands of the figures in the jade slip? Lin Yi found it hard to believe, yet Senior Jitian's words held truth. If he only focused on learning to kill, he would inevitably get hurt one day. How would he defend himself then? High offense, low defense, that path won't last. Only by purging your malevolence and respecting both your opponents and your own life can you truly grasp the sword intent within the jade tablet and achieve a qualitative leap. Jitian added, true transformation never comes from the outside and it comes from the inside out. Draw your sword and question your heart. If your heart holds no guilt, your sword will hold no doubt. Enough. I'll sleep now. I hope you've mastered that ultimate technique by the time I wake. Lin Yi was somewhat confused and pressed, then could you tell me, roughly how long will it take? At least 1,000 years. Lin Yi froze in shock. 1,000 years? He made it sound so easy. Can you make it shorter? No. Do you think this is a prison sentence? That you can just coast through 1,000 years doing nothing? Focus on your training. Keep refining yourself relentlessly. Only through constant tempering can steel be forged. With that, Senior Jitian entered meditation beside the divine sword once more. Lin Yi cursed under his breath, practice my ass. In the end, I'll have to rely on myself anyway. Forget it. One more try. Gripping the jade slip, Lin Yi entered the jade slip world once more. Just like last time, after being slain by the figure within the jade slip, he returned to the sea of consciousness. What the hell kind of enlightenment is this? It's completely unsolvable. You die the moment you enter, with no chance to even fight back. With a sudden resolve, Lin Yi was about to smash the jade slip to pieces. Just as he raised his hand to smash it, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detected jade slip seal release. Host may expend 1200 gluttony points to directly master the ultimate technique within. Fatal technique preview, Gale Slash. When your shot chi gauge is full, expend shot chi to unleash Gale Slash. Release condition, target must be in a knocked back state. Instantly teleport to the target within a 10-kilometer radius to execute the slash. Chapter 74, The Self-Healing Dummy. Almost forgot I had a system. Between 1200 gluttony points and 1,000 years of forging, I'll take the gluttony points any day. Honestly, I'd be terrified of going mad after a millennium of forging. Host selection confirmed, Mastery Gale Slash. 1200 gluttony points deducted. Remaining gluttony points, 1100. Grasping. Congratulations, host, on mastering the ultimate technique Whirlwind Slash. First mastery of a fatal technique grants an additional reward, 1 dummy. The next second. The dummy, wearing a straw hat, was round and plump like a ball, covered in fur. It wore a constant smile. It materialized out of thin air right before Lin Ye's eyes. This big? At least 40 meters tall, right? System, you call this a dummy? After shouting for a while with no response, Lin Yi gave up. Fine, I'll just use you chubby dummy to practice on. The Gale Slash had become muscle memory for Lin Yi. When a technique reached its pinnacle, all forms were forgotten, formlessness surpassed form. Draw the sword to question the heart. With a clear conscience, the sword strikes without hesitation. Now I fully understand what Senior Jitian meant. Immediately, Lin Yi drew the Black Radiance sword, Dian. First, gather the killing intent. He soared above the dummy's head and dove straight toward its chest. He struck countless times. A faint black mist began to rise from his body. The killing energy is full. Immediately, Lin Yi pulled away from the dummy and roared. Whirlwind Slash. In the next instant, a whirlwind rapidly closed in on the dummy. And the mannequin's massive form was lifted by the whirlwind, which was about 5 meters in diameter. It's been knocked back now. Whirlwind Slash. Lin Yi instinctively flew beneath the dummy. And as the dummy hit the ground, Lin Yi delivered at least 100 slashes to its lower body. The dummy's lower half was completely dismembered by Lin Yi. Finally crashing to the ground. He sheathed his sword after the strike. This technique truly packs immense power. Each swing cuts deep into the target's flesh. Given the right opportunity, slaying a Golden Stage Demon King wouldn't be difficult. I could feel just now that the toughness of this dummy's flesh and skin was no less than that of a spirit wind camel deer. Too bad this dummy couldn't take a hit. It was scrapped after just one use. I want to try again. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, the dummy suddenly began repairing itself. And in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. Good heavens! Truly a masterpiece crafted by the system. So perfect, let's try again. In no time, the killing intent had accumulated to its peak. Lin Yi roared, Whirlwind Slash. At that very moment, Lin Ye's loud commotion jolted the meditating Jitian awake. Does this kid ever stop? So annoying. Immediately after, Lin Ye's shouts echoed again, Whirlwind Killing Slash. Jitian stared at the dummy in the distance and Lin Yi. He was utterly speechless, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi in stunned silence. Impossible. This kid is a freak of nature. I've only been asleep for 10 years at most and he's already mastered it? Jitian couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed them and looked again. No mistake. That's the Gale Slash. Mastering this technique requires at least 1,000 years. Even a genius like me took 1,800 years to comprehend it. And that self-healing dummy, it's one of the 10 sacred artifacts. When did this kid get his hands on it? Moments later. Lin Yi had repeated the trial several times, his stamina completely depleted. He then stowed away the great darkness. But as he turned around, he nearly kissed Senior Jitian. Lin Yi jolted awake and immediately backed 20 meters away from Jitian. Whoa, Senior Jitian, how come you walk without making a sound? Jitian replied softly, I'm a sword spirit. Have you ever seen a spirit make a sound when walking? True enough. Good thing we didn't kiss, otherwise my first kiss would be gone. Stop fooling around, kid. Tell me, how many years have you been practicing this move? Lin Yi answered immediately, 1 minute.
From the moment the system activated to the instant Lin Yi confirmed his mastery, it took no more than a minute. Cut the crap. This technique requires at least 1,000 years of practice. I spent a full. Lin Yi asked with a mischievous grin, how many years did you spend, senior? 1,800 years. I was a prodigy among prodigies, yet I never imagined you could be even more monstrously talented than me. Lin Yi scratched his head modestly. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, senior. I wouldn't dare compare myself to you. You're a charming little rascal, aren't you? Seeing that Jitian was in a relatively good mood now, Lin Yi decided it was time to ask about those secrets. Senior Jitian, I know you've been hiding something from me. But no matter how cruel the truth may be, I don't want to live in lies. Hearing this, Jitian's brows furrowed deeply. He didn't rush to answer Lin Yi, instead pacing in place, as if debating whether to tell Lin Yi. Senior. Ah. Very well, very well. You'll find out sooner or later. Just prepare yourself mentally knowing this won't be easy for you. Rest assured, senior. I'm not that fragile. Besides, every skill I possess was taught by you. Should any difficulties arise, I will do my utmost to assist you. Jitian smiled with relief before continuing. The story begins with that great war 100 million years ago. Chapter 75, The Twisted Vine Spirit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a second, senior. If you're starting from 100 million years ago, does that mean I have to listen to you for 100 million years? Jitian nodded. Correct. Theoretically, yes. Right, what? Just get to the point, condense 100 million years into 1 minute. Jitian shook his head. Young people these days have no patience. Fine, I'll make it brief. After a moment's pause, he declared, the beast god you worship is dead. And so am I. Lin Yi spread his hands. I know that. You know? What else? You're just a sword spirit, and the beast god has always been as elusive as a dragon seen only by its head. Who knows what you two were scheming about? Jitian shot Lin Yi a look. You're just guessing wildly. If we were truly dead, how could we be talking to you now? The beast god and I merely had our physical forms destroyed. My soul resides within your sea of consciousness. Lin Yi pressed further, then where is the beast god's soul? Inside the statue? The statue holds only the beast god's remnant soul. Its main soul resides within that meteorite, its own relic. Inside lies a treasure of unparalleled rarity. Each tiny artifact, taken alone, could send the entire blue star into a frenzy. Lin Yi stroked his chin, deep in thought for a moment before demanding, are you saying the meteor disaster was caused by the beast god? Then it created all these statues to get beast masters to help it exterminate demon beasts, for its own gain? Jitian subconsciously replied, yes. Blast. What am I saying? The beast god is giving you all an opportunity to train and grow stronger. Hearing this, Lin Yi instinctively stepped back, creating a safe distance between himself and Jitian. In Lin Yi's mind, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. If the beast god was the instigator behind this natural disaster, then no matter how many treasures lay within the beast god's ruins, Lin Yi wouldn't be tempted. Only one thought remained, settle the score with the true culprit, eradicate the beast god once and for all. Senior Jitian, forgive my bluntness. Right now, I have only one thought, eliminate the beast god. The moment these words left his mouth, Jitian instantly broke down, scratching his head, pacing in place, and stomping his feet. God, please come save me. Lin Yi, be honest, were you always terrible at school? Lin Yi remained silent, for it was indeed true. Yet he felt no shame in it. Please enlighten me, senior. You. Why don't you use your brain and think it through? If the beast god truly bore a grudge against humans, why would he help them fight the demon beasts? Lin Yi replied in a low voice, because he feels guilty. FCKU. It's the exact opposite. The beast god died precisely to protect humanity. Those beasts are the plague of the universe. Even in death, the beast god remains devoted to guarding this planet, and you speak of him like this? Mid-sentence, Jitian collapsed to the ground, overcome with emotion. A complex mix of feelings was written all over his face. Lin Yi's instincts told him his words had cut deep. The truth behind the calamity grew ever more elusive. Lin Yi slowly approached Jitian, crouching down to offer comfort. My apologies, senior. I spoke without restraint earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Catastrophe approaches. Time is running out for you. Hurry and find the Abyss Gem. The survival of the entire blue star hangs in the balance. Lin Yi frowned. By the sound of it, the truth behind this was far from simple. And might even conceal a terrifying existence that not even the beast god could stop. Could you clarify what you mean, senior? This is all I can tell you. Hurry out. Remember, do not touch the Abyss Gem with your hands. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Senior Jitian waved his hand, sending Lin Yi crashing back to reality. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Yi found himself still lying on Xiaohei's back. Xiaohei, where are we now? Boss, you're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? It's pitch black all around.
Besides these glowing tree veins, there's this awful stench of decay. That's all I know. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. Xiaohei was right, it was exactly as he described. But Xiaohei had committed a taboo. Xiaohei, do you remember what the cult leader said when we first entered the nether forest? After a moment of mumbling, Xiaohei replied, I remember now. It was something like, once deep in the nether magic forest, don't sniff around, don't look around, and if someone calls out to you, don't answer. That's right, just that one sentence. Xiaohei, you've already broken 2 rules, snooping around and peeking. But Xiaohei shrugged it off, no big deal, boss. I've been snooping and peeking the whole way, and nothing's happened. Shoo. At that moment, Lin Yi seemed to sense something amiss and immediately silenced Xiaohei. In the pitch-black surroundings, the enemy lurked in the shadows while Lin Yi remained exposed. If discovered, Lin Yi's situation would become extremely perilous. Killing intent detection. The next instant. The moment Lin Yi's perception spread, he instinctively withdrew it, flustered and panting heavily. What? How could this happen? Xiaohei pressed, what's going on, boss? Xiaohei, take flight immediately. Earlier, Lin Yi had sensed the killing intent around him, only to discover the area was swarming with demonic beasts. Strangely, these beasts weren't solitary creatures, but rather like a tangled mass of snakes intertwined with vines, stretching endlessly. And Xiaohei had been walking along this vast web all along. And they could entangle Lin Yi and Xiaohei at any moment. Without hesitation, Xiaohei spread his 20-meter-long bat wings and soared toward the sky. Trying to escape? Too late. A furious roar echoed through the void. Below, countless vines as thick as pythons shot toward Xiaohei at lightning speed. In sight. Twisted Vine Spirit Demon King, Golden Period 70%. Grade, C. Traits, creates human puppets to attack targets, massive in size, vine tentacles can tightly bind targets. Lin Yi gasped in shock, what? The Vine Spirit is the mastermind behind the human puppets? Could my parents be here too? Xiaohei, get out of the way. There was no time to hesitate. Tens of thousands of vines rapidly extended toward them. Each vine was a twisted tentacle of the Vine Spirit. Once caught by even one, escape was nearly impossible. Boss, I'm moving as fast as I can. These vines are too quick. Before he knew it, Xiaohei had soared hundreds of meters into the sky. Yet the vines were already spreading upward at an alarming rate, their length unfathomable. Boss, what are you waiting for? Burn them with fire. Burning the vines was a surefire way to destroy them. Xiaohei was right. But Lin Yi harbored a selfish thought. He didn't know if his parents were nearby. If he burned them to death, Lin Yi feared he'd spend the rest of his life consumed by regret. Xiaohei, we're not running anymore. I'll help you. With that, Lin Yi drew the black radiant sword, Great Darkness. With a swift slash, he severed a vine. But the vine merely contracted before swiftly regenerating its length. Boss, use fire. Before Xiaohei could finish, thousands of vines wrapped around him, violently dragging him downward. Xiaohei's current form was enormous, especially after devouring 2 demon kings now measuring around 26 meters in length, a veritable colossus. Yet against these vines, he was like fish or shrimp on a plate easily caught. Xiaohei. Seeing this, Lin Yi tried to rescue Xiaohei, only to have his own legs instantly ensnared by vines. Immediately after, another vine coiled tightly around his waist. Even with his strength, Lin Yi couldn't break free now. The next second, Lin Yi was swiftly dragged downward. Chapter 76, Mom and Dad? Before long, Lin Yi and Xiaohei were pulled back to the ground. At that moment, the lantern fruits on the surrounding trees began to emit a yellow glow. Dense and numerous, they illuminated every corner of the surrounding darkness. It was precisely because of this. Lin Yi could clearly see the surroundings. Beneath the lanterns, the tree trunks were encased in cocoons of varying sizes, while incantations echoed from the distance. Gibberish Lin Yi couldn't make out a single word. But in the next instant, under the spell's influence, the things inside those cocoons began to wriggle. In sight, Lin Yi attempted to perceive the cocoons, only to discover the information was distorted by the Vine Spirit. In other words, whatever lay within these cocoons was one with the Vine Spirit. As time passed, the incantation grew faster and faster, and the cocoons writhed with increasing urgency. At this rate, they could burst free at any moment. Bang! The cocoon shattered, spilling a torrent of white liquid. And the creature within crawled out. Their hair was disheveled, their bodies emaciated and twisted as they stood frozen in place. These are human puppets. Just as Lin Yi had suspected, the Vine Spirit didn't kill people, it merely turned them into human puppets to serve its purposes. Given this, Lin Yi's parents were likely among these human puppets. Devour this man and beast. The Vine Spirit issued its command, and the human puppets seemed to come to life, charging swiftly toward Lin Yi and Xiaohei. Damn it, I can't use fire. Had Lin Yi not known his parents had become puppets, he would have burned this place to the ground long ago. Now, even breaking free from his restraints proved difficult. In the critical moment, Lin Yi roared, "Divine Immortal Secret Realm!" Instantly, crimson light blazed from his eyes. Yet when this light touched the human puppets,
They showed not the slightest reaction. Oomph, petty tricks. These puppets have no souls, their souls reside with this king. Boy, don't waste your effort. Just become my puppet obediently. I refuse. Then, Lin Yi roared, brute force, polarize. As the primal force polarized, the power within Lin Yi surged rapidly, his muscles swelling instantly. Where once there were 6 defined abdominal muscles, now 16 stood starkly defined. Break! The vines snapped apart under Lin Yi's force. Just as he was about to tear them apart, the vines suddenly tightened with a violent snap. Human, the harder you struggle, the tighter these vines become. In an instant, Lin Yi was once again tightly bound, and the force was even stronger than before. Now, Lin Yi could faintly feel his ribs straining to the breaking point, ready to snap at any moment. At that very moment, 2 humanoid puppets swiftly charged toward Lin Yi. Their speed was astonishing. Covering a distance of 200 to 300 meters, they would reach Lin Yi in just over 10 seconds. These humanoid puppets had previously attacked the quarantine zone, and ordinary thermal weapons proved utterly useless against them. Even if dismembered, they could liquefy into a pool of white fluid, slowly coalesce, and ultimately resurrect. Textbooks describe them as capable of lifting cars with one hand, clinging to walls, and scaling a 100-story building to its rooftop within a minute. Humans had almost nowhere to hide. Had it not been for the Beastmaster's intervention, Shiwu City would have fallen. An ordinary person bitten by a puppet would mutate completely within 3 minutes, becoming a new puppet themselves and continuing to tear and devour other humans. This thought sent a chill through Lin Yi's heart. Petrify ghost eyes. Lin Yi attempted to petrify the human puppets. Yet though these puppets were petrified, only their outer shells solidified. Their insides liquefied, and in the blink of an eye, they reformed into new bodies. Damn it! Is there no way to stop them? Xiao He shouted from the side, Boss, how much longer are you going to wait to set it on fire? Fire could indeed suppress the vine spirits. But a voice within Lin Yi kept telling him he must not use fire. Just then, the 2 human puppets had already closed in on Lin Yi. They lunged at him, claws extended. Lin Yi instinctively closed his eyes tightly. Yet after a moment, Lin Yi remained completely unharmed. Then, Lin Yi opened his eyes and looked at the 2 humanoid puppets. Frozen in place. Their bodies twitching. Each time they nearly reached Lin Yi, their hands would retract. For some reason, Lin Yi felt an oddly familiar warmth toward these 2 puppets. The twisted vine spirit roared, What are you doing? Why aren't you devouring this human? At the vine spirit's repeated command, and the 2 humanoid puppets instinctively retreated. How dare you defy my command? Kill him. This time, the twisted tree spirit used 2 vines to push the 2 human puppets forward. Yet the 2 puppets leaned backward, moving forward with extreme reluctance. Who exactly are they? Why aren't they attacking me? For a moment, Lin Yi found himself curious about the faces hidden beneath the puppets' scattered strands of hair. Wind, come! Lin Yi summoned a gust of wind, blowing back the puppet's hair. When the face beneath the loose strands was revealed, Lin Yi was both shocked and delighted. For the 2 puppets were none other than Lin Yi's parents. Lin Yi forced himself to suppress the urge to cry out Mom and Dad. If the vine spirit discovered them, it wouldn't hesitate to take the lives of both puppets, especially since their souls were still in his grasp. But seeing his once kind and benevolent parents, who had once shielded him from life's storms, now reduced to unrecognizable forms by the vine spirit's torment, even so, devoid of souls, they instinctively sought to protect Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought to himself, Mom and Dad, you've suffered so much. Your son is useless, only coming to rescue you today. But I, Lin Yi, swear today is the day this vine spirit dies. Today, I will make you tear him to pieces. The vine spirit surged forward with overwhelming force. His parents could barely withstand its might. And in the blink of an eye, it surged toward Lin Yi once more. Since Mom and Dad no longer possess souls, does that mean they can be sealed within the beast taming space? Let's try it. Lin Yi immediately activated the beast taming space. Seal. Sure enough, the beast taming space could contain any inanimate object. Mom and Dad, rest well inside. I'll take care of everything from here on out. With his parents' physical bodies now safe, Lin Yi no longer held back from using fire. Blazing palm. Boom. The moment the blazing palm touched the vine, it instantly charred it to a crimson red. The flames swiftly spread along the scorched vine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. So hot, so hot. The twisted vine spirit whipped its tendrils wildly, plunging the burning vine into the ground to extinguish the flames. Lin Yi seized the opportunity to break free from his bonds and soared into the air. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, Boss, I'm still trapped. Are you planning to roast me too? Lin Yi gasped in alarm, Oh no! I was so focused on my parents, I completely forgot about Xiao He. Xiao He remained completely entangled by thousands of vines, unable to muster any strength. Kid, did you forget about your spirit beast? Now I command you to come down and feed my puppets. In your dreams. Nothing could ever make Lin Yi compromise, not even something yet to be born.
Lin Yi muttered under his breath, I still have 2 skills left to choose. Let's see if they'll be useful. Brute Force plus Weasel Ball Charge. Wonder if Shohei is compatible? Brute Force plus Weasel Ball Charge, compatible with the Divine Beast Taotie, incompatible with the host. Learn? Chapter 77, Fire Resisting Blue Liquid. Boss, think of something. You can't leave me behind. Shohei, don't panic. Just roll around freely, in a moment leave the rest to miracle. Ha? Boss, are you even speaking human language? Trust me. Shohei, when I tell you to spin, just go crazy spinning. Skill learned. Congratulations. Divine Beast Taotie has mastered the skills Brute Force and Weasel Ball Roll. Shohei, spin. Got it, boss. In the next instant, Shohei's brute strength surged, snapping the vine binding his chest. Then curled his body into a ball. To Lin Yi's astonishment, Shohei underwent a metamorphosis beyond its original form, revealing half-meter long blades sprouting from his back. These blades resembled shark fins but were exceptionally sharp. As the vines attempted to entangle him a second time, Shohei spun rapidly, instantly severing the approaching vines. The attacking puppet was flung hundreds of meters away, its fragments scattering across the ground. For a moment, Shohei resembled a spherical chainsaw. Any object that came near him was instantly torn apart and hurled away. Moments later, nothing dared approach Shohei anymore. Even the wind seemed to give him a wide berth. Shohei, that's enough. Come up. But Shohei replied, no. These damn vines are driving me crazy. I'm cutting every last one of them. Before the words had even finished, Shohei instantly transformed into a spherical scythe, beginning to harvest the vines from the outer circle. You black beast, get lost. The twisted vine spirit screamed in agony, but Little Black wasn't about to let it off so easily. The louder it screamed, the fiercer Shohei cut. 10 minutes later, Shohei was about to reach the center of the twisted vine spirit, a deep pit where all the vines originated. That pit must hold the vine spirit's true form. No! Shohei is in danger. The killing intent in the deep pit is too intense. If Shohei keeps going deeper, he might never come back. Shohei, come back. Too late. Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath. What was bound to happen had finally happened. In the next instant, a nearly 40-meter-tall tree man crawled out of the deep pit. All the vines converged upon its body. Tens of thousands of human puppets were swallowed into its belly. And soon, deep blue veins began to pulse across the vine spirit's body, flowing ceaselessly. Shohei showed no fear, charging straight at the vine spirit. The scythe-shaped sphere Shohei had transformed into collided with the vine spirit. The vine spirit neither dodged nor retreated, standing tall to take the blow head-on. The sides on Shohei's body spun rapidly across the vine spirit's surface, yet only scattered wood chips flew off, like a mist. As time passed, Shohei's speed slowed to a crawl, unable even to produce more splinters. Thud! The vine spirit unleashed a punch, sending Shohei flying straight into Lin Yi. Both man and beast tumbled backward uncontrollably, until they slammed into the mountain behind them and came to a halt. Boss, are you okay? Lin Yi spat blood as he replied, what do you think? I'm your human shield, and you ask if I'm okay? Shohei or the mountain. Lin Yi stood between them. Hearing this, Shohei turned to look at Lin Yi, now embedded in the wall like a preserved specimen. Boss, you look kinda dead. Cut the sarcasm. Get me out of here. Oh, got it. Moments later, Shohei pried Lin Yi free from the stone crevice. And as soon as he regained his bearings, Lin Yi mounted Shohei's back. Boss, what should we do now? What else can we do? Burn it with fire. You guard me. Got it, boss. Leave it to me. Just focus on summoning that giant hand. The Heaven Shrouding Palm. Then, standing atop Shohei's back, Lin Yi roared, Heaven Shrouding. Giant hand. Whoosh. Lin Yi's right hand instantly grew enormous, its palm engulfed in flames. The fire raged fiercer and fiercer, and the palm swelled larger and larger. Ha! That's the Batwing Red Ape's ultimate technique. How could you? Wait. You still have the Batwing. Could you be the human beast tamer the Beast Emperor is hunting? Lin Yi sneered coldly, you're slower on the uptake than those previous demon kings. But what does it matter now? This move will send you on your way. The twisted vine spirit retorted. You killed the slaughter weasel and the wind deer? Oh, them? They're waiting for you down below. How dare you? As a mere silver beast master, do you think you're worthy of challenging this king? In the next instant, the twisted vine spirit extended over a dozen tendrils. Shohei and the others dodged them with agile evasions. Then, the twisted vine spirit hurled nearly 1,000 humanoid puppets, raining down like a storm. Wind wall. The human puppets were all blocked. Impressive, boy. You actually know wind manipulation. How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Lin Yi remained silent. For at that moment, the sky-shrouding giant hand had already taken shape. Go ask them. Then, the 100-meter-tall, sky-shrouding giant hand slammed down directly toward the twisted vine spirit.
Yet the twisted vine spirit neither dodged nor retreated. As if it already had a countermeasure. Human, you're still too naive. Do you truly believe you alone understand the cycle of creation and destruction within the 5 elements? Lin Yi frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Moments later, a massive hand slammed down upon the twisted vine spirit. Xiao Hei shouted, "It worked!" Lin Yi frowned deeply. It's not that simple. As the explosion's aftereffects gradually dissipated, Lin Yi opened his eyes to look at the twisted vine spirit. It was now enveloped in a layer of ghostly blue liquid. What is this? Lin Yi was speechless. The twisted vine spirit drew the dark blue liquid from its body, forming a protective barrier that repelled flames. Ha 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 ha. Helpless now, aren't you? This fire-repelling blue liquid was prepared just for you. Now you can die. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the twisted vine spirit hurled nearly 10,000 human puppets at him. These puppets stood atop the vines, moving with ease. Xiao Hei. Boss, I'm ready. Very well, let's have a proper battle. With that, Lin Yi drew the black radiance sword. Then he murmured to himself, once I gather enough malevolent energy and knock the twisted vine spirit flying, I can unleash the gale slash. This is our only chance to kill it. With that thought, Lin Yi charged straight into the crowd of humanoid puppets. Sword flash of cutting steel. Whirlwind slash. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had slain hundreds of humanoid puppets. Killing intent, 10%. Not enough. Still not enough. Chapter 78, The Soul Stone in the Deep Pit. Human brat, even with your masterful swordplay, do you think you can kill all 10,000 of this king's puppets? Weariness will kill you. Lin Yi sneered coldly, is that so? I haven't even warmed up yet. Come on, all of you at once. Arrogant fool. Today I shall refine you into a human puppet and present your soul to the Beast Emperor as tribute. Daydreaming. The twisted vine spirit's face remained cold as it flung another 1,000 human puppets toward him. Boss, these puppets taste awful. Not good. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Save yourself an upset stomach. Lin Yi then turned his gaze toward the twisted vine spirit. He knew he'd eventually fill his Sha Qi gauge, but unleashing the gale slash required knocking it back. And that was no simple feat. Xiao Hei, I'm entrusting you with a crucial task. Just give the orders, boss. Lin Yi whispered, sneak up on the twisted vine spirit. When I signal, spray it with your paralyzing venom. Just distract it for me. Understood. Xiao Hei had fought alongside Lin Yi all the way here, and they were already in perfect sync. Even without explicit instructions, a single glance from Lin Yi was enough for Xiao Hei to anticipate his next move. After all, in this dead zone, it wasn't easy for man and beast to rely on each other for survival. Moments later, Xiao Hei fought while keeping low, finally darting toward the twisted vine spirit when it wasn't paying attention and crouching down nearby. In the dead of night, Xiao Hei was cloaked in darkness. Even under the moonlight, it was nearly impossible to spot. At the same time, Lin Ye's aura of malevolence neared its threshold. Thick aura began rising from his feet. This aura merged with the black radiance will. Penetrated straight into Lin Ye's sea of consciousness. Instantly, Lin Ye's eyes turned blood red, radiating savagery. And the terrifying aura of savagery made these puppets instinctively afraid, not daring to approach. The twisted vine spirit roared, come on, why aren't you attacking? Oof, how laughable. You actually expect these puppets to overcome their instincts? I haven't had my fill of killing yet. You'd better hurry up. Shut your mouth, boy. Shut me up? You'd better have the strength to do it. When the malevolence gauge reached full, Lin Ye's originally kind personality was sealed away. The current Lin Yi was pure, unadulterated evil. His attacks grew more ruthless and merciless, slaughtering every creature that crossed his path. Black wind slash. Lin Yi spun, unleashing a black tornado that howled like ghostly whales, rushing swiftly toward the twisted vine spirit. Such petty tricks, yet you dare show off before this king. With that declaration, the twisted vine spirit extended thousands of tendrils, weaving them into a vinewood door to block the wind. When the black whirlwind collided with the vine door, it swiftly dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. Any wind before this king is but child's play, ha ha ha. Before the words had fully faded, Lin Yi unleashed 5 more black tornadoes. Clang! 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 All 5 tornadoes were deflected by the twisted vine spirit, leaving it unscathed. Ha 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 ha! Utterly futile. I advise you to lay down your arms and surrender. I'll spare you to live as a puppet with a shattered soul. What say you? Lin Yi thought to himself, half the killing intent is spent. Now is the time. Xiao Hei, now. What? What are you talking about? Suddenly, it felt completely immobilized, as if paralyzed. The twisted vine spirit hadn't grasped what was happening yet. Roar King Xiao Hei has arrived. Perish, vine spirit. The next second, it heard a roar from behind. Then it felt itself being lifted up by the black beast, a sensation of weightlessness spreading throughout its body. Whirlwind slash. Lin Yi darted beneath the twisted vine spirit at lightning speed,
slashing its hindquarters 1,000 times in a single second. The twisted vine spirit crashed to the ground, and Lin Yi completed his strike. Simultaneously, the killing aura surrounding Lin Yi gradually dissipated. The lower half of the twisted vine spirit was now hacked beyond recognition, its limbs strewn haphazardly. Ouch! I surrender. Your Majesty, I'm done for. Xiao Hei stomped on the twisted vine spirit's body, taunting, see how powerful your old man Xiao Hei is now? Big brother Xiao Hei, you're something else. This old fellow admits defeat. Something was off. A demon king of his caliber wouldn't lose his pride so suddenly. In a daze, Lin Yi realized something. Vine spirits aren't made of flesh and blood. As long as their roots remain, they can regenerate. Its fawning must be a ploy to buy time, waiting for the paralysis to wear off. The consequences would be unimaginable. Realizing this, Lin Yi shouted, Xiao Hei, bite its heart. I'll burn its roots. Once its core was bitten, it wouldn't dare make a move otherwise. Xiao Hei's bite would kill it instantly. Hearing this, the twisted vine spirit wilted instantly, pleading desperately, no, 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 don't burn this king's roots. You just want to know the location of the abyss gem, right? I'll tell you. Lin Yi paused. He'd heard such pleas more than once before, but this time felt different. When creatures like the wind spirit reindeer made such offers, Lin Yi could play along, extracting more information. But with a cunning tree demon like the twisted vine spirit, if given a moment to breathe, would swiftly reconnect with its soil roots and regain its strength. And by the time you tried to deal with it again, it would be too late. You're overthinking it. Kill you, and I can take my time searching. No rush. Oh no. The sooner you find it, the sooner you can enjoy it. Young people should listen to the old folks. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with its nonsense, and immediately circled its territory, searching for its root system. But after searching for a while, he found no clues. Lin Yi stared at the hole and murmured, roots? Could they be inside that hole? Let's go down and check. Then, Lin Yi swiftly dove headfirst into the hole. Inside the hole, utter darkness enveloped him, so thick he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. The air was thick with the scent of bark and soil, mingled with a distinct stench of decay. Fortunately, Lin Yi possessed sensory abilities. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense every movement around him. The stench of decay is growing stronger. The cave was deep, stretching nearly 1,000 meters. After a long while, Lin Yi's feet touched solid ground, reaching the very bottom. Killing intent detection. This must be where the twisted vine spirit dwells. That white liquid oozing from the holes. It must be squeezed from those cocoon chambers. This ancient vine spirit feeds on the flesh and blood of 10,000 to sustain its growth. It truly deserves to die. Flames ignited in Lin Yi's palm as he murmured, let me put an end to your suffering. With that, Lin Yi prepared to incinerate the place with a single palm strike. Yet, just as he raised his hand to unleash the fiery palm, he suddenly felt as though he'd kicked a stone. Picking it up to examine it, in an instant, countless memories not his own swept through Lin Yi's consciousness. Among them, he even glimpsed memories of his parents. The stone felt too eerie, so Lin Yi flung it away. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't shake it off. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? Having a rock permanently attached to my hand is going to be such a pain. Just as Lin Yi was deep in despair, the voice of Senior Ji Tian echoed in his mind. Young man, this soul stone seals tens of thousands of souls. Do you wish to revive them? Or send them into reincarnation? This, Chapter 79, The Azure Vine. The twisted vine spirit had mentioned earlier that all the puppet souls were in its grasp. This must be that soul stone. If that's the case, then the souls of my parents are also trapped within it. Senior Ji Tian, is there any way you can bring my parents back to life? Reviving human puppets is no simple matter. Their physical forms have mutated, and their human traits gradually fade away, making it impossible for their souls to return. Lin Yi retorted, then why did you just say you could revive the human puppets? When did I say that? Figure it out yourself. After that, Ji Tian ignored Lin Yi. The palace master once offered to heal my parents, but I don't really need him. As long as I have the money for the demon beast separation surgery, I can save them. Lin Yi stared at the soul stone in his hand. As for the souls of the others, I'll take them all back with me. If I can help, I will. If not, then I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. With that, Lin Yi stored the soul stone within his beast taming space. It's time to leave. Lin Yi soared upward swiftly, reaching a safe altitude before roaring. Fiery poison palm. Boom. The fiery palm instantly slammed into the deep pit, triggering a deafening roar as towering flames erupted from the depths. In the next instant, the flames swiftly spread along the vines, engulfing the twisted vine spirit. No, don't kill me, the twisted vine spirit screamed, its voice carrying clearly to Lin Yi from a great distance. When it came to such harmful creatures, Lin Yi killed them without mercy, showing no leniency. Shut up. Moments later, Lin Yi arrived above the twisted vine spirit and commanded, Xiao Hei, move aside. After Xiao Hei moved aside, Lin Yi summoned his heaven-shrouding palm, ready to smash the twisted vine spirit into dust. Boss, don't burn it to ashes. I was hoping to snack on some veggies. Don't worry, I'll hold back. In the next instant, the heaven-shrouding palm crashed down upon the twisted vine spirit. A piercing scream echoed as flames instantly engulfed the twisted vine spirit's entire body. The flames roared fiercely, and soon Lin Yi could no longer sense the killing intent emanating from the twisted vine spirit. Boss, it's done. Then, Lin Yi sucked the air away from the twisted vine spirit, and the flames gradually died down. Now, the twisted vine spirit was roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted chili peppers. It would have been perfect with a sprinkle of cumin powder. Seeing this, Xiao Hei pounced straight at it. Always feeding Shohei meat, even an iron stomach can't handle it. Some veggies will help with digestion. The AI scoring ring displayed a points panel, gained 1,000 points, total 7,500 points. Congratulations, host, on earning 1,000 gluttony points. Remaining gluttony points, 3,300. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Demon Beast Compendium entry, Twisted Vine Spirit. Golden period 70%. Active skill, 10,000 vines entwine, extends countless vines to bind opponents. Passive skill, Vine Wall. Automatically weaves vines into a defensive barrier against attacks. Survival instinct, fire-resistant blue liquid/human puppet. Absorbs human bioelectricity to replenish roots, producing fire-resistant blue liquid. Ultimate skill, human vine dance of heaven. Commands tens of thousands of human puppets and vines to attack the target relentlessly until victory or death. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, these skills won't suit me, right? Neither Lin Yi nor Xiao Hei possessed anything resembling vines, meaning no matter how powerful these skills were, they couldn't be compatible with Lin Yi. Another useless one. Let's save it for now. If it becomes compatible later, we can always pick it up again. Now that I've got 3,000 gluttony points, I should check what decent skills I can buy first. After scanning the options, Lin Yi hesitated. Every single one looked appealing, and he wanted them all. Forget it. Buy the expensive one, not the right one. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Beastmaster skill Golden Body. Remaining gluttony points, 300. Golden Body, upon active release, both the user and their divine beast enter a 10-second invincibility state but become immobilized. Cooldown, 180 minutes. This skill is pretty good. It can be used for survival and dodging demon beast attacks. 10 seconds. Meant that if Lin Yi jumped off a sheer cliff, and if he activates Golden Body mid-fall, both he and Xiao Hei would land unharmed within those 10 seconds. Such an exceptional skill, 3,000 gluttony points well spent. Moments later, Xiao Hei lay sprawled out, stuffed like a little piglet. Glutton. Silver tier 79%, where the vine spirit once stood. Only a dark green alien nucleus remained, floating in midair. Then, Lin Yi slowly flew toward the strange nucleus, grasping it in his hand. Twisted vine core. Can be dismantled. Proceed? Deconstruction preview. Fire-resistant blue liquid. Lin Yi inwardly grumbled. Honestly, I'd rather sell this thing. The Golden Demon King's core should fetch a decent price. But if I disassemble it, the cost-benefit ratio is way too low. It only has fire-resistant properties, not even fire-extinguishing capabilities. Useless. The most useless thing imaginable. Xiao Hei, let's go. Xiao Hei responded lazily. Boss, I need to rest. Why don't you go ahead? I'll catch up soon. Clearly, Xiao Hei had exhausted himself eating earlier. Fine. Then rest for a bit. Just a bit. Lin Yi had slain 4 demon kings in succession, and it was certain that if word reached the Beast Emperor, his entire forces would mobilize immediately to capture Lin Yi. At that point, it would be nearly impossible for Lin Yi to quietly retrieve the Abyss Gem. Would be nearly impossible. The only way out was to face the Beast Emperor in a decisive battle. Host timed out, automatically dismantling the Twisted Vine core. Holy? What the hell? What does this mean? Auto-disassembling my core just because of a timeout? Dismantling successful. Acquired skill, fire-resisting blue elixir. This is it. Damn system. You're not gonna get away with this. Deconstruction skill triggers mutation conditions. Host, prepare for bodily transformation. Just as Lin Yi was puzzled, his body underwent a sudden, violent transformation. His hands morphed into ghostly blue vines, emitting a faint glow. Lin Yi could freely alter these vines' length, thickness, and rigidity. He could even revert them back to their original form. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the mutation skill Ethereal Blue Vines. I suppose this blue glow comes from the fire-resisting blue liquid. I wonder if I can still use fire now. Fiery palm strike. Whoosh. Flames instantly ignited along the vine, transforming into a flame-infused vine. This system is seriously awesome, it can even mutate like this. Now I can choose those skills too. I'll go with the vine wall. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill vine wall. This way, even if someone ambushes me from the shadows, I won't have to worry, as it will automatically weave a vine wall to fend off attacks. Excellent. Let me test just how far these can extend. The next second, Lin Ye's hands transformed into vines. To his astonishment, these vines could sense surrounding objects and temperatures. But to be safe, Lin Ye retracted the vines to the thickness of hair, lest they be discovered and severed. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ye could roughly sense that the vines had spread at least 100 kilometers, and as a result, his body felt somewhat drained, as the extending vine continuously drained his energy. What is this? Lin Ye seemed to touch something familiar. After feeling it for a moment, he exclaimed, "This is a crystal? The entire area is filled with crystals. Could this be the crystal mine?" The two demon kings had mentioned earlier that the crystal mine was the beast emperor's dwelling, guarding the abyss gem within. If that's the case, couldn't I just use my vines to slowly reel the abyssal gems back here? Chapter 80, The Complete Beast Emperor, the Nether Emperor Crocodile Dragon. With this thought, Lin Yi decided to give it a try. Success would mean clearing the heavenly list outright, failure would only mean being discovered by the Beast Emperor. At worst, his vines would be severed, no big deal. Immediately, Lin Yi swiftly extended his. After a long while, Lin Yi seemed to touch a very hard, very smooth object. After repeated probing, Lin Yi frowned in confusion. Is this the abyss gem? But wait, why is it warm and sticky? Slippery yet hard. This is disgusting. I've been extending these tendrils for at least half an hour. I should be at the very back of the mine shaft by now. This must be, probably, almost definitely the abyss gem. Forget it, I'll just pull it back. With that, Lin Yi wrapped his hands around the hard, slippery, warm, and sticky thing, then yanked it backward with all his might. But no sooner had he secured it tightly than it slowly slipped away again as he pulled. It was truly infuriating. Damn it! This gem is huge and slippery, it's impossible to handle. After struggling with it for a while, Lin Yi wrapped it once more. This time, he added a layer of flame to the vines. Suddenly, a powerful tug sent him flying over 10 meters. After getting back up, Lin Yi sensed something was amiss. This wasn't some abyss gem at all, it was a living creature. Snap! Lin Yi's was snapped clean off. A sharp pain shot through his mind. Damn it! The lead's gone cold. At that moment, Lin Yi's commotion woke up the sleeping Xiaohei. Boss, what are you muttering about? Xiaohei, I've found the crystal mine. The abyss gem is inside. Hearing this, Xiaohei immediately stood up. So we're finally leaving this hellhole? I'll finally get to see the sun outside. That's right, but don't get too excited just yet. I made a small mistake earlier. Immediately, Lin Yi retracted his vines, but the moment his hands transformed into vines was clearly witnessed by Xiaohei. Boss, what's up with your hands? Nothing much. Now my hands can turn into vines and extend really far. Xiaohei nodded. Oh, I see. That explains how you knew the mine's location. Then, Xiaohei continued. Boss, are you sure the abyss gem is definitely inside the crystal mine? My gut tells me it's definitely there. Then let's listen to you, boss. We'll head to the mine right now. This time, Xiaohei eagerly lay down on the ground, letting Lin Yi jump onto his back. A place like the Dead Zone was no ordinary place for the average person to endure. Dark as night, no light to be seen. Even a fierce beast like Xiaohei felt oppressed after spending too much time here. Xiaohei, once we get the gem, we'll leave the Dead Zone and go out to have some fun. That sounds great. Moments later, Lin Yi didn't jump onto Xiaohei's back. Boss, what's wrong? Xiaohei, come closer. Xiaohei was very obedient and moved closer to Lin Yi. Then Lin Yi shouted, teleport. The severed vine provided Lin Yi with the perfect condition for teleportation. By focusing his intent on that severed vine, he could teleport. In the next instant, Lin Yi and Xiaohei transformed into a ball of blue light, swiftly flying toward the direction of the broken vine. Not long after, the blue light before Lin Yi dissipated, revealing the surroundings in full view. Now Lin Yi was certain he was inside a cave, surrounded by strange crystals glowing with a brilliant green light. The cavern was vast, no smaller than the Beast God Temple in the Hope Zone. Before Lin Yi lay a colossal creature nearly 40 meters long, so immense that even looking up, he couldn't see its entire form. Yet he could see the beast's tongue hanging out, dripping saliva, sticky and slimy. The severed vine still hung from its tongue. Whoa, so I've been tying up its tongue this whole time? Ha! Lin Yi shuddered, rubbing his hand against Xiaohei's fur. In sight, Nether Emperor Crocodile Dragon, Beast Emperor, Golden Period 100%, perfect form, grade, B. Traits: thick, hard-hide armor, bites onto targets and performs deadly rolls. Whoa! Lin Yi sucked in a sharp breath. The so-called perfect form meant abandoning the path to diamond evolution in exchange for invincibility within the Golden Age. But Lin Yi was merely a silver beast master. And even battling a gold-tier demon king was a struggle. And now he was facing a heavyweight, a beast emperor. The most crucial thing is that this beast emperor has been hunting me down all along. Fortunately, it was currently in a deep slumber and hadn't detected Lin Yi. Xiao Hei, while it's still asleep, let's slip away quietly. Xiao Hei whispered back, boss, look at that gem behind it, about the size of a watermelon. Could that be the abyss gem we're searching for? Then, Lin Yi circled around and saw a 5-meter-high altar behind the Nether Emperor crocodile dragon. Upon the altar lay an emerald green gem, emitting a fluorescent glow that pulsed like a living breath. No doubt about it. This must be the abyss gem. Once we get our hands on it, clearing the C-rank death domain's heavenly rankings will finally let us escape this troubled place. With this realization, Lin Yi abandoned his thoughts of escape. I'll have to take the abyss gem sooner or later. Now, while the beast emperor sleeps, is the perfect opportunity to seize it. The timid starve. The bold feast. Victory is within reach. Lin Yi moved slowly, step by step, careful to suppress any sound. For if he were to rouse the Nether Emperor crocodile dragon, the consequences would be unimaginable. Snap. The crisp snap of a branch breaking beneath Lin Yi's foot echoed sharply. Instantly, sweat poured down his back, and he swallowed hard. His legs trembled slightly, his feet feeling as if they were welded to the ground, unable to move an inch. Woo! The Nether Emperor crocodile dragon let out a low growl. He reassured himself, it's okay. It hasn't woken up yet. After a dozen seconds, Lin Yi's heart finally settled. The Nether Emperor crocodile dragon hadn't awakened. In for a penny. In for a pound, I'm charging straight in. Without hesitation, Lin Yi's feet gained wind, propelling him straight toward the altar. However, an invisible wall of air blocked his path. Boom! A thunderclap followed, striking swiftly toward Lin Yi. Fortunately, Lin Yi's passive skill Vine Wall activated, deflecting the lightning's assault, though he was knocked to the ground by the strike. After regaining his senses, Lin Yi lay gazing upward, only to find the Nether Emperor crocodile dragon gazing down at him. Its gaze was savage and menacing, especially its crocodile-like jaws, which could swallow a 6-story apartment building whole. You're the human brat who killed 4 of this emperor's demon emperors? Lin Yi did not respond, instead weighing whether to flee or fight. What a pity. Merely at the Silver Realm stage, you stand no chance against this emperor. Your fate today is sealed, death.